I Am This Type of Woman Chapter 94 to Chapter 119. Ban Han didn't know if it was an illusion, but she found that after she entered the Rong residence, the housekeeper's smile was brighter than usual. "Novel, Your Highness, this way please." "Thank you." After passing through the veranda, Ban Han saw a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe standing in the corner. She raised her eyebrows and didn't ask anything. However, the housekeeper noticed her expression and whispered, "That's the Duke's guest." Ban Tong nodded his head in understanding. Literati liked to keep some guests at home to discuss poems, songs, paintings, and calligraphy. The higher the status of the person, the more guests they would keep. Unlike the Ban family, who kept actors, vaudeville troupes, singers, dancers, and storytellers. Compared to the Rong family, the Ban family was too vulgar to endure. "I see," Ban Han nodded. She turned her head and saw that the guest was looking at her. She frowned slightly. "Are all the guests of your residence so rude?" The housekeeper turned his head and noticed that the guest was still looking at Ban Han. His face darkened. Just as he was about to explode, the guest took a step back, saluted Ban Han, and left. Ban Han was confused by the guest's attitude. However, she thought that the guest was just a guest without any official title, so she didn't take it to heart. She turned her head and walked towards the courtyard. There weren't many servants in Chimambua's residence, but the servants and maids were all very well behaved. When they saw her coming in, they all saluted her and didn't dare to offend her. After entering the inner courtyard, Ban Jin happened to meet Dujio, who was walking out from the inner courtyard. She stopped in her tracks. Dujio took 2 steps forward and saluted Ban Han. Ever since the Duke of Jingting was almost assassinated, Dujio inexplicably became more respectful to Ban Han. "Greetings, Your Highness. Has your Duke's medicine been changed today?" Ban Han saw that the door was open. "It's already noon." "Yes, Your Highness, the medicine has been changed." Dujio bowed his head and replied. "Has he had lunch yet?" "The Count hasn't eaten yet." "I understand." Ban Han nodded. She lifted her skirt and walked into the room. The 2 maidservants behind her stood outside the door and did not follow her in. Although Rong Xia and Emperor Yunqing were both taking medicine, the smell of medicine in Rong Xia's room was very light and did not make people nauseous. This was different from the stuffy and smelly Great Moon Palace. After Ban Han entered the room, he saw that Rong Xia was still lying on the bed reading a book. He went forward and took away his book. "Why are you lying on the bed reading a book? Don't you want your eyes? If you're not here, I'll be bored lying on the bed. What else can I do other than read to pass the time?" Rong Xia opened her eyes wide and looked at Ban Yu. Her eyes were moist. After Ban Yu looked at her for a while, he could not help but soften his heart. "You literati love to keep cursors. Now that you're injured, can they accompany you to write poems or paint?" Ban Han sat down by the bed. "I have some acrobats in my family. Tomorrow, I'll let them come to your house to wait. If you have nothing to do, you can invite them to play with you." "How can I take away your good fortune?" "It's okay. I've seen all their acrobatic tricks. If I stay here for a few days, I can also save some money on food." Rong Xia laughed out loud. How can the dignified Duke's mansion lack money? Who would complain about having too much money? Ban Han smiled and said, "So just accept them. We don't have many people in our family, but we have a lot of people who are here to play with you." "Okay." Rong Xiao's eyes were full of a warm smile. It was so sweet that it was like a sugar figurine. If he took a few more bites, he might be choked. "Don't move. Let me see how the wound on your back is." Ban Han walked forward. Before Rong Xia could react, he lifted the smooth satin back and revealed Rong Xia's naked upper body on the ground. Rong Xia's skin was very white. The wound on his back had already scabbed over. It was dark and wrinkled on his back. It looked twisted and horrible, without any sense of beauty. He was worried that Ban Han would have a bad impression of him if he saw the wound. He wanted to pull up the quilt, but Ban Han stopped him. "Don't move." Ban Han bent down to look at the wound. "The wound is recovering well. Does your back itch these days?" Rong Xia nodded. He realized that Ban Han might not be able to see it, so he said, "Yes." Then you must remember not to scratch it. It's not a big problem if it leaves a scar, but it's a big problem if it causes bleeding and pus. Ban Han's gaze moved down slightly. He looked at Xia's white, tight, and sexy waist. He pulled up the quilt, covering most of his body. Have you eaten? Not yet. Xia didn't like to lie in bed and use things. So even if it hurt when he got out of bed, he still struggled to get out of bed. Your body has suffered so much, but you still haven't eaten. Ban Han sighed. He turned and walked to the door. He waved at the servants of the Rong family who were guarding the door. Go bring the noon meal into the room. Yes. The servant bowed and left. He didn't question Ban Han's orders at all. He didn't even need to look at the face of the real master. Over the past few days, they had seen the princess scold the count, and the count could only listen obediently. Even the stewards in the residence had to listen to the princess's orders. How could they, the servants, dare to offend the princess? Sooner or later, she would be the mistress of the count's foo. They accepted it very calmly. Seeing Ban Han busy for him, Xia's eyes were warm. A short while later, the meal was served. It was all light food. Dujiu and a servant helped Xia up from the bed. Then they put a loose soft silk robe on his body and helped him to sit at the table. The loose soft silk robe wouldn't chafe the skin, but because it was too wide, it would inevitably expose areas below the neck, such as the collarbone and the chest. Someone once said that the most mesmerizing moment was when one's clothes were half hidden and half hidden. Ban Han found that his eyes were a bit disobedient. He secretly glanced at Xia's neck several times. However, Xia didn't pay attention. When he picked up his chopsticks, one end of the chopsticks accidentally pulled on his lapel, and his chest was exposed even more. The white and smooth skin, the well-proportioned chest muscles, seemed to be full of mysterious attraction. Ban Han hadn't eaten yet, but he was already half satisfied. She wiped her cheeks. Very good, she didn't blush. Her ancestors had long said that beauty seduced people. It seemed that this saying was very reasonable. Hua Hua, are you not used to these dishes? Xia looked at her with a smile, the corners of his mouth raised. He was so beautiful that her heart melted. It's very good. Ban Han put a piece of green bamboo shoot into his mouth. He didn't taste anything at all, so he swallowed it. Xia smiled and narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Hua Hua didn't like green bamboo shoots very much. Hiss. He reached out his chopsticks to pick up a dish not far away. But as soon as his hand reached out, it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't move. Ban Han hurriedly moved the dish in front of him. Tell me what you want to eat. Don't pull on your wound. Okay. Xia nodded and began to pick up the dish in a small arc. Ban Han nodded with satisfaction. An obedient man was the most lovable. The meal lasted for nearly an hour. When Xia lay back on the bed, Ban Han said to him, have a good rest. I have to go back. Xia said, okay. But his eyes were full of reluctance. By the way, Ban Han took out 2 small medicine bottles and put them on the table. I got these from His Majesty. They have the miraculous effect of relieving itching and healing wounds. His Majesty didn't have many bottles, so I asked for 2 for you. His Majesty treats you very well. Xia looked at the 2 bottles, which were smaller than a baby's fist. He naturally knew what was inside. Yes. Ban Han smiled and nodded. Then I'll go. Remember to have someone apply this medicine on your wound. Xia smiled and agreed. After Ban Han left, Dujiu walked in. When he saw the 2 bottles of medicine, his face showed some surprise. Count, isn't this the secret medicine of the palace? Did Princess Fuel bring it? Just now, only Princess Fuel was present, so these 2 bottles of medicine could only have been brought by the Junju. Yes. Xia took one of the bottles. When he opened the cap, he could smell the faint fragrance of medicine. He closed the cap and played with the small bottle. Suddenly, he said, Dujiu, do you think Princess Fuel will resent me after this matter is settled? Dujiu was stunned. He was silent for a moment. Count, this subordinate doesn't know. Xia put the bottle to his nose and sniffed. Yes, you don't know either. Even he was not sure whether he and Huahua would have a conflict because of the Jiang family in the future. Count, why don't you tell Princess Fuel what happened to the old Duke of Jingting? Also, the real mastermind behind the assassination of the Duke of Jingting was the Xia family, but His Majesty covered for the Xia family. This was what Du Jiu did not understand the most. If Princess Fuel knew about this, she would understand you. Rong Xia shook his head silently. He liked to see Huahua live a carefree life. She wore the most beautiful dresses, ate the most exquisite food, and showed off what she had. It was all so beautiful that he could not bear to destroy it. She lived the life that he had dreamed of when he was young, but could not live. As long as he looked at her, he felt that his childhood fantasy had been fulfilled. Don't mention this again. Rong Xia held the bottle tightly in his hand. I know. But His Majesty treats Princess Fuel so well, how could she just watch? But soon, this world will no longer belong to His Majesty. Rong Xia put the bottle beside the pillow and said lightly, his unfilial son is waiting for him to pass away at 100 years old. Although the guards do their best to protect him, it is inevitable that there will be mistakes. Du Jiu opened his mouth and said after a while, I understand. When Ban Han returned home, her Ban family members gathered around. After making sure that she did not suffer any grievances, the Ban family members relaxed. Huahua, what did His Majesty say when you went to the palace? The Ying clan pulled Ban Han to sit down and asked Ban Han in detail what happened after she entered the palace. Ban Han told them everything that happened after she entered the palace. His Majesty did not look very good. His appearance was distorted. The palace servants in the Great Moon Palace were all nervous, afraid that His Majesty would be angry and punish them. This trip to the Great Moon Palace made her feel oppressed and depressed. It was completely different from the relaxed atmosphere in the past. The Ying clan sneered inside. People who did too many wrong things would always have retribution. She patted Ban Han's hand. Since His Majesty's emotions are so unstable, you should go to the palace less in the future. Our family will not participate in the matter between the Crown Prince and the second prince. The second princess consort is too calculative. She wants to take all the benefits in the world. This kind of person is too short-sighted. There is no need to get too close to her. I don't have a good relationship with her to begin with. How can I get close? Ban Han smiled. Don't worry. With you two troublesome little things around, how can I not worry? The Ying clan said. Fine, you have a habit of taking afternoon naps. Go back to your own little courtyard. Ban Han stood and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. The Ying clan stopped her. How is Duke Rong's injury? Much better. It's just a flesh wound. He'll recover quickly. Ban Han answered casually. Don't worry. This silly child. She wasn't worried about Rong Xia. She was worried about her. If something happened to Rong Xia's body, she didn't want her daughter to marry a disabled person. It was other people's business to rely on their daughter to gain a good reputation. She only hoped that her daughter wouldn't suffer. Master, Madam, Minister Yao's daughter requests an audience. Minister Yao? The Ying clan looked in confusion at Ban Huai. When did their family have any relationship with Yao Peiji's family? Ban Huai shook his head. He didn't have much interaction with the painting addict, Yao Peiji. Is it the third Miss Yao? Ban Han looked at the steward and asked. Yes. The steward responded. This third Miss Yao has some friendship with me. Let her in. After saying this, Ban Han turned to the Ying clan and said, Mother, this third Miss Yao is quite interesting. Let her in first and ask her what her intentions are. The Ying clan nodded and didn't say anything. Ban Huai glanced at Ban Han suspiciously. Sister, you went outside to provoke young girls again? He had reason to believe that if his sister was a man, she would definitely be a famous playboy in the capital. Nonsense. It was the young girl who wanted to be friends with me. Ban Han glared at Ban Huai. You really don't know how to speak. Ban Huai, Yao Ling sat in the outer room uneasily. The handkerchief in her hand had already been twisted into a fried dough twist. Ever since her father had been punished by the emperor and his position as minister had been replaced, the Yao family's status in the capital had plummeted. The imperial physicians often had to be urged several times before they were willing to come, and the doctors outside couldn't be used. Some of the wounds on her father's body had already started to fester. After her father lost his value, the Shi family no longer paid any attention to the Yao family. The other families were also perfunctory. The family wanted to invite 2 capable doctors, but they didn't know who to ask. She had also heard that the doctors raised by the Ban family had some real skills. The ancestors of these doctors had followed the ancestors of the Ban family to the battlefield, so they were very good at treating wounds. Even Qing'anbu's wounds had been treated by the Ban family's doctors. She had wanted to come to the Ban family for a long time, but she was afraid of being rejected or implicating them, so she had been holding back. Who knew that her father's wounds had worsened last night, and this morning he had a high fever? She had no other choice but to shamelessly come to the Ban family. A servant led her into the main hall. Seeing that the family of 3 was present, she hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings to the Duke, Madam, Princess, and Heir. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to visit you, Duke and Madam. Miss Yao, please sit. The Ying clan smiled warmly. Miss Yao, why did you suddenly come to visit? She saw that Yao Ling's eyes were red and there were tear stains on her eyelashes, so her tone softened a bit. Madam, I came today to ask for a favor. Yao Ling stood up and bowed deeply. My father's injuries are serious. I beg the Duke and Madam to send your family's doctors to take a look at my father's injuries. When the Ying clan saw her bow so deeply, they thought that something big had happened. They didn't expect that it was just for 2 doctors. She was stunned. Your father's injuries haven't healed yet? Yao Ling shook her head. Not only have they not healed, but the wounds have started to fester. Now his body is starting to heat up. I really don't know who to ask for help from. She had lived in Shuizhou before, so she hadn't experienced the benefits of power. After staying in the capital for half a year, she understood why the people in the capital did everything they could to climb up the social ladder. It was because this was a realistic place. Those with power and influence would be respected. If they lost their power, although these people wouldn't kick them when they were down, very few people would be willing to lend a helping hand. Compared to the capital, Shuizhou was much more simple. She suddenly missed the days in Shuizhou. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the capital, and the food there couldn't be compared to the capital, the people there were much more simple and humane. When she came to the Ban family, she was just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. She held on to a faint hope, so even if the Ban family wasn't willing, she wouldn't have any resentment. Her father had caused His Majesty to be unhappy, so it was normal for others to be afraid of being implicated. Alright, I'll have them take a look at the Lord Yao. Yao Ling's eyes widened. They agreed so easily? She hadn't even said how she would repay them, and hadn't even started to beg them. The rumored domineering Ban family was just like this? Madam? Yao Ling stared blankly at the Ying clan. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Ban Han saw her dazed expression and asked, Is there anything else that makes it difficult for you? No, there's nothing else. Yao Ling shook her head in a daze. Suddenly, she knelt in front of the Ban family and kowtowed to the Ban family. Thank you, this little girl will definitely repay you in the future. When she was begging, she didn't kneel because it would be too forceful. But now, she was kneeling willingly. She had begged several families that had a good relationship with the Yao family, but these people were all vague and didn't really want to help. She didn't expect that in the end, the ones who were willing to help were the Ban family, who didn't have much contact with the Yao family. It's just a small matter. Younger sister Yao, what are you doing? Ban Han bent down to help Yao Ling up from the ground. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Your father's health is more important. Quickly bring the doctor back. Older sister Ban. Yao Ling sniffled and gratefully curtsied to Ban Han. Only then did she use the back of her hand to wipe her eyes and hurriedly leave the Ban family. Yao Peiji was the pillar of the Yao family. If he fell, the entire Yao family would be unable to recover. So now that his fever hadn't subsided, everyone in the Yao family was worried. Madame Yao and her children stayed close to the bed. After the medicine was fed, it was spat out again. Madame Yao anxiously wiped her tears. Madam, third miss has brought the doctor back. Madame Yao hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and happily asked, "Which family's doctor is it?" This little one isn't sure, but seeing that the two doctors are wearing satin clothes, they shouldn't be doctors from outside. Normally, doctors rarely wore satin clothes. If they did, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they were raised by a wealthy family. No matter where the doctor is from, let's bring him in first. Madame Yao's heart was burning with anxiety. She couldn't wait for the two doctors to immediately appear in front of the bed. When Yao Ling came in, the Yao family didn't have time to ask and hurriedly asked the doctors to help with the diagnosis. Speaking of which, it was strange. They didn't know where these two doctors got their skills from, but after 2 pills, Yao Peiji's body stopped trembling. He was able to drink the medicine and his body temperature also dropped a lot. The two doctors wrote a list and prescribed medicine for them, but the Yao family refused to accept the consultation fee. After the Yao family forced the money into their hands, they reluctantly accepted it. After sending the doctors away, Madame Yao looked at Yao Peiji who was sleeping soundly and her anxious heart relaxed. Lingling, which family raised these two doctors? Yao Ling covered Yao Peiji with a blanket. They are doctors raised by Jingting Gongfu. They are also in charge of treating Qinganbua's injuries. It's actually Jingting Gongfu? Madame Yao remembered that when people gossiped about the Ban family in the past, she would respond with a few words. She felt her face heat up. Their family's current situation was so bad that even their friends and relatives had to avoid them. However, the Duke of Jingting was willing to lend a helping hand. This kind of life-saving grace, the Yao family couldn't thank him enough. The other members of the Yao family were also stunned. They were a scholarly family and had always looked down on the Ban family's way of doing things. Although they maintained their gentlemanly demeanor and had never said anything bad about the Ban family, they still looked down on this family in their hearts. However, at this time, it was the family that they looked down on that helped them when no one else dared to. "Mother," eldest young Master Yao said, "tomorrow, I will personally go to the Ban family to thank them." "Don't be in such a hurry," Madame Yao hurriedly shook her head and said, "His Majesty is still angry. What if we implicate the Ban family when we visit them?" Eldest young Master Yao hadn't thought about this before. Now that he heard Madame Yao's words, he was stunned for a moment and said, "I understand. Let's talk about it after your father recovers." Madame Yao sighed, "It's good that others helped us, but we can't harm them." In the Great Moon Palace, Emperor Yunqing was quietly drinking medicine. Ever since the Ban Han left, he had been in a good mood. Not only did he eat a bowl of green stem rice, but he also took medicine. "Your Majesty," the commander of the Imperial Guard stood in front of the dragon bed with his head lowered. After Princess Fuel left the palace, she didn't return to the Duke's estate. Instead, she went to Qinganbua's estate. I guess she gave the medicine to Qinganbua?" Emperor Yunqing smiled faintly. Obviously, this matter didn't make him angry. Yes, after Princess Fuel accompanied Qinganbua for lunch, she returned to Jingting Gongfu. However what? Emperor Yunqing stared at the person in front of him with a pair of gloomy eyes. The third miss of the Yao family visited the Duke's estate. The Duke of Jingting sent 2 physicians to Lord Yao's estate. Emperor Yunqing suddenly laughed when he heard this. After a while, he said, "In the entire capital, people are the best at taking advantage of the situation and avoiding harm. Only the members of the Ban family are the true people of temperament. Yao Peiji is a useful person. Nothing must happen to him. You don't need to report these trivial matters to me. How are the 2 princes?" "The crown prince has been reading in the palace. He didn't feel dissatisfied because your Majesty locked him up," the commander of the Imperial Guards said. "It's just that there seems to be some hostility between the crown prince and the crown princess." Emperor Yunqing nodded slightly. "What about the second prince?" "The second prince?" The commander of the Imperial Guards hesitated. "The second prince's temperament is more lively than the crown prince's. In my opinion, it's not that his temperament is lively, it's that his mind is too active." Emperor Yunqing's expression was indifferent. "Other than that, did anything else happen today?" The second princess consort stopped Princess Fuel. She wanted the Princess Fuel to persuade the Ban family to cooperate with the second prince. "What does she want to cooperate with?" Emperor Yunqing sneered. "I'm still alive. What do they want to scheme against me so urgently?" the commander didn't dare to speak. What did the Princess Fuel say? The princess said that the world belongs to your majesty. He can give the throne to whoever he wants. As a son, he only needs to listen to his father's arrangements. Did she really say that? Yes. The commander of the Imperial Guards saw that His Majesty's expression was complicated. Also, my subordinates discovered that the second princess consort and Princess Fuel seemed to have an old grudge. You forgot that the second prince of the Xia family was once engaged to Princess Fuel. Later, the second prince of the Xia family eloped with someone else. The engagement between the Xia family and the Ban family was annulled, and the two families became enemies. In the beginning, he, as the emperor, had taken sides in the grudge between the two families. He had secretly protected the Ban family. Ever since this incident, the Xia family's reputation in the capital had greatly decreased. The Xia family is not bold enough, but they have many ideas and are even more daring. Emperor Yunqing put his hands behind his back. If it wasn't for the second prince being so absurd, I wouldn't have found him such a family. He looked down on the Xia family, but at the same time, he found his son a wife from the Xia family. This kind of attitude made people feel as if he had picked up the second prince from outside the palace. They said that he favored the crown prince, but the crown prince's days were not very good. He was detained in the Eastern Palace and was criticized from all sides. The commander of the Imperial Guards didn't say anything because he knew that His Majesty didn't need talkative subordinates. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he had another identity. He was the leader of His Majesty's secret investigation team. Those things that couldn't be done openly were all done by him. The people outside gave these secret agents a name, the Black-Clothed Guards. This was because when they appeared, they were often silent. Even if someone saw them, they would wear black clothes and black masks. No one would recognize them. The eldest prince of the Xia family, Xie Chenjin, had sent people to assassinate Ban Huai. This made him very confused. When did the struggle between nobles become so simple and crude? What he didn't understand even more was why His Majesty had helped Xie Chenjin deal with the clues. As the emperor, there were many ways to deal with disobedient officials. Why did he choose this method? This way, he not only dragged the Ban family and the Shi family into the water, but also let the real culprit go unpunished. Didn't His Majesty dote on the Ban family? This kind of use of the Ban family to drag the Shi family down but not let the Xia family get any dirty water did not seem like a doting attitude. We have so many descendants, but only Princess Fuel is to our liking. That's right, this Junju is so much to your liking. When you deceived her father, didn't you do the same? Alas, Emperor Yunqing suddenly sighed. His old face was full of fatigue. It is a pity that he is not my son, nor is he my son. Otherwise, I would have another great general under my command. Forget it. The second prince is so preposterous. It's time for me to teach him a lesson. Emperor Yunqing lost interest in talking when he saw that the commander couldn't say a word. A day later, Emperor Yunqing drafted 2 imperial edicts and had the officials of the Ministry of Rights read them out in court. He gave the second prince the title of Prince Ning, and Jin Qinganbua and Rongxia the title of Marquis Qing'an. After the second prince became regent, everyone expected that he would be given the title of prince. It was just a matter of time. As for Qinganbua, how did he get beaten up and become Marquis Qing'an? If there was such a good thing in the world, they would also want to be beaten up. However, a title was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. No one understood what His Majesty was doing. 10 days ago, Rongxia was beaten up until he couldn't get out of bed. Now, he inexplicably gave someone a title. Could it be that he regretted it and was compensating Rongxia? That didn't seem right. It didn't make sense that Yao Xianxia and Rongxia were both beaten up, but Rongxia was the only one being compensated. Just because Rongxia was good-looking, His Majesty couldn't be biased like this, right? All of you, stop guessing. The evergreen king fiddled with a fan in his hand, appearing elegant and graceful. I've heard something. What is it? The officials all turned their heads curiously. When they saw that the speaker was the Chongqing of Gojoseon, they became even more curious. No matter what, the Chongqing of Gojoseon was a relative of the imperial family. He definitely knew some imperial secrets that others didn't know. Seeing the curious expressions on the officials' faces, the Chongqing of Gojoseon put away his fan and gently tapped his palm with a mysterious expression. According to rumors, His Majesty summoned Princess Fuel yesterday. Summoning Princess Fuel, what did it have to do with Qing'anbua? Marquis Qing'an. At first, no one reacted. However, when they saw the mysterious smile on the Chongqing of Gojoseon's face, they suddenly remembered that Marquis Qing'an was now Princess Fuel's fiancé. If they thought about it carefully, they could be considered half a Ban family. In the entire capital, who didn't know that Princess Fuel was definitely one of the few juniors that His Majesty doted on the most? Even those Junju surnamed Jiang and the illegitimate princesses could not compare to her in terms of status in front of His Majesty. She was even given the same title as His Majesty's most beloved daughter, Princess Annal. Was this the treatment that an ordinary relative of the imperial family could receive? The Ban family's current status was already peerless. However, His Majesty liked the Ban family's Junju too much. How could he reward her? In any case, Xianxia was Princess Fuel's fiancé. Then, he would reward Xianxia. In any case, the husband was honorable and the wife was noble. The higher Xia's title was, the better it was for the Ban Han. The earl's status was too low, and he was beaten and lost face. Would he cause Princess Fuel to lose face? No matter, he would be promoted. When the officials understood this, they were both envious and jealous. If a man married a great wife, he would be able to save 10 years of his life. Seeing the benefits that Xia was receiving, and thinking about the Xia family that almost married into the Ban family, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of ridicule. The only person that the Xia family could bring out right now was the daughter of the princess. The others were either old, disabled, or useless. Unless the second prince ascended the throne and took control of the court, the Xia family could only be like this for the rest of their lives. Originally, they thought that the two sons of the Xia family were not bad. Who would have thought that the eldest son would be removed from his position as an official as soon as he returned to the capital? The second son was even more absurd. He eloped, offended the Ban family, and caused His Majesty to be dissatisfied. From then on, his reputation plummeted. Who would dare to marry into the Xia family? As for whether or not the second prince could ascend the throne and firmly take control of the court, it would be difficult. In Qing'anbua Fu, Xia found that the doctor who was changing his medicine was a different person. This doctor was younger, and he had never seen him before. If it wasn't for the guards of the Ban family personally bringing him here, he probably wouldn't have believed that this person was a doctor raised by the Ban family. This one's teacher and Chao Dafu went to Yao Shongshu Fu to treat your injuries. Because the earl's wounds are recovering well, teacher dared to let this one come down to change your medicine, the doctor who was changing the medicine said in a small voice as he applied medicine to Xia. Earl, your injuries are almost healed. You can follow the prescription that teacher gave you to replenish your qi and blood. Thank you for your trouble, Xia nodded to him. I don't dare. The doctor hurriedly returned a bow, and turned his head to put the medicine back into his medicine box. Before he could say goodbye, he heard a servant of the Rong family say that a ceremonial official had come from the palace to announce the edict. Xia put on an outer robe, and a servant helped him to the main hall. The official who announced the edict was from the Ministry of Rights. When he saw Xia come out, he first greeted him and then said, Lord Rong, let me first congratulate you. Don't know, what is the joy? When Xia saw the edict in his hand, he was about to kneel, but he was stopped by the official of the Ministry of Rights. Lord Rong, His Majesty said that because of your injuries, he will allow you to stand and listen to the edict. How can this be? Xia made a posture that he had to kneel. The official of the Ministry of Rights supported him and said, Lord Rong, this is His Majesty's verbal edict. If you kneel, wouldn't it be a waste of His Majesty's good intentions? Xia cupped his hands in the direction of the palace, many thanks for His Majesty's sympathy. The official of the Ministry of Rights smiled, and then unfolded the edict in his hand, shook it, and read it out in a rhythmic tone. In the first half of the edict, he praised Xia's virtue and ability with all kinds of effusive words. In the end, he highlighted the main point, and that was, he, the emperor, was going to promote Xia to Marquis. Xia really didn't expect to receive such an edict. He was stunned for a moment, and then he bowed and thanked the official. Congratulations, Marquis Rong. The official of the Ministry of Rites bowed to Xianxia, and the smile on his face was extremely warm. "Thank you for making this trip." Xianxia returned the bow. Du Jiu behind him gave the official and the accompanying personnel a pouch, which was glorified as tea money. Generally, no one would refuse this kind of money, and it could be considered as sharing in the auspicious atmosphere. The official who announced the edict happily left, and was escorted by the Rong Manor servants all the way to the gate. He mounted his horse and said to a high-ranked eunuch accompanying him, "Marquis Rong's Grace, even if he is injured, it doesn't diminish much." "Isn't that so?" This eunuch looked to be in his 20s, and his smile was very pleasing. Almost no one in the palace dared to offend him, because he had a good teacher, the minister of the imperial household, Wang De. People called him Wang Shizi, and it was said that this festive name was personally given by the empress. "I feel that Marquis Rong's strength of character is admirable." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and no longer mentioned Xia's previous punishment. "Io!" Wang Shizi suddenly shouted, patted his horse, and retreated to the side. When the eunuchs behind him saw this, they all did the same, even though they didn't know what had happened. The official who announced the edict looked up in surprise, and only then did he know why Wang Gonggong hurriedly retreated. It turned out that Princess Fuel was riding a horse in front of him. The official who announced the edict was only a fifth-ranked official in the Ministry of Rites, and he didn't see Princess Fuel many times. However, when he saw the white horse that Princess Fuel was riding, he knew that her status was not low. This was because this type of horse was a tribute horse, and nobles who didn't have high status and weren't favored enough couldn't get one even if they begged for it. Even if they begged for it, they wouldn't dare to ride it on the streets. "This servant greets Princess Fuel." Wang Gonggong jumped off his horse and politely bowed to Ban Han, regardless of whether Ban Han could hear him or not. "Stop." Ban Han's horse stopped, and she lowered her head to look at the young man wearing dark blue eunuch robes. She tilted her head in thought, and then said, "You are Wang Shizi, Gonggong who serves Her Majesty the Empress." Junju still remembers this servant is truly fortunate. Wang Shizi's face was full of surprise, and his eyes were shining as he looked at Ban Han. "I don't dare to use the word Gonggong. Junju can just call this servant Xiao Shizi." To put it bluntly, if Princess Fuel remembered his name, then it was the honor of these eunuchs. Everyone in the palace was observant and alert. They knew which concubines were favored by the emperor, which princes and princesses had bad temperaments, what taboos the emperor had, which relatives of the imperial family had the most face in front of the emperor and empress. Any eunuch or palace maid who had a bit of knowledge knew all of this information clearly. For example, this Princess Fuel was a master that could not be offended. They would rather offend a concubine-born princess than make this noble master unhappy in the slightest. 2 years ago, there was a palace maid who didn't have eyes and criticized Princess Fuel's marriage. After being discovered by Princess Fuel only glanced at her and didn't say anything. But from then on, this palace maid, who originally had some face, became a palace maid who did rough work. He saw this palace maid a few days ago. She was old and ugly. How was she as delicate as she was 2 years ago? It wasn't that Princess Fuel wanted to make things difficult for her, but that someone knew that Princess Fuel was unhappy and deliberately complained to Her Majesty the Empress in order to curry favor with Her Majesty the Empress and Princess Fuel. It wasn't strange for people in the inner palace who couldn't control their mouths to end up like this. Gossiping and worrying about clothes and jewelry were the lives of noble ladies. If a palace maid dared to do this, then it was the temperament of a young lady. The life of a servant girl was not one to pick a day to court death. Even his master, Steward Wang, had specially told him about some noble masters that he couldn't offend. Princess Fuel was definitely someone that he couldn't offend. Recently, his master had specially reminded him again and said that when he saw Princess Fuel, he should be more respectful and attentive. Although he didn't understand the reason, his master's words naturally wouldn't harm him. He just had to follow his master's instructions. "In a few years, I should call you Daxizi." Ban Han couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wang Shizi's attentive appearance. "Where did you come from?" "This servant has been serving in the Great Moon Palace recently and had the honor of accompanying the Minister of Rites to announce Marquis Qing'an's edict. We just came out of the Marquis Qing'an residence," Wang Shizi said as he bowed deeply to Ban Han. "Congratulations, Junju." Ban Han was stunned at first, then realized what this meant. Marquis Qingyan, he was promoted? Junju, that's true. Wang Shizi responded with a smile. I see. Ban Han took out a pouch and threw it to Wang Shizi. This is for you to eat tea. Thank you for the reward, Junju. Wang Shizi held the pouch with both hands and looked up. Princess Fu Lu had already gone far away on her horse. Behind her, her bodyguards were riding neatly behind her. She looked very imposing. Wang Shizi, this was a true noble daughter of a noble family. She was so generous. After returning to the palace, Wang Shizi found Wang De and told Wang De about what he saw and heard today. After he finished speaking, he took out the pouch rewarded by Marquis Qingyan and Princess Fuel and gave it to Wang De as a show of respect. Since it was given by Marquis and Junju, you should take good care of it. Wang De didn't accept his gift and just smiled. It's your good fortune to be recognized by Princess Fuel. This, he said meaningfully, is a noble. Wang Shizi thought, born in an aristocratic family, with a noble bloodline, and a world-famous fiancé. Naturally, he was a noble that they couldn't afford to offend. Rongxia walked into Marquis Qingyan's residence. Although the servants in the residence looked happy, they didn't lose their sense of propriety. Rongxia nodded in her heart. No wonder they were servants of a scholarly family. Their strength of character was so different from others. Junju, the housekeeper, greeted her and saw that Ban Han was holding an oiled paper bag. The bag seemed to contain candied fruit. Ban Han nodded to the housekeeper and walked to Rongxia's courtyard. Rongxia could now read and write, but he couldn't move too much for fear of hurting his wound. When Rongxia went in, he was sitting upright on a stool and reading a book. He did not dare to lean on anything. Ban Qiu looked at him and felt anxious for him. There's a joyous occasion today. How can you still read? Ban Han stepped into the room and opened a half-closed window. I met Wang Shizi from the palace on the way here. I learned that you were promoted. I didn't have a present with me, but I happened to see candied fruit on the roadside. I bought a few sticks for you to try. Rongxia put down his book and looked at Ban Han with a smile. Ban Han put the paper bag on the table and walked behind Rongxia. He carefully pulled open his collar and looked inside. It's good to be young. I heard that the Lord Yao suffered a lot and almost lost his life. Rongxia looked at Ban Han. Why would Huahua let the doctor help the Lord Yao? Our family isn't a meddlesome family. But Miss Yao cried so hard. Plus, you and the Lord Yao were punished together. If you are completely fine and the Lord Yao is fine, no one will talk about it. If someone talks about it in the future, it won't be good for you. Rongxia was stunned. He didn't think that he was half the reason why the Ban family got into trouble. Forget it. Let's not talk about people who didn't do anything. Ban Han took out a stick of candied fruit from the paper bag. It was actually seasonal fruit with boiled syrup. Some fruits were very sour, but the syrup was very sweet. Whether it tasted good or not depended on luck. Ban Han bought this as a present. He bought some snacks for his mother when she went out to the street to coax the children at home. Rongxia took the stick of candied fruit. For a moment, he couldn't eat it. What's wrong? Ban Han saw him staring at the candied fruit in a daze. He took out another stick of candied fruit from the paper bag and took a bite. It was so sour that his teeth fell out. Bah, bah, bah. Rongxia put down the candied fruit and poured a cup of tea for her. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Ban Jin threw the candied fruit into the oiled paper bag. You'd better not eat it, it doesn't taste good. She poked her face in embarrassment. Well, I'll give you a new gift tomorrow. No, this is good. Rongxia took a bite of the candied fruit. The fruit was indeed very sour. But after chewing a few more times, the syrup mixed with the fruit and the taste was not so bad. Don't eat it. Ban Han took the bamboo stick from his hand. Are you stupid? I already said it's sour. Why are you still eating it? It's not sour. It's very sweet. Rongxia swallowed the candied fruit in his mouth and stuck out his tongue to lick the sugar residue around his mouth. I like it very much. Cough. Ban Han's eyes drifted, but the corner of her eyes unconsciously fell on the corner of Rongxia's lips. Sin, sin. The quiet moment between the two didn't last long. It was interrupted by the servants. Count, Prime Minister Xianxia. Congratulatory gift. Count, the Count of Zhongping sent a congratulatory gift. Count, the Chongqing of Gojoseon sent a congratulatory gift. The gifts came in a steady stream. One gift list after another was presented in front of Xianxia. Almost all the influential people in the capital sent gifts. Jade toads? Ban Han looked at a gift list. Toads bring wealth. This is a blessing to make a fortune. And this, the authentic work of a calligrapher from the previous dynasty? She was puzzled. Isn't this authentic work in my house? Where did this authentic work come from? Xianxia smiled and said, probably bought a fake one. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the one in my house is a fake. Ban Han put down the gift list and yawned. I saw that in the past half a month, the people you often visited were those people. As for these people now, Ban and I sneered, they're all fence-sitters who sail according to the wind. I don't blame them. Xianxia smiled faintly. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. They are also in a difficult position. It has been like this since ancient times. There is nothing to complain about. You are open-minded. Anyway, I am narrow-minded. Ban Han stood up uninterestedly. You have a lot of guests today. I won't disturb you. Okay. Xianxia reached out and grabbed Ban Han's wrist. Although Ban Han was wearing gauze, it was early summer. Xianxia could still feel the temperature under the gauze. Why are you leaving? I am injured now. If you don't help me, I will have to look at these things alone. No, I have a housekeeper. Ban Han pulled her hand but didn't break away. I won't look. Okay, I won't look. Can you sit with me for a while? Xianxia looked disappointed. These gift lists are just ordinary things sent by those who are fickle. It doesn't matter whether you look at them or not. Hua, you are a person who dares to love and hate. How can I bear to see you tired because of these small things? I think you're the one who steers according to the wind. Ban Ti sat back on the stool. People who steers according to the wind are indeed not likable, but the vulgar things they send are still likable. Ban Ti himself was a person who liked vulgar things, so he never disliked the vulgar things like jade and pearls. Xia's eyes lit up. There are a lot of beautiful jewelry in the storeroom at home. If Hua likes it, you can go ahead and choose. As long as you wear it, it will make these gems even more beautiful. Ban Han was a little tempted. However, when he remembered that he was still in mourning, his desire disappeared. Then keep all the beautiful things for me. Okay. Xiao nodded repeatedly. A middle-aged housekeeper who was walking to the door stopped and bowed. Marquis. Wan Chu? Xiao looked at Ban Han and turned to the middle-aged man outside the door. What do you want? Something happened outside. What happened? The eldest son of the Count of Zhongping was drunk and got into an argument with a local ruffian. Who knew that this ruffian was so daring that he stabbed the Xia Dalong 3 times? Ban Han was shocked. Didn't the Count of Zhongping just give Xia a gift an hour ago? How long had it been since then? How could something happen to his family? Her dream was too vague. She didn't remember this at all. Perhaps it was because she didn't care about the Xia Dalong at all? Has the ruffian been caught? The place where the incident happened was in the downtown area. There were many people who came to watch the show. The culprit was lost. How is the Xia Dalong? The Xia Dalong hurt his thigh. Wang Chu hesitated. Thinking that Princess Fuel was present, he used a more euphemistic way of saying, the injury is serious. I'm afraid that he won't have any children. I know. You can leave. Xia was silent for a moment. She waved at Wang Chu. Yes. Wang Chu said softly and retreated. That, Ban Han curiously craned his neck and whispered in Xia's ear, Xie Chengjin became a eunuch? Why aren't you talking? Xia nodded with difficulty. She really didn't want to talk to Ban Han about a man's self-esteem. The Xie family, what kind of bad luck did they have? Ban Han couldn't help but sympathize with the Xie family. What was going on? Maybe they did something immoral and got retribution. Xianxia pinched Ban Han's fingertips. If you care about other men's affairs, I'm going to be jealous. What's there to be jealous about a man who became a eunuch? Ban Han comfortingly patted the back of his hand. Don't worry. There's no man better looking than you in the entire capital. With you, my standards have become higher. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't know if this was a compliment or something else. Afternoon, Xianxia asked Ban Han to stay for lunch. Only then did he reluctantly send her off. After Ban Han left, Xianxia summoned his subordinates. Did you find out why the emperor promoted me? The bodyguard standing in front of him had a subtle expression. Master, your subordinate is incompetent. We haven't found the exact reason. But, there's a rumor among the courtiers. What rumor? Yesterday, His Majesty summoned Princess Fuel. You were promoted because of Princess Fuel. Xianxia suddenly remembered that Hua did go to the palace to see His Majesty yesterday. She didn't come to his place until noon. What did Hua do to make Emperor Yunqing, who was stingy with titles, suddenly promote him? The bodyguard saw that Xianxia was silent and thought that the rumor outside made his master unhappy. He hurriedly said, it's just some gossip outside. Don't take it seriously. How could the emperor make such a big decision because of a woman's words? Those officials are just talking nonsense. They're just jealous. No, Xianxia shook his head and said with a deep expression, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. If it was Hua, she really has the charm. Bodyguard? Did the Duke know that the outside world was mocking him for not marrying a wife, but for marrying into her family? No, it should be said that ever since the news of the Duke and Princess Fuel's engagement was spread, these messy rumors had never stopped. It was just that after this time, the rumors became even worse. They said that when other people marry, the husband will be honored and the wife will be honored. When their Duke marries, the wife will be honored and the husband will be honored. Who wouldn't be angry after hearing these words? Vicious words hurt June cold. Xianxia was originally a talented, capable, and handsome young master, but because of some rumors outside, he became a man who relied on his fiancée to rise in rank. Scholars valued character the most. For many people, these words were just jokes after a meal. However, for the people involved, they might not be able to accept these rumors. At first, Dujio didn't dare to say these words, because he felt that these rumors were too much. But what surprised him was that Marquis didn't care about these things. Don't worry too much about the rumors outside. In a while, I will write a memorial to thank you. Send it to the Jingting Gongfu. Ask the Duke of Jingting to help me send it to His Majesty. Marquis, why do you ask the Duke of Jingting to send it? Isn't it more appropriate to ask someone else to do it? It wasn't that Dujio was talkative, but that Ban Hui wasn't very reliable. It was said that more than 20 years ago, the previous emperor asked him to announce an imperial edict, but he ended up dropping the imperial edict into the lotus pond in the imperial garden. The previous emperor was so angry that he had to copy the edict 10 times before the matter was resolved. There's no need to consider others. The Duke of Jingting is the best choice. Xianxia didn't explain. Go grind the paper, I'll write the memorial now. Yes. Dujio didn't dare to say more, and turned to grind the paper. The memorial to thank the emperor was completed in one go. Xianxia put down the brush, waited for the ink to dry, and handed it to Dujio. Go. Yes. Dujio took the memorial and left with the order. Because of Xiao's promotion to Marquis, Ban Han's reputation in the capital became even more famous. Some people said that she was lucky, and some people said that she was lucky. The rumors about her bringing bad luck to her husband a year ago had already disappeared. Because everyone saw with their own eyes the benefits that Ban Han brought to her fiancé, although they didn't care on the surface, they were extremely envious in their hearts. The rumors outside were spreading like wildfire. There were all kinds of rumors. However, Xianxia had a lot of supporters, so when someone said that Xianxia was living off a woman, there were also people who refuted that Xianxia was talented. Even without Princess Fuel, it was only a matter of time before she became a marquis. Just the promotion of marquis could cause so much discussion, which was enough to prove the status of Xianxia in the capital. Some of the girls who were worried about Xianxia but couldn't visit her felt complicated after hearing the news. Should they be happy that Xianxia was fine, or should they be jealous of Ban Han's superior tactics and the fact that he was favored by the emperor? How long can she be favored? The second princess consort sneered and turned to look at Jiang Luo, who was sitting on the bed. She's just a young lady from the duke's mansion. You're a prince. Don't tell me you can't handle her? You're still a Wang Fei. What can you do to her? Jiang Luo laughed instead of being angry. He impatiently stood up from the bed. Before you married, you couldn't do anything to her. Now that you're a Wang Fei, you only have these few tricks. The way I see it, you'd better stay in your room obediently and give birth to a son for this prince as soon as possible. When Xia Wanyu heard this, she almost threw the jade ruby in her hand at Jiang Luo's face. Have a son, have a son. He spent all his time with women. How could she have a son? What are you glaring at me for? Jiang Luo felt uncomfortable being stared at by Xia Wanyu. Ben Wang is regent now. I don't have time to be angry with you. Wang Yu really doesn't have time to be with Xia Wanyu sneered. She threw the jade ruby on the table with a bang, but you have time to be with those cats and dogs. This jade ruby had been a dowry that her Erji had made for her before she married. Right now, she had a grudge against Erji, so she disliked this jade ruby as well. What's wrong with you now? Jiang Luo frowned. What's wrong with throwing and fighting all day? Xia Wanyu saw that Jiang Luo was really angry and didn't dare to tease him. She just took the eyebrow pencil and continued to draw her eyebrows, ignoring Jiang Luo. Report. A person wearing light blue Taijian robes rushed in, his head covered in sweat as he reported, Wang Yi, Wang Fei, something has happened in the fu of the Count of Zhongping. The eyebrow pencil in Xia Wanyu's hand loosened. It fell on the dressing table and broke in half. One side of her eyebrows was as dark as the crescent moon, and the other side was as light as smoke. What happened in the fu of the Count of Zhongping? Wang Fei, De Gongzi had an argument with someone in the middle of the city and was injured. You, what did you say? Xia Wanyu felt a lump in her throat that wouldn't go away. How is De Gongzi's injury? Newbie doesn't know, but the Tai of the Imperial Hospital have already rushed to the Count's fu. The little Taijian didn't dare to say that Xie Zhongjin had injured his family jewels and only dared to give a vague answer. Immediately prepare the carriage. Xia Wanyu stood up with the help of the little palace maid's hand. Her face was as white as flour that had just come out of the pot, frighteningly white. I want to go to the Count of Zhongping's fu. Jiang Luo had originally planned on going to lie down in the concubine's rooms. Now that he heard that such a big thing had happened to the Count of Zhongping, even though he was unwilling, he could only give up on the idea. He proposed that he and Xia Wanyu go to the Count of Zhongping's fu to take a look. Xia Wanyu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him. She turned and walked out. If it wasn't for her personal palace maid pulling her back and helping her fix her eyebrows, she probably would have left the palace with this face. The Ban family. Ban Hui took the memorial that Du Zhou handed over. He didn't open it to read the contents, but asked him about Rong Xia's injury. After Du Zhou answered one by one, Ban Hui nodded and said, since he's fine, I'm relieved. As for the other matters, tell your marquis not to take it to heart. Outside people don't always have good intentions when they speak. Our Ban family doesn't bully our own people. We're bound together for good and for bad. We understand this principle. Du Zhou was stunned for a moment, then he understood what the Duke of Jingting was talking about. It seemed that the Duke of Jingting had also heard the rumors about marrying into the family and living off a woman. Was he saying these words to reassure his master? Please don't worry, Duke. Our marquis doesn't believe the gossip outside. Du Zhou bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Those people are just jealous and uncomfortable. That's why they say a few words of jealousy. That's right. It's not worth it for us to hurt our own feelings. That's something that only fools would do. Ban Hui was becoming more and more satisfied with Rong Xia. Now that he heard these words, he was even more delighted. He nodded repeatedly and said, your marquis is a sensible person. In this world, only sensible people can live better. Du Zhou heard these words and couldn't help but think, was the Duke of Jingting a sensible person or a muddle-headed person? Father, you're talking about specious principles again. Ban Heng walked out and patted Du Zhou's shoulder. He walked to the chair and sat down. I remember you're called Du Zhou? Yes, Shitzi. Du Zhou turned his head and looked at the shoulder that was patted. He cupped his hands and said, "What orders does Xianxia have?" "I don't have any orders." Ban Heng took a sip of tea and found that the tea was a bit hot. He put down the teacup in disgust. "It's just a useless question." Du Jiu often followed Xianxia. Almost wherever Xianxia was, Du Jiu's shadow could be seen. Was this person a death warrior that the Rong family had trained since childhood? Du Jiu knew that Ban Heng was a sloppy person, so he didn't take this matter to heart. He looked around and didn't see the Princess Fuel's figure. It was almost evening. The Princess Fuel wasn't in the Fu. He remembered that the princess had left the Rong Fu not long after lunch. Xianxia, the princess hasn't returned yet? Maybe she met that little sister again and forgot the time. Ban Heng waved his hand. Women are always so slow. You'll get used to it. He only dared to say this when Ban Han wasn't here. In front of Ban Han, he didn't dare to say a bad word. Du Jiu, Ban Heng's guess was right. Ban Han met Sister Zhou on his way home. The two of them sat in a tea house for a while. When the two of them walked out of the tea house, they saw a luxurious carriage hurrying towards them. Zhou Wenbi took a step back. "Isn't this the prince's carriage? It's already so late, why is he leaving the palace with such fanfare?" When she saw the prince's carriage, her first thought was that the second prince had come out with such fanfare to flirt again. Although Jiang Luo had the title of prince, he still didn't have a prince's carriage ready. So when he went out, he still used the prince's carriage. Ban Han saw the disdain on Zhou Wenbi's face. Maybe something has happened? How bad was Jiang Luo's reputation? Even the women in the boudoir knew his nickname. They didn't think anything good would happen when they saw him. Even if something has happened, can he help? Zhou Wenbi's tone had a hint of mockery, not much respect. After the second prince became the regent, he didn't do many good things. Zhou Wenbi's father had even been reprimanded by the second prince. Every time His Majesty fell ill, he would often praise her father. What kind of person was Jiang Luo? He was always picky with the courtiers. Right now, he was only the regent, not the emperor. He was already so preposterous. If he became the next emperor, would these old courtiers still have a chance to live? "I think they're going in the direction of the Count of Zhongping," Zhou Wenbi suddenly realized. Could it be that something has happened at the Count of Zhongping's residence? Ban Han looked in the direction of the Count of Zhongping's residence and didn't speak. "Let's go." Zhou Wenbi pulled on Ban Han's sleeve. "Let's follow them and see what's going on." "My elder sister, look at what time it is." Ban Han pointed to the sky. "If you're really curious, you can send 2 servants to follow them and see. If we follow them, won't we anger the Count of Zhongping's residence?" "You're saying?" Zhou Wenbi snickered, "As if you've never angered a Xia family before." "There's no sense of accomplishment in laughing at them," Ban Han said with a lonely expression. "If I laugh at them too many times, no matter what strange things happen in their family, it won't arouse my emotions anymore." "You're so mean," Zhou Wenbi suddenly laughed, "but you're right, I'll send 2 servants to watch them." Although she hated the second prince and the Count of Zhongping, she was still rational and admitted that what Ban Han said made sense. If something really happened to the Xia family, she would be adding fuel to the fire if she stood at the door and watched. "Then you should go back early. If you're late, Uncle and Auntie will be worried about you." Zhou Wenbi stroked Ban Han's horse. "In a few days, we'll go see the lotuses together." "Okay." Ban Han climbed onto the horse. "Sister Zhou, goodbye." "Okay." Zhou Wenbi nodded and watched as Ban Han left. Then she sat in her carriage. The Count of Zhongping's residence was already a mess. People were crying and making noise. The servants who went out with Xie Zhongjin were crying and screaming, begging their masters to let them go. But the Count of Zhongping didn't listen to their pleas. He had the servants drag them out and give them a beating. Then he handed them over to the slave traders. As for whether they lived or died, he didn't care. When Xie Wanyu returned, the servants of the Xie family were crying and screaming. She didn't have time to care about these things and hurried to her eldest brother's courtyard. As soon as she entered, she heard her eldest brother's cries. There were also several doctors in the courtyard. She didn't know where they came from, but they all looked anxious and avoided eye contact. "Father," Xia Wanyu walked into the room and didn't let the Count of Zhongping and his wife salute her. "How is eldest brother?" Madame Xia cried and shook her head. The Count of Zhongping was also crying and couldn't say a word. Jiang Luo, who was following behind Xia Wanyu, saw the situation and saw Xie Zhongjing crying on the bed. He couldn't help but wonder, did he lose an arm or a leg to cry like this? He remembered that this brother-in-law of his had a relatively calm personality. Before he was demoted, he could be considered a dragon among men. He was one of the most successful noblemen in the capital. But now, he didn't care about his reputation and was crying so loudly that the entire courtyard could hear him. It was obvious that he was in great pain. "Count, we must first stop the bleeding and pain for Master Xia. Otherwise, he might not even be able to keep his life." A Tai turned around and looked at the womenfolk in the room. "Madams and Mrs., please leave for now." Madame Xia trembled as she grabbed Xia Wanyu's hand and turned to leave the room. Xia Wanyu was very uneasy. What kind of injury had eldest brother suffered that the womenfolk had to leave before the medicine could be applied? Jiang Luo stayed in the room and didn't leave. But when the Tai lifted the blankets and saw Xie Zhongjing's mangled lower body, he almost vomited from the strong smell of blood. After figuring out where Xie Zhongjing was injured, he felt a chill run down his back. He couldn't help it and hurriedly left the room. "What happened to my eldest brother?" Xia Wanyu saw Jiang Luo run out and grabbed his sleeve to ask. What else could it be? Jiang Luo hadn't recovered yet. When he heard Xia Wanyu's question, the scene that he just saw surfaced in his mind again. His expression instantly became ugly. "A man's third leg is injured. Do you think it's serious?" "Third leg?" Xia Wanyu didn't react for a moment. She paused and then understood what Jiang Luo was referring to. She instantly felt that the world was spinning. Not long after, Xie Zhongjing's wailing stopped. Xia Wanyu hurriedly returned to the room and saw Xie Zhongjing lying on the bed without any movement. She hurriedly asked, "Father, how is eldest brother?" "The Tai just gave him anesthetics. He's asleep now." The Count of Zhongping's face was full of fatigue. His voice was hoarse. "Tai, may I ask if there's any way to save my son?" "Count, regrowing a severed limb is something that only exists in legends. My medical skills are not good enough. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." The Tai felt that this matter was too troublesome. Xie Zhongjing was injured in that place and his manhood was broken. It was good enough that he was still alive. How could it be reconnected? Every year, the palace would send many male servants to the palace to be eunuchs. The ones who cleaned them were experienced eunuchs. In the end, at least 2 or 3 of them couldn't survive. Xie Zhongjing was already so old. The person who injured him didn't treat him lightly or seriously. It was Ba that he was still alive. God bless him. The Xie family was very emotional. They didn't dare to speak too seriously. They only said, "Count, we're not good at treating this kind of injury. Why don't you ask around and see which doctor is good at treating wounds? Maybe there's a way." "Count," Madame Xia walked in, her voice trembling. Jingting Gongfu has a doctor who's good at treating wounds." "You're just an ignorant woman. What nonsense are you talking about?" The Xie family and the Ban family were already tired of seeing each other. The Count of Zhongping waved his hand and said, "Don't listen to other people's nonsense." "Count, it's true," Madame Xia said emotionally. "A few days ago, Yao Xianxi's wound started to fester. It was said that he couldn't make it. Afterwards, Yao Sangunyang went to Jingting Gongfu to ask for 2 doctors. In less than 2 days, Yao Xianxi's life was saved. The Yao family was so happy that they sent a lot of gifts to Jingting Gongfu. How can someone like Ban Hui raise such a great doctor?" Although the Count of Zhongping's tone was still not very good, it was much calmer than before. "Count," one of the imperial physicians said, "Jingting Gongfu does have a few doctors who are good at treating wounds. It's said that these doctors were all experts in the medical field for several generations. They followed the ancestors of the Ban family and fought on the battlefield. Although the Duke of Jingting doesn't go to the battlefield to kill enemies, these doctors are still being raised by the Ban family." There were even a few treatment lists in the palace that were presented by the Ban family. Although it was said that the Ban family was getting worse with each generation and that even the servants raised by the Ban family couldn't compare to their ancestors, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They believed that the doctors of the Ban family had the ability. Even if they didn't have the ability, it had to be said that they had the ability. Otherwise, this kind of troublesome task would fall on their heads. Ban family. The Count of Zhongping sat dejectedly on the chair. He thought about the grievances between the two families and looked at his eldest son lying on the bed. In the end, he could only sigh and say, "Come, prepare the gifts. I'll personally go to Jingting Gongfu to pay a visit." "Father," Xie Qilin walked in front of the Count of Zhongping and bowed to him, "you haven't been feeling well recently and you have to worry about eldest brother. It's better for your son to go to the Ban family and ask for help. All of this was caused by him. If he hadn't eloped with someone and caused the Ban family to lose face, the two families wouldn't have gotten to this point. Later, he injured his eyes and couldn't hold a position in the court. Father had no choice but to summon his eldest brother back to the capital. Who knew that he would cause his eldest brother to lose his official position and cause his eldest brother to live in decadence? The source of the disaster was him. Even if he had to lower his head and ask for help, it should be him. You. The Count of Zhongping shook his head. He knew very well how much the Ban family hated his second son. At this time, if Qilin went to the Ban family and asked for help, he would only be waiting for the Ban family's endless humiliation. Other than that, there was nothing he could do. "Father, I know what you are worried about," Xie Qilin bowed to the Count of Zhongping, "but please believe me. I will definitely invite the doctor over." Xia Wanyu stood in the corner and watched as her second brother hurried out. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say a word. The palace gates are about to close. Jiang Luo stood near the door and didn't even look at Xia Zhongjin on the bed. "We should go back." "Wang Yi." Xia Wanyu looked tearfully at Jiang Luo. "Let me stay at home for one night, alright?" "Xia, sure, your home is in the palace." Jiang Luo's tone was not very good. "Don't forget your status." "But, Wang Fei," Xia Foran was distressed for her daughter. She saw Jiang Luo's cold attitude and knew that her daughter's days in the palace weren't good. She was afraid that she would anger Jiang Luo again and hurriedly said, "You still have us here. Don't worry and go back to the palace. Farewell." Jiang Luo was very satisfied with the Xie family's tactful attitude. He hastily raised his hands in a bow to the Count of Zhongping and his wife and then walked out without looking back. Xia Wanyu looked at Jiang Luo's back and then turned back to look at Xie Foran. "Go." Xie Foran wiped away her tears, her shoulders couldn't help but tremble. "Go." Xia Wanyu wiped her tears as she left the room. After she walked out of the inner yard, Jiang Luo, who was walking at the front, frowned and looked at her with dissatisfaction. "Cry, cry, cry. Such a good thing is ruined by your crying." Originally, he had been promoted to Qinhuang and it was a joyous occasion. But now, the Xie family had caused such a disturbance. It was really bad luck to marry a Wang Fei like this. She was here to collect debts. What joyous occasion? Is concubine's elder brother's injury a joyous occasion in Wang Ye's eyes? Xia Wanyu had a bad temper since she was a child. Even though she had changed a lot after entering the palace, it was hard to completely change her nature. Now that she heard Jiang Luo speak like this, she couldn't bear it any longer. "That's my brother, your elder brother-in-law. There are many people who want to be Ben Wang's elder brother-in-law. I don't need you," Jiang Luo sneered. "I've just been promoted to Wang Yi and your family has caused such a bloody disaster. Those who don't know would think that your family is purposely making life difficult for me." "You." Xia Wanyu was furious and grabbed Jiang Luo as he prepared to board the carriage. "You said so much because you want Shijin to be your elder brother-in-law, right? It's a pity that you like him, but he doesn't like you." "Nonsense." Jiang Luo raised his hand to hit her. Hit me," Xia Wanyu raised her chin. "If you have the ability to hit me, then I'll dare to go greet imperial father and mother with this face." "You're unreasonable." Jiang Luo took back his hand and turned to walk into the carriage. Xia Wanyu sneered, "I'm unreasonable. I'm afraid that someone wants it but can't get it." She turned to order a servant, "Go tell the Fu to prepare a carriage for me." The palace servants who had come out with Wang Yi and Wang Fei didn't dare to offend either of them and could only go prepare a carriage for Wang Fei. These two people quarreled when they were together, so it was better to have separate carriages. On the way, Ban Han met a craftsman who sold puppets. She bought 2 puppets and gave them to the guards. She slowly headed home. Just as she reached the gate, before she could get off the horse, she heard the sound of hurried hooves behind her. She turned around and saw a very familiar person. Princess Fuel. Xia Qilin jumped off the horse and bowed deeply to Ban Han. Xiao Gongzi? Ban Han narrowed her eyes as she looked at this man. She played with the horsewhip in her hand. Today is really a red rain. Xiao Gongzi actually has a day where he bowed to me. Xia Qilin bowed and didn't speak. Seeing him like this, Ban Han didn't have any more interest in mocking him. She threw the horsewhip to the guard behind her. It's fine, your noble feet won't go to the Three Treasures Temple. Speak, what orders does Xiao Gongzi have? I don't dare. Xia Qilin bowed deeply again. This one came today to ask for 2 doctors from your fu. Interesting, Ban Han laughed lightly. Those who don't know would think that our Ban family is running a medical clinic. Every few days, people come to borrow doctors. What kind of family is your fu? How can you lack doctors? This one stage is seriously injured. Hearing of your fu's doctors, this one specially came to ask for help. Junju, please help. Xia Qilin still maintained his bow. Help? Ban Han raised an eyebrow. Xiao Lin, I remember this is the second time you've asked me to help you. The Xia family's second young master's name was Lin, courtesy name Qilin. Ban Han directly called him Xiao Lin, not because they were close, but because she was mocking him. Xia Qilin suddenly remembered that 3 years ago, when he and Yunyang had left the capital and were discovered by Ban Han, he had said the same thing. What did he say at the time? Lord Ban, this one and Yunyang are truly in love. Please help us. Since Xie Gongzi and this young lady are truly in love, then I will help the 2 of you. I wish that the 2 of you will be of the same heart and grow old together without regret. But he quickly regretted it. He had let down both Yunyang and her. There were some memories that he thought he had forgotten. In reality, it was just that he didn't dare to think about them. Junju. His voice was hoarse as he raised his head to look at the woman sitting high on the horseback. He suddenly found that all words were useless. Forget it, Ban Han looked away, not looking at Xia Qilin's face. She jumped off the horseback and said without looking back, I can lend you the doctors, but if they can't cure you, then your Xia family shouldn't blame our Ban family for not helping you. Many thanks, Junju. Xia Qilin lifted his robe and actually knelt down in front of Ban Han's back. Ban Han, who had already reached the gate, turned her head and looked at Xia Qilin kneeling at the foot of the stone steps. Her eyes were indifferent. Guard Du, take care. Du Jiu had just stepped out of the Ban family's gate when he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What was going on? In this world, there was a kind of awkwardness. One step forward, the clouds and rain would overturn, and one step backward, the abyss of hell. Du Jiu had followed his master through wind and rain. He had seen blood and experienced many things. But today's situation made him wish he didn't have eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to see such an embarrassing scene. Ban Han noticed him and smiled at him. Du Jiu, why are you here? Marquis asked this subordinate to send a booklet over. Du Jiu tried hard to pretend he didn't see anything. He lowered his head and prepared to leave, but Ban Han stopped him. That's good. I don't need to send people again. Ban Han took out 2 grasshoppers made of grass. Your master always said that he didn't play with these things when he was young. Bring them back to him. I'm helping him make up for his childhood. Du Jiu blankly took the grasshoppers. Xia, Princess Xia? Their family's marquis didn't play with these things when he was young. Where did Princess Xia get these things from? Needless to say, the craftsmanship was very good. The grasshoppers were very cute. Children would definitely like them. But was their family's marquis a child? But when he saw Princess Fuel's smiling eyes, he lowered his head and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of strangeness. Okay, you can go back. Ban Han revealed a satisfied smile and turned to walk through the front door of the Ban family. Her relaxed and happy appearance made it clear that she forgot that there was someone kneeling behind her. The front door of the Ban family slowly closed. Du Jiu glanced at Xia Qilin, Princess Fuel's ex-fiancée. He decided to take a few steps to the side and try not to enter Xia Qilin's line of sight. But when Ban Han was talking to him, Xia Qilin had already seen him. Guard Du. Xia Qilin stood up from the ground and called out to Du Jiu, who was about to leave in a hurry. This humble one has something to tell Duke Rong, second young master Xia. you should now call our family's master marquis, Du Jiu interrupted Xiaqilan. If you have something to say, you can say it in front of our family's marquis. This one is not literate. If I make a mistake and say a few words, then it will not be good. So it's better if you don't say that in front of me. He always felt that after spending so much time with Princess Fuel, he started to speak like Princess Fuel. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Goodbye. Du Jiu bowed and left in a hurry, leaving Xiaqilan with a calm back view. Xiaqilan stood there in a daze, looking up at the signboard of Jingting Gongfu. He had a feeling of not knowing what day it was. When Ban Han returned to the inner courtyard, he found his parents and told them about borrowing the doctor. You did a good job. Yin Clan laughed after hearing the story. There is no doctor in the world who can cure this kind of illness. Unless the doctor is an immortal, Xia Dalong can only be crippled. I think so too. It's better to borrow the doctor than not. Ban Han rested his chin on one hand. But Xia Dalong's luck is really, Yin Clan lowered his eyelids and smiled faintly. Who knows if it's bad luck or karma? Mother, sister, we lent the doctor to the Xia family, but Xia Dalong can't cure him. Will the Xia family blame us for deliberately not letting the doctor cure him? In Ban Heng's opinion, the Xia family was full of petty people who were more sensitive than the tip of a needle. Who cares what they think? If they are shameless, we might as well make this matter known to the whole world. Their son's family jewels were destroyed, and they can't reattach it, so they blame others for not doing their best. Ban Hui laughed mockingly. If word gets out, the whole world will laugh at them. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Clan glared at Ban Hui. How could he say such dirty words in front of his children? Ban Hui shrunk his neck and said, I'm telling the truth. It's already a miracle that she could save the life of the Xia family's Dalong. How can she turn him back into a real man? How can this matter be justified? You can't blame us. It's better that he's alive. Yin Clan smiled faintly. A person like him should live well. After all, he used to be a giant among men. Madam, you seem to have a problem with Xia Chengjin? Ban Hui asked cautiously when he saw the strange expression on Yin Clan's face. Did he offend you? You're thinking too much. I don't see Xia family more than a few times a year. How could he offend you? Yin Clan waved the round fan in his hand. He seemed a little tired because the weather was getting hotter. Why are you all sitting around here? Let's go and have dinner. Oh. Ban Hui stood up obediently and went out to ask the servants to prepare dinner. After dinner, when Ban Han was about to return to her courtyard, Yin Clan suddenly called out to her. Hua Hua, you stay here. Yin Clan stood up. The moon is bright today. Come with me to the garden. But now. Ban Han looked at the flowers and plants outside the courtyard worriedly. Won't there be mosquitoes outside? When Madame Yin heard this, she retracted her foot. Forget it. Let's talk in the room. The summer night was filled with the sound of insects. A cool breeze blew in through the window. Ban Han leaned against the window and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. She turned to Yin Clan and said, Mother, is there something on your mind? Yin Clan smiled and didn't say anything. She sighed faintly. Hua Hua, there are some things that I shouldn't tell you. But I think Rong Jumpo isn't an unambitious person. If your destiny changes in 4 years, you will have to meet more people in the future and face more conspiracies. Ban Han smiled and asked, Are you worried that I will be taken advantage of? I'm worried that the Ban family won't be able to protect you. Yin Clan shook her head. Your brother is a muddle-headed person. We don't know who the new emperor will be. I'm worried that you won't have a good life. Mother, what's wrong? Ban Han held Yin Clan's hand. Didn't we agree that we will live happily when we have a good life? No one knows what will happen in the future. We don't need to let the unknown affect our current mood. You. Yin Clan tapped her forehead. You seem to be reckless, but you always have a sense of propriety. You are smart, but you don't have any scruples when you do things. You are not like me or your father. I think you are like your grandmother in her early years. Isn't it good to be like my grandmother? Ban Han smiled. Your grandmother is a good person. She can see through everything. Yin Clan smiled bitterly. But if she can be more muddle-headed, she will have a better life. She looked at her daughter's bright black eyes. In the end, she didn't tell her the speculations about the royal family. That's all. You should go to bed. Mother, you are hiding something from me. Banhan stared at Clan. Is it related to my grandmother? Clan shook her head. She got up and put a box on the table. She opened the box and took out a stack of papers. Your father and I prepared this dowry a few years ago. There is also the private property that your grandparents left for you. We haven't touched it all these years. But you were still young at that time, so we didn't give it to you. Banhan took the stack of papers. After reading a few pages, she felt dizzy. She had so much property? Mother, why are you giving this to me now? Banhan didn't like to worry about accounting, so she put the papers back into the box. I'm not married yet. Next year we'll be here soon. Xianxia looked at her daughter reluctantly. These are your things. You have to know which fields and manors you have under your name. Otherwise, if you want to check the accounts one day, who will you look for? Grandmother's storehouse was taken care of by Chang Mama. I think Chang Mama is a good person. In the future, my private property will be taken care of by her. Banhan said. Although my maidservants are loyal, they are too young. They are not as experienced as Chang Mama. What a coincidence. I was planning to do the same. Clan smiled. If it was someone else, I would be worried. But if it was Chang Mama, it would be perfect. But you can't be lazy. You have to learn what you need to learn. Otherwise, the servants will fool you. She tidied up the papers, closed the box, and pushed the box in front of Banhan. Banhan took the box with a sad face. People who didn't know better would think that she took a box of promissory notes. If this was known to the girls who favored boys over girls in the family, they would gnash their teeth in hatred. They wanted the family to prepare more dowry, but the family would only leave the good things to the sons. How could they let a married daughter have too much? Rui saw Junju come out of the foreign's room with a mahogany box. She reached out and took the box for Junju. She said in a small voice, Junju, just now the heir sent a plate of fruit. He said that he got it from a friend and wanted you to try it. What is it? It seems to be lychees or something? Rui thought for a moment. This servant doesn't know much. It is said that this thing was kept in ice all the way. It wasted a lot of ice and killed a few horses before it was sent to Jing. The heir also said that this thing is delicate and can't be stored for long. It must be lychees. Banhan smiled. When she returned to the yard, there really was a plate of lychees on the table. There weren't many lychees, but the color was bright and each one was plump. It was clear that they had been carefully selected. There was ice at the bottom of the plate and it emitted traces of cold air. Who sent this? Banhan peeled an iced lychee and put it in her mouth. She instantly felt her entire body cool down. It's Qiu Lian from the heir's side. Rui brought in a cup of hot tea. Master, do you want to see her? Anne, let her in. Banhan used a handkerchief to wipe her fingertips. Have the servants prepare water. I want to bathe. Yes. The masters of the Ban family all liked to bathe. So the Fu prepared hot water every day. They were afraid that when the masters needed it, it wouldn't be delivered quickly. Not long after, Qiu Lian walked in. Has the heir used it? Banhan used a silver hairpin to gently poke at the ice at the bottom of the plate. The ice made a rustling sound. Junju, Shitzi has used it. Because you weren't here in the afternoon, this plate of lychees was specially left for you. Qiu Lian was an honest child and answered whatever Banhan asked. I know. Banhan smiled. She stood and grabbed a few pieces of silver from the drawer for Qiu Lian. Go back and have the heir sleep early at night. He can't read random books. Yes. Qiu Lian was shocked. How did Junju know that the heir had been reading random books these days? Looking at Qiu Lian's expression, Banhan knew what she was laughing about. She explained with a smile, recently, the study that he often goes to has a new book out. It would be strange if he didn't read it. Qiu Lian couldn't help but laugh. When she returned, she repeated the words to Banhan. If she didn't read it, how would she know that there was a new book in the study? Ban Han refuted with slight guilt. But she still put down the book in her hand. Prepare water. Bathing and sleeping. Emperor Yunqing couldn't sleep. It should be said that ever since he couldn't walk, he often couldn't sleep at night. He didn't know if it was because he slept too much during the day or because the nights were too long, but he always had the Taijian and palace maids light the candles in the room as though that would calm his heart. When the commander of the imperial guards came in, a palace maid was serving His Majesty with medicine. All of the gauze curtains were hung up, and the candles were so bright that it was as though it was daytime. Seeing him come in, Emperor Yunqing waved his hand for the palace maid to leave. The palace maid used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Emperor Yunqing's mouth. She stood and curtsied before leaving. What happened? Emperor Yunqing's voice was slightly hoarse and even slightly aged. Your Majesty, the Xia Dalan's body has been harmed. In the future, he won't be able to have children, the commander of the Imperial Guard said in a small voice. His Highness Prince Ning and Wang Fei left the palace this afternoon to visit the Count of Zhongping. But when they left the Fu, the two had some disagreements. When it happened this afternoon, why didn't you report it until now? Emperor Yunqing was slightly dissatisfied. He had two secret spies. The two sides didn't know each other's identities, but in terms of ability, Rongxia was better. But Rongxia was currently recovering in the Fu, and the only person he could use was the person in front of him. This subordinate is incompetent. Please forgive this subordinate, Your Majesty. The commander of the Imperial Guards didn't explain and knelt down on one knee to beg for forgiveness. It's fine. Have you found the culprit? Emperor Yunqing said faintly. Xie Chengjin is a person who has lost power. Who would go against him? The commander thought, Zhao Jia was even more inconspicuous than Xie Chengjin. Didn't he still get assassinated? Even though Xie Chengjin didn't have an official position, he had a father who was a count and a younger sister who was a Wang Fei. No matter what, his status should be higher than Zhao Jia's, right? This subordinate has investigated. This incident was just a coincidence. The commander told the story of how Xie Chengjin got into a fight with the local ruffians when he was drunk. There was nothing suspicious about this incident. The one who angered the ruffians was Xie Chengjin, and the one who attacked first was also Xie Chengjin. He probably didn't expect that a ruffian would dare to hurt him. It was clear that one shouldn't be too aggressive. One day, one might force oneself to death. The commander then told the Emperor Yunqing about the various Fu's reaction to this incident. After hearing this, the Emperor Yunqing opened his eyes and said, "What about the Ban family?" The Ban family? The commander was stunned. He instantly understood why the emperor was so concerned about the Ban family's reaction to Xie Chengjin's injury. Previously, when the Duke of Jingting was assassinated, the real mastermind was Xie Chengjin. He was the one who cleaned up the aftermath. Otherwise, with Xie Chengjin's connections and methods, he would have been found out by the Supreme Court. When the Ban family heard the news, they didn't send anyone to visit. However, when the Princess Fuel returned home, she met second young Master Xia. Second young Master Xia wanted to borrow a doctor from the Ban family. Did the Ban family borrow a doctor? Yes. Yes. The room became quiet again. After a while, the Emperor Yunqing nodded and said, "This is something the Ban family would do." They weren't afraid of causing trouble, but they also wouldn't be too harsh. From this, it could be seen that the Ban family still didn't know that the real mastermind was the Xie family. If it was anyone else, they would have already thought of countless suspects. Only the Ban family believed whatever he said. He liked such obedient courtiers. I heard from the Department of Household Affairs that they recently offered some lychees as a tribute. I remember that the Ban family likes to eat lychees. Have someone send a basket tomorrow morning. Yes. The commander of the Imperial Guards wanted to say that he didn't care about this matter, but when he saw the emperor's sleepy appearance, he quietly agreed. After standing for a while and making sure that the emperor was asleep, he quietly left the inner hall. When he turned around, he saw Wang De standing guard outside the door. The two of them bowed to each other. The commander of the Imperial Guards gave Wang De a look. Wang De followed him outside. Wang Gonggong, the emperor said that the Department of Household Affairs will send a basket of lychees to the Jingting Gongfu tomorrow morning. The commander of the Imperial Guards looked inside the inner hall and lowered his voice. The emperor is already asleep. Recently, the emperor hasn't been sleeping well. We'll have to trouble Wang Gonggang. Commander Chen, what are you saying? It's your servant's duty to serve the emperor. There's no trouble. Wang sighed, it's just that the lychees are more troublesome. After they were sent here today, they were sent to the various palaces. Only the Eastern Palace and His Highness Prince Ning haven't been sent yet. Since that's the case, we'll have both families receive less, the commander of the Imperial Guards said. The emperor has spoken. We're just following orders. If the Crown Prince and Prince Ning are dissatisfied, we can only invite them to argue in front of the emperor or the empress. Commander Chen is wise. Wang De smiled and agreed. Get out. Get out. Someone come. The emperor is having nightmares again. Wang De and the commander of the Imperial Guards hurriedly walked back into the room, but there wasn't much panic on their faces. Ever since the emperor suffered a stroke, he often had nightmares. They were almost used to it. At the end of May, the capital became hot all of a sudden. Without any hesitation, it began to feel stuffy and unbearable. When Ban Hui helped Xianxia present the memorial to Emperor Yunqing, he didn't know what stimulated the Emperor Yunqing. Before he even finished reading the memorial, his face showed infinite regret, and there was even a hint of fear. Shui Qing, Emperor Yunqing's hands were not very nimble, and he couldn't help but tremble as he held the memorial. Junpe is a good child. Don't worry, I will definitely treat him well. Although Ban Hui was very confused, he still readily thanked the emperor. Many thanks, Your Majesty. When this official returns, I will pass on this message to him. No need, Jin will personally arrange for someone to visit him. Emperor Yunqing's eyes were somewhat evasive, and there was even a hint of inexplicable madness. Ban Hui didn't dare to look at him and silently lowered his head. When the weather was hot, people would feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Xia's wound had mostly healed. Otherwise, in such a hot and stuffy weather, it would definitely cause the wound to fester. He was wearing a plain wide gauze robe, and his face was still pale from blood loss. Commander Chen and Xia sat opposite each other, and with a difficult expression, he explained the purpose of his visit. It turned out that Emperor Yunqing hadn't been sleeping well recently, so he wanted Xia to copy a copy of the scriptures for him to put in his room, and then draw a pair of door gods to paste on the door of the inner hall of the Great Moon Palace. It is this official's honor to share Your Majesty's worries. Xia agreed, but when he stood up to salute, Commander Chen still saw a hint of pain on his face. It seemed that Xia's wound hadn't healed, so it hurt when he moved. Previously, because of the Crown Prince, His Majesty took his anger out on Xia and gave him a beating. Now, Xia's wound hadn't healed, and he wanted someone to copy the scriptures, calligraphy, and door gods for him. This matter was, fortunately, Xia was loyal to His Majesty. If it were someone else, he would have been dissatisfied. As a subject, he should be loyal to the emperor, but as the emperor, he should also empathize with his subjects. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit on the dragon throne for long. Marquis. After Commander Chen left, Du Jiu's face fell. Emperor Yunqing is too much of a bully. What's there to be angry about? Xia stood up calmly. Right now, I want him to be healthy and live well. Master? At least until next March. Xia's tone was icy. At least when I hold a wedding, I can't let him be tainted with bad luck. Then these scriptures, let Abbot Yun worry about it, Xia sneered. I didn't raise him for so long to have him accompany me in meditation and chanting scriptures. He lowered his head, took out a grasshopper from the drawer beside him, and slowly played with it in his hand. Only then did the expression on his face improve. Yes. Du Jiu felt that the Duke's words were very reasonable. Duke, Jingting Gongfu sent someone to deliver something again. The word again seemed to have a deeper meaning. Du Jiu felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Soon, the item was delivered. It was a basket of iced lychees. Looking at them, one couldn't help but peel off two and eat them. Xia had Du Jiu personally send the Jingting Gongfu servant away, while he stared at the basket of lychees in a daze. Although it was called a basket, it was actually half a basket of ice with a layer of lychees on top. But this feeling of being missed was very good. The ice emitted a cool air. Xianxia took 2 lychees and placed them in his palm. The heat in his heart was also suppressed without a trace. That night, Xia's drawing of the door god was delivered to Emperor Yunqing. Because the scriptures were too long, he couldn't finish copying them in a short time. As soon as the door god was delivered, Emperor Yunqing couldn't wait to have Commander Chen personally paste it on the door. Perhaps his companions from when he was young would let him go after seeing that the drawing of the door god was made by Xianxia. Your Majesty. Wang De came in with a tray. On the tray was an ugly sachet. The words on the sachet were crooked, but one could barely make out the word fu. What is this thing? Today, when this servant went to Jingting Gongfu to deliver the lychees, Princess Fuel gave this to this servant. She said that this sachet was specially embroidered by her. Emperor Yunqing didn't know what to think, but he hurriedly said, "Quickly put this under my pillow." Yes. Wang De smiled and put the sachet under Emperor Yunqing's pillow. He looked at the old emperor, bowed, and left. That night, Emperor Yunqing slept very soundly. He didn't have any nightmares, and he didn't wake up at night. He slept all the way until dawn. When he opened his eyes and saw the bright sunlight outside the window, he suddenly felt that he hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. He even found that his numb legs and right arm could feel something again. Was it because of the sachet, or the drawing of the door god, or perhaps it was both? Someone come. Pass down my order. Reward the Princess Fuel and the Marquis Qingyan in the following days. Emperor Yunqing slept soundly. He was even able to get out of bed and walk a few steps with the help of the palace eunuchs and palace maids. When the Marquis Qingyan sent someone to deliver the copied scriptures, Emperor Yunqing felt that he would soon be able to get rid of the bitter days of lying in bed and not being able to move. Rewards were continuously sent to the Ban family and the Rong family. No one knew what was going on with His Majesty. However, the news of His Majesty's gradual recovery spread to the court. Many ministers who had been dissatisfied with Jiang Luo couldn't help but look forward to the day when His Majesty would return to the court. There were also rumors that the Princess Fuel and the Marquis Qingyan went to a temple to pray for His Majesty's health. That was why His Majesty recovered so quickly. However, this rumor wasn't confirmed, so no one knew whether it was true or not. However, the news that there was a pair of door god paintings on the door of the inner hall of the Great Moon Palace, and that they were the original works of the Marquis Qingyan, eventually spread. Father, mother, Ban Heng sent away the eunuch from the palace and said to his family with a confused expression, "What's wrong with His Majesty these past few days? He keeps sending things to our family. Does he think we have too many good things? Maybe it's because we lent the imperial physician to the Xia family?" Ban Huai was even more confused than his son. After he gave the memorial written by Xianxia to Emperor Yunqing, although Yunqing was slightly moved after reading it, he didn't feel that the other party was so moved that he couldn't control himself. Why was it that after only 2 days, he kept sending things to their family? "Duke, I found out," Ban Huai's servant trotted in, "His Majesty didn't just reward our fu. Marquis Qingyan's fu is also endlessly rewarded. Outside, it said that our 2 families are favored by His Majesty. When has our family not been favored by His Majesty?" Ban Huai waved his hand to dismiss the servant. He felt faintly uneasy. Although His Majesty treated the Ban family well in the past, he didn't send things to their family every day like now. It was as if he couldn't wait to prove to the world how good he was to the Ban family. "His Majesty doesn't value the Xia family that much," Ban Heng said with some hesitation. "How could he do so much for the Xia family? I heard that after such a big thing happened to the Xia family, His Majesty and the Empress only sent people to ask twice. The rewards they received weren't even half of what we received. Sister, did you say something to His Majesty last time when you went to the palace to ask him to treat our Ban family better?" Ban Heng turned his head to look at Ban Han. Recently, his sister had been bored. When she saw that there was an embroiderer at home who could embroider beautiful things, for some reason, she also wanted to learn embroidery. After learning for a few days, she barely understood how to hold the needle and how to arrange the thread. However, she couldn't even look at the things she embroidered. If he hadn't bumped into her today, he wouldn't have known that his sister was so bored. "I didn't say anything." Ban Han's left index finger was hurting. She was not in the mood to listen to what Ban Heng had just said. Now that she heard his question, she was stunned for a moment before she said, "How about I send someone to Marquis Qingyan to ask? Maybe it's because he did something that made His Majesty treat me differently." "That's possible." Ban Hui nodded in agreement and turned to look at the silent Ying clan. "Madam, what do you think?" The Ying clan member nodded slowly. "Yes, it's appropriate to ask." Inside the Marquis Qingyan mansion, there was an endless stream of visitors and eunuchs from the palace who came and went, almost flattening the threshold of the Marquis Qingyan mansion. These people didn't visit Xianxia when he was injured. Xianxia didn't blame them, but now that they were here, Xianxia wouldn't warmly welcome them. However, no one thought that Xiao's behavior was bad. On the contrary, they praised Xiao's character even more, as if he was a saint. When the Ban family's guards came, Xiao was talking with his retainer, Wang Chu. When he heard the servant report, he said to Wang Chu, "Wait a moment." Wang Chu watched Marquis's back as he hurriedly left. He felt slightly anxious. He admitted that Princess Fuel was a very good woman, but Marquis' attitude towards Princess Fuel was too much. There was nothing wrong with a gentleman loving beauty, but he couldn't indulge in beauty. Just a servant of the Ban family made Marquis so anxious. If the commandery princess of the Ban family came, what kind of attitude would Marquis have? When Xiao saw the guard, his expression softened. "Why did your commandery princess send you here?" "This one greets Marquis." The guard bowed to Xiao and then said, "The commandery princess sent this one to ask about recent events." "Oh?" Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Your commandery princess is worried about the matter of His Majesty's reward?" The guard didn't expect Xiao to guess it before he spoke. He froze for a moment, then bowed his head and said, replying to Marquis, "It's precisely this matter. If you didn't come today, I would have sent someone over." Xiao smiled. "Go back and tell the commandery princess not to worry. It's not a bad thing." "Oh right, I recently found a few interesting stories. Bring them back to your commandery princess." The guard took a box of books and thanked Xiao. When he walked out of the gate of the Marquis Qingyan Fu, he suddenly remembered that Marquis Rong didn't say anything. The guard felt guilty for not doing his job well. After returning to the Ban Han Fu, he handed the stories to her and apologized. "It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart." Ban Han shook his head with a smile and said to the guard, "Since Marquis Rong said it's not a bad thing, then it must be a good thing. You can leave." "Yes." The guard suddenly realized that the commandery princess seemed to trust Marquis Rong. "Commandery princess." Rui came in with a bowl of iced soup. Ban Han pointed to the table, "Put it on the table and leave." "Yes." Rui bowed and led the other servant girls out. The room quieted down. Ban Han opened the box and took out the thread-bound book. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out of the book. "The pouch that Hua embroidered for His Majesty is very beautiful. When will you embroider one for me?" Junpa writes. In addition to this line of words, there was also a drawing of a pouch. The pouch was crooked and didn't have any beauty to speak of. Ban Han paused. When had she ever embroidered a pouch for His Majesty? Suddenly, she clenched the paper in her hand and tore it bit by bit. Only then did she let out a long sigh. She understood. No wonder His Majesty suddenly treated the Ban family so well. It was because she had presented a pouch to His Majesty. Xiao had secretly done this behind the scenes. How did he do it? And, why would His Majesty treat her so well just because of a pouch? She turned and picked up the book to read the story inside. In a strange book, there was a story that had been folded. In this story, there was an old man who was seriously ill and had nightmares all night. No matter how much he prayed to God, it was useless. However, his younger generation personally prayed for him and he gradually got better. He no longer had nightmares. Ban Han closed the book. Was this just a simple story, or did Xiao want to tell her something through this story? Hua. The Ying clan stood outside Ban Han's door. "The people from the garment workshop are here. Let them take your measurements." "They're here." Ban Han smoothed out the fold and put the book back on the shelf. She picked up the round fan on the table and hurried out the door. "Didn't they just make more than 10 sets of clothes a few days ago?" "This is for you to make autumn clothes," Madame Ying said. The weather is hot, and the embroiderer's work will also slow down. Won't it take 1 or 2 months? Autumn is just right for you. Ban Han waved the round fan in her hand and looked up at the pale white sun in the sky. She didn't know if it was because she was afraid of the heat, but she always felt that this year's summer was especially difficult to endure. It wasn't even June yet, but it was already unbearably hot. Fortunately, there was enough ice in the Fu. Otherwise, she might go crazy. This year, His Majesty couldn't move freely, so he probably wouldn't go to the summer. If His Majesty didn't leave the capital, the nobles and officials naturally didn't dare to leave the capital without permission. Otherwise, if they were investigated, even the Ban family wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. When the people from the garment workshop saw Ban Han, they smiled politely. 2 well-dressed and beautiful women came forward and bowed to Ban Han. "Greetings, Junju." "No need to be so polite." Ban Han opened her hands. "I know you are busy, so I won't waste your time." "We won't waste your time, we won't waste your time. Junju is our honored guest. To be able to make clothes for you is our greatest honor." Even though they had measured Ban Han's measurements not long ago, the woman still carefully measured every inch of her body, afraid to miss anything. This season's autumn clothes are lighter in color. Ban Han raised her chin and let them measure the length of her neck. "I can't use purple and red colors. This concubine will remember." The woman was stunned for a moment. This princess was someone who loved bright colors the most. Last autumn, she had ordered many sets of bright clothes and jewelry in their shop. Most people would look frivolous when wearing them, but this princess would only make people feel that she was beautiful and alluring when wearing them. No one dared to have the slightest intention of blasphemy. She suddenly remembered that the Princess Royal was this Juanju's grandmother. Last year, the Princess Royal had died in order to save the emperor. It was easy to understand why this Junju avoided bright colors. It took him nearly an hour to finish measuring the body's size. After the people in the workshop left, Ban Han sat weakly in the chair. Why is this year's summer so hot? Last year's winter was exceptionally cold, and this year's summer was so hot that it made it hard for people to breathe. Was the heavens deliberately making things difficult for her? We're fine. Even if it's hot, we can hide in the room to enjoy the cool air. Yin Clan sighed. If the entire country is this hot, the common people will suffer. It had been hot for so many days, but there hadn't been any rain. There would definitely be a drought, and the common people wouldn't be able to live. Her daughter had never suffered since she was young. The only place she could see was the capital. The capital was under the emperor's feet. Even the farmers had better days than the common people in other places. If they suffered some disasters, there would be someone to solve it. But in some remote places, it all depended on the local officials. In any case, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. No one could manage those places. Ban Han opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She couldn't even stand this little bit of heat. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of life the common people were living. It was getting hotter and hotter in the capital, but there hadn't been any rain for over 10 days. When the weather was hot, there weren't many people on the streets. Even the naughty children would hide in their homes and not come out. There were constantly memorials from various places reporting the disaster. However, the second prince used the reason that the emperor was seriously ill and couldn't be provoked to suppress these memorials. He only sent a few imperial envoys to deal with the drought. There were some people in the court who were dissatisfied, but the emperor didn't easily see the officials. Some impatient officials even went to find a few of the emperor's favored families, hoping that they could enter the palace and pass on a message. But who dared to pass on this message? Even the second prince didn't dare to do something, so they, as officials, didn't dare to interfere. Thus, the imperial relatives who usually liked to idle around all hid in their homes. No matter who came, they all said they were sick. Some even said they had a heat stroke that hurt their hearts and veins and needed to rest. Did heat stroke have anything to do with the heart? That wasn't important. What was important was that they didn't want to help. The actions of these imperial relatives made some important officials bitterly disappointed. Normally, these people ate delicious food and wore fine clothes. However, when it came to matters of state, none of them were willing to take responsibility. If the entire Great Yu dynasty was like this, what hope did the common people have? A few officials who were worried about the common people gathered together to think of a way to enter the palace. Why don't we send a gift to Wang De? This eunuch is the head eunuch of the emperor. He will definitely be able to say something in front of the emperor. That won't do. An official retorted, these eunuchs are the best at steering with the wind. At this time, he definitely won't take any risks. Furthermore, you and I don't have much money in our hands. How many things can we give him that he would like? A eunuch with a position like Wang De's had seen all kinds of riches and had come into contact with all kinds of important people. Wang De probably wouldn't even look them in the eye. This won't do, that won't do. Are we just going to watch the common people in these places suffer? A slightly younger official angrily said, Prince Ning doesn't care about the lives of the common people at all. Those so-called imperial envoys are all his disciples. What can they do in those places? All of the officials immediately hung their heads in dejection. That's right. The emperor didn't care, and the second prince was someone who didn't care about the lives of the common people. It was only the common people who suffered. They lived in an abyss of suffering and no one could save them. 10 days later, a piece of news suddenly spread to the capital. The imperial envoys that Prince Ning sent to Xianxia County got into a conflict with the local people. They were actually beaten to death by the local people. When this news reached Prince Ning's ears, Prince Ning was so angry that he flew into a rage at court. He immediately ordered the troops stationed near Xianxia County to pacify the rioters and catch the main culprit. Some of the officials objected to Prince Ning's order. However, Prince Ning turned a deaf ear to these objections and even had the guards drag these officials away. For a time, the court was filled with complaints. More and more people were dissatisfied with Prince Ning. One of the officials used some unknown method to finally see Emperor Yunqing. Who knew that before he could say a few words, he was unhappily kicked out by Emperor Yunqing. It seemed that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. It's only a few rioters, yet they dared to assassinate the imperial envoys. I think they're too daring. The official who asked to see the emperor was scolded badly. When he walked out of the palace, he looked back at the luxurious palace and let out a long sigh. Since ancient times, the court had always gone from chaos to prosperity and prosperity to decline. The great empire, was it also going to walk down this old path? Helpless, a few officials who were worried about the country and the common people gathered together to drink. After 3 rounds of drinking, they were already a bit drunk. I'm only complaining for the common people. Great empire, great empire. Someone leaned on the table and cried bitterly. However, it wasn't clear if he was crying for the common people or for the future of the great empire. We still have a chance. A young official suddenly said excitedly, there's still one more person. Perhaps she can help us. This young man was this year's top scholar. He was from the same year as Ban Han's previous fiancée. However, his family background was ordinary. When he first entered the court, he was not as successful as Xinyu. However, ever since Xinyu was stripped of her official position and scholarly achievements, this new top scholar had become prominent. Although he was only a minor 4th-rank official and wasn't very eye-catching in the capital, his development was already very fast. Who? A white-haired official asked. Princess Fuel. No, she's just a woman who doesn't know the hardships of the world. What can she do to help? The old official shook his head. He was a bit drunk and didn't care about the principle of a gentleman not speaking ill of others. Moreover, this imperial princess has always been domineering and extravagant. What can this kind of woman do? The new top scholar didn't think so. Last year, when he went out of the city on business, he saw this imperial princess help a woman who was carrying a child into the city early because the child in the woman's arms had a high fever and didn't look well. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Moreover, he was a young man. It wasn't appropriate for him to peek at an unmarried girl. How could a woman who could show compassion to a sick child not have the slightest bit of kindness? Other than Princess Fuel, I'm afraid no one else can help. The new top scholar smiled bitterly. Everyone knows that His Majesty likes this imperial princess very much. He gives her rewards all year round. But is she willing to help? Another colleague asked. We have to try. Marquis, an inconspicuous manservant walked in front of Xianxia. Several officials are preparing to go to Jingting Gongfu to request an audience with Princess Fuel. They want the imperial princess to help them persuade His Majesty to change his mind. Who are they? The manservant reported the names of the officials. They are hot-blooded, but they don't have brains. Xianxia threw the book in his hand on the table and said with a cold face, I don't think they have much respect for Princess Fuel. Why are they asking for help now? The manservant didn't dare to speak and stood with his head down. Fine, Xianxia slowly took a breath and the emotions in his eyes calmed down. After all, these people still care about the people of the world. The manservant hesitated and asked in a small voice, Marquis, should we stop them? Xianxia put his hands behind his back and walked to the bed to look at a pomegranate tree in the courtyard. This pomegranate tree was planted a month ago. Even though it was watered every day, the weather was too hot and it still didn't look energetic. No need. In this matter, I don't have the authority to decide for the imperial princess. Yes. The officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue want to see me? Ban Han put down the bronze mirror and turned to look at Ban Heng. Are you sure they want to see me and not father? Yes. Ban Han felt that these people were a bit strange. She thought for a moment, let them wait outside. I'll go see them after I change. Because of the weather, she didn't dress very well. It was okay to wear it at home, but it would be too embarrassing if she went to see guests. Okay, Ban Heng looked at her worriedly, I feel that this matter is a bit strange. Be careful. Ban Han nodded. The officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue sat on pins and needles in the main hall of the Jingting Gongfu. Especially after they heard that the Duke of Jingting had accompanied the Duke of Jingting's wife to burn incense, they felt even more at ease. If this matter spread, would others think that they deliberately tricked the younger generation into entering the palace and risking their lives? They sat in the room for a while and even changed the tea, but Princess Fuel still hadn't come. Darren, please sit for a moment. Ban Heng walked into the main hall and bowed to the people. My sister will be here soon. Xianxia is too polite. We have disturbed you. The Darren hurriedly stood and returned the bow. Ban Heng was the Xianxia that the Duke of Jingting had personally conferred. In terms of rank, none of them were higher than Ban Xianxia. They couldn't accept the other's bow. After drinking another cup of tea, Princess Fuel finally arrived to everyone's anticipation. When the Darren saw the person in question, they were a bit emotional. They all stood and bowed to Ban Han. Darren, please sit. Ban Han's gaze swept over the people and finally landed on the youngest and most beautiful person. Darren, what business do you have with this little girl? We don't dare, we don't dare. The Darren looked at each other and found it hard to speak. The new top scholar blushed under Ban Han's gaze. He stood and bowed to Ban Han. Junju, we do have an important matter to ask of you. Important matter? Ban Ti chuckled when he heard this. Sirs, you really think highly of me. I haven't done anything big since I was born. The new top scholar. Junju, other than you, I'm afraid no one else can help. Normally, when people say this to me, I'm a bit scared. Ban Han picked up the teacup and took a sip. Tell me what it is first. I can't guarantee that I'll agree. There were a few ice basins in the hall, so the room wasn't too hot. But the Darren were a bit distressed. Ice was a rare item in this season. The Ban family actually didn't care about ice at all. Wine and meat stink behind the door, bones freeze to death on the road. Humph. An old official looked at the Ban family's extravagant enjoyment and finally couldn't help but snort. Darren, I'm afraid your words are a bit inappropriate. The other Darren were also complaining in their hearts. How could their colleague be so impatient? If they offended this Junju, who else could they ask for help from? Yes, 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 the officials hurriedly said, Junju is right. The official who spoke just now also realized that he was a bit hot-tempered. He stiffly stood up and apologized to Ban Han. It's such a hot day, where did the bones freeze to death come from? Ban Han raised her eyebrows. Darren, are you joking with me? The Darren, is that the main point? Junju, even though there are no bones frozen to death on the road, there are still people who can't survive the drought. The new top scholar said, Junju, the court is in chaos right now, and His Majesty doesn't want to see us. Junju, for the sake of the people, please come to the palace. Ban and I was stunned for a moment. Tell me in detail, which places were hit by the disaster? The new top scholar saw Princess Fuel's reaction and was overjoyed. He hurriedly began to narrate. Hearing the other person's words, Ban Han was a bit absent-minded. The drought had appeared in her dream, but the dream was too vague. She didn't even know when it happened. She only remembered that many people died, and there was even a riot. In the end, they were suppressed by soldiers. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and the cries of agony reached the clouds. Thinking of the scene in her dream, Ban Han felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the incident in her dream happened this year? Wait, who did you say gave the order? Ban Han heard the title Prince Ning and frowned. Jiang Luo is only a regent. What right does he have to mobilize the troops stationed near Yangniu County? The new top scholar looked a bit embarrassed. Junju, right now, most of the power in the court is controlled by Prince Ning. Ban Han's frown deepened. What about the two prime ministers in the court? The new top scholar hesitated, but still answered Ban Han's question. Prime Minister Yen doesn't support Prince Ning on the surface, but there are rumors in the court that after Prime Minister Yen broke off his relationship with the crown prince, he secretly supports Prince Ning. Then what about Shi Chonghai? Ban Han wasn't interested in politics. She never thought that an idiot like Jiang Luo would be able to control the court. He's the crown prince's father-in-law. He can't support Prince Ning, right? Junju, did you forget? Ever since the young miss of the Shi family hired assassins to assassinate your father, the Shi family has been despised by His Majesty. Right now, in the court, the Shi family has no power to oppose Prince Ning. The new top scholar thought that if His Majesty hadn't injured Marquis Qingyan and Minister Yao, the situation in the court wouldn't have become so bad. His Majesty probably didn't expect that the court would become like this. When did the situation in the court change? It seemed to have started when Marquis Qingyan and Minister Yao were punished by His Majesty, and Prince Ning sent people to replace them. If only His Majesty hadn't been so impulsive. You want me to go to the palace and persuade His Majesty? Ban Han laughed. Do you think His Majesty will listen to me? You are all well-read and have the world in your hearts. Why don't you dare to speak your mind? If you do well, your names will go down in history. If you like it, then do it. Ban Han's fingertips were as tender as spring onions. She raised her chin slightly, looking very arrogant. The officials felt a sense of anger from being looked down upon. Generals gain a good reputation by suppressing foreign enemies and guarding the borders. Naturally, civil officials maintain peace and stability in the country and shed blood for the people, leaving a good name for generations to come. Ban Ti raised the corners of her eyes slightly and said with a noble air, "Why do you have to make things difficult for a weak woman like me? If our death remonstrations were useful, then we wouldn't have bothered Princess today. Aren't you all standing here?" Ban Han lowered her eyes, lowering her head to pick up the fine porcelain teacup on the table. "If your death remonstrations are useless, then I will go to the palace to see His Majesty no matter what." She was almost saying, "Go and die first." "If you don't die, how do you know that death remonstrations are useless?" "What a good Princess Fuel," an official said angrily. "It's because there are too many people like you who don't do anything. That's why my great cause is ruined and the people in the world don't have enough food to eat and clothes to wear." This official's surname is Wang, right? I remember you once said that the Ban family was ridiculous and useless, and that they were the parasites of the court. Ban Han chuckled. The Lord Wang is so upright and righteous. How could you let someone like me help you? Wouldn't that ruin your reputation? As soon as she said this, the angry official suddenly became like a deflated frog. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He did say this in front of his colleagues, but in a public place, he never said these words. How did Princess Fuel know? Could it be that one of his colleagues deliberately passed his words to Princess Fuel in order to curry favor with the Ban family? Lord Wang, don't be afraid. Ban Han's gaze swept over these people. These officials uncomfortably avoided Ban Han's gaze, not daring to look directly into her eyes. You're not the first person to say bad things about me, and you won't be the last. Living in this world, if there is no one to comment on it, it will be lonely. I don't blame you. Ban Han was referring to all of you, not you. When Lord Wang saw that his other colleagues looked uncomfortable, he felt less awkward. At least he was not the only one who had made such a mistake. Among these people, only the new top scorer stood in front of Ban Han, neither servile nor overbearing, and did not avoid her gaze. He had never said anything bad about Ban Han. Even after Xie Qilin eloped with someone else, he had argued with others over Ban Han. However, at that time, he was not the top scorer, and no one cared about what he said. "Forgive me for not being able to help you, sirs. Please return." The other officials wanted to say more, but the new top scorer bowed and said, "We've disturbed you. Farewell." He came to pay a visit, but he didn't write a letter or bring any gifts. Can he be considered someone who knows the rules? After these people left, Ban Han snorted and said, "Don't worry about them. They talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and criticize the world. However, at this juncture, they don't dare to offend Her Majesty, but they let you go. They are really shameless. Since you know that they are such people, what's there to be angry about?" Ban Han chuckled, and her tone was full of sarcasm. "When they were gossiping about me, they never thought that today, they would not even be able to raise their heads in front of me. This tells us a lesson. Do you know what it is? You can't speak ill of others behind their backs?" "No." Ban Han shook her head. "When you speak ill of others, you have to choose the occasion. Colleagues and friends are not necessarily reliable. That person surnamed Wang spoke ill of others, and that afternoon, someone came to accuse him in order to curry favor with me. Therefore, in front of power and benefits, there are many people who are willing to be villains. There are loyal and righteous friends in the world, but not everyone is like that." "Sister, you don't want me to say anything in front of my friends?" Ban Han blinked. "Don't worry. Even if I want to tell them a shocking secret, I don't know what to say." "That's a good point." Nearly 10 days later, the capital was still very hot. Suddenly, an imperial edict was sent out from the palace, summoning Marquis Qing into the palace to meet the emperor. Who would have thought that halfway through the journey, Marquis Qing fainted in the carriage because of his wound opening and the hot weather? In the end, Her Majesty could only let the guards take Marquis Qing back to the palace, and the matter of meeting the emperor was left unsettled. After Marquis Qing woke up, he was extremely frightened and submitted 2 memorials to the emperor to ask for forgiveness. However, Her Majesty could not bear to punish Marquis Qing. Not only did Her Majesty not reprimand her, she allowed Marquis Qing to rest in peace and gave him many good things to nourish his body to show how much she valued him. Marquis Qing, who was seriously ill, could not enter the palace, but others already knew how much Her Majesty valued him. The courtiers who used to support the crown prince began to express their goodwill to him, either intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone knew that the second prince and Marquis Qing did not get along well. The crown prince had always admired Marquis Qing very much and had once said in public that a gentleman should be like Junpo. Therefore, the courtiers who supported the crown prince all hoped that Marquis Qing could help the crown prince plead for leniency. At least, they could not let the second prince sit on the throne. Even Shi Chonghai, who did not have a good relationship with Marquis Qing, had recently praised Marquis Qing from time to time to show his position. Many people did not want the second prince to ascend the throne, especially when news came from the disaster-stricken counties that many refugees had been killed by the garrison. The criticism about the second prince in the imperial court increased. In the end, the courtiers who had come to Ban Han to put in a good word for the second prince did not go to the Great Moon Palace to remonstrate. They just wrote poems that worried about the country and the people to express their anger and worry. The only person who went to the Great Moon Palace to beg for an audience with Her Majesty was the Zhuangyuan scholar. He knelt in front of the Great Moon Palace for 4 or 5 hours and finally fainted under the scorching sun. He did not see the Emperor Yunqing. Instead, he angered the courtiers who supported the second prince. In the end, he was removed from his official position and was idle at home. When Ban Han heard the news, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Finally, there is a person who is truly courageous. What is the name of this Zhuangyuan scholar?" "Chen Yang." "Courtesy name He Yang, from Shiwezhou," the guard replied. People outside all laughed at him for being young and ignorant. That's why he ended up like this. He did act impulsively, but the world needs people like him who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only then will someone come out to uphold justice. Ban Han put down the sandalwood fan in his hand and said, "Have someone prepare a gift and send it to Chen Zhuangyuan's house in my name." Your Highness, Qin Shuangyuan does not have a mansion. He is living in a small rented courtyard, the guard said. Now that he has lost his official position, I'm afraid he can't even afford to rent a small courtyard. Then add another 300 taels of silver and send it to him. For Ban Han, not to mention 300 taels of silver, even 3,000 taels of silver was just a matter of a few words. However, she knew very well that with Qin Shuangyuan's character, he would not accept more than a few hundred taels of silver even if he was beaten to death. Your Highness, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Everyone in the capital knows that the second prince and I dislike each other. What's wrong with me helping someone he doesn't like? Ban Han sneered. Right now, he is only Prince Ning, not the emperor of the Great Yi dynasty. What can he do to me? Her title of nobility was bestowed by the Emperor Yunqing. Even if Jiang Luo's neck was only an ornament, he did not dare to touch her. Yes, this subordinate will do it right away. Ever since he had suffered heatstroke outside the Great Moon Palace, Chen Haiyang had been seriously ill. He had been recuperating at home for many days, but he had not completely recovered. Several of his colleagues had come to see him once or twice. They all said that he was too impulsive and should be cautious when doing big things. Later, these colleagues gradually came less and less. He was short of money, so he had to pawn some things to pay the rent for the second half of the year. His life was really difficult. When he heard the servant say that Princess Fuel's bodyguard wanted to see him, he almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. 10 days ago, they went to see Princess Fuel, but the princess made fun of them. Now that she sent someone here, did she come to laugh at him again? Although he was suspicious, he did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly welcomed the person in. The person who came was about 27 or 28 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a dignified aura. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a martial artist. Behind him were several servants carrying gift boxes and carrying baskets. They were all dressed decently and looked honest. Your Highness has heard of Qin Shuangyuan's great achievements and admires Qin Shuangyuan's character very much. These small gifts are Your Highness's kind intentions. Qin Shuangyuan, please do not refuse. Now that Chen Haiyang did not have an official position, but his scholarly achievements were still there. Calling him Qin Shuangyuan was the most respectful way to address him. Chen Haiyang did not expect that he would not receive ridicule, but a serious gift. Looking at the pile of gifts, there were medicinal herbs, cloth, and meat. They were all practical things. It seemed that the honorable princess had considered his difficulties and used this reason to send him gifts. For a moment, Chen Haiyang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He stood up and bowed to the guard, saying, Your Highness's kindness is appreciated, but these, Your Highness said that if Qin Shuangyuan does not care for these things, you can throw them away. She has never liked people to return the things she has given out. The guard stood up and bowed to Chen Haiyang. Qin Shuangyuan, please do not make things difficult for me. The guard did not wait for him to speak and directly said, Farewell. Hey, wait. Poor Chen Haiyang was a scholar who did not have the strength to truss a chicken and was still ill. How could he be faster than the servant? By the time he reached the door, the servant had already ridden away. The Jingting Gongfu is really illustrious. Even the servant has a horse. The servant supported Chen Haiyang, his eyes full of envy. Chen Haiyang heard this and smiled bitterly. There were as many nobles in the capital as there were hairs on an ox, but there were not many families as illustrious as the Jingting Gongfu. He was a poor scholar with no power or influence. Now, he had no value at all. Others did not dare to help him too openly, but this princess had sent servants to help him with great fanfare. It really made him feel that there was something strange in the world. Returning to the study, Chen Haiyang looked at the poem he had written when he was disheartened. After a long time, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the waste paper basket. A real man should not regret his actions and not doubt his actions. This was how it should be. Young master, young master. The servant suddenly came in with a black cloth bag. I found this. Chen Haiyang opened the bag and looked inside. There were more than 10 taels of silver, a few strings of copper coins, and 3 banknotes worth 100 taels of silver. At this moment, Chen Haiyang felt that the yellow and white thing in his hand was heavier than 1,000 pieces of gold. The next day, Ban Han received an IOU for 300 taels of silver. The paper on the IOU was written very nicely. After Ban Han took a look, he handed the IOU to Rui and said, "Put it away." Chen Haiyang was an interesting person. He didn't send her things back to her, nor did he calculate the value of her gift into the IOU. He was doing her a favor and upholding his principles at the same time. He can be considered an upright and not too stubborn person, Ban Han said to Ban Heng, who was sitting with him. This kind of person can barely be called a gentleman. Ban Heng raised his eyebrows and said, "I thought that your standards of a gentleman had improved after you spent so much time with Marquis Rong." Ban Han smiled and said, "I am a tolerant person." "Then I really can't see it," Ban Heng whispered. Ban Han looked at him with a smile and did not say anything. He silently lowered his head and drank his tea, not saying anything else. It was already the 7th month, and the heavens seemed to have finally remembered that it had not rained recently. The first dark cloud finally appeared in the sky above the capital. Ban Han dismounted from her horse and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Was it going to rain? When the servants guarding the gate of the Rong estate saw Ban Han, they immediately greeted her warmly and said, "This humble one greets the imperial princess. No need to be so polite." As soon as Ban Han stepped through the gate, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. She froze for a moment and then smiled. "It's raining, it's raining." The servants of Rong Xia's estate were very well behaved, but when the raindrops fell, she could still hear some people screaming with joy. It was clear how many people were looking forward to this rain, and how long they had been looking forward to it. She stood in the corridor and watched the rain turn into a torrential downpour in the blink of an eye. She seemed to feel the heat rising from the ground. "Imperial Princess, please be careful. Don't let the rain wet your skirt." Two servant girls stood in front of Ban Han to prevent the rain from splashing on her body. "It's fine." Ban Han saw that the two servant girls were standing in front of her and pulled them back. "Be careful, don't get yourselves wet." "Imperial Princess." The two servant girls looked at Ban Han in a daze, their eyes filled with gratitude. In the curtain of rain, Rong Xia slowly walked over with an umbrella. He walked up the steps and looked at Ban Han, who was talking and laughing with the servant girls, and did not see him. He softly said, "Hua Hua. Why are you here?" Ban Han turned around and looked at the man holding the umbrella. "Your injuries haven't healed yet, how can you get wet in the rain?" "I heard that Hua Hua is here, and it's raining outside, how can I sit still?" Rong Xia raised the umbrella above Ban Han's head and smiled gently at her. "You haven't been here for 2 days. It was too hot 2 days ago, I didn't want to go out." Ban Han walked side by side with him, along the corridor to the Juku Lake Bridge. The rain made pitter-patter sounds as it hit the umbrella. "Be careful." Rong Xia gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders and tilted the umbrella in her direction, a little closer. Ban Han looked at him with a smile, then turned to look at the blooming lotus flowers in the lake. The lotus flowers in the rain seemed to have a special flavor. Hearing this, Rong Xia slowed his steps and accompanied Ban Han to slowly admire the flowers. It is said that a long time ago, there was a carp spirit in the lotus pond. Rong Xia looked at the carp happily swimming in the water. She cultivated all day long, and in the end, she finally turned into a human. In the end, she fell in love with a scholar? Rong Xia shook her head. Later, she became an immortal and flew away. "Ban Han, are you telling this story to scare me?" Ban Han squinted at her. Rong Xia laughed out loud. "Hua Hua is so smart, you actually saw through it. Should I thank you for your compliment?" Ban Han snorted, but before she could say anything else, she saw Rong Xia slip and fall. Ban Han hurriedly reached out to grab his waist and pulled him back down the stairs. The feeling of being saved by a beauty was, a little fragrant and a little soft. Ban Han gently patted Rong Xia's shoulder and reached out to straighten the umbrella. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Rong Xia shook her head and smiled. "Thank you, Hua Hua, but you're wet from the rain." Ban Han touched his face with the back of his hand and said happily, "Fortunately, I didn't put on makeup before I went out today, otherwise it would have been ugly. Looks are just external factors, it's easy to catch a cold if you get wet." Rong Xia didn't dare to let Ban Han get wet again, so she held his hand and quickened her steps. After returning to the main courtyard, Rong Xia asked the servants to prepare hot water, then said to Ban Han, "I still have some things to deal with in the study, I haven't used this room before, so don't worry." After that, she was worried that Ban Han would feel awkward, so she hurriedly left. After a while, a hot tub was brought up, and a servant girl brought in clean clothes. Ban Han brought 2 female guards, one outside the door and the other beside the screen, so no one came to disturb them. After bathing, Ban Han changed into the clothes that Xianxia had people prepare for her, and found that the clothes unexpectedly fit her well. Looking at the material and the style, it seemed to be newly made. She lazily sat on the chaise lounge, her hair loose behind her back, and had a servant girl dry her hair. "Your Marquis Fu has a female guest?" she asked a servant girl. "Junju, because the Fu doesn't have a female master, Marquis has never had a female guest, but an old woman has come. His appearance is very popular with old women." Ban Han sat up straight. "Have someone inform Marquis that I've changed my clothes?" "Yes." When Xianxia came over, she had changed into a new set of clothes, and it seemed that she had also bathed. Seeing her come in, Ban Han waved at her, and then pointed at the clothes on her body. "Marquis Rong, where did you get these clothes?" "A few days ago, I had my Fu's embroiderer rush them out," Xianxia said with a smile. "I thought that when you came here, if you accidentally spilled tea, or splashed mud on your body, you wouldn't look good without a change of clothes. So I had my Fu's embroiderer make clothes that could fit you. It seems that the size is quite suitable." Ban Han didn't expect Xianxia to be so attentive. She paused for a moment, then said, "I see." Ban Han's hair was loose behind her, like the most beautiful black satin, soft and smooth. Xia's gaze fell on her hair, and then quickly moved away. "I had someone make ginger soup, drink some." "No," Ban Han frowned, "it's too spicy." "I had them put sugar in the soup, it's not spicy." Xiao knew that Ban Han was picky, so she smiled, "I'll drink it with you." Ban Han turned her head to look at the door, and there was already a servant girl carrying the ginger soup. She sighed, "It's so hot, why do you need to drive away the cold?" Xiao didn't speak, and just looked at her with a gentle smile. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were full of tenderness, and Ban Han couldn't resist. She could only obediently drink the ginger soup. As the saying goes, even if you die under a peony flower, you'll still be a romantic ghost. Her bad habit of being lecherous probably couldn't be changed. The sky darkened little by little, but the rain outside didn't let up at all, as if God poured out all the rain that had accumulated over the past few days. "Don't go back tonight, I'll have someone go to Jingting Gongfu to apologize." Xiao listened to the pitter-patter of the rain outside, and from time to time, there was the sound of thunder. "Don't worry, I won't offend you in the slightest." In terms of etiquette, it wasn't appropriate for Ban Han to stay in the Rong family, but the two of them were about to get married. As long as the two families didn't mind, it wouldn't be too big of a problem for them to stay the night. Compared to those noble ladies and young masters who raised beauties to amuse themselves in their manners, Ban Han and Xiao were as fresh as lotus flowers. In the end, Ban Jin agreed. After the meal, Xiao suddenly said, "I heard that you sent a gift to Chen Haiyang a few days ago?" Chen Haiyang, Ban Han froze for a moment, then remembered that this person was that unlucky Chen Shuangyuan. She nodded and said, "Yes, I had someone bring him something. Although this person can't compare to you, he's more likable than those pedantic scholars." Xiao smiled and didn't mention this matter again. He had seen that Chen Haiyang before. Although his appearance could barely be considered outstanding, with the Huahua standards, he naturally wouldn't be interested in someone with this kind of appearance. Ban Han didn't sleep well that night, probably because of the thunder and rain. Although it was particularly cool tonight, she couldn't sleep after waking up in the middle of the night. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she faintly heard the sound of things breaking in the courtyard next door where Xiao lived. She sat up from the bed, hesitated for a moment, then put on her outer robe and walked out. "Princess?" The two female guards sleeping in the outer room heard the noise coming from the inner room and hurriedly sat up from the bed. When they saw the princess walk out of the inner room with her hair disheveled, they were startled. "Princess, what happened?" "I heard the noise coming from the courtyard next door, did you hear it?" "We didn't hear anything. It was a windy night with heavy rain and thunder, so it was difficult to hear what was going on in the courtyard next door." Ban Han frowned. "Come with me to take a look." "Yes." The two female guards didn't ask why Ban Han wanted to go, they just respectfully followed her out the door. Ban Han didn't hear wrong, something really did happen in Xia's courtyard. More than 10 assassins in black somehow broke into the inner courtyard and killed 2 servants who were guarding outside. Then, they started to fight with a few guards who were hiding in the dark. If it was any other day, the guards would have already come, but the weather was cool tonight, and the servants who had been in the heat for many days finally had a good night's sleep. In addition, the sound of the wind and rain was very loud, so it was difficult to hear what was going on in the courtyard. Du Jiu held a sword in his hand, his entire body soaked from head to toe in the rain. His left arm was injured, so he could only rely on his right hand to block the incoming assassins. "I don't care who sent you assassins, we're willing to pay 3 times the price for you to stop." Du Jiu stabbed an assassin who rushed up and gasped for breath. "Brothers, you're in this business for money." However, these assassins were obviously very professional at this moment, and before he could finish his words, they rushed up again. "Marquis, back off." Du Jiu's face was livid, and he was afraid that tonight would be a fierce battle. His only hope was that someone among them could break through the encirclement and call for help. However, these assassins obviously came prepared, and the door was blocked by them, so there was no chance for them to get out. He wiped the rain and blood off his face, and his expression became ferocious. Xianxia was blocked by these guards, but he didn't stay idle, instead he drew his bow and shot 2 assassins. His swordsmanship was just for show, and most of the famous people in Day knew some swordsmanship, but they were all elegant swordsmanship, and their swordsmanship wouldn't kill people. These assassins came prepared, and their methods were cruel, but their attacks were clean, and they were obviously professional assassins. He stood at the door, watching his guards all injured, his face expressionless. At this time, there was only one person who especially wanted him dead, and that was Prince Ning, Jiangluo. Only he would use such a daring and shameful method. Prince Ning never thought that if he could really ascend the throne, which courtier would dare to be loyal to an emperor who sent assassins to court. As an emperor, there were many ways to deal with courtiers, but Jiangluo chose the most despicable method. Such a person, even if he was lucky enough to become the emperor, would not be able to stabilize the country. He calculated everything, but he actually miscalculated Jiangluo's brain. This person was more impulsive and stupid than he expected. He, Xianxia, might end up in 1,000 different ways, but he couldn't die in the hands of an idiot. Xia's eyes narrowed, and the arrow flew out, piercing an assassin's chest. The assassin fell to the ground, dead. Ban Han walked out of the courtyard, and saw that Xia's courtyard door was tightly shut, but the sound of weapons colliding came from inside. Her eyes darkened, and she took a deep breath. "There's an assassin, catch the assassin." A woman's voice, when they needed it, could pierce through the clouds. Ban Han's scream was enough to wake everyone in the Marquis Qing'an mansion from their sleep, and it also startled the assassins in the courtyard. As soon as Ban Han's voice fell, an assassin rushed out with a sword. Ban Han turned around, and stabbed with the back of her hand. The assassin didn't have time to react, and fell down with his eyes open. A woman who could use a backhanded sword. The moment his whole world fell into darkness, his eyes were full of disbelief. As an assassin, most of them didn't have a good ending, but he never thought that he would be defeated by a woman. Ban Han didn't dare to look at the person lying on the ground. She lifted her skirt, kicked open the half-closed courtyard door, and rushed in with her sword. Bam! The sturdy courtyard door slammed against the wall and groaned in despair. In the end, it slumped down weakly. She fell in love with him. "Hua hua." Xianxia put down her bow and shouted, "What are you doing here? Get out." "Shut up." Ban Han roared back. The rain drenched her hair and body. She did not pay attention to Xianxia. Instead, she felt that the robe on her body was in the way, so she lifted the hem of her skirt and tied it around her waist. In a flash, she even avoided the sneak attacks of the 2 assassins. The assassins did not expect a woman to rush over. When they saw who it was, they stopped Ban Han but did not kill her. Obviously, these people knew Ban Han's identity and were wary of her. As soon as they hesitated, Ban Ti broke through their encirclement and came to Du Jiu's side. "Are you hurt?" Ban Han wiped the water off her face and flicked her sword. Blood flowed down the sword and mixed with the rain, splashing onto the limestone floor. Ban Bai's sword was very light and very sharp. Every move was as silent as an afterimage. It was so fast that it dazzled people's eyes. Du Jiu covered his wound and could not react. Just when he thought he was going to die, Princess Fuel rushed in with only 2 female guards. The way she held her sword and the way she tied her dress made him feel like he saw a hero on the battlefield. On this stormy night, Du Jiu believed the words of the old Duke of Jingting for the first time. Princess Fu Lu was indeed the one who resembled him the most. Even her martial arts were amazing. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the skill. Many people practiced swordsmanship, but most of them learned how to strengthen their bodies. For example, his family's marquis. But Princess Fu Lu was different. Her every move had a sharp edge to it, and it even had a threatening coldness to it. The only thing she lacked was the murderous aura that could only be tempered on the battlefield. The moment the lightning flashed, a hidden arrow flew out. Its target was Xianxia, who was behind Ban Han and Du Jiu. Xianxia tilted her head to avoid the attack, but the assassin was clearly prepared. Another person aimed at Xianxia. Marquis. Du Jiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In a moment of desperation, he threw the sword in his hand and plunged it into the assassin's chest. At this moment, an assassin who had fallen to the ground raised his hand towards Xianxia. Marquis. Du Jiu felt a chill run down his spine as he trembled with endless fear. Ding! The silver blade blocked the arrow. The blade trembled, and the arrow fell to the ground. Ban Han stepped forward and stepped on the assassin's chest. The assassin spat out a mouthful of foam, rolled his eyes, and fainted. At this moment, the sound of guards rushing over could be heard from outside the courtyard. Ban Han raised his sword and pointed at the 6 or 7 assassins who were still standing in the courtyard. Raindrops rolled down her face, giving her an eerie beauty. Retreat. The assassins saw that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat. This is Marquis residence, not a place for small fries. Ban Han quickly stepped in front of the assassins. I want to see which one of you can walk out alive today. Now in the courtyard, other than Ban Han and her 2 guards who were unharmed, Du Jiu and several other guards were seriously injured. As for Xianxia, who was still standing in place, Ban Han did not count her as a part of the battle. Princess is a weak woman, why risk your life? The leader of the assassins finally spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse and sounded very strange. Marquis Qingyan is a rare handsome man, but with your status, you can have any man you want. If he dies, you can have as many beautiful women as you want. Why do you have to risk your life for a man? In front of a beauty, how can I lose my handsome appearance? Ban Han sneered, you're just a mosquito in the gutter that can't be seen by others. How dare you talk to me about conditions? Ban Han's swordsmanship was excellent. She was best at swordsmanship and whip techniques, but her archery and fist techniques were average. When outsiders saw that her archery skills were passable, they said that she had inherited her grandfather's style, but because they had not seen Ban Han's swordsmanship. The Ban family took care of many wounded and disabled soldiers on the battlefield. These people had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the past, the old Duke of Jingting always brought her to deal with these people. Later, when the Duke of Jingting passed away, the Ban family continued to take care of these aging soldiers. It was just that the imperial court had long forgotten about these meritorious officials and no longer cared about them. Ban Han learned all her skills from them. Since she was young, she liked to be beautiful. She felt that swordsmanship and fist techniques were not beautiful enough and did not show her temperament, so she did not like to learn them. Before she was 15 years old, she practiced martial arts every day. In the past 2 years, because she was old and spent a lot of time outside, she neglected to practice. That year, her grandfather had personally praised her martial arts, but unfortunately, not many people in the capital believed him. She deeply regretted this. When the assassins saw that Ban Han was so aggressive, they no longer had any scruples and attacked fiercely. But they did not expect that Ban Han's 2 female guards were even stronger than Ban Han's. Moreover, with their fierce attacks, they were like death soldiers. The Ban family actually raised death soldiers for a daughter. When the assassins thought of this, they were secretly shocked. But they did not have the chance to say this out loud. Because they died. They died under the sword of Ban Han's 2 female guards. Death soldiers learned how to sneak attack in the dark. However, Ban Han and her two guards learned how to kill on the battlefield. When the two people's killing methods collided, it was obvious who was stronger. The two female guards' movements were very nimble. They did not make any unnecessary movements when they raised their hands or kicked. Because on the battlefield, the enemy did not allow you to make any unnecessary movements. They fought with their lives. Pooh. This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Xianxia looked at the woman in front of him. In the night, she did not seem to be as charming and sweet as usual. Instead, she seemed a bit cold and mysterious. A few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, making her face look like the white snow in the depths of winter. He felt that he could not breathe, but his eyes seemed to have lost their reason. They could only look at her and move with her. Ban Han quickly pulled out her sword. Blood spurted out and stained her shoes. She frowned. She did not look at the assassin lying on the ground. Instead, she turned to look at Xianxia, who had rushed into the rain. Don't come over. Dujio, drag your marquis back. What if someone is pretending to be dead? Grandfather had said that this kind of situation often happened on the battlefield. The enemy would pretend to be dead. When Day's soldiers went to clean up the battlefield, these people would suddenly attack and kill many Day's soldiers. So from then on, when Day's soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, they formed a habit. As long as there was an enemy corpse, they would kill it first. As soon as Ban Han finished speaking, a man in black on the ground got up. But before he could stand firm, Xianxia pulled his bow and an arrow pierced the assassin's throat. The guards of the Marquis Qingyan residence stood at the door. When they saw the corpses all over the ground and the courtyard dyed red with blood, they were shocked. After making sure that Marquis was still standing, they let out a sigh of relief. Ban Han saw that the guards had finally arrived. She immediately let out a sigh of relief. The fierce energy in her body suddenly disappeared. She turned to the female guard and said, "Quickly support me." "Princess, what happened to you? Are you injured?" "No, I'm scared. My legs are weak." The corpses were all over the ground. The people were killed, and now she was afraid. Xianxia didn't look at the guards. He walked in front of Ban Han and suddenly carried her in his arms. He turned and walked into the house. Ban Han was stunned by his sudden action. She threw the sword in her hand to the guard and said, "What are you doing?" He looked down at the woman in his arms and didn't say anything. "Marquis." Dujio stopped Xianxia. Xianxia stopped and looked at the corpses of the Marquis Qingyan residence guards on the ground. He said to the guards who rushed over, "Give these guards a proper burial." These guards were all people who had no parents. Today, they died for him. If they didn't even have a tombstone, it would be too disappointing. "Yes." Dujio responded. "Tell someone else to do this. You and the other injured people go see a doctor." Xianxia ordered, then turned and strode into the house. After entering the house, he put Ban Han on a cushioned chair and wrapped her with a thick quilt. Then he squatted down and took off the dirty embroidered shoes on her feet, revealing a pair of white and tender feet. His palms were a little hot. It wasn't until he pulled the quilt and covered her feet that the burning sensation subsided a little. Ban Han blinked and looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at her quietly and didn't say a word. "What's wrong with you?" Ban Han waved her hand in front of his face. "Are you scared?" Xianxia grabbed her wrist. Her wrist was very cold, but the strong pulse made him feel very relieved. It was too dangerous just now. "If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have helped you." Ban Han sniffed. Her hair was still dripping with water. "You are my person. How can I watch others bully you?" His palms trembled, and he suddenly hugged Ban Han tightly in his arms. So tightly, it was as if he was hugging a rare treasure. If he let go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The atmosphere in the house was quiet and beautiful. The dim candlelight added a bit of warmth to the house. Ban Han stretched out her index finger and gently poked Xia's back. Xia didn't respond, so she poked again. "What's wrong?" Xia gently touched her wet hair. "The quilt is soaked. Do you have any extra clothes?" All the warmth and tranquility disappeared. Xia chuckled, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "I will ask the servants to prepare hot water." Ban Han touched her numb ears. Her fingers were a bit itchy, and she couldn't help but touch Xia's lips. It was softer than she imagined, and as warm as she imagined. It was not her fault. It was all her fault. Xia pinched her fingers, and his voice was a bit hoarse. Hua hua, I am a man. Ban Han, so what if you are a man? I am a woman. Looking at her innocent face, Xia finally couldn't bear it anymore. He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. After taking a deep breath, he stepped back, turned around and walked out of the door without looking back. She was truly a seductive seductress, the seductive demon thought. It turns out that when a man is wet, he has a different style. It really makes people want to look at him again. She touched her lips. Suddenly, she had an impulse to tear Xia's clothes and bully him until he cried. Realizing that her thoughts were too filthy, Ban Yu slapped her face. He was truly a demon that could bring disaster to a country. It was better for her to accept such a demon. The capital's infantry division, the Supreme Court, and the capital's yamen were all shocked by a shocking news that night. A large number of assassins had entered the mansion of Rong Junpo, who had just been titled as Marquis. Several guards of the Marquis Qingyan mansion were killed. Even the most trusted guard of Marquis Qingyan was seriously injured and was now being treated by the doctor. With such a big incident happening, all the relevant departments were responsible. Especially when the one who was attacked was the Marquis of Qingyan. This was an earth-shattering incident. The officials of all the departments rushed to the Marquis Qingyan mansion in the heavy rain. The commander of the Imperial Guards was the first to arrive. As soon as he walked into the main courtyard, he smelled a lingering smell of blood. Commander Chen, please come this way. A guard of the Rong family led him into the courtyard. Although the corpses in the courtyard had been moved away, the smell of blood in the courtyard told him that there must have been a fierce battle not long ago. Otherwise, the heavy rain couldn't wash away the smell. How many assassins were there in total? Commander Chen, there were 22 assassins in total. 20 of them died, and 2 of them are still alive. Commander Chen received an imperial edict to deal with this case overnight. Judging from His Majesty's attitude, it seemed that he was very angry that someone dared to assassinate Marquis Qingyan. In fact, when he heard that Marquis Qingyan had been assassinated, he almost thought that His Majesty had ordered someone to do it. He looked around the courtyard and found that there were serious traces of a fight. There were also traces of iron claws on the courtyard wall. It seemed that the assassins had climbed over the wall to get in. However, the Marquis Qingyan mansion was so big. Even if it was raining heavily today, there should be people guarding the gate. These assassins could sneak in without being noticed, which meant that there might be spies in the mansion. What surprised him the most was that these assassins came suddenly and Marquis Qingyan was caught off guard. Under the circumstances tonight, it should be difficult for the sound of fighting to spread out. Even if all the guards around Xia were killed, they couldn't stop the assassins' attack. How did he manage to stop all of these assassins, and all of them at that? There must be something fishy going on. He looked at the steward of the Rong family behind him and said in a low voice, "Is there anything else you haven't said?" The steward bowed and replied, "What else does Commander Chen want to know?" This lowly official is following His Majesty's orders to investigate this case. If your Fu conceals anything, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to His Majesty. Commander Chen didn't go overboard. Please understand. The steward smiled and said, "Please rest assured, Commander Chen. If you have any questions, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." Commander Chen nodded. In that case, it would be better to ask the steward to tell me how Marquis Qingyan managed to stop so many assassins when your guards didn't arrive in time. Commander Chen will know when you see the assassins' corpses. The servants of the Rong family put the assassins' corpses together. In order to facilitate the investigation, they didn't touch anything on the assassins. Commander Chen saw that among these assassins, 4 had died from arrows, while the rest had wounds inflicted by swords and sabers. Even the wounds caused by swords were different. One was a heavy sword that was commonly used, while the other was a light sword that required high craftsmanship. Generally, the guards didn't use light swords, so these sword wounds were caused by Xia. However, he had only heard that Xia's archery was excellent. When did his swordsmanship become so good? Marquis Rong's swordsmanship is unexpectedly good. Commander Chen, these sword wounds were not caused by Marquis. The steward was still smiling. It just happened that it was raining heavily today. Princess Fuel came to my residence as a guest. It was not good for her to leave, so she stayed in my residence for the night. Captain Chen reacted quickly and said, Princess Fu Lu was the one who caused these injuries? No, Princess Fuel's 2 guards were also injured. Commander Chen first sighed with emotion at Princess Fuel's martial arts, then felt a chill down his spine. These assassins obviously came prepared. The only thing they didn't expect was that Princess Fuel would stay in Marquis Chang'en's residence. If Princess Fuel wasn't there, how could Marquis Chang'en keep his life? In the past, when he heard people say that Princess Fuel brought bad luck to her husband, he had always scoffed at it. After Marquis Rong and Princess Fuel's engagement, Princess Fuel didn't bring bad luck to her husband. She was clearly bringing good luck to her husband. I wonder if this official can see Duke Rong. Commander Chen, please follow me this way. The steward said. I think Marquis will come out in a moment. Commander Chen thought that Marquis Rong was just a civil official. It was normal for him to be frightened and need to tidy up after encountering such a situation. He waited in the warm room for a while before he saw Xianxia come in neatly dressed. His face was slightly pale, and his hair was scattered behind his back. It was still steaming hot. Xianxia stepped forward and exchanged greetings with Commander Chen. I apologize for my lack of manners for meeting guests with this appearance. Marquis, you are too polite. This official is not a pedantic person. Commander Chen could already confirm that Xianxia had gone to take a bath and change his clothes. That was why he came to receive guests with this appearance. It was normal for people who had never seen blood before to want to take a bath when they saw such a terrible scene for the first time. Thank you for your understanding, Commander Chen. Xianxia sat down and apologized. Because of me, I have caused His Majesty to worry. It is really a sin. Marquis, don't say that. Everyone knows how much His Majesty values you. His Majesty treats you like a son or nephew. If something happened to you and made His Majesty sad, that would be a real sin. Commander Chen felt that his words were somewhat ironic. After thinking about it carefully, Marquis Rong was really His Majesty's nephew. This was something that everyone knew. However, because of the bad debt from years ago, no one dared to say it out loud. Even if His Majesty often said that he treated Marquis Rong as his nephew, it was still treated and not true. A son should not talk about his father's mistakes. His Majesty had already used this method to express his dissatisfaction with some of the previous emperor's decisions. However, although he was dissatisfied, he could raise Xia's official rank, but he could not recognize Xia's grandmother back into the imperial family. Commander Chen asked Xia about the incident again. Xia did not hide anything and told him the whole story. However, he tried to skim over the part about the Banhan. Is Princess Fuel still in your residence? Xia said apologetically, Princess Fuel did not sleep well last night. I am afraid that she has already gone to bed. Alas, Commander Chen sighed. He stood up and bowed to Xia. I am afraid that I will have to trouble Marquis to ask Princess Fuel to come over. Xia frowned and looked at the sky outside. He lowered his eyelids and slowly said, Princess Fuel is in my residence. It is not appropriate to call a woman in the middle of the night. Why don't we wait until the sun rises and then talk about this matter? Commander Chen saw that Xia was determined not to wake Banhan up. He knew that if he continued to insist, he would offend Marquis, who seemed to be very gentle. Thus, he did not mention this matter again. Marquis is right. It is this official's fault for not thinking properly. Xia's face showed a faint smile, as if the cold person just now was not him. Not long after, the capital's infantry division, Yamen, and Supreme Court officials all arrived. This was destined to be a sleepless night. When Banhan woke up, she felt that her head was a little dizzy and her nose was a little stuffed. She dizzily dressed and rinsed her mouth with the help of a group of beautiful maids. She was still a little weak and could not raise her spirits. In the eyes of the maids of the Marquis Fu, Princess Fuel, in order to save Marquis, bravely fought against the assassins with her weak body. Now that she had recovered, she felt afraid. Thinking that Princess Fuel was clearly afraid but still insisted on saving Marquis, the maids admired her even more. They looked at Ban Han as if they were looking at a female god of war, from head to toe emitting a dazzling light that made people want to worship her. Eating the delicious porridge, Ban Han found that the side dishes on the table all avoided the color of meat, red, and any color that could cause her discomfort did not appear in front of her eyes. However, no matter how delicious today's food was, her appetite was not very good. She only ate half a bowl of porridge before putting it down. Princess. The two female guards looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. Ban Han waved her hand. Just as she was about to say something else, the servants of the Marquis Fu came to report that the commander of the Supreme Court and the Imperial Guard wanted to see her. Ban Han guessed that they wanted to ask her about what happened last night, so she followed the servants of the Marquis Fu to the reception hall. The maids were worried that Ban Han was not feeling well, so they followed her in front and behind. They held vases, incense, and umbrellas, all of them were very meticulous. Commander Chen did not think that Princess Fuel would be so ostentatious even in the Marquis Qing'an Fu. Behind her was a group of beautiful maids. Their attitude was extremely attentive. If it wasn't for the fact that they were wearing the green waist-made dresses of the Marquis Qing'an household, he would have thought that these maids were brought here by Princess Fu Lu. When Ban Han entered the door, these maids laid out cushions, poured tea, and fanned her. Even when Ban Han raised her hand, there were maids who went to support her. How was this serving a guest? This was clearly serving a great Buddha. However, these maids seemed to be enjoying themselves. When they looked at Ban Han, their eyes were shining. The maids of the Marquis Qing'an Fu, he really did not understand. Commander Chen, Ban Han rested her chin on one hand. She looked lazy. Commander Chen, why do you want to see me? She was very familiar with the official of the Supreme Court, so she only nodded to the other. This official is very sorry to disturb Jiuanju's rest. However, in order to investigate last night's case, this official can only offend you. Speak. Ban Han nodded. She did not feel that this matter was very offensive. Jiuanju, since you do not live in the same courtyard as the Marquis Qing'an Fu, how did you hear the movements in this courtyard? After midnight last night, I did not sleep well. I faintly heard some sounds, but it did not seem to be there. I thought that since I could not sleep, I might as well go out and take a look. Ban Han listened to the sound of the rain outside the window and smiled. In this kind of stormy weather, if something happened, no one would be able to hear it. There is no harm in being careful. Jiuanju's swordsmanship is superb. This official admires you. There is no need to admire me, Ban Han rubbed her forehead. She was a bit dizzy, and her voice was very lazy. Commander Chen is the commander of His Majesty's bodyguards. My swordsmanship is just a joke in front of you. Commander Chen thought, how could a swordsmanship that could stop so many assassins be a joke? Jiuanju, what's wrong? Xianxia noticed that Ban Han's expression was not right. He stood up and walked in front of her. He reached out and touched her forehead. His expression suddenly changed. You have a fever. Someone, go to the palace and call for an imperial physician. It must be because she was too wet last night. He looked impatiently at the people sitting in the room. Everyone, if you have any questions, you can ask later. Ban Han shook her dizzy head. She had a fever. Xianxia hurriedly pressed her head. Don't shake. With her head held, Ban Han was already dizzy, so she simply put her head on the other person's body. She was too lazy to look like a boneless snake. Some of the people present couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. Xianxia turned around and shielded Ban Han behind her. Be careful, your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Although Ban Han looked delicate, she rarely got sick since she was young. At this moment, she was dizzy and felt that her whole body was soft, without any strength. No matter what Xianxia said, she was too lazy to move. As the Vice Minister of the Supreme Court, Lu Banshan coughed dryly and turned to look at Commander Chen. Commander Chen, Princess is not feeling well. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for us to disturb her. This. Commander Chen knew that Princess Fuel still had some weight in the Emperor's heart, so he didn't dare to let her answer his question while she was sick. Last night, it was raining heavily and the wind was strong. This princess' hands were stained with blood, and she was too frightened to fall ill. However, she was infatuated with Marquis Qing'an. Vice Minister Lu is right. He stood up and said to Ban Han, "Princess, please rest well. This official will catch the assassin as soon as possible." Xianxia gently patted Ban Han's back and said to Commander Chen, "Thank you for your trouble, Commander Chen. Marquis is too polite. This is my duty." Commander Chen saw how Xianxia protected Ban Han and had a new impression of Xianxia. Although he was a military general, because of his duties, he had dealt with many civil officials. Most of these civil officials liked considerate, gentle, and virtuous women. For example, Princess Fu Lu could shoot arrows on horseback, and when she dismounted, she could fight. When she saw an assassin, she could raise her sword. These civil officials had always avoided her. Just like what happened last night, if it was spread out, there would be a lot of people talking about it, and it wouldn't be all good. No matter how beautiful a woman was, not everyone would accept her killing people, even if she had no choice. As for the pitiful capital governor, he didn't dare to open his mouth from beginning to end. Whatever others said, he just nodded. In any case, anyone here had more power than him, and he couldn't afford to offend any of them. When he heard that Commander Chen would not ask about Princess Fu, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He wished he could immediately stand up from his chair and bid farewell to Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fu. However, before he could get up, he saw a young man in a white silk robe walk in quickly. "Io, isn't this the famous hedonistic Jingting Gongfu heir of the capital? Sis." When Ban Heng heard that an assassin had broken into the Marquis Qing'an mansion, he immediately rushed over. He didn't even wait to report his arrival and directly broke into the Rong family's gate. The servants of the Rong family didn't dare to stop him. After all, he was Marquis's future brother-in-law and the brother of the future Marquis. Who would dare to offend him? Seeing his sister weakly leaning on Xianxia, Ban Heng was so anxious that he almost jumped 3 feet high. "Sis, what happened to you? Are you injured? Where are you hurt? Did you call an imperial physician?" Ban Han felt his ears buzzing. When he turned his head and saw Ban Heng's anxious appearance, he couldn't help but want to laugh. But when he shook his head, he felt dizzy again. "Ban Heng, Junju caught a cold yesterday, but she wasn't injured. I've already sent someone to call an imperial physician." Xian knew that the Ban family's siblings had a good relationship, so he didn't feel offended by Ban Heng's impatient behavior. "Please sit down first." "My sister is like this, how can I sit down?" Ban Heng walked around Ban Han. Since childhood, she was as strong as an ox and rarely got sick. But as soon as she got sick, she would suffer from boss's pain. "You're the ox." Although she was sick, she still had to maintain her beautiful image. Ban Han rubbed his forehead against Xia's waist and groaned, "Don't shake me, I'm dizzy." Ban Heng immediately stopped and reached out to touch Ban Han's forehead. It was indeed very hot. He glared at Xia and wanted to blame him for not taking care of Ban Han. But when he remembered that there were outsiders present, he swallowed his words. Solve your own family's problems, and never let outsiders watch. This was one of the principles of the Ban family. Seeing Ban Shizi's worried appearance, the officials didn't know whether to leave or stay. If they left, they would be misunderstood as not caring about the Junju's health. But if they stayed, the Junju was a woman, and it wasn't appropriate for them to stay. Fortunately, Marquis Rong was a considerate person. Seeing that they were in a difficult situation, he said, "I almost forgot. If you want to know more about the assassins, you can ask my bodyguards. They are injured and are recuperating in their room. If you don't mind, you can ask them. Then I'll have to trouble your servants to lead the way." Commander Chen immediately agreed. After leaving the main courtyard, Jing Jiaoi couldn't help but sigh, "Princess Fu is really a heroine." Lu Banshan smiled and said, "Very true." Commander Chen didn't have much interaction with these two civil officials. He just nodded stiffly and didn't say anything. Lu Banshan looked at the silent Commander Chen. His expression didn't change, and his eyes fell on the courtyard wall. There was a string of bloodstains on the wall. After several hours, the bloodstains were washed by the rain, so the bloodstains weren't very bright. It looked like a string of dirty muddy water. Not long after, the imperial physician arrived. He took Ban Han's pulse. "Marquis and Shizi, please rest assured. The Junju only caught a cold. She will recover after taking medicine on time and resting for a few days. However, he carefully looked at Ban Heng's face. The Junju caught a cold and also suffered some shock. Before she recovers, it's not appropriate for her to move around or be exposed to the wind. Although Ban Heng didn't want Ban Han to live in the Rong family's residence, he knew what was important and what was not. He nodded with a straight face and didn't say anything against it. Is there any food taboo? Rong Xia knew that Ban Han was picky about food. He looked at her, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and reached out to touch her forehead. It was still frighteningly hot. You can't eat anything greasy for the time being. The imperial physician stroked his white beard. Also, you can't eat anything spicy or cold. Thank you, imperial physician. I'll remember. Rong Xia took the handkerchief that the maidservant had twisted and gently placed it on Ban Han's forehead. Ban Han, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel that there was something on her head. She wanted to shake it off. Rong Xia hurriedly pressed down on the handkerchief with one hand and patted the quilt with the other. Like coaxing a child, she coaxed Ban Han to sleep. Ban Heng noticed his actions and turned his head. I'll go back and bring the servants that my sister often uses. I'll be disturbing Marquis residents for a few days. Marquis, you don't mind, right? You're welcome. He looked at Ban Han, who was sleeping soundly. He didn't dare to not welcome her. After Ban Heng left, the medicine was soon ready. Rong Xia woke Ban Han up and took the bowl of medicine that the maidservant brought. He scooped up the medicine with a spoon and brought it to Ban Han's lips. Ban Han, who hadn't recovered yet, looked at the black medicine. Her stomach churned and she almost vomited. Rong Xia saw that her expression was not right. He hurriedly took away the bowl of medicine and patted her back. Is your stomach uncomfortable? Ban Han looked at Rong Xia weakly. She had a pitiful look on her face. It smells bad. Rong Xia tasted the medicine. It was bitter and astringent. He frowned. This medicine really smelled bad and tasted bad. He looked at the housekeeper standing behind him. Why is this medicine so bitter? Housekeeper, Marquis, good medicine tastes bitter. You don't have any pills? Rong Xia saw that Ban Han's face was as pale as paper. He gently persuaded her. Hua Hua, why don't you take some first? Ban Han couldn't help but nod when the beauty looked at her with a pleading and concerned expression. So he fed her another spoonful of medicine. Give me the bowl. Ban Han refused to feed her with a spoon. It was torture to feed her spoonful by spoonful in this half bowl of medicine. It was better to drink it all. Although it was good that the beauty took the initiative to feed her medicine, this method was too heavy. She couldn't bear it. Rong Xia was stunned for a moment. He handed the bowl of medicine to Ban Han. Ban Baru held the bowl and gulped it down. He had to eat several candied fruits before he could suppress the urge to vomit in his throat. The maidservant brought her a teacup to rinse her mouth. She took a sip and spat it out. I can't rinse my mouth anymore. If I rinse my mouth again, I will vomit the medicine out. Take the medicine and sleep well. Sweat it out and you will be fine. Rong Xia helped Ban Han lie down and covered her with a quilt. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth. He couldn't help but kiss her burning forehead. Sleep well. Ban Han opened her eyes. Her watery eyes curved, then she closed them and fell asleep. The maidservant next to her felt that this scene made her blush. She hurriedly turned her head. Serve the princess well. Rong Xia stood up from the stool. I will come over in a moment. Yes. Rong Xia walked out of the main courtyard and asked the housekeeper behind him. Has Commander Chen left? Marquis, the other officials have already left the residence. Rong Xia nodded. His expression was very cold. It was as cold as a sharp blade that had just been unsheathed in winter. No one dared to touch its edge. Tell Wang Chu to meet me in the study. Wang Chu couldn't help but bow when he saw Marquis. Has the mole been found? It's the two gatekeepers. Someone took their family, I don't want to hear about their difficulties. Rong Xia didn't even raise his head as he interrupted Wang Chu. Deal with them according to the rules. Wang Chu bowed even lower. This subordinate understands. If it wasn't for the Princess Fuel last night, the Marquis Fu would have hung white banners and invited people to mourn today. Xianxia raised his head to look at Wang Chu. I overestimated Jiang Luo's intelligence. Marquis, this subordinate thinks that Prince Ning can't sit still. Prince Ning's personality was impatient and he didn't get along with Marquis. Now that Marquis was valued by the Emperor again, Prince Ning used the stupidest method to resolve the situation. He hurt the enemy and hurt himself. When has he ever sat still? Xianxia sneered. It seems that Xia Chengjin won't be able to recover? Wang Chu froze. He didn't understand why Marquis would suddenly mention Xia Chengjin. It's true that the Xia family's eldest son won't be able to recover. But what does this have to do with Prince Ning? It didn't in the past, but it can now. He didn't believe that Emperor Yunqing would punish the second prince because of him. He understood Emperor Yunqing very well. He was selfish and suspicious. Only the world would let him down. He had never done anything wrong. No matter how bad Prince Ning was, he was still his son. After this matter was investigated, Emperor Yunqing might compensate him and even cut off some of Prince Ning's lackeys to help him vent his anger. However, the second prince definitely wouldn't be touched. No matter what, the Xia family was tied to Prince Ning. He wanted Xia Chengjin to become a thorn in the Xia family's side. Marquis, Erban is here. The housekeeper's voice sounded from outside the study. Xianxia rushed out to take a look. He saw a group of people carrying several large chests. There were also 20 to 30 men and women. Some were dressed as maids, while others were dressed as guards. Ban Heng was surrounded by these people. He looked like a gangster on the street who brought his underlings to collect protection money. Brother Ban, Xianxia looked at the large chests on the ground. What are these? These are clothes and accessories that my sister often uses. Ban Heng sighed. She's temporarily staying in your residence. It's not good for me to take too many things, so I'll leave them as they are for now. Brother Ban, you don't have to be so polite. If you need anything else, feel free to bring it over. We're family, so there's no need to be so formal. Xianxia led Ban Heng into the inner courtyard. You're next to Huahua's courtyard. I'll take you to see the courtyard. If there's anything you don't like, you can have the servants change it. Don't worry, I'm not very picky about where I live. Ban Heng only had one box of things in total. Other than a few manservants and guards, he didn't have any maidservants with him. Therefore, most of the people he brought with him were to serve Ban Han. The Rong family's servants found that the heir of the Ban family was very easy to serve. Besides being particular about food, he didn't have the slightest opinion. When he saw the beautiful maids of the Rong family, he didn't give them a second glance. He also didn't bully the servants, and he didn't look for trouble. Such a young master was actually called a dandy. The standard of dandy in the capital was really too low. Ban Han drank the medicine and fell asleep. After eating half a bowl of porridge, he fell asleep again. In the middle of the night, she woke up once. There was no candle in the room, but a candlestick emitted a faint light. Was this a lamp made of luminous pearls? Hua, you're awake? When Xianxia saw her wake up, he hurriedly said, Don't sleep yet, I'll have someone bring the warm medicine. Why haven't you slept yet? Ban Han's body was soft. He just sat up and then lay back down. I slept in the afternoon. Xia's voice was a bit dry. He got up and walked to the door. He said something to the guard outside, and then hurriedly walked back to the bed. Are you feeling better now? I'm sweating all over right now, it's uncomfortable. Ban Han put her hand out of the quilt, but Xianxia put it back when she turned her head. The imperial physician said that you can't catch a cold now. Be good, don't make a fuss. Who's making a fuss? Ban Han dryly coughed. I'm going to change clothes. I'll let the maids wait on you. Xianxia uncomfortably touched his nose, then got up and walked to the door again. Soon, 2 maids came in. Rui, Yuzhu? Ban Han blinked. How come you're here? Junju, this servant was brought here by Shitzi. He was worried that other people didn't know your preferences and couldn't serve you well. Rui helped Ban Han dress. Seeing that Marquis Qingyan had already left the room, she and Yuzhu helped Ban Han behind the screen. Ban Han lay back down in the quilt, and said in a hoarse voice, Shitzi is also here? Based on her understanding of her brother, he would never let her stay alone in Marquis Fu for so long. Yes, Rui used a hot handkerchief to wipe the sweat on Ban Han's forehead. Xianxia lives in the courtyard next door. Ban Han smiled, this brat. In the end, she couldn't bear to scold him. After a while, Xianxia came in again. He reached out and touched Ban Han's forehead. You still have a low fever. He wrapped Ban Han in the quilt and let her sit up on the bed. He put the bowl of medicine next to her mouth. I'll hold it for you to drink. Finally, he didn't have to feed her with a spoon. Ban Han held her breath and drank the medicine. She bit a piece of candied fruit that Xianxia put in her mouth, and a smile appeared on her pale face. What are you laughing at? Xianxia held her with one hand and wiped her mouth with the other. I'm laughing at the beauty in front of me, Ban Han blinked, looking very innocent. Xianxia chuckled, I'm the one with the beauty in my arms. Oh. Ban Han yawned, I still want to sleep. Sleep. Xianxia smiled, but didn't let go of her. Ban Han opened her eyes and looked at him. She could only see his chin and half of his face. But a beauty was a beauty. Even if it was only the back of his head, he was still beautiful. Ho! Rui wanted to tell Marquis that it was okay to put down their princess and lie down on her own. But Marquis looked up at her, and she unconsciously closed her mouth. When she and Yuju walked out of the room, she was shocked to find that her forehead was full of sweat. Sister Rui, isn't it inappropriate to leave Marquis in the room? Yuju whispered, should we go in and serve him? No need, Rui took a deep breath. If the princess was willing to let us stay, she would have said so before she went to sleep. Moreover, with Duke Rong's character, he wouldn't do anything. With them and several female guards outside, he couldn't do anything. Xianxia had never seen Ban Han so weak. Usually, she was like a beautiful fox full of energy. Wherever she was the brightest existence. No one could really ignore her. In other words, as long as she was there, many people would find it hard to pay attention to others. This was the first time he saw Xianxia in such a weak state. He actually had the urge to rub her into his body, but he was afraid of hurting her, so he could only hold her carefully. He was unwilling to let go, but he didn't dare to hold her too hard. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? As long as she was there, the whole world would become gray. Only she was beautiful like a painting. He had never thought that one day, a woman would raise a sword in front of him, like a mountain blocking the wind and rain for him, blocking swords and knives. His mother was weak. Her face was always filled with endless sorrow, and she never tired of telling him about her pain. Again and again, like a thick fog that would never disperse. Before his mother died, her pair of slender hands pinched his arm until it bled. She said she was worried that his father would marry someone else, that his father would forget her. Her love, hate, pain, and memories were like a young girl's dream. Until she died, it was never beautiful. She never worried about what would happen to her two sons without her mother's protection. She also didn't think there was anything wrong with telling her children about her worries and pain again and again. She liked simple and elegant things. Since they were young, they had to have the same hobbies as him. She disliked red and gaudy, disliked gold and silver for being vulgar. She even sneered at the Ban family when she was alive. She never used the jewelry in the Fu's storehouse because she felt that those things were useless. The most beautiful woman didn't use jewelry, but she was also beautiful. Women who were obsessed with jewelry and spent energy on clothes and jewelry were both vulgar and superficial. She disdained to speak with such people and disdained to sit with them. When he was young, he had fantasized that the beautiful jewelry in the storehouse would look good on his mother. However, before he could say it, his mother let him know that people who liked these things were superficial. So he buried this idea deep inside his heart. He was cultured and refined, elegant, and well-mannered in his words and actions. This was the expectation that his mother gave him. She also raised him like this. Later, she died, his father died, and his brother died. He was the only one left in the Rong family. He became the Rong family's most upright gentleman. But every time he walked into the Fu storehouse, he couldn't help but look at the jewelry. They were clearly very beautiful things. Why was it gaudy to like them? Why, until one day, when he was riding a horse on the street, he saw the noble girl that he had met by chance in the mountains. She was wearing a red dress and riding a horse, whipping a man. His eyes were attracted to that girl. Everyone and everything in the world was a dull gray. Only she was like a flame, so beautiful that he couldn't breathe. She was clearly very beautiful and bright. How could it be gaudy? Pulling himself back from his memories, Xianxia looked down at the sleeping woman in his arms. He put her back on the bed, got up, and gently kissed her on the lips. Her lips were a little bitter and a little warm. Licking his lips, Xianxia leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes. Ban Han knew that she was dreaming again. She saw Xianxia come to cancel the marriage. She saw Xie Qilan fall and hurt his eyes. She saw Xia Wanyu and Jiang Luo get married. The two of them became estranged because of the Cultivation. The dream changed quickly and without any logic. It was as if it was spring one moment, and then it was snowing the next. In the blink of an eye, it was a garden full of snow. The crown prince was locked in a damp and dark courtyard. He seemed to be writing something. But before Ban Han could get close, the dream changed again. She saw the main hall of the Great Moon Palace full of imperial guards. Shurjin and the commander of the imperial guard stood together. Their faces were covered in blood and she didn't know if they were dead or alive. A pair of thick, green boots stepped through the door. The soles of the boots stepped on the congealed blood. The person seemed to think that the blood was too dirty. He lifted his foot and stepped on a corpse lying next to him. After rubbing the blood away, he continued to walk forward. Chongqing of Gojoseon, why are you doing this? Why? The person laughed and slowly opened the fan in his hand. This is what Emperor Yunqing owes me. Duke Chongqing? Ban Han heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Jiang Luo come in with a group of guards carrying swords. His face was full of pride. Jiang Luo? She looked at the two people walking together in shock. How could the Chongqing of Gojoseon be related to Jiang Luo? Ban Han suddenly opened her eyes. She saw the fluttering gauze curtain and Xianxia lying on the headboard. Hua Hua, you're awake? Ban Han looked at Xianxia in a daze. She suddenly asked, do you have a good relationship with the Chongqing of Gojoseon? She remembered that when the Chongqing of Gojoseon invited her and little brother Heng to visit Ba Gu, Xianxia and the Chongqing of Gojoseon were together. Xianxia wiped the sweat off her forehead with a normal expression, not very good. He likes my calligraphy and paintings, so he often invites me to his residence to talk about poetry. But I don't have time every time. Ban Han nodded and whispered, it's good that you don't go. What? Xianxia looked at her with a smile. Ban Han shook her head, my head is still a little dizzy. I'll help you rub it. Xianxia massaged her temples. His movements were very gentle and his fingers were warm. Why did you suddenly think of him? I had a dream. You dreamed of him but not of me? Ban Han smiled, I didn't dream of him. I only dreamed of a pig and a Ba Gu. The Ba Gu stood on the back of the pig, and the pig could fly. When I dreamed of the Ba Gu, I thought of the Ba Gu that the Chongqing of Gojoseon asked me to visit. Ban Han looked at Xianxia, how can a pig fly? Maybe it's because the pig was dreaming? Awoo. Ban Han bit the back of his hand. Hiss, pigs can not only fly, but also bite people. Standing at the door, Ban Han thought expressionlessly, did I come a little early? Ban Han opened his mouth and looked at the row of teeth marks on the back of Xia's hand. He snorted, if I'm a pig, what are you? I'm just an honest pig that follows you around, cough, cough, cough. Ban Han felt that if he didn't make some noise to make his presence known, the two people in the room probably wouldn't see him. Brother Heng. Ban Han saw Ban Heng and pushed Xiaxia aside so that he wouldn't block her view. Sister, Marquis Rong. Ban Heng walked in and bowed to Xiaxia. Although his attitude wasn't perfunctory, it definitely wasn't warm. He looked down at Ban Han who was lying on the bed. He turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw the bruises around Xia's eyes, he swallowed his words. Are you feeling better? The room was filled with the bitter smell of medicine. There was an empty bowl on the wooden table next to her. It was obvious that she had used the medicine. Ban Heng nodded. Her nasal voice was a little heavy. Her pale face, big eyes, and sad little face softened Ban Heng's heart. He still didn't know what happened the night before, but judging from the Rong family servant's attitude, his sister must have helped Xianxia a lot. Father and mother are very worried about you, but they also know that Marquis Rong is a steady person, so they don't worry about you recuperating here. Banheng turned to look at Xianxia and smiled politely. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It sounded like they were relieved, but in fact, it was a warning. Banhan smiled embarrassedly. I made them worry. It's okay. Before I left, Mother had specially told me that you don't have to think too much. Just rest well. Banheng looked at ease. Apparently, he had already expected Xianxia to have such a reaction. Anyway, Mother said that there are not many times when you and I are free of worry. Banhan didn't think it was a compliment. Xianxia, who was standing beside the siblings, could not help but laugh out loud. When he saw Banhan turn to look at him, he clenched his fist and coughed twice. Sorry, Banhan said generously, if you want to laugh, laugh. Don't hold it in. In the end, Xianxia did not laugh. He ordered the servants to bring Banheng to have breakfast. After Banheng left, he laughed again. Banhan looked at him with a doting and helpless expression, as if saying, I really don't know what to do with you. Seeing Banhan's expression, the smile on Xia's face widened. In the residence of the Count of Zhongping, the Xie family sent wave after wave of doctors. But everyone's answer was the same. They could save their eldest son's life, but they could not save their eldest son's life. Xianxia only had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His youngest son was muddle-headed and hurt his eyes. Now, other than meeting with his friends in poetry and painting, he was like a cultivator. He was not interested in any emotions. His youngest daughter had married well on the surface, but Prince Ning was not a doting person. His daughter was a princess consort in name, but she would not live as freely as if she had married a normal man. Now, his eldest son, what kind of sin had the Xie family committed to cause such unlucky things to happen one after another? The imperial physicians in the palace have no solution. The doctors of the Ban family also have no solution. Madame Xia sat in a chair absent-mindedly. Lao Yi, what should we do? Count, Madam, a servant girl hurriedly ran over. Eldest young master and eldest young mistress quarreled. Eldest young master told eldest young mistress to scram. Madame Xia suddenly stood up from the chair. Then where is eldest young mistress? Eldest young mistress is crying in her room right now, the servant girl said anxiously. You should go take a look. Although the commoners did not know that Xie Zhongjin's family jewels had been injured, many people in the capital had heard a few words. There were also many people who gossiped behind their backs. The Xie family pretended not to know. Xianxia and Madame Xia walked into the courtyard where their eldest son and daughter-in-law lived. They heard their eldest son smashing and scolding in the room. Their daughter-in-law only cried and did not speak. Madame Xia was worried that if her eldest son continued like this, her daughter-in-law would leave in anger. She went in and said, Zhongjin, what are you doing? Xie Zhongjin looked at Madame Xia with a red face. Mother, has the culprit been caught? Madame Xia did not dare to look into her son's eyes. The capital government is investigating. You are not in good health right now. You can't get angry and harm your health. Investigating? Xie Zhongjin laughed strangely. I think the capital government is busy worrying about the Rong Jumpo case. How would they have time to care about our family? Madame Xia was angry, embarrassed, and distressed. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? There are so many cases in the capital. Is the capital government only focusing on the Marquis Qing'an case? Isn't this the way of the world? Xie Zhongjin was expressionless. These people will curry favor with whoever has more power. Who cares about the Duke of Marquis? What's so great about that? The one in charge of the court is Prince Ning. Madame Xia was worried that her eldest son would go down a dead end, so she helped him sit down on the bed. If you are angry, you can talk to your mother. How can you vent your anger on your wife? Eldest grandmother Xia sat in the corner and wiped her tears. She did not react much to Madame Xia's words. However, for Xie Zhongjin, as long as he saw his wife and concubines, it would remind him of the pain of losing his manhood. So, he did not want to see these women at all. No matter how Madame Xia tried to persuade him, he did not give in to his wife. Xianxia and his wife came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Eldest grandmother Xia also left the courtyard. Xia Zhongjin remembered what happened that day and kicked over the only stool by his feet. 4 hours later, a young man dressed as a manservant ran into Xia Zhongjin's courtyard with a look of panic on his face. Young master, the manservant panted, I found the person, but what? Xia Zhongjin saw that the manservant's expression was strange. Explain it clearly. I've asked someone to investigate. A few days before the incident, those ruffians who disappeared without a trace were in contact with a man called Sullen Sanner. This Sullen Sanner is a street fortune-teller swindler. He doesn't have much ability, but his mouth is very powerful. Some old women and poor daughters-in-law believed him. The manservant saw the impatient expression on Xia Zhongjin's face and quickly got to the point. I heard that this Sullen third son has a brother who works in the palace. His brother happens to be serving His Highness Prince Ning in the palace. Prince Ning? Xia Zhongjin froze. His eyes widened as if he had gone crazy. Why would he do that? The manservant didn't dare to say anything else. He muttered, perhaps there was a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Xia Zhongjin sneered, he didn't even give face to an important official in court. It wouldn't be strange if he did something like this. There had long been rumors that Prince Ning liked a girl from the Shi family. However, because the crown prince married the eldest daughter of the Shi family, it was impossible for the Shi family to have two daughters marry into the imperial family. Therefore, the emperor wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Xia family, who didn't have much influence in court. In terms of military influence, the Xia family couldn't compare to the Ban family. In terms of civil officials, the Xia family couldn't compare to the Rong, Yao, Yan, and Shi families. Therefore, the Xia family was the best candidate to curb Prince Ning's ambitions. After Prince Ning married his younger sister, he was unhappy. It wasn't strange that he wanted to take revenge on the Xia family. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't do such a brainless thing. However, if it was Prince Ning, everything made sense. Prince Ning, Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, Xia Zhongjin spat out this name word by word. He was so angry that the roots of his teeth were bleeding. As a man, how could he not be angry after encountering such a thing? In Jingting Gongfu, the Ying clan was sitting by the window embroidering a pouch. She had been embroidering this pouch for a long time and it was especially beautiful. Madam, her personal mammy walked in and gestured for her to be quiet. She placed the pouch in a basket and covered it with a brocade handkerchief. She moved the basket away from the basket and said, this is the pouch I embroidered for Huahua's wedding. It can't be tainted by anything unlucky. The mammy bowed. When the Ying clan returned to her seat, she whispered, the matter has been taken care of. The Ying clan didn't show any emotion on her face. Don't worry, it was all a coincidence. No one will suspect us. The Ying clan sneered, I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Who can I blame? Madam, you're still too soft-hearted, the mammy said with some dissatisfaction, that eldest young Master Xiao wanted to take Master's life. Soft-hearted? The Ying clan laughed, I'm afraid that eldest young Master Xiao wouldn't think so. Although the Ban family wasn't as powerful as it used to be, there was a saying that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as the emperor didn't deliberately target the Ban family, they would be able to live comfortably. The master had a simple personality and didn't understand these twists and turns. Therefore, she would do these things. In a family, someone had to use their brains. Madam, about the princess, don't worry too much, the Ying clan shook her head, she's a child with a sense of propriety. She knows what she should do and what she shouldn't do. Moreover, Marquis Qingyan is a good match. After they get married, if they can get along well, I'll be able to rest assured. When the mammy heard this, she didn't say anything else. The Ying clan got up and walked out of the courtyard. She looked at the grass and trees in the courtyard. They were all planted by her husband according to her preferences. In her life, when she was in the Ying clan, she was tortured by all kinds of methods and learned all kinds of methods. Originally, she thought that marrying into the princess royal residence was just jumping from one fire pit to another. Who would have thought that she would jump into a hot spring? If anyone touched her hot spring, she would fight with them. When she was in the Ying clan, if she didn't have any methods, how could she protect the dowry left for her by her mother and marry into the grand royal residence? Everyone had a bottom line, and her bottom line was her man and her child. In Qing'an Marquis Fu, Ban Jin lived a beautiful and decadent life where she stretched out her hand for clothes and opened her mouth for food. When she closed her eyes, there was a handsome man accompanying her in bed. When she opened her eyes, there was a handsome man smiling at her. Although she had not officially married into the Rong family, everyone in the Rong family had already regarded her as the mistress of the house. "Princess, please try this." A beautiful maid fed Ban Han a grape with its skin peeled and seeds removed into her mouth. On the other side, there was another beauty fanning Ban Han, and another beauty holding a bottle and massaging her legs and shoulders. If Ban Han was a man, no matter who saw this assassin, they would have to sigh and say, "What a lecherous man." However, in the Marquis Qing'an mansion, the beautiful maids loved to rub against Ban Han, as if it was a great honor to serve Ban Han. Sitting on the other side, Ban Han was peeling the grape himself with an expressionless face. The manservant behind him came forward to help, but he gave him a disdainful look. It was fun to be served by beauties. What was the point of letting a manservant do this work? He glanced at Ban Han, who was lying lazily on the soft couch, and turned to listen to the female storyteller. Among other things, the storyteller in the Marquis Qing'an mansion was really good, and the story she told was very novel. He had long been tired of the story of the poor scholar, the rich lady, and the beautiful fox demon. Were all the rich ladies and foxes in the world blind? They didn't like the elegant gentleman, so why did they have to marry the poor scholar? The story of the Marquis Qing'an mansion was different. There was a story of a poor scholar who was motivated and finally came back to marry his childhood sweetheart. The two of them worked together in the officialdom and lived a loving life. There was also a story of a poor scholar who coveted the beauty of a rich lady. In the end, he was beaten with a stick and failed to pass the exam. As for the beautiful fox demon, she naturally disappeared into the mountains after playing with the outstanding scholar. She wouldn't turn into an ordinary person to sew clothes and cook. "Good, that's the flavor." Ban Han slapped his thigh and said, "This kind of poor scholar should be taught a lesson. This story is very interesting." He took out 2 pieces of silver from his pouch and gave them to the storyteller. "Tell us another story tomorrow." "Yes, heir apparent." The storyteller thanked him and put the silver away. Ban Han didn't have such a big reaction as Ban Heng. After listening to Xia's story, she felt that other stories were too ordinary. Fortunately, Xia had some free time recently. If he had nothing to do, he would chat with her and tell her stories to pass the time. Just as she was thinking, Xia walked in. He was wearing a white and silver satin robe, and his hair was tied up with a jade crown. He looked fresh and elegant. Nowadays, there were some famous scholars who didn't tie their clothes around their waists or tie up their hair. They thought that this was romantic and free. However, Ban Han still admired this kind of well-dressed nobleman with his hair tied up meticulously. Because only this kind of person could make her have the impulse to pull open his clothes and look at his collarbones. She was always worried that the hair of those with disheveled hair would be knotted or stained with dirt. As long as she thought of this, she couldn't appreciate this kind of handsome man. Ban Heng saw that his sister's eyes fell on Xia. He lowered his head and continued to peel grapes. He was very glad that this was his sister and not his brother. Otherwise, if she developed this kind of personality, the coffins of their Ban family ancestors wouldn't be able to cover them. Seeing Xia come over, the beautiful servants who were surrounding Ban Han hurriedly retreated to the side. They bowed their heads and didn't dare to take another look. Ban Han rested her chin on one hand and reclined on the soft couch. Seeing Xia, she was too lazy to get up. "Didn't you go to see Commander Chen?" He said that he had already investigated the case. "I thought that you might be interested in this case, so I came to ask you." Xia's gaze swept over the servants who were standing quietly with their heads lowered. He smiled and said, "It seems that you get along well with the servants of this humble residence." "Probably because I like beautiful women, and beautiful women like me?" Ban Han sat up straight and took out a handheld mirror from under the soft pillow. She looked at herself a few times to make sure that her hair was not messy. She stood up and said, "It's only been a few days, and he already investigated it?" Xia held her hand. The summer was hot, but he had a body that was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Ban Jin's slightly hot hand was held by Xia, and a trace of coolness passed into her palm. She raised one of her eyebrows and glanced at Xianxia. She smiled and did not break away from his hand. Ban Han looked at the backs of the two people who were leaving. He wanted to say, I also want to go, but he didn't have the chance to say it. He thought about it and decided not to ask. He shamelessly followed them. Some things were not a big deal after you got used to it. The only side effect was that he wanted to marry a wife. The two people walked to the door of the reception hall. Xianxia glanced at Ban Han and reluctantly let go of her hand. He thought regretfully that if they were married now, he could openly hold Huahua's hand and appear in front of everyone. He wouldn't have to worry about people gossiping. Greetings to Marquis, Princess, and Ban Shitzi. The officials led by Commander Chen stood up and bowed when they saw them enter. No need to be so polite. Please sit. Xianxia and Ban Han walked into the room. Ban Han sat down next to them and didn't say anything. A few days ago, Princess Xianxia caught a cold. We didn't have the chance to greet you properly. How are you now? Commander Chen bowed to Ban Han. His Majesty is very worried about your health. He said that after you recover, you should go to the palace to see him. I'm much better now. Ban Han coughed. I'm sorry for making His Majesty worry. Commander Chen saw that Princess Fuel was indeed much better than the last time he saw her. He was relieved. I'm here today to report the case of the assassin. Xianxia put down the teacup that he had picked up. Who is it that hates me so much? Commander Chen said a name. This person was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. At the same time, he was a former subordinate of the Yan family before the Yan family lost power. It's him? Xianxia frowned. I just found that some of his account books were unclear in the Ministry of Personnel. After he sorted them out, I didn't mention it again. I didn't expect him to still hate me. Marquis is a gentleman. How could he know what these people are thinking? Commander Chen smiled. Marquis, please don't worry. His Majesty won't let this person off easily. Xianxia was still shocked and sad. No matter what Commander Chen said, she just nodded silently. Commander Chen saw that Xianxia was greatly affected inside in his heart. This was just a scapegoat. He couldn't drag the people behind him into this, so the investigation could only stop at him. Jing Zhaoyi and Lu Banshan didn't dare to say anything about this case. Seeing that Commander Chen had closed the case, they didn't have any objections. Now, anyone with a brain could guess that this case was very likely related to the fight for the throne. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have sent someone he trusted to handle this case. Strictly speaking, Commander Chen shouldn't be in charge of this case. However, His Majesty insisted that Commander Chen be in charge of this case in the name of caring for his subjects. What else could others say? Poor Marquis Rong was loyal to His Majesty. He almost died under the knife of the assassins, but he didn't get justice. Jing Zhaoyi looked at the sad Xianxia and sympathized with him even more. Some things were better left unknown. Knowing would only make things more troublesome. I see that Marquis Rong's injuries are much better. When will you return to court? Commander Chen asked. The current minister of the Ministry of Personnel is only temporary. There are many things that you have to deal with. Personally. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm not very energetic recently, and I haven't recovered from my injuries. I'm afraid that I won't be able to be loyal to Your Majesty for a while. Please forgive me. Commander Chen nodded silently. Don't worry. I'll convey your message to His Majesty. Now that Prince Ning's power in the court was growing, His Majesty couldn't sit still anymore. He wanted Marquis Qing'an to return to court and suppress Prince Ning's morale. However, looking at Marquis Rong's pale face, he probably couldn't work too hard for the time being. After these people left, Ban Han sneered lazily and patted Xia's shoulder. Don't take it to heart. People have to look forward. Don't let unnecessary people and things spoil your mood. However, it's too difficult for you to treat this as unnecessary. She looked at Xia, who was slightly depressed, and pinched his nose with her index finger. Come on, little handsome man, smile for me. Xia smiled. That's right. Ban Han pulled him up from the chair. A few days ago, I saw that the lotus flowers in the lotus pond were blooming. Come with me to take a look. Okay. After Commander Chen returned to the Great Moon Palace, he reported the matter to Emperor Yunqing. When Emperor Yunqing heard that Xianxia couldn't return to court for the time being, he frowned slightly. It's been almost 2 months. His injuries haven't healed yet? Is it because his injuries haven't healed, or is he blaming me? Your Majesty, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. I saw that Marquis Rong's complexion didn't look too good. Commander Chen said. Marquis Rong is a civil official. He's not like me, who has been learning martial arts since I was a child. I can withstand falling and beating. Are you blaming me for ordering someone to flog you at the end of last year? Commander Chen was stunned. He didn't expect His Majesty to think about this matter. Because of the assassination of Daning Princess Royal, he and Shijin were both flogged. When Shijin was able to ride a horse, he was still lying in bed. Therefore, it was rumored that he couldn't make it. In fact, for many days afterward, he helped His Majesty deal with some things that couldn't be dealt with openly. Therefore, after he was reinstated, many people came to congratulate him. Commander Chen knelt on one knee in front of His Majesty and asked for forgiveness. Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. You didn't? Emperor Yunqing sneered. I know you all blame me for being unreasonable. It's just that this world is an unreasonable place to begin with. Get out. Emperor Yunqing seemed to have thought of something. He picked up his dragon-headed crutch and hit Commander Chen. Kneel outside. Commander Chen lowered his head even more. Yes. Wait. Emperor Yunqing stopped Commander Chen. Have you dealt with those assassins? Your Majesty, those assassins have committed suicide in the prison of the Supreme Court. Commander Chen knelt back to his original position. Please rest assured. Yes. Emperor Yunqing nodded. Has the Crown Prince repented? Commander Chen sneered in his heart. Repented? A good son was tortured to a pulp by His Majesty. What did His Majesty want him to regret? Did he regret having an affair with his concubine mother? Or did he not dare to be too famous and make the emperor suspicious? However, the Eastern Palace didn't lack beauties. Even if it did, as long as the Crown Prince said so, many people would think of ways to send beauties into the palace. Why would he have an affair with his concubine mother? Did His Majesty really not understand, or was he pretending not to understand? His Majesty was old, and he was afraid. He was afraid that his son would become more powerful than him. Therefore, he pretended to believe that the Crown Prince did these things and took the opportunity to destroy the Crown Prince's prestige among the people. If he treated his son like this, how would His Majesty treat his subordinates, Marquis Qing and Mansion? Countless gifts were received. This time, they were gifts to suppress the shock. There were gifts from scholars, courtiers, young women, and nobles. There were even gifts specially prepared for Ban Han. It seemed that the news that she was recuperating in Marquis Qing Mansion and that she had saved Xianxia on a rainy night had spread. Otherwise, why would there be so many gifts that only women would like to use, even though they didn't say it out loud? Marquis, Princess, His Highness the Chongqing of Gojoseon is here. Ban Han put down the gift list in his hand and said to Xianxia, Eighth brother, have you arrived? Hearing Ban Han's words, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Before he could get up, another servant came in. Marquis, Prince Ning's servant has come to visit with gifts. Ban Han put down the gift list and smiled at Xianxia. The pig and the lackey are also here. The Chongqing of Gojoseon liked beautiful women and did not care about court politics. He had even less contact with Prince Ning. Novel chapters updated the fastest. He and the current emperor were cousins, and his seniority in the imperial house was not low. However, his presence in court was not even half as important as Xianxia. However, since he came to visit as a Junwang, Xianxia could not refuse him at the door. Thus, he could only put down the invitation and rise to personally welcome him. Your Highness the Chongqing of Gojoseon, Xianxia walked into the door of the reception hall and bowed to the Chongqing of Gojoseon. Your presence brings light to my humble fu. Marquis Qing'an, why are you so polite? The Chongqing of Gojoseon put down his teacup and stood. These past 2 days, I wanted to see you, But I knew that you must be busy investigating the assassination case, so I did not come to disturb you. Now that I heard that the case was solved, I was relieved and did not worry that I would disturb you. These cases were all handled by Commander Chen and the other officials of the Supreme Court. This official has not recovered from his old injury and encountered this kind of thing. I do not have the energy to worry about these things. Xianxia smiled and said, I am just reading in my room and recovering. This is the way to live. The Chongqing of Gojosian waved the fan in his hand noisily. Right, my niece is also recovering here? Xianxia smiled faintly, yes. Ah, the Chongqing of Gojosian sighed. This child has been restless since she was young. When she was 8 years old, she had an argument with Prince Ning and actually fought with Prince Ning, who was several years older than her. Tell me, in the entire court, how many children would dare to fight with a prince like that? Xianxia did not speak. Or rather, he did not have the habit of discussing his fiancée's private matters with other men. However, the Chongqing of Gojosian obviously did not care about what he thought. He walked directly to the door and said to Xianxia, let's go. I haven't seen my niece for a long time. Today, accompany me to see her. Which courtyard does the little girl live in? The one next to yours? Xianxia saw the Chongqing of Gojosian walking straight ahead, as if there was no one else around. Xianxia quickly followed. Your garden is well built. The Chongqing of Gojosian stepped onto the 9-bend white jade bridge in the middle of the lake. I heard that your father built this bridge especially for your mother when he was still alive. Xianxia looked at the koi fish wagging their tails in the artificial lake. This lake and bridge have existed since I can remember. The Chongqing of Gojosian laughed and said, your father and your mother have such a good relationship. I'm envious. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, when the old Qinhuang and Qinhuang Fei were still alive, their relationship was harmonious. Junhuang is joking. Even if it was a well-meaning joke, it was inappropriate to talk about someone else's deceased elder. He felt that his relationship with the Chongqing of Gojosian was not good enough for him to make such a joke. You are still so particular. The Chongqing of Gojosian saw his displeasure and sighed. Fine, I won't say it. The two walked across the bridge. Xianxia did not take the Chongqing of Gojosian to the neighboring courtyard, but to his main courtyard. When they reached the door of the main courtyard, he said to a manservant guarding the door, go invite the Princess Fuel and Ban Shitzi. Say that the Chongqing of Gojosian has come to visit. Hearing this, the Chongqing of Gojosian stopped the manservant. There is no need to be so particular. Chuang Yatu is ill. I cannot bear to see her go back and forth. Why don't I go see her? Junhuang Yi, in private, you are her elder. There is no reason for you to go see her. In public, you are Junhuang, your status is higher than hers. You cannot lower yourself to visit her. Xianxia smiled faintly. Her spirits are better today. It will be good for her body to walk. So it is like this. The Chongqing of Gojosian did not appear embarrassed. It was I who did not think properly. Xianxia led the Chongqing of Gojosian into the main hall of the main courtyard. The Chongqing of Gojosian sat on the seat of honor and he sat on the second seat. A servant girl came in to serve tea. The Chongqing of Gojosian looked meaningfully at Xianxia. The servant girls of Marquis Fu are really, Marquis, Junju, and Shitzi have arrived. A manservant's voice sounded from outside. These servants called them Junju and Shitzi, not Princess Fuel and Jingting Gongfu Shitzi. The difference was not small. The Chongqing of Gojosian lowered his head to take a sip of tea. It was rumored that Xianxia did not like Princess Fuel, but the Princess Fuel kept pestering him. Adding on the fact that she had saved Marquis Qing'an's life, Marquis Qing'an's character would not disregard the opinions of others and allow her to stay in the Fu to recover. He could not bear to disappoint her. But if Marquis Qing'an did not have feelings for Ban Han, why would the servants in his Fu be so close to Ban Han? Greetings to your highness, the Chongqing of Gojosian. We are a family. The Chongqing of Gojosian raised his head to look at the pair of siblings with outstanding appearances. He smiled and invited them to sit down. My sudden visit today did not disturb Huahua's rest, did it? Ban Han smiled and replied, Your Highness is concerned about me. How could it disturb me? The Chongqing of Gojoseon immediately smiled and said, "Niece, you are right. Since there are no major matters in the imperial court, I am looking forward to attending your wedding banquet." Ban Han turned her face. "Your Highness, did you come today just to make fun of me?" There were no major matters in the imperial court. She was afraid that there were major matters everywhere, and everyone was just pretending not to see. The Chongqing of Gojoseon heard this and immediately laughed. He was like the most gentle elder who was joking, but also took the younger generation's feelings into consideration and made the joke just right. If Ban Han did not have that strange dream last night, she would definitely like this Chongqing of Gojoseon very much. But now, no matter what the Chongqing of Gojoseon did, her mind was still filled with the scene from the dream. Because the bottom of his foot was stained with blood, he wiped it on the body of another person. It was as if he was not stepping on a person, but a rag. She never felt that she was very kind, but it did not mean that she could accept someone being so cold and heartless. "Little girl?" The Chongqing of Gojoseon sensed that Ban Han's expression was not right. He looked at her with eyes full of worry. "Have you not recovered yet?" Ban Han forced a smile and said, "I am still a little dizzy." "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further." The Evergreen King stood up and said, "I came here today to visit you. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved." Ban Han narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her bright eyes narrowed into crescents. She looked very happy, but no one could see her true thoughts. "This official will see Jun Wangyi out." Xianxia also stood and walked out of the main yard with the Chongqing of Gojoseon. When they walked out of the moon gate, the Chongqing of Gojoseon suddenly said, "Marquis Rong, you are a person of good fortune." "Why does Jun Wangyi say this?" "I originally thought that with your personality, you would find a woman as elegant as a chrysanthemum. I thought that this kind of life would be very boring." The Chongqing of Gojoseon played with the fan in his hand. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I didn't think that you would be able to obtain Ben Wang's most interesting niece." "Jun Wang is joking." Rongxia's tone suddenly changed. "But Junju is a rare and good girl." The Chongqing of Gojoseon laughed softly and turned to continue walking. When he reached the second gate, he saw several servant girls and manservants walking in with numerous gift boxes. Some of the gift boxes even had the insignia of Prince Ning. Seeing this, the curve of his lips widened. He turned and said to Rongxia, "Marquis, please wait. You don't have to see me out. Jun Wangyi is too courteous. Please. Please wait." Rongxia sent him to the gate. Before the Chongqing of Gojoseon sat in the carriage, he covered his mouth and coughed lightly. The Chongqing of Gojoseon heard the sound and turned to say to Rongxia, "Marquis, you have to take care of yourself. Many thanks for Jun Wangyi's concern." The Chongqing of Gojoseon walked into the carriage. The luxurious Junwang carriage slowly drove away from the Marquis Ching'an-fu. Rongxia stood at the gate and silently watched the carriage go away. When it could no longer be seen, he turned and walked back. But when he returned, he saw Ban Han standing on the 9-curved white jade bridge. Ban Heng, who liked to be her little tail, was nowhere to be seen. "Hua Hua," Rongxia walked to Ban Han's side. "It's windy here." "Why are you here?" "It's too boring to be cooped up in the yard, so I came out to bask in the sun." Ban Han's hair was loosely tied up and she looked very relaxed. She raised her chin towards the gate. "The Chongqing of Gojoseon has gone back?" "And, he's gone back." Rongxia reached out a hand to her. "Let's go bask in the sun in the yard. It's windy here. If the illness worsens, you'll have to drink medicine again." "Won't that be torturous?" Ban Han looked at the hand in front of her and put it in Rongxia's palm. "Okay." She really didn't want to drink that bitter medicine anymore. "Where's Ban Xiongdi?" "I told him to go back to the yard and practice the horse stance," Ban Han said. "His body is still too weak. He needs to practice." Rongxia paused and then nodded. "You're right. It's good for boys to be stronger." In any case, everything Hua Hua said was right. Then there was no problem. The case of the assassination of Marquis Ching'an was finally determined to be the revenge of the jealous officials of the Ministry of Appointments. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Some people believed this statement. After all, the emperor had sent people to investigate the case with great fanfare and had rewarded Marquis Qingyan with many things. There were even rumors that if Marquis Qingyan hadn't been to court recently and had just been conferred the title of Marquis, the emperor would have already promoted him to a duke. This kind of attitude didn't seem to indicate that the emperor didn't value Marquis Qingyan. The nobles scoffed at this kind of rumor. It was the title of a duke, not a candy to coax. Children. When the emperor saw that you were unhappy, he would be given one. In the entire imperial court, there were only 3 people who were dukes. One was the younger brother of the Empress Dowager, one was the father of the Empress, and the last one was the playboy of the Ban family. These 3 dukes all had one thing in common, and that was, they relied on women to get to the top. One relied on his sister, one relied on his daughter, and the last one relied on his mother. As an official or a subject, if they could earn a noble title, it would bring honor to their ancestors. Even if it was recorded in the genealogy, it would be recorded in a big way. Even if there was a change of dynasty a few hundred years later, their descendants would still be proud to see it. There were a few people who understood that the emperor wasn't cherishing Marquis Qingyan, but was comforting him. This was because the real murderer couldn't be the official of the Ministry of Appointments, but someone else. How could a small official of the Ministry of Appointments have the ability to hire such a professional assassin and bribe the servants of Marquis Qingyan? They didn't need to think too much about who the emperor wanted to protect. They all knew in their hearts who it was. Prince Ning. Some of the old officials were disappointed. Prince Ning had done such a thing. Even if the emperor wanted to protect him, he shouldn't continue to be the regent. Today, Marquis Qingyan made him unhappy, so he sent assassins to assassinate him. Tomorrow, if they didn't do what he wanted, would he also send assassins to kill them? Marquis Qingyan was lucky. At the most critical moment, Princess Fuel came to save his life. But could all of them be so lucky? The emperor's actions showed that he didn't care about the lives of the court officials. Some of the court officials were heartbroken, while others beat their chests and stomped their feet. Ban Huai brought a few of his playboy brothers and caused a ruckus at the court. Prince Ning was so angry that his face turned ashen. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about Ban Huai's status, he would have already sent the imperial guards to drag Ban Huai away. Originally, they thought that after Prince Ning was angered by Ban Huai would strike while the iron was hot and cause trouble at the court again. Who knew that when the court session started, not only did Ban Huai not come, he even asked for an injury leave. Everyone asked for the reason. Well, the dignified Duke of Jingting was on his way home from court when he was startled by someone. His head hit the wall of the carriage, and there was a wound that was neither too big nor too small. Fortunately, the interior of the Duke of Jingting's carriage was covered with a thick layer of cushions. Even the walls were sewn with fur, so the injury wasn't serious. However, the Duke of Jingting, who had just defended Marquis Qingyan in court, was injured on his way home. Moreover, it was a coincidence that he was startled by someone. They had never seen such a coincidence in the world. They were afraid that this wasn't a coincidence, but rather, someone else's doing. People in high positions couldn't help but be paranoid. Therefore, the Duke of Jingting's accident this time was already determined in everyone's mind that someone else had an ulterior motive. Who would hold such a grudge against the Duke of Jingting? Everyone's gaze shifted to Prince Ning, who was sitting on the serpent-patterned seat below the dragon throne. He was irritable, easily angered, cruel, disregarded human life, and narrow-minded. If this kind of person became the emperor, how could they survive? Even Marquis Qingyan and the Duke of Jingting had been schemed against by him, let alone them. When Ban Han, who was still recuperating at Marquis Qingyan's residence, heard that Ban Huai was injured, how could she sit still? She hurried back on the same day. In the end, she circled around Ban Huai a few times and only saw a thumb-sized bump on his head. Other than that, he wasn't injured at all. "Father, what is going on?" Ban Han drank half a cup of tea in one go. In order to get back as soon as possible, she didn't even have time to eat lunch. This really was a coincidence. Ban Huai laughed dryly and explained what had happened. The gist of it was that a person accidentally rushed out and startled the horse pulling the carriage. Ban Huai, who was sitting in the carriage, bumped his head into the wall of the carriage. Even more coincidentally, the person who had done this was one of Prince Ning's eunuchs. He had secretly left the palace in order to buy something. This matter couldn't be explained clearly. Even if Prince Ning didn't order someone to do it, in the eyes of everyone in the capital, it was Prince Ning who did it. Thus, everyone once again sighed. Prince Ning was truly crazy. He was capable of doing anything. At this time, Jiang Luo, who was in the limelight, was quarreling with the Wang Fei. Jiang Luo disliked Xia Wanyu for meddling in other people's business. He shouldn't have sent someone to deliver gifts to Marquis Qing'an. Xia Wanyu laughed at him for not using his brain. Not only had the emperor and the empress bestowed gifts to Marquis Qing'an, even the crown prince, who was locked up in the eastern palace, had sent someone to deliver gifts to Rong Xia's residence. How much face did he have that he wasn't even willing to send gifts? Did he think that there weren't enough rumors outside and that they weren't ugly enough? So what if I ordered someone to kill him? Jiang Luo sneered. Who does he think he is? I'm a dignified prince. Do I have to live my life in front of him? But you didn't kill him, Xia Wanyu despaired of Jiang Luo's brain. If you really had the ability, you should have taken his life that night. Now, not only have you alerted the enemy, many people have become aware of your motives. What do you want the officials to think of you? I don't care what they think of me. To me, Jiang Luo sneered, they're just a pack of dogs. Who cares what dogs think? Xia Wanyu was too lazy to say more to him. He simply stood up and left the room. Dogs also bite people. Besides, even if these people were willing to be dogs, they might not be willing to let Jiang Luo be their master. Wang Fei, a servant girl, ran in front of her and said in a small voice, De Gongzi sent someone to deliver a letter. Xia Wanyu's footsteps paused. His eyebrows raised, you mean De Gongzi? Yes. She took the rolled-up piece of paper that was thinner than her little finger. When she opened it, her entire face paled. She abruptly turned her head to look at the courtyard behind her. Wang Fei, what's wrong? The servant girl saw that her expression was not right and looked worriedly at her. I'm fine, Xia Wanyu took a deep breath. Her clean and beautiful fingernails dug into her flesh. Remember, you cannot tell anyone about this piece of paper, including the people of the Count of Zhongping's Fu. Do you understand? The servant girl nodded with some fear. Yes, newbie will remember. She tore up the piece of paper bit by bit and threw it into the large water lotus jar at the side. The light yellow paper floated on the surface of the water like an eyesore that stung Xia Wanyu's eyes. Slap. She slapped her hand heavily on the surface of the water. The water splashed everywhere, drenching her face and clothing. She used the back of her hand to fiercely wipe the water off her face. She turned to look at the servant girl who was kneeling on the ground in fear. What are you kneeling for? Stand up. Yes. The servant girl stood up, trembling. She didn't dare to look at Xia Wanyu's face. But Xia Wanyu's expression was exceptionally calm. She used her finger to wipe away the water droplets at the corner of her mouth. She laughed lightly, help me change. The result of Ban Han rushing back to Jingting Gongfu was that she was sick again. Sometimes she was good, sometimes she was bad, over and over again. Rong Xia couldn't always come to the Ban family, so he could only send people to deliver things to the Ban family. Today he sent gems, tomorrow he sent cloud satin, and the day after he sent novel stories. Whether it was valuable or not, as long as he felt that Ban Han would be interested in something, he would send it all to Ban Han. Summer gradually passed like this. By the end of autumn and the beginning of winter, Ban Han's illness had completely recovered. It was as the saying went, illness is like spinning silk, and her spinning silk was the kind that was especially slow. His Majesty had already sent out several decrees to have Rong Xia return to court. However, Rong Xia's body seemed to have been in poor health ever since he was beaten last time. He had just returned to court for a few days when he fell ill again. Emperor Yunqing sent an imperial physician to personally take his pulse. The imperial physician also said that his body had been damaged and that he wouldn't recover without a year or so of rest. Emperor Yunqing had no choice but to promote a few people who had nothing to do with Prince Ning and the Crown Prince's faction. These people didn't seem very conspicuous, but the Crown Prince and Prince Ning's faction officials couldn't avoid them. In addition, Prince Ning and the Crown Prince's faction officials didn't dare to touch these people. Not only could they not touch them, but they also had to be wary of other people plotting against them. People on both sides knew that His Majesty was testing the hearts of both sides. If something happened to these people, His Majesty would naturally be suspicious. When the first snow of winter fell in the capital, Emperor Yunqing was already able to throw away his crutches and walk a few steps without anyone's help. On the night that he planned to return to court, he began to have nightmares again. He dreamed that he was only 10 years old. His father didn't like him, and his brothers looked down on him. Only Ban Huai and Rong Xiaolangjun, who were several years younger than him, followed behind him with sincerity. He saw the Duke of Jingting come to pick up Ban Huai, but the Duke of Jingting's throat was full of pus and blood, and his face was covered in blood. "Uncle, what happened to you?" "Your Majesty, didn't you order people to poison me to death?" "Your Majesty," Rong Xiaolangjun, who had been following beside him, suddenly had his hair all over the floor. Black blood seeped out of his ears, mouth, and nose. "Your Majesty, did you hate me for seeing your pathetic past, so you killed me?" "No, no," Emperor Yunqing repeatedly retreated. I did it for the sake of the country, liar. Liar. No." Emperor Yunqing was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He screamed in horror, "It wasn't me." "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The eunuchs and palace maids filed in. When they saw Emperor Yunqing lying under the dragon bed, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. How did His Majesty fall off the bed? Soon, the imperial physician rushed over. After looking at Emperor Yunqing's symptoms, he shook his head with a serious expression. His Majesty seemed to be even more ill. Imperial physician. The Empress looked at the Emperor lying on the bed. His expression was numb and haggard. In the past 6 months, because of Emperor Yunqing's strange temper, their former friendship had almost been worn away. But when she looked at the man on the bed whose hair was half white, her heart softened. What happened to His Majesty? Why did so much of his hair turn white overnight? "Your Majesty, His Majesty is too worried." The imperial physician knelt in front of the Empress. "I am incompetent." His Majesty's condition was gradually improving, but after tonight, the Empress waved her hand weakly. "I know." It was extremely difficult to recover from a second stroke. When Emperor Yunqing woke up, he found that he couldn't leave again. He immediately lost his temper and punished many palace maids who served him in the Great Moon Palace. Even the Empress was severely scolded by him. "Where's my lucky bag?" Emperor Yunqing found that the lucky bag under his pillow was gone. He opened his eyes in horror. "Who stole my lucky bag?" The lucky bag was gone. Even the door got outside the door was damaged because of the strong wind last night. Emperor Yunqing sat on the bed with disheveled hair and stared at the gauze curtain in a daze. He seemed to have lost his mind. "It must be because these are gone that they came to me. It must be because of this." "Your Majesty, it's time for you to take medicine." Wang De came in with a bowl of medicine. However, Emperor Yunqing suddenly became agitated and knocked over the bowl in his hand. The medicine spilled all over him and soaked his clothes. However, Wang De didn't even dare to frown. "Go and pass on my order. Immediately summon Marquis Qingyan and Princess Fuel to the palace." Emperor Yunqing tightly grasped Wang De's hand. "Let them enter the palace immediately." "Your Majesty," Wang De whispered. "Marquis Qingyan is sick. He is still resting in bed. Bring him in even if you have to ask someone to carry him." Emperor Yunqing's eyes lit up. He was like a person who had been thirsty for water for a long time and found a pool of clear spring water. He didn't care about anything else. "Go quickly." "Yes." Wang De bowed and left. When he left the room, the cold wind entered his bones through his soaked clothes. He couldn't help but shiver. "Grandpa De, do you have any orders?" "Pass on His Majesty's order. Summon Marquis Qingyan and Princess Fuel for an audience." "This?" The little eunuch looked at the white snow outside. 2 days ago, Marquis Qingyan was sick. His Majesty even rewarded him with tonic medicine. However, today, he was so cold. Now, he wanted them to enter the palace. Wasn't this tormenting? Let the imperial guards handle this matter. Make it quick. His Majesty is anxious to see them. Yes. The little eunuch didn't dare to say more. His Majesty's temper was getting weirder and weirder. Several people in the Great Moon Palace had already been beaten to death. Even if he was just a eunuch without roots, he still cherished his life. The Ban family was sitting around a warm stove and eating from a warm pot. Although they couldn't eat fish and meat right now, the food cooked from the warm pot was still delicious. The Ban family was surprised and worried when they heard that the Emperor Yunqing was urgently summoning only Ban Han. However, they didn't dare to openly disobey the emperor's order. Ban Han changed into a white fox dress with a white fox collar and put on a white fox cloak. Under the worried gazes of the Ban family, she walked out of the Ban family's gate. The carriage sent by the palace was already waiting outside the gate. The person standing at the front was Shijin. When Shijin saw Ban Han, he silently bowed to her and took a few steps back. An imperial guard stepped on the snow and put a wooden stool in front of the carriage. Ban Han nodded to the imperial guard. The imperial guard immediately retreated to the side with a red face. The cold wind blew at the collar of Ban Han's fox fur coat. She pulled the collar of her coat and stepped on the wooden stool. "Princess, please watch your step." Shijin stood beside the stool and said in a low voice with his head lowered. Ban Han tilted her head to look at him. He was still wearing his silver armor. The red tassels on the top of his silver helmet swayed in the cold wind. This was almost the only bright color on his body. "Thank you for the reminder." The carriage struggled to move forward in the thick snow. The imperial guard driving the carriage wanted the horse to run faster, but the horse slipped and the carriage swayed on the road. She fell in love with him. "Be careful," Shijin rode to the side of the carriage driver and said with a serious face, "If Princess Fuel is hurt, which one of you can afford to pay for it?" "Yes, sir." The imperial guard acting as the carriage driver was so scared that his forehead was covered in sweat. He was also confused. Shouldn't the Shi family and the Ban family have conflicts? Why did the deputy commander not seem to dislike Princess Fuel? However, the grudges between the nobles were not something that people of their status could understand. Since the deputy commander did not want to take this opportunity to punish Princess Fuel, he would not offend such a noble person. Ban Han touched the snow rabbit hairpin in her hair and pretended that she did not hear the conversation outside. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. They were almost at the imperial palace. Deputy Commander Shi, a eunuch, was already waiting at the entrance of the imperial palace. When he saw the deputy commander, he hurriedly said, "His Majesty has ordered that the princess should take the carriage directly to the Great Moon Palace. There is no need to dismount." Shijin looked back at the carriage behind him and nodded slightly. "I understand." The guards at the entrance did not even raise their heads. They allowed the luxurious carriage to pass quickly and did not even look at it. The shaft of the carriage left a deep mark in the snow at the entrance of the imperial palace. It was not until the carriage could no longer be seen that the guards dared to exchange glances. Marquis Qing'an entered the imperial palace before Princess Fuel did. Why was His Majesty in such a hurry to summon them? Deputy Commander Shi, Ban Han, who was sitting in the carriage, opened her mouth and said, "Is it not appropriate to take a carriage in the imperial palace?" Shijin tightened the reins and retreated to the side. He cupped his hands and said, "Princess, this is His Majesty's order." Ban Han chuckled ambiguously. "This time, no one will drag me out of the carriage, right?" Shijin put on a solemn expression and said respectfully, "Your Highness is too serious. I dare not offend you." When he tripped Princess Fuel's horse in the Forbidden Palace, it had almost become an unforgettable memory in his heart. Now that he heard Ban Han mention this, he felt ashamed, regretful, and a bit of indescribable bitterness and regret. If he hadn't tripped Ban Han's horse that day and had accompanied her to see His Majesty, perhaps. He smiled bitterly and felt that he was indulging in fantasy. Ban Han laughed. She didn't say a word until the carriage stopped in front of the main gate of the Great Moon Palace. "Princess, we've arrived at the Great Moon Palace." When Ban Han stepped out of the carriage, the imperial guards around him lowered their heads and took a step back. Even the commander, Shijin, dismounted from his horse and maintained a respectful posture. He lowered his head and could only see a few blue gems embroidered on the plain fur shoes, which matched the blue lotus embroidered on her white palace dress very well. "Greetings, Your Highness." Several female officials came forward to greet her. Some held an umbrella for Ban Han, and some offered a hand warmer to Ban Han. They were all respectful and in awe. Seeing Ban Han being escorted into the inner hall by the palace maids, Shi Jin stood there for a while until his subordinates called him. He came back to his senses and said, "Wait here for a while. If His Majesty needs us, we will be able to respond." Thinking of His Majesty's current temper, the imperial guards were still fearful. They listened to Shi Jin and stood guard outside. Ban Han walked into the outer hall and saw that Xianxia had already arrived. He was wearing a blue brocade robe and looked ill. There was a charcoal brazier in the hall, so it was very warm. Ban Han took off her fox fur coat and walked to Xianxia. "You arrived earlier than me? Wasn't he sick? Why did he come in such a hurry?" Xianxia covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed a few times. "His Majesty summoned me, so I came quickly." He put down the handkerchief and held Ban Han's hand in his palm. Ban Han's cold hand was immediately wrapped in warmth. She looked worriedly in the direction of the inner hall. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. At this moment, Wang De walked out. He saw the two of them holding hands and bowed. "Your Highness, Marquis, His Majesty summons you two in." Ban Han glanced at Wang De. Wang De smiled and stepped aside. "Let's go." Xianxia squeezed Ban Han's delicate fingers and reluctantly let go of her hand. When Ban Han walked into the inner hall, she almost vomited because of the strange smell inside. The smell of incense and medicine mixed together, making her almost breathless. But she knew that she couldn't show any emotion on her face. Otherwise, Emperor Yunqing would definitely explode. Just as Ban Han expected, Emperor Yunqing's gaze fell on them after they entered the hall. Emperor Yunqing didn't close his eyes until the two of them came closer. "Your Majesty." Ban Han stood a few steps away from the dragon bed. She looked at the old man with concern and innocence. "You missed me again?" "Yes." Emperor Yunqing opened his eyes and looked at Ban Han. "I missed you." "Sit down." Ban Han pulled Xianxia to a chair and sat down. She took a thin orange from the lotus leaf fish plate and began to peel it. After peeling it, she found that her hands were covered in orange oil. It was difficult for her to reach for her handkerchief. Xianxia silently took out his handkerchief and pulled Ban Han's hands to wipe them clean. Ban Han generously gave him a small half of the orange. "Girl, now that you have a fiancé, you won't share your food with me?" Emperor Yunqing's voice was a bit muffled. Ban Han was a bit confused. Didn't they say that His Majesty had recovered? Why didn't he speak as well as she did last time? "This thing is too cold. I don't dare to eat too much. I also don't want to waste it, so I can only let him eat the leftovers." Ban Han smiled as she peeled off a piece of the orange and fed it to Emperor Yunqing. "We'll eat this." She placed herself and Emperor Yunqing as we. This implied that in her heart, Emperor Yunqing was one of her people. Even though Xianxia was her fiancé, in her heart, his position was still lower than Emperor Yunqing. Emperor Yunqing was really amused by her and ate the piece of orange. Fine, fine, fine. This thing is very cold. Zhen doesn't like to eat it." This subject's daughter knew that His Majesty had people specially prepare this for this subject's daughter, Ban Han said happily. "Many thanks for His Majesty's kindness." This thing wasn't specially prepared, but Emperor Yunqing saw Ban Han's happy appearance and didn't say anything to refute it. He looked at Xianxia, who was sitting quietly on the side. He hadn't seen Xianxia for a while. Xianxia had lost a lot of weight. The illness on his face hadn't disappeared. His face was so pale that there wasn't a trace of blood. "Junpa, Zhen called you and Rong girl here today because Zhen wants you to do something for Zhen." Emperor Yunqing said, "Last time, Zhen really liked the picture of the door god you drew for Zhen. Today, draw another one." "Yes." Xianxia looked at Emperor Yunqing. He wanted to say something, but stopped. "His Majesty, you also need to take care of your health." Emperor Yunqing knew that he was worried about his health. He sighed slightly. "Zhen understands." Two eunuchs carried a table in. The brush, ink, paper, and paint were all prepared. Looking at this posture, Emperor Yunqing wanted to see Xianxia paint on the spot. "His Majesty, Marquis Qingyan can paint. What can I do?" Ban Han turned to look at Emperor Yunqing with a distressed expression. "Don't let me inscribe." Emperor Yunqing smiled, just embroider a few needles on this pouch for Zhen. Ban Han saw that on the table the eunuchs carried, in addition to the painting tools, there was a simple and elegant pouch. There were no patterns on it. His Majesty, it's not like you don't know how the subject's needlework looks like. Ban Han took the pouch, took out the needles, and sat on the chair closest to Emperor Yunqing. If the embroidery is ugly, don't make fun of it. The room quieted down. Ban Han held the needles and embroidered the crooked characters Fu Shou. Only Xia's coughs could be heard from time to time. After finishing the embroidery, Ban Han raised his head and looked at Xia's back. Xia coughed softly and turned to look back at him. Their eyes met. Ban Han blinked and lowered his head to continue his struggle with the show character. Emperor Yunqing looked at the affection between the two and suddenly remembered that he was once young and had fallen in love with a beautiful woman. But he had long forgotten what that beautiful woman looked like. He only remembered that she seemed to have been married. His Majesty, Xia put down the brush, this subject's painting is done. Emperor Yunqing didn't even look at the painting of the door god. He directly had the eunuchs come in and have them put the door god on the door of the inner hall. Xia's eyebrows moved slightly. She looked at Emperor Yunqing's somewhat wild eyes and walked to Ban Han's side. Ban Han's embroidery of the pouch was almost done. But the embroidery was so bad that even he couldn't bear to say it was good. But Emperor Yunqing liked it very much. After the pouch was done, he couldn't wait to stuff it under his pillow. Ban Han felt that Emperor Yunqing was a bit strange. His words and actions didn't seem like a courageous emperor. He was more like a 7- or 8-year-old child who couldn't control his emotions. He deliberately had them rush over in the snow just to have them embroider the pouch. How was this different from an incapable emperor? His Majesty, His Majesty? Ban Han found that Emperor Yunqing had closed his eyes. She exchanged a look with Xia and quietly left. After leaving the inner hall and breathing in the fresh air outside, Ban Han felt her body and mind become comfortable. She looked at the palace maids and eunuchs standing solemnly in the outer hall and waved to Wang De, who was closest to her. Steward Wang, His Majesty has fallen asleep. Hearing this, Wang De smiled and led the two out of the Great Moon Palace. Then, he bowed to them and said, I've troubled Marquis and Princess today. Ban Han smiled, to be able to see His Majesty is a good thing that many people can't wait for. But when she said this, she tilted her head and looked at Xia, who was wearing a navy blue fur coat. She was worried that his body couldn't take it, so she directly said, since His Majesty is resting, we don't dare to disturb him. Goodbye. Take care. Wang De glanced at Xia, bowed to him, and then turned to return to the Great Moon Palace. The imperial guards outside the palace gate saw that Xia and Ban Han had come out, and that Wang De had personally escorted them out, so they relaxed. It seemed that His Majesty was in a good mood today. Since they had brought them here, they naturally had to send them away. Ban Han helped Xia into the carriage and turned to the guards, thank you for your trouble. I'll go back with Marquis Rong. According to the rules, it was not appropriate for a man and a woman to ride in the same carriage. But these two were going to get married soon, so it was not a big deal. They could save some trouble, so no one raised any objections. Deputy Commander, why don't I? No need. Just let me make this trip, Shurjin said expressionlessly. I brought Princess Fuel here, so I naturally have to send her back safely. Yes. Ban Han sat in the carriage and looked at Xia worriedly. How are you feeling? Xia shook her head, I'm fine. She took Ban Han's hand and wrote 3 words in her palm. Don't worry. You. Ban Han remembered that the person outside was Shurjin, so she said, I have a pot to eat at home tonight. You can come with us. Xia nodded, okay. Outside the carriage, Shurjin's eyes were looking straight ahead. Snowflakes fell on his hair, and soon his hair was white. His subordinate wanted to hold an umbrella for him, but he refused. The subordinate noticed that he was not in a good mood, so he did not dare to say more. The carriage stopped at Marquis Qing'an Mansion. The person who got off the carriage first was not Xia, but Ban Han. She jumped out of the carriage, turned around, and reached out to the person in the carriage, come down, I'll help you. Cough, cough, cough. Xia coughed, lifted the curtain, and walked out. Looking at the hand in front of him, he did not hesitate to take it. After getting off the carriage, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and smiled at Jean. "Thank you, Deputy Commander Sher, for sending us back. It's my duty." "Marquis Qing'an, you're welcome." Xianxia smiled even more gently, and held Ban Han's hand as they walked into the Ban family's gate. "Tsk, after the two entered the gate, an imperial guard said unhappily, "Why are all these scholars like this? They're so weak, and they even need a woman to help them. They're just like gigolos." What was more hateful was that the Princess Fuel was so beautiful, yet Marquis Qing'an still had the nerve to ask her to help him. How shameless was he? Couldn't he be more manly? Enough. Jin's expression was cold. "If you have the heart to gossip, why don't you go back and practice your swordsmanship?" If he could get closer to a beauty, who cared if he was manly or not? Xianxia held Ban Han's hand and felt his whole body relax. He stopped coughing, stopped breathing, and his pale face became rosy. He even ate a large bowl of vegetables while eating the hot pot. What weakness and weakness? What lingering sickbed? All of that had turned into bubbles. In the end, he insisted on staying at the Ban family's house for one night, using the excuse of the heavy snow and strong wind, and his weak body. This confirmed his determination to marry Ban Han. Emperor Yunqing woke up the next morning. After waking up, he ate 2 bowls of porridge and a few pieces of dessert. Even his face looked more radiant. "Wang De." Emperor Yunqing suddenly said to Wang De, who was beside him, "There's a saying among the people. It's called Chongxi. Your Majesty." Wang De looked at Emperor Yunqing hesitantly. "There is such a saying, but, if I let Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel get married in the palace, will it bring joy?" "Your Majesty." Wang De was so scared that he knelt down in front of Emperor Yunqing. "Princess Fuel and Marquis Qing'an are only foreign officials. How can they get married in the palace? This is against the rules of the ancestors. One of them is my niece, and the other is my nephew. It's not too absurd to get married in the palace," Emperor Yunqing said again. "I think they set the wedding date too late. There's a good day in December, and it just so happens that the Princess Royal's mourning period is over. Isn't it just right?" Wang De knelt on the ground and didn't want to get up. He was only a eunuch. Did he have to worry about the rules of the ancestors? "Go and call the imperial astronomer to see if there's a good day in December." Wang De accepted the order and left. However, before he went to the imperial astronomer, he deliberately leaked the news. His Majesty wanted Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel to get married in the palace, which was definitely impossible. However, it was possible to set the wedding date in December, because December 28th was a good day. The explanation to the public was that it was a good day for both families and families. After the Empress heard the news, she rushed to the Great Moon Palace and persuaded Emperor Yunqing for a long time before he gave up the idea of letting the two get married in the palace. However, Emperor Yunqing's idea of driving away bad luck was too deeply rooted in his heart. In the end, he gave the two of them a side palace in the suburbs of the capital, and he even said that the imperial astronomer said it would be better for them to get married there. The side palace where the emperor lived naturally had good feng shui. The only problem was that the side palaces where the emperors lived were usually given to their descendants. There was no precedent of them being given to outside officials. Not only that, Emperor Yunqing treated the marriage of Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel as enthusiastically as if it was the marriage of his own son. What's more, when Prince Ning got married, Emperor Yunqing wasn't so enthusiastic. Therefore, a mysterious rumor spread that Marquis Qing'an was actually His Majesty's child. That was why His Majesty let Marquis Qing'an marry his favorite female descendant. Even though His Majesty was so ill now, he was still worried about Marquis Qing'an's marriage. When these people spread the rumor, they suddenly forgot that when Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel were about to get married, these people said that Marquis Qing'an was forced to marry Princess Fuel by His Majesty. Now, they said that Marquis Qing'an was His Majesty's illegitimate child, and that was why His Majesty let Marquis Qing'an marry his favorite descendant. When it came to rumors, logic was the most useless thing. When the Ban family learned of Emperor Yunqing's intention, the whole family was confused. When the descendants of the family got married, the parents should decide the date. Why would Emperor Yunqing care? What do you mean the 28th day of the 12th lunar month is a good day? No matter how good the day is, what does it have to do with you? Ban Huai was so angry that he smashed several tea sets in the house. However, they couldn't refuse His Majesty's good intentions. Master, this tea set costs 600 taels of silver. The Ying clan watched coldly as Ban Huai smashed the tea set. When he was almost done, he said, "You've smashed nearly 2,000 taels of silver." "Madam," Ban Huai gasped, "I'm just angry." "Even if you're angry, you have to swallow it." The Ying clan laughed coldly. "Didn't you hear what the people in the palace said? His Majesty cares about this marriage the most recently. Because of this marriage, he can't sleep well and can't eat well. If you jump out to stop it, you'll see if he goes crazy." "Why is he so worried? Could it be that Marquis Qing'an really is his illegitimate child?" "It's just a rumor from some ignorant people outside." "Do you believe it?" The Ying clan laughed coldly. "The Lin clan doesn't have much contact with the current emperor. How could you give birth to his illegitimate child? Could it be that it's like those stories say, impregnated by love?" "Impregnated by love? It's just a lie." Ban Huai suddenly felt a little guilty. "How could I believe that?" The Ying clan raised an eyebrow and ignored him. "Anyway, Huahua is also willing to marry Marquis Qing'an. It doesn't make much of a difference if it happens a little earlier or later." The Ying clan frowned. "Fortunately, everything is almost ready. Otherwise, if we rashly brought it forward, I can't bear to see my daughter get married so early." Ban Huai was stubborn. "I just don't feel comfortable in my heart." "Could it be that you want to wait until after the mourning period to let them get married?" The Ying clan lowered his voice, his tone cold. Madam, what do you mean?" Ban Huai was shocked. He looked at the Ying clan in panic. "It shouldn't be that bad, right?" "Who knows?" The Ying clan stood up. "Don't cause trouble. I'll go ask Huahua. If she doesn't have any objections, this matter will be settled." Originally, the rumor that Xianxia was Emperor Yunqing's illegitimate child was just a rumor made by some ignorant people who were jealous. However, for some reason, this rumor spread more and more until even Prince Ning heard about it. "What, illegitimate child?" Prince Ning stood up from his chair, agitated. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. If Xianxia was his father's illegitimate child, his father wouldn't have chosen to protect him after the assassination attempt. This was impossible." "Why is it impossible?" Xia Wanyu smiled sarcastically. "If we want to talk about it, Marquis Qing'an's mother and His Majesty are cousins. It is said that this woman from the Lin clan is extremely beautiful. That's why old Qing'anbua didn't care about the Lin clan's background and insisted on marrying her as his official wife. He even built a garden for her." "Shut up," Jiang Luo said. "Father has an illegitimate child. This isn't a good thing for you or me. Do you think this is the time to watch a show?" "Your Highness's words don't make sense," Xia Wanyu said calmly. "Even if Marquis Qing'an is His Majesty's illegitimate child, as long as His Majesty doesn't acknowledge him, he will always be an official. Why do you care about him?" Xia Wanyu didn't understand why Jiang Luo was so determined to make things difficult for Xianxia. Wasn't the most important thing at this time to please His Majesty and trample the crown prince into the mud so that he would never be able to climb back up again? This kind of intelligence problem was really unsolvable. So what if he doesn't acknowledge him? Now the entire capital knows about it. There's also that side palace. How much money and material resources were used to build it? This prince and the crown prince wanted it, but father wasn't willing to give it to us. Now that Marquis Qing'an is getting married, he didn't say anything else and even let them get married in the side palace. Isn't this attitude obvious? The more Jiang Luo spoke, the more he felt that Xianxia was most likely father's illegitimate child. Otherwise, why would father treat him so well all these years? Xia Wanyu raised his eyebrows. His Majesty has already bestowed it. You can't go and ask for it back, right? It's not like this prince hasn't seen good things. Jiang Luo was a little upset. "Shut up, I don't want to talk to you." Xia Wanyu didn't care. She snorted lightly, turned around, and walked out, completely ignoring his entanglement and embarrassment. "Your Majesty," the Empress walked into the Great Moon Palace and saw that His Majesty was looking at a marriage schedule. She paused. "This is the marriage schedule for Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel?" Yes, Emperor Yunqing was in good spirits recently, as if he had a goal. His whole person was in good spirits. Marquis Qingyan doesn't have any elders in his family, and I'm the matchmaker for their marriage. It's inevitable that I have to worry about it. Your Majesty. The Empress picked up a gift list from the Ministry of Rites on the table and glanced at it. This gift list was no different from a royal prince's wedding. According to the rules, when a noble got married, the Ministry of Rites would prepare congratulatory gifts according to the rules. However, these gifts were usually just for show and added a layer of glory to the wedding. Her heart trembled slightly as she remembered that His Majesty had once called Xianxia Langjun in his sleep with a frightened expression, as if he had done something wrong. Could it be? The Empress suddenly felt that the gift list in her hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Your Majesty, have you heard the rumors outside? What rumors? Emperor Yunqing didn't raise his head. All his attention was on the list. For him, what he saw wasn't a list, but a perfect wedding. He hoped that after this wedding, his body would be healthy again. Then, he would be able to sit on the dragon throne with all the civil and military officials bowing to him. Everyone outside says that Marquis Qingyan is your illegitimate child. What kind of nonsense is this? Emperor Yunqing didn't expect such absurd rumors to spread. He immediately said, Empress, don't believe the rumors outside. I've only met the Lin clan a few times. How could I have such a big illegitimate child like Marquis Qingyan? If he really had such a son, it would be fine. The Empress' heart sank bit by bit. His Majesty didn't care about these rumors at all? Your Majesty, the Empress put down the list of gifts. This kind of rumor is not good for you or Marquis Qingyan. Xia thinks that it should be clarified. Emperor Yunqing felt that only by treating Xia as his own son could he escape from this nightmare. Being in a high position but unable to have a healthy body, Emperor Yunqing was like many absurd emperors in history. He was afraid of death, afraid of aging, and his ambitions when he was young turned to nothing. His only obsession was to have a strong body and live a long life. What's the use of clarifying? These people will only think that Jin is trying to hide it, Emperor Yunqing said unconcernedly, the innocent will be innocent. Empress, don't worry. The Empress pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, Xia understands. In the past, the Lin clan was as beautiful as orchids in an empty valley. Even when women saw them, they couldn't help but feel pity. The Lin clan was supposed to be His Majesty's cousin, but because of the previous generation's grudges, she suffered a lot when she was young. It was rumored that before His Majesty married her, there was a woman he liked. Even though His Majesty never mentioned this woman after they married, the Empress couldn't help but think, was that woman from the Lin clan? Was that why His Majesty couldn't marry her and couldn't even express his feelings? Empress, the Emperor thought that he had made it clear enough that the Empress wouldn't misunderstand. Marquis Qingyan and Rong girl's marriage is very important to Jin. Jin's body can't handle it, so everything depends on you. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the Empress lowered her head and helped Emperor Yunqing organize the list on the table. This marriage won't go wrong. With how much the Ban family doted on their daughter, they wouldn't let this marriage go wrong. The princess of the Ban family who had 4 fiancés was finally going to get married. After the news spread throughout the capital, some men envied Marquis Qingyan for his good luck, some women envied Ban Han for his good luck, and some people who had nothing better to do, with a strange mentality, envied Xia for having 2 fathers. Although some people were speculating about the erotic past that might have existed, they still wore serious expressions on their faces. In the name of being concerned about the state affairs, they calculated the possibility that the Emperor would recognize this illegitimate child. If the Emperor really did recognize this son, would the throne be Xia's, thinking about Prince Ning, who did things indiscriminately, and the Crown Prince, who had a weak personality? Many officials who truly cared about the world suddenly felt that if Marquis Qingyan really was of the Jiang family's bloodline, it would be the best choice for him to be the Emperor. At least they didn't have to worry that the Emperor would be easily swayed and listen to the slanderous words of the traitorous officials. They also didn't have to worry about the Emperor doing things according to his heart, scolding and beating the officials, and not caring about the lives of the common people. How is that possible? After hearing Ban Heng's gossip, Ban Han couldn't help but laugh. What kind of nonsense is this? He can't be the Emperor's child. That's not necessarily true. Look at how well the Emperor treats Marquis Qingyan. These years, he has been promoting him. After his biological brothers passed away, not only did he not demote him and inherit the title, but he also let the empress's family take care of him. Ban Han originally thought this rumor was very absurd, but as the rumors became more and more intense, and these people said it with a nose and eyes, because of the past, he couldn't help but believe it. If he isn't his biological father, why would he treat the son of a court official so well? Did you forget that Xia's father was the emperor's study companion when he was the crown prince? Ban Han thought. Maybe because of this relationship, he specially took care of Xia. You believe it? Ban Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at Ban Han. He didn't believe her words at all. If His Majesty was really such a sentimental person, when Xia's brother was still alive, he even used the reason that the mourning period was not over to prevent Xia from inheriting the title. In the end, when Xia died, before 7 days had passed, the edict for Xia to inherit the title came down. And it was the same as his father, an earl. According to the rules of the Great Yi dynasty, if a descendant inherited the title of an elder, they would be demoted. If this family wasn't liked by the imperial family, it was possible to demote them by 2 or 3 ranks. As an emperor, he was more narrow-minded. How could he be so generous with something as rare as a title? Ban Heng even felt that half of the reason for Rong Dalong's early death was because Emperor Yunqing didn't give him the title. It's not a matter of whether you believe it or not. It's a matter of whether Xia is Emperor Yunqing's illegitimate child. Ban Han didn't want to reason with Ban Heng. She stood up and said, "Don't listen to the rumors outside. You're already stupid. If you listen to them, you'll be even more stupid." Ban Heng, where are you going? I'm going to see the emperor's illegitimate child. Ban Han picked up the foxfur cloak on the shelf and was about to go out. Sister, Ban Heng called out to Ban Han. Are you and Xia really going to get married before New Year's Eve? Hasn't the date already been set? Ban Han stood in front of the big bronze mirror and tied the rope of her cloak in front of the mirror. She didn't seem to be against this marriage. His Majesty wants us to get married in a hurry. How can we delay it? Previously, we said that February was a good date. Now it's 2 months early. Why is His Majesty in such a hurry? Ban Heng sounded a little dissatisfied. Maybe he wants to chase away the bad luck? Ban Han joked. Isn't it common among the people? When the elder in the family is sick, they want the younger generation to get married and bring happiness to wash away the illness. That's only if the younger generation gets married. You and Xia aren't His Majesty's son or daughter. What kind of happiness are you trying to chase away? Ban Heng snorted at his sister's unreliable joke. It's still snowing outside. Don't ride a horse. I know. Ban Han opened the door and turned to Ban Heng. By the way, don't forget to practice your boxing skills. Okay. Hurry and go see your fiancé. Ban Heng waved her hand. Clearly, she wasn't interested in practicing her boxing skills. After all, Xia was just a weak scholar. If he dared to do anything to hurt his sister in the future, with his boxing skills, how could he beat Xia? The snow in the capital was often very heavy, and it would fall for a few days at a time. There were fewer people on the road than usual. Ban Han sat in the soft and warm carriage, holding a hand warmer in her hand. Hearing the tinkling of the wheels, she impatiently lifted the curtain of the carriage. The pedestrians on the street all had their hands in their pockets. Some were selling charcoal, some were selling oil, and some were selling New Year's pictures, fur, and meat. She exhaled a white breath and suddenly realized that another year was about to pass. In the corner, there were young boys and girls with grass labels on their heads. They were being sold. Ban Han looked away and lowered the curtain. Recently, more and more people in the capital began to sell children. She frowned. If even the capital was like this, how difficult would it be in other places? The Marquis Qing'an mansion was not far from the Jingting Gongfu. When the carriage was about to reach the Marquis Qing'an mansion, it stopped. Ban Han lifted the curtain and looked. Why did we stop here? Princess, there are several carriages parked in front. This place is blocked. Ban Han lifted the curtain and walked out of the carriage. There were several carriages parked in front of it. Looking at the style of these carriages, the people riding them were probably not low. She handed the hand warmer to the guard next to the carriage and took another hand warmer from the servant girl. She stepped on the stool and walked down the carriage. Looking at the dirty snow on the ground, it seemed that there were many people coming to the Marquis Qianyan mansion. Forget it. Let's go back. Ban Han didn't like to deal with these people. She turned around and planned to go back. This little one greets Princess. A servant dressed in blue ran in front of Ban Han and respectfully bowed to her. This way, please. Ban Han stood on the stool and lifted her chin towards the carriages. Does your marquis have time now? At this time other people may not have the time, but if you come, then there will definitely be time. The manservant had an ingratiating smile on his face. Marquis has already ordered that if Junju comes, you must be welcomed in at the first moment. If there is any slack, we will pack our bags and leave the Marquis Fu. Nonsense. Ban Han laughed. Is your Marquis such an unreasonable person? Marquis is usually very reasonable. But when it comes to you, there is no reason to be reasonable. The servant rubbed his head and smiled embarrassedly. He turned his head and looked at the servant girl holding the umbrella for Ban Han. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look. The servant girls at the princess' side were all so beautiful that people would be dazzled by them. Xianxia sat in the main hall and chatted with these officials. These people in front of him were those who supported the crown prince. After the crown prince was placed under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, these officials had been running around for the crown prince. It was only when Prince Ning wantonly suppressed the officials in the crown prince's faction that they stopped. Xianxia knew the purpose of these people's visit without needing to say anything. They had heard the rumors outside and wanted him, the illegitimate son, to help the legitimate crown prince put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. Xianxia felt that these people were a bit ridiculous. No wonder the crown prince had developed this kind of personality. It was all because of the influence of the people around him. Prince Ning was now very powerful, but they didn't think about how to deal with Prince Ning. They only knew how to find people to plead for the crown prince. What kind of brain did they have? Shouldn't the best method be to pull Prince Ning down from his position, or find a way to make the emperor disappointed in Prince Ning so that they could plead for the crown prince? Only then would it be easier for the emperor to let the crown prince out? No matter how he looked at it, the person in the crown prince's line who was the best at scheming was still Shi Chonghai. Unfortunately, he was too complacent and angered the Emperor Yunqing. Now, he wanted to help the crown prince, but he didn't have enough power. He could only watch as Prince Ning showed off his power in court. Marquis Qianyan has a dignified appearance and has the bearing of a gentleman. The crown prince often praises Marquis in front of officials, an official said. He also admires Marquis's literary talent. These people kept talking about the crown prince. Although Xianxia was moved by their loyalty to the crown prince, he was determined not to be moved in the slightest. Marquis, the steward walked in, the princess Fuel has arrived. Hearing this, Xianxia put down the teacup in his hand and stood to say to the officials present, Darren, this one's fiancé has arrived. Darren, please wait for a moment. This one will be back soon. No matter how thick-skinned the officials were, they didn't want to interrupt the time between an engaged couple. They saw that although Xianxia didn't say anything to plead for the crown prince, at least he didn't refuse. This gave them some hope in their hearts. We will take our leave. Darren, please don't be so courteous. After saying their goodbyes and urging them to stay, the officials finally walked out of the door. They didn't walk far before they saw a group of people coming in from the main entrance. The woman in the lead was no more than 17 or 18 years old. She wore a snow-white cloak that blended in with the snow. A group of beautiful maids clustered around her. She looked like a celestial concubine on a journey. That is. The official in the lead stopped and turned around to say to the people behind him, we will wait for a while. They were waiting for Ban Han to pass by before they went out. The steward who sent them out bowed his head and stood respectfully behind them. Unexpectedly, Ban Han, who was about to pass by, saw them. She stopped, took off the cloak and hat on her head, and nodded slightly to the officials. The officials were flattered and cupped their hands in return. It wasn't until Ban Han passed by that they slowly came back to their senses. They looked over again and saw that Marquis Rong had already received Princess Fuel. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It was really enviable. Darren, please. The steward smiled and gestured for them to leave. The officials came back to their senses and hurriedly walked out of the Rong family's door with a smile. After they left, they smiled bitterly and said their goodbyes. There was no other way. The entire capital knew that His Majesty had taken a liking to this wedding. Therefore, all the families that had dealings with the Ban family spent a lot of money when sending dowry gifts. Jewelry, ancient books, and picture books were all sent to the Ban family one after another. There were still 10 days until the wedding between the two families, but there were already people guessing how much Princess Fuel's dowry would be. How much betrothal gifts would be sent by Marquis Qingyan. There were even some debauches who had a good relationship with Ban Huai who began to bet that when Ban Han was married, Ban Huai would cry and hug his daughter to prevent her from getting married. Originally, it was an ordinary noble family's wedding. However, Emperor Yunqing had given the two unmarried newlyweds a side palace. In addition, there were rumors that Marquis Qingyan was the emperor's illegitimate son. As a result, this wedding attracted a lot of attention. The Yan family and the Shi family didn't have much of a reaction to this wedding. However, the Xie family was a bit surprised. They specially prepared a generous gift and sent it to the Jingting Gongfu. Everyone knew that the Ban family and the Xie family didn't get along well. However, it was unexpected that the Xie family would send such a generous gift to the Ban family. Later, some people remembered that the Ban family had forgiven the Xie family a while ago and borrowed a doctor from the Xie family. Although the doctor only saved the life of the Xie family's eldest son and didn't save his family jewels, in this kind of situation, no one could save his family jewels. Therefore, the Ban family couldn't be blamed. With the extent of the Xie family's eldest son's injuries, the Ban family's doctor was already very skilled to be able to save his life. After thinking about it this way, everyone understood that it was because of this matter that the Xie family acted like this. Strangely, no one thought that the Xie family did this to help the second prince win over the Ban family and Marquis Qingyan. It could be seen how complicated the relationship was. When the crown princess got married from the Shi family, she only had 188 dowries. Our family's dowry is too much. After the Yin family finished sorting out the list of dowries, she felt a headache coming on. She thought for a moment and then said to Ban Huai, "Why don't we send some things to the Rong family first? With Marquis Qingyan's character, he won't be greedy for our daughter's dowry." "You're right. As for those ancient books, calligraphy, and paintings, if we can bring them to the Rong family, then bring them to the Rong family." Ban Huai shook his head, so that they won't be ruined at home. What would happen in a few years, and whether things would change, none of them could be sure. In the past, their plan was that if someone really came to confiscate their property, they would find a way to send these books out in advance. Now that they found a son-in-law with literary talent, it was better to give these books to his son-in-law than to give them to an outsider. It was also better than having them all taken away during the confiscation. Ban Huai thought very clearly. If the Ban family could be saved in 4 years, then all the ancient books would be made in duplicate. The original and handwritten copies would be split equally between the children and the children. No one would take more, and no one would suffer a loss. Although he didn't care about these things, they were still left behind by the elders of the Ban family. He wanted to leave something for his descendants. "I know what you mean," Yin family nodded, but suddenly her expression became a bit lonely. "I raised my daughter for so many years, but in the blink of an eye, she is going to marry someone. My heart is a bit empty." She knew that Rong Xia was a very good son-in-law candidate, and she also knew that her daughter was very satisfied with this marriage. But as a parent, she was always worried about her daughter and was reluctant to part with her. Ban Huai held her hand and smiled. "Children will grow up one day. You still have me by your side." Yin family suddenly smiled and put her other hand on the back of his hand, patting it lightly. "Master, since you can say these words, I'm sure you won't be too sad when Hua Hua gets married." Ban Huai was speechless. No, he couldn't be sure. White snow, red clay stove. Ban Han took a sip of the tea that Ban Huai personally brewed and said with a smile, "Although I can't tell what's so good about this tea, the taste is really good." "It's good that you like it." Rong Xia put down the tea stove. "Tea is to be drunk. There's nothing wrong with describing it as good or bad." Ban Han heard this and laughed. "You have a good personality. No wonder girls like you." I don't have a good personality to everyone. Xianxia looked at Ban Han with an aggrieved face. When have you ever seen me curry favor with other girls? What does it have to do with me whether they like me or not? Seeing that he deliberately put on a pitiful look, Ban Han reached out and pinched his cheeks, pulling him to the side. You're pretending to be pitiful again. Don't think that I won't dare to teach you a lesson just because you're good-looking. How does Huahua want to teach me a lesson? Xianxia stretched his head in front of Ban Hui. His deep eyes were like a quiet spring, looking into the bottom of Ban Han's heart. I'll do whatever you want. Don't use a honey trap on me. Ban Han patted his chest, which was beating fast, and fed the teacup to Xianxia. Come, drink some tea. Xianxia grabbed her wrist and drank the tea from her hand, then licked the moist corners of his lips. It's very sweet. Sweet? Ban Han looked at Xia's lips and couldn't control himself. He leaned forward and licked Xia's lips. The soft tip of his tongue met with the warm and soft lips. It was a little sweet, a little hot, and a little breathless. Ban Han blinked and felt that the touch was not good, so he stuck out his tongue and licked it again. Then he quickly sat back and pretended to be serious. Well, it's really sweet. Xianxia touched his mouth and smiled. It seems that Huahua is very satisfied with what you saw. Humph, Ban Han played with the teacup in his hand. So all gentlemen are like this? I'm not a gentleman, and I don't know what a gentleman is like. Xianxia held Ban Han's hand. I only know that as long as Huahua likes it, it's fine. Ban Han looked down at his hand, then turned to look at the snowflakes outside the window. A year ago, at this time, she would not have thought that she would be with this man. She thought of the things that happened in her dream and asked, Xianxia, what do you think of the Di dynasty now? Xianxia looked up at her and suddenly smiled. The people have no way to make a living, the government is in chaos, the clan is lazy and inactive, and there is no successor. You dare to say that? Aren't you afraid that I will report you to His Majesty? Ban Han looked at Xianxia with a smile. My family is also a member of the inactive clan. The Ban family is different. How is it different? In my eyes, it's different from others. It seems that you are not a fair person either. Ban Han rested her chin on one hand, and Xianxia held the other hand behind her back. I thought you would say that our Ban family should learn to make progress and so on. I am a biased person. Xianxia lowered his head and kissed the back of Ban Han's hand. As long as you are human, you will be biased. In my eyes, the Ban family is not inactive, but open-minded and inactive. Doesn't that mean inactive? Other people's inactivity is hateful, but the inactivity of the Ban family is cute, Xianxia said with a smile. Is that right? Yes. Ban Han nodded with a deep expression. This is a very suitable way of saying it. Xianxia finally could not help but laugh out loud. He got up and walked to Ban Han's side, and took her into his arms. How could there be such a cute girl in the world? Even if he rubbed her into his bones, it would not be enough. Dujio, Wang Chu pushed open the door and walked into the room. When he saw Dujio sitting by the window, he asked, How is your injury? It's a lot better. Dujio turned to look at him, got up, and asked him to sit by the table. How come you have time to come to my room today? Wang Chu put down the basket of fruits in his hand. I just came to see you. Dujio looked up at him. If you have something to say, just say it. We have worked together for so many years, you don't have to be so polite with me. There are some things that I don't understand. Wang Chu took out an orange from the basket and peeled it himself. According to the original plan, we should be observing mourning for the nation. Marquis has his own plan. We just need to follow it. You don't have to worry about anything else. Dujio saw that Wang Chu was eating first, so he pulled the basket towards him. Even if you ask me, I don't have any answers. Didn't you think that Princess Fuel's appearance was too coincidental when Marquis was assassinated? Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. She seems to have saved Marquis, but who can guarantee that this incident was originally related to her? She just wants to use this incident to win Marquis' favor? But what is she after? Dujio asked. Is she after Marquis' power? Status? Or appearance? Wang Chu choked for a moment. He held the half-peeled orange and said, maybe it's appearance? So she spent so much effort to hire a bunch of assassins, and her hands were stained with a bunch of people's lives, just to get Marquis' appearance? Dujio peeled the orange and threw a piece directly into his mouth. Wang Chu, you scholars are smart, but you also make the most mistakes, and that is being too smart for your own cleverness. Wang Chu was a little embarrassed. Aren't I just guessing? I don't think you're guessing. You have a problem with Princess Fuel. Du Jiu threw the orange back on the table and wiped his hands on his clothes. I think Princess Fuel is quite good. She's agile and beautiful, and she even gave Marquis a lot of ancient books that are priceless. Such a wife is hard to find. More importantly, Marquis likes her. Wang Chu said, I always thought that Marquis married the princess because of the military power behind the Ban family. It turns out that you thought too much. Du Jiu's tone was a little indifferent. Wang Chu, don't blame me for not reminding you. There are some things that you shouldn't worry about. When the time comes, no one will be able to protect you. Wang Chu, I also did it for Marquis. He looked up and saw Du Jiu's expression. He actually saw a bit of ridicule in his eyes, so he was speechless. Wang Chu was different from Du Jiu. Du Jiu was only Rong Xia's bodyguard, but he was a strategist. Furthermore, he was one of the more important strategists. He had never liked Ban Han. Perhaps it was because this princess was too beautiful, too delicate, and too self-centered. Such a woman could not be a good mistress of the house. She did not know how to help Marquis pacify his subordinates. She lacked intelligence and strategy, and she could not even be described as virtuous. She could not possibly let Marquis worry about matters outside while he returned home to pacify a woman who was good at eating, drinking, and playing. You think too highly of yourself, Du Jiu said expressionlessly. If it were not for Princess Fuel, Marquis and I would have died long ago. You would not have the chance to say these words to me. If you came here today just to say these words, please leave. Du Jiu, you have been bewitched by her. It is normal to be bewitched by one's benefactor. Du Jiu pushed back a basket of oranges. Take your things back. I will eat them until my teeth are cold. Wang Chu wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Du Jiu's unwilling expression, he knew that it would be useless to say anything more. He stood up and cupped his hands to Du Jiu. Goodbye. Take care. I won't see you out. Walking out of the courtyard, Wang Chu raised his head to look at the gray sky. He pulled his thick cloak tighter around his body and turned to return to his own courtyard. These retainers all lived outside the inner courtyard. They could not easily enter the 3 gates. When he passed by the manor's garden, he heard a woman's laughter coming from the garden. He could not help but stop and look over. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Their family's steady Marquis was actually playing a child's game with a woman, building a snowman. He even had a relaxed smile on his face. It was as if this game was full of fun. It was even more fun than reading an ancient book. Wang Chu could not help but stop and watch the scene quietly. You can't cover a snowman's head with green leaves. Rong Xia took down the cypress branch Ban Han used to cover the snowman's head. The color is not good. Why not? Ban Han patted the snowman's face to make it rounder. White with a hint of green. This color is pretty. Any color is fine, but not green. Rong Xia saw that Ban Han's hand was red, so she held it to her mouth and blew on it a few times. Seeing that the hot breath didn't work, she simply stuffed her hand into her bosom. When the maidservant who had just taken out the hand warmer saw this scene, she silently hid the hand warmer behind her back and let another maidservant take it away. She felt that giving the hand warmer to Marquis at this time would not be considered tactful. The snow is getting heavier. Let's go in. Rong Xia reached out with her other hand and gently brushed away the snow on Ban Han's head. Her movements were very careful and very gentle. Ban Han looked at the snowman on the ground and nodded. She smiled and said, green really is not suitable. Rong Xia chuckled and reached out to hold her shoulder. She carefully helped her walk down the corridor. Ban Han smiled and turned her head. She saw Wang Chu standing outside the second door. The other party was wearing a scholar's robe and a thick overcoat. Although his appearance was not outstanding, his eyes reminded Ban Han of a cat at night. What's wrong? Rong Xia saw Ban Han suddenly stop and look down at her worriedly. That's your retainer. I think his surname is Wang? Ban Han did not pull her hand out of Rong Xia's bosom. She only raised her chin towards the second door, looking lazy and delicate. Rong Xia's gaze fell on Wang Chu. Her gaze swept over the other party's hair and shoulders. The smile on her face did not change. Mr. Wang? Marquis, Princess. Wang Chu saw that Xianxia had noticed him. He walked out naturally and bowed to the two of them. Mr. Wang, why are you here? Xianxia shook off her cloak and wrapped Ban Han in it. Wang Chu noticed her actions. His eyelids drooped slightly and his gaze fell on the snow. He was polite and humble. However, Ban Han, who was leaning on Xianxia, felt that this person might not like her very much. Perhaps it was because there were too many people who did not like her. When someone was dissatisfied with her, no matter how well the other party concealed it, she could still sense the subtle emotions. Strange. The only interaction she had with this Mr. Wang was when they looked at each other. They did not even speak much. Why did this person not like her? It couldn't be that he was jealous of her beauty, right? Ban Han's index finger wrapped around Xia's cloak. For some reason, the knot was untied and the cloak fell to the snow. Ah. Ban Han looked innocently at Xia and blinked her large eyes. I didn't do it on purpose. Naughty. Xia reached out and tapped the tip of Ban Han's nose. The maidservant standing to the side picked up the cloak and handed it to Xia. Then she hurriedly retreated to the side. Xia shook the snow off her cloak. After looking at the cloak several times, she still did not put it back on. She pulled Ban Han to the corridor and said to Wang Chu, who was standing in the snow, Mr. Wang, come in and talk. Thank you, Marquis. Wang Chu walked into the corridor. When this one was passing by the second gate, I heard some movement in the courtyard, so I came to take a look. Xia smiled when she heard this. She took the cloak that the maidservant had prepared and wrapped it around Ban Han's body. I thought Mr. Wang had something to say. It's nothing. Seeing the smile on Marquis' face, Wang Chu did not know why, but he did not dare to look directly at her. Since there's nothing, Mr. Wang should go back and rest. The snow and wind are strong. Don't hurt your body. Xia's tone was gentle. She was like the most considerate master who cared about his guests' health. Yes. Wang Chu bowed and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Ban Han suddenly called out to Wang Chu. What's your name again? My memory is not very good. I heard your name once last time, but now I can't remember it. Replying to Princess, this one is called Wang Chu. Chu? Ban Han suddenly smiled and said, this is a good word. A real man can be both straight and bent to achieve great things. Many thanks for Princess's praise. Wang Chu bowed and said, when my father gave this one this name, he hoped that this one would know what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, this name was chosen. Your father is a knowledgeable person. Ban Han said lightly, a knowledgeable person is often worthy of respect. Wang Chu did not understand what Ban Han meant. He raised his head and looked at Ban Han. She had a smile on her face. She was like a delicate girl who did not know the hardships of the world. She said something that she thought was profound. He withdrew his gaze and bowed. This one will take his leave. Take care. Ban Han nodded slightly. When he reached the second gate, Wang Chu looked back. Marquis had his head lowered and was saying something to Princess Fuel. Princess Fuel had a brilliant smile on her face. It was so brilliant that it was dazzling. At this time, Marquis raised his head. He met Marquis' eyes. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and hurriedly retreated. Hua, you don't like Wang Chu? He's just a retainer of yours. Is there a need for me to like or dislike him? Ban Han carelessly tilted her head. In any case, I'm the future mistress of the Marquis Fu. If someone makes me unhappy, why can't I deal with them? Hua is right. Xia smiled. In the future, you can deal with whoever you want. Including. Ban Han blinked. Including you? Xia looked pitifully at Ban Han. Can you bear to? No matter how beautiful a beauty is, she's still a skeleton. Ban Han's face was full of emotion. If you make me unhappy, you'll also have to be dealt with. Xia bowed deeply. In the future, this one will definitely not make my Junju angry. Junju, please let this one go. Ban Han raised her chin. It depends on your performance. When the servant girls saw this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Xia wasn't angry. She only held Ban Han's hand and tightly clasped it together. When Ban Han returned to the Ban family, it was already late. She received an invitation from Princess Enlu. Princess Enlu invited her to the Princess Fu. Among the princesses in the palace, Ban Han had the best relationship with Princess Enlu. However, ever since the Princess Royal passed away, Ban Han was filial and rarely visited Princess Enlu's Fu. However, they didn't break off contact during festivals. Now that Princess Enlu invited her, she definitely had to go. As the only daughter of the Empress, Princess Enlu had been doted on since birth. The other concubine-born princesses didn't even have the courage to raise their heads in front of her. But early in the morning, she was a bit restless. When the mama beside her saw her like this, she couldn't help but comfort her. "Your Highness, you have a close relationship with Princess Fuel. If there's anything you want to say, just say it." With Princess Fuel's personality, she won't hide anything. "This?" Princess Enlu sighed. "How can I say it?" The mama knew what the princess was worried about. She shook her head and said, Princess Fuel isn't a narrow-minded person. When she comes, you can wait and see." "I hope so." Princess Enlu smiled bitterly. When she heard the servant say that Ban Han had come, she casually put on an outer garment and stood to welcome her. "Princess," Ban Han walked into the Jingyuan and saw Princess Enlu standing at the door. She quickly walked forward and asked, "It's so cold today, why are you standing at the door?" "When I heard you came, I was anxious to see you." "How could I sit still?" Princess Enlu had the servant help Ban Han take off her cloak and pulled her to sit on a wooden chair covered with thick cushions. "It seems that your illness wasn't light. You've lost a lot of weight." "Did I?" Ban Han held her face. "Could it be that my complexion was also affected?" "Don't worry, you're still beautiful." Princess Enlu knew that she valued her appearance the most. She smiled and said, "A few days ago, a new zither player entered my Fu. His skills aren't bad. How about I have him play a song for you?" "Okay." Ban Han agreed. Soon, a handsome man wearing a blue gown holding a zither walked in. Ban Han tilted her head and smiled at Princess Enlu. "This zither player isn't bad. White skin, long hands, red lips, and a handsome face. He could be considered a rare beauty." "How is he compared to Rong Jun?" "Can't be compared." Ban Han shook her head. "Rong Jun is the white moonlight in my heart, a cinnabar mole. If he's here, all the men in the world are mediocre." "To hear you say that, it can be seen that Rong Jun really is liked by you." Princess Enlu smiled. "I thought that there wasn't a man in the world that could make you treat him differently." Ban Han played with a fruit. She didn't comment on Princess Enlu's words. In her opinion, to compare these men who were willing to be male toys with Xianxia was an insult to Xianxia. It wasn't important how much she liked Xianxia. What was important was that she wouldn't let her own people be insulted like this. She and Princess Enlu had been friends for many years. Although Princess Enlu wasn't her biological sister, the two of them had sisterly feelings. She didn't want to have a conflict with her because of a man, but she also didn't want to use her own man as an example. The zither player had already begun to play. His posture was elegant and pleasing to the eye. Ban Han held a cup of tea and listened with an indifferent expression. It was clear that this zither player didn't attract her too much. Princess Enlu tilted her head to look at her expression. She sighed and said, "It seems that this piece of music doesn't attract you. It's rumored that Marquis Rong's zither skills are extraordinary. You've heard his music and then heard other people play it. It's not strange that you don't like it." "No," Ban Han shook her head, "he's never played a piece of music for me." "Why?" Princess Enlu looked at Ban Han with some surprise. "He's never played a piece of music for you?" Ban Han smiled. Xiao was a very smart man. He knew that playing a piece of music for her was better than taking her to eat delicious food. Therefore, he would never do something that wouldn't please her. Seeing Ban Han speak, Princess Enlu changed the topic. "Ever since Imperial Father bestowed the palace to you and Marquis Rong, the rumors outside haven't stopped. Even people in the clan are asking about this." "It's really, Princess, are you talking about the rumors about the illegitimate children outside the palace?" Ban Han finally understood why Princess Enlu had invited her as a guest. I was wondering why you specially invited me to see a beauty today. So it was because of this. Princess Enli's face was a bit embarrassed. She smiled and said, "It's my fault. I'll use tea in place of wine to apologize. Please don't be angry with me. You and I have been sisters for many years. If you have any questions, just ask me directly." Ban Han smiled helplessly. "These rumors are all ridiculous. Even Marquis Rong himself thinks it's ridiculous. I don't know who came up with it. His Majesty bestowed the palace not because of Marquis Rong, but because of me. Have you forgotten what I said to His Majesty when the palace was first built?" "How could I remember what you said?" Princess Enli said unhappily. "You've been liked by Imperial Father since you were young. Imperial Father also likes to talk to you. I can't remember so many words. At that time, His Majesty asked me if I liked the palace. I said I liked it very much. I said the palace was very good. When I grow up, I also want to live in such a beautiful and big house." At that time, Emperor Yunqing insisted on building the palace, which caused many people to object. However, Emperor Yunqing was the kind of person who wanted to do things the more people objected, so he immediately made the palace more luxurious and exquisite. After the palace was built, Emperor Yunqing asked her if the palace was good. She said it was very good. She liked it very much and wanted to live in such a beautiful and big house in the future. Emperor Yunqing was very happy. He even praised her for having good taste, just like him. It had been nearly 10 years since that incident, but she had never forgotten it. Because she still remembered that when Emperor Yunqing asked her this question, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. From then on, she understood that Emperor Yunqing was a person who didn't like people questioning him. Even if honest advice was unpleasant to the ear, he had to choose the right method. Otherwise, it would only backfire. Unfortunately, many officials in the Great Yi dynasty didn't understand the logic she understood. They insisted on treating Emperor Yunqing as a rare and wise ruler. Weren't they just asking for trouble? So sometimes, she felt that some officials didn't know how to speak. They could clearly use tactful methods to change Emperor Yunqing's mind, but they used the most direct and strongest method to make things worse. With such a straightforward personality, if they met an incapable ruler, they wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 years. So it was because of this. Princess Anil suddenly remembered that after the temporary imperial residence was repaired, her imperial father had brought the favored concubines and princesses of the imperial harem to the temporary imperial residence to play. At that time, Momo was also with them. Her imperial father had indeed asked her these questions. She could not remember what Momo had replied clearly. She only knew that her imperial father was in a good mood that day and gave Momo the title of Lord of the Village after a few days. How old was Huahua at that time? 6? 7? 8? A child that was only a few years old didn't need the elders of the family to give him a title. This was very rare in the Great Yi dynasty. It also showed everyone in the capital how much Huahua was favored. From then on, almost no one in the capital dared to offend Huahua. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only silently endure it. "Imperial father really dotes on you," Princess Enli sighed emotionally. "Fortunately, you aren't Imperial father's daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to do with you." Ban Han smiled upon hearing this. "Sister, don't joke about this. I'm afraid that tomorrow, the rumors will say that I'm His Majesty's illegitimate daughter." Princess Enli was amused by Ban Han's words. After confirming that Rong Xia wasn't Imperial father's illegitimate child, she secretly relaxed. She knew that if Rong Xia really was Imperial father's child, as long as Imperial father was willing to acknowledge him as part of the family, then her 2 brothers wouldn't have anything to do with this world. She knew how capable her brothers were. The Crown Prince and Prince Ning couldn't compare to Marquis Qingyan. Princess Enli had Ban Han stay for lunch. The two were served by beautiful servants and handsome men. The musician who had played the guqin for them earlier was also present. He held a jug of wine and poured wine for Enlu. Ban Han didn't like to drink, so he didn't need to wait on him. Huahua, after eating, Princess Enlu took out a box and placed it in front of Ban Han. "I prepared this for you. I hope that you and your husband will be as loving as honey after marriage, and will never leave each other." "Princess, there's no need for this." Ban Han looked at Princess Enlu. "Didn't you already add to my dowry?" Those were all done according to the rules for others to see. This is what elder sister wants to give to younger sister. Princess Enla smiled. I know you don't lack these things, but this is my kind intentions. Please don't dislike it. When Ban Han heard this, he didn't refuse. He took the box in his hands and said, since elder sister is sincere in giving it to me, as your younger sister, I will accept it. Thank you, elder sister. Princess Enla smiled. Her hand that was dyed with dandruff gently grasped his wrist. You must be well. She didn't manage to marry a good man. After the prince consort died, she lived a carefree life in the princess residence. But even so, she still hoped that Ban Han would find someone who understood him, and not a hypocrite who knew a person's face but not his heart. Elder sister, don't worry. I will definitely be well, Ban Han smiled. Besides, as women, our happiness doesn't only depend on a man. If he doesn't treat me well, then I will treat myself well. What's the big deal? You're right, Princess Enla smiled, it really isn't a big deal. After returning home, Ban Han opened the box that Princess Enla gave him. Inside, there were 2 land deeds and a stack of banknotes from the largest bank in the Great Cause. Sure enough, real estate and banknotes were the hard currency. Time passed day by day. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, Marquis Qing En's residence carried pile after pile of betrothal gifts to the Jingting Gongfu. When the passers-by saw these things, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In order to marry this wife, Marquis Qing En really spent a lot of money. Did he empty out his entire residence? There was a bored person who deliberately squatted outside the Jingting Gongfu's entrance to count how many things the Rong family carried to the Ban family. As a result, he squatted at the entrance for an entire hour, but the procession of betrothal gifts still didn't stop. He stamped his feet that were numb from the cold and said to his companion, "This Princess Fuel must be as beautiful as a fairy." How do you know? If she wasn't as beautiful as a fairy, which man would be willing to spend so much money to marry her? The crowd fell silent. The betrothal gifts were really too frightening. They were all born and raised in the capital and had seen the world. However, they had never seen such a generous betrothal gift from a husband's family. Didn't they say that Marquis Qing En's family is a scholarly family? Why are they only sending jewelry and all kinds of rare antiques? Probably, to cater to their preferences? That makes sense. Didn't the Ban family like these things? It was indeed easier to win their favor by giving them jewelry. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the bride's family was showing off the dowry. The families that had a good relationship with the bride's family all sent healthy women with children to give their blessings. At the same time, they could also see how much dowry the bride's family had prepared for the bride. It didn't matter if they didn't see it, but when they saw it, they were shocked. Even those who knew that the Ban family loved their daughters were surprised. Didn't this mean that the bride's dowry was equivalent to taking away half of their family's wealth? Older sister, one of the Ban family's relatives couldn't help but ask, does the heir have any objections to this arrangement? What objections could he have? The Ying clan smiled and said, it's not like you don't know how much he loves his older sister. If I didn't stop him, he would have stuffed more things into it. Hearing this, the womenfolk felt a burst of envy. They all had their own families. Even if their brothers treated them well, they wouldn't be willing to give them all the good things. After all, they were married daughters. How could they be more important than their sons? For a girl like this, who was valued by the emperor and empress and was doted on by her parents and brothers, how much good fortune did she have in her previous life to be able to receive such good karma in this life? The heir is really a good younger brother. When the madam from the Ban family heard this, she didn't say anything else. If the person involved didn't care, as a bystander, she wouldn't be tactful if she said anything. Why are you still looking at the dowry list? Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, it's more important to go see the bride. After today, the little girl will become a young madam. Isn't that right? It's more important to quickly invite the bride out. The group of people was making a ruckus when Ban Han walked in wearing a water-red tunic dress. She heard the womenfolk's words from outside the door. She gracefully bowed to them, greetings, madams and madams. All right, princess, please rise. Mrs. Zhou, who was closest to Ban Han, reached out to help her up. She smiled and said, what a stunning beauty. Mark Xianxia really got lucky. Stop talking. If you keep talking, the Marchioness won't be able to bear to part with her daughter. When the groom comes tomorrow and can't find the bride, won't he make trouble for you? Minister Yao's wife was a straightforward person. She walked to the other side of Ban Han and said with a smile, "It's a pity that I wasn't born a few decades later. It's also a pity that I'm a girl. Otherwise, the groom tomorrow wouldn't be Mark Xianxia." When she said this, many madams laughed out loud. The atmosphere became even more lively. Ban Han's gaze passed through the smiling womenfolk and fell on the Ying clan. The Ying clan's lips curved into a smile as she looked at her gently. It was as if she was the most precious treasure in the world and would fly away if she didn't look at her. "Mother." Ban Han's heart trembled and her eyes became warm. Mrs. Zhou took her hand and walked in front of the Ying clan. She whispered, "Tomorrow is a good day that His Majesty personally chose." The Ying clan's lips curved. "Yes, it's a good day. I'm happy." On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the snow had just cleared. The golden sunlight shone on the ground and the transparent icicles reflected the multicolored light. The entire capital was beautiful. Ban Han stood by the window and looked at the pomegranate tree outside the courtyard. The branches were bare and there wasn't a single leaf on them. "Princess, it's time for you to dress up." Ban Han turned around. The servant girls were carrying trays with phoenix coronets, robes, golden hairpins, and red jade on them. They were extremely red and beautiful. Since her grandmother passed away, Ban Han hadn't worn bright colors for a long time. She reached out and touched the wedding dress on the tray, looking a little absent-minded. This whole set of wedding dress was made by 18 famous embroiderers over several months. The phoenix pattern on it was like a willow, like the clouds. It was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Even she herself was stunned by this set of wedding dress. Many women only wore wedding dresses once in their lives. So for a woman, this was a very important thing. It was so important that even when she was old, she would never forget how beautiful she looked when she wore this red wedding dress. She opened her arms and let the servant girls put on one piece of clothing after another until the bright red wedding robe was put on her body. Her cheeks seemed to be rosy because of this wedding robe. "Your Grace, let me help you dress up." A female official in clean clothes came to Ban Han. She had dressed the Empress before and was the consul aunt of the Great Moon Palace. If a princess of a concubine wanted to ask her to dress up when she got married, she might not give her face. But today was different. She was sent here by His Majesty and the Empress, so she was very respectful to Ban Han in her words and deeds. Her original young girl's hair was tied up into a woman's bun. Ban Han put a little rouge on the corner of her eyes. The ends of her eyes were like blooming peach blossoms, delicate and beautiful. "Your Grace, I wish you and the Marquis in a blossoming flower on the same stem and a white hair with eyebrows." The female official drew a double blossom between Ban Han's eyebrows. Perhaps because Ban Han's skin was very white, the flower looked like a raging fire. It was so hot that people couldn't take their eyes off it. The female official put down the brush in her hand and said with a smile, "Your Grace is so beautiful." Ban Han turned to look at herself in the mirror. She picked up the eyebrow pencil and raised the tip of her eyebrows a little. The originally gentle shape of her eyebrows suddenly became flamboyant. She smiled with satisfaction. This was like her. What gentleness! What shyness and gentleness! What did it have to do with her, a bright red forehead pendant and earrings made of red jade? Ban Ti suddenly said, "My bright red appearance, don't I look like a lantern hanging at the door?" "Junju, you are joking again." Yuzhu squatted in front of Ban Han and helped her dye her hair. Ban Han looked at her pair of white, pampered hands, then turned to look at the busy servant girls in the room. She was probably the most leisurely person in the room. After the nails were dyed, Yuzhu applied a layer of delicate and fragrant hand oil on Ban Han's hands. Ban Han raised his hands and suddenly said, "This is good enough." Yuzhu stood up and took out a pair of red jade bracelets from the wooden box and put them on Ban Han's wrist. "Princess, this pair of bracelets was specially made for you by the Duke." For the past year, Ban Hui had been buying things from everywhere. Most of the things he bought were for the Ban Han, and this red jade bracelet was one of them. Ban Han hadn't put on the phoenix crown yet because it was very heavy. Before the groom made a poem to the bride's satisfaction, the phoenix crown wouldn't be put on. Ban Jin smiled and stroked the pair of bracelets, calming his heart down bit by bit. You all have to be careful. There is still ice on the ground that hasn't completely melted. If you fall, it will not only be embarrassing, but also inauspicious. Du Jiu's injuries had already healed. He stood in front of a group of red-clothed manservants with joyous expressions. Today is the day that the Count is marrying his wife. You must be careful and not make the slightest mistake. Yes. The servants answered in unison. This time, Xia's wedding procession was very large. Not only were there officials from the Ministry of Rites, but there were also relatives who had dealings with the Rong family. There were also the elders of the royal family who were personally arranged by the Emperor Yunqing to worry about Xia. This was because the Emperor Yunqing was worried that Xia was young and didn't know many rules of the wedding, so he specially sent many experienced people to let Xia know when to do what and when to avoid taboo things. This palace that was given by the Emperor Yunqing was originally called Changning Garden, but after it was given to Xia and Ban Han, the Emperor Yunqing gave another name to this palace, Baishou Garden. It probably meant that husband and wife loved each other and would not leave each other until their hair turned white. The name was given by the Emperor Yunqing, but the characters were personally written by Xia. At this time, Baishou Garden was full of festive red silk and red lanterns. The guests looked at this gorgeous palace and couldn't help but feel envious. The emperor gave such a beautiful palace to his son so easily. This kind of generous attitude could only be given by a father to his son. Because other than the father, who would be willing to give it up? Lord Wang, this way, please. Lord Zhou and Lord Yao helped Xia to greet the guests, and several officials from the Ministry of Personnel also helped to run errands. Some relatives of the Rong family also ran around, and the entire palace was very lively. Perhaps because the rumors of the illegitimate child were too influential, everyone who was related to Xia came to congratulate Xia. Those who didn't have an invitation tried to squeeze in. Where's the groom? It's time to get ready to pick up the bride. When a guest asked, everyone realized that the groom didn't seem to show his face. How could they not see the groom on such a big day? The groom is in a hurry to marry the bride, so he already rode a horse to pick up the bride an hour ago. Heroes and beauties, it's only right, it's only right. Don't worry about it. The guests let out good-natured laughter as they looked for their friends to chat about everything under the sun. It was quite lively. Along the way, the children who were watching the fun snatched up all the candy that was scattered. Xia rode on the horse and felt that today's sky was blue and the ground was wide. Even the icicles hanging on the leaves were crystal clear and cute. Groom, come out and look at the groom is going to marry the bride. The children ran around the wedding procession, clapping their hands as they looked at the groom's beautiful clothes, the majestic horse, and the long wedding procession. The adults could tell from the size of the wedding procession that it must be some important person who came to pick up the bride. They were worried that their children would offend the important person, so they hurriedly dragged the children back and looked at them carefully from a distance. What was inlaid on the saddle? Gemstones. There were also the young masters following behind the groom. They didn't know which family they were from, but they were very handsome and the cloth they were wearing was also rare. It looked like the rosy clouds. Marquis Qingyan, an elegant young master, looked at the sky and said, "Isn't it a little too early to go now?" "It's not early," Xia said meaningfully. "When the bride comes out, the time is just right." At first, everyone didn't understand what this meant, but when they arrived at the Ban family, they understood. It wasn't easy to enter the main gate, but when they reached the second gate, they were blocked by a group of people. Princess Fuel's circle of friends was too wide. Some were good at literature, some were good at dancing, and there was no lack of masters in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The group of elegant young masters almost begged to call her grandaunt before they could squeeze through the gate. "Isn't it said that Marquis Qingyan is the most popular girl in the capital?" One of the young masters fixed his wrinkled brocade robe and said with lingering fear, "But these girls clearly don't want Marquis Qingyan to marry Princess Fuel." Thinking of those valiant girls, the two young masters shuddered. They felt that as a man, it was not easy to marry a girl they liked. Fortunately, they came early today. Otherwise, they would have missed the auspicious time. Junju, the groom has arrived at the second gate. The servant girl walked in and saw Ban Han still sitting at the head of the bed with the phoenix coronet on the side. She hurriedly said, "Hurry up and get ready." Ban Han stood up and opened the window of the room. The sun shone in from the outside. Junju, the servant girl's expression changed. "You can't get out of bed." "A person should get out of bed," Ban Han smiled and opened his palm. The sun still fell between his fingers. "Rules are for others to see. Whether or not they are useful, good or bad, only you know." The matchmaker for the marriage between Ban Han and Xianxia was the Emperor Yunqing. However, as the matchmaker, he could not personally come to Jingting Gongfu. Therefore, this servant girl was arranged to play the role of matchmaker. When she heard Ban Han's words, which sounded reasonable but were actually shocking, she was so worried that her intestines were in knots. However, she did not dare to offend this person. She did not even dare to say a harsh word. "Junju," Chang Mama walked to Ban Han's side and curtsied to him. "Do you still have concerns in your heart?" Ban Han heard the noise outside and came in. He looked at the pomegranate tree outside the courtyard and slowly shook his head. "Give me the phoenix coronet." With the help of the wedding procession, Xianxia finally broke through the layers of encirclement and entered Ban Han's courtyard. The young masters of the wedding procession stood outside the courtyard and looked around, but it was not good for them to enter. The person guarding outside the door was Ban Heng. He was wearing a purple brocade robe. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but there was not much joy on his face. Marquis Qing'an. "Heng Di, just call me Junpo." Xianxia curtsied to Ban Heng. Ban Heng looked back at the door behind him. "I don't need you to write a poem to hasten the wedding. In any case, no one in my family is interested in poetry." The people standing outside the courtyard were a bit embarrassed. "Ban Shitzi, you are so direct, isn't it a bit inappropriate? My sister is a very good girl. If you treat her as one of your own, she will not let you down." Ban Heng's voice was choked with emotion. "She has never suffered any grievances since she was young. Don't let her suffer." Xianxia took a step back and solemnly curtsied to Ban Heng. "Wife Di, don't worry. I, Xianxia, will not let Hua down in this life, and will not bear to let her suffer. I hope you will do as you say." Ban Heng straightened his chest and tried to make himself look more imposing. "Our Ban family is not afraid of rumors. If you don't treat my sister well, I will bring her back." On such a good day, the bride hadn't even left the house yet, but he already thought of bringing her back. The Ban family was not very particular. Xianxia walked to the closed door and loudly said, "Today, I am fortunate enough to marry the Ban family's daughter. First, I will not break my promise. Second, I will not let down the beauty. Third, I will not make her sad. If I go back on my word, let my reputation be ruined and I will not have a good ending." For a civil official with a reputation all over the world, this vow was very vicious. Behind the door, Ban Han put on the phoenix coronet. When she heard Xia's words, she closed her eyes and let Mrs. Fulbright put the veil on her head. Everything in front of her was dark red. "Sister." Ban Heng walked in front of Ban Han and bent down. Ban Jin rested her head on his shoulder. This child whom she had to protect had already grown up without her noticing. His shoulders were broad, and his arms were strong and strong. He could hold up the Ban family's sky and earth. Colorful paper fluttered in the air, the sound of firecrackers, and the servants' auspicious announcements. Ban Han knew that she had passed through the inner door and the second door. After walking for a while, she would be out of the Ban family's main door. Blooming riches and honor, good fortune comes. This was the 9 winding corridors. She used to like to play with the koi fish here, deliberately making them fight for food. Fortune comes, longevity comes, purple clouds come. There was a hibiscus tree planted here. When it bloomed, it was very beautiful. Jubilant, full of children and grandchildren. There were a few steps here. After stepping on these steps and walking a few more steps, she would be out of the Ban family's main door. She was very familiar with this place, so familiar that even if she couldn't see anything, her heart was very clear. With one step, Ban Han heard the sound of firecrackers, the sound of blowing, and the clamor of people outside. It was very lively. She suddenly felt that her palms were cold, so she slowly tightened her grip on Ban Heng's shoulder. "Sister, don't be afraid. Ban Heng whispered to Ban Han, as long as Xianxia doesn't treat you well, I will come to pick you up. Today, I carried you onto the bridal sedan. In the future, I will also be your arm. I won't let him bully you. Ban Han laughed, but warm tears flowed out of her eyes. Ever since she was young, she had always said these words to Brother Heng. She didn't expect that there would be a day when he would say these words to her. She seemed to hear crying. Was it her father or her mother? Ban Han wanted to turn around, but the maid stopped her. Princess, once the bride leaves the door, she can't turn back. Ban Han pulled away the maid's hand, lifted a corner of her veil, and looked behind her. Father was standing by the main door, holding her mother's hand and crying like a child. Mother was looking at her. Her mother's eyes were so gentle that she wanted to throw herself into her mother's arms and never get on the bridal sedan again. Princess. The maid pulled down the veil in a panic. You can't take off the veil yourself. Ban Han didn't say anything. She slowly let go of Ban Heng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, let's go. Ban Heng paused, then bent down to carry Ban Han into the bridal sedan. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed to Ban Hui and the Ying clan. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please don't worry. This son-in-law will take good care of Princess. Ban Hui glanced at him, then grabbed the Ying clan's sleeve and continued to cry loudly. She cried even harder than before. Xianxia was speechless. He felt like he was an evil tyrant who was kidnapping a woman, and Ban Hui was a helpless father who was crying bitterly. He turned to look at his wife's younger brother. Ban Heng was also looking at him with red eyes. His eyes were full of sadness and reluctance. Go. The Ying clan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and forced a smile. I hope your hearts and minds are connected. Goodbye, son-in-law. Xianxia bowed to the Ying clan, then turned and climbed onto the horse tied to Xiqiu. He turned to look at the red bridal sedan behind him. His eyes were so gentle that they were about to drip water. The magpie comes from the east, the bridal sedan rises. Ban Hui and Ban Heng looked at the bridal sedan that was gradually disappearing. They couldn't hold back their emotions anymore and hugged each other, crying bitterly. They cried until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. No matter who came to persuade them, no matter who came to say good words, it was useless. The two men just stood in front of the Ban family's gate. They were like two pitiful people who had lost a treasure, crying without caring about their image. Some people said that the Ban family was ridiculous, and some said that they couldn't bear to part with their daughter. But most people just watched the show. Other people's separation, tears, and laughter, to others, was just an interesting performance. Who would care about the feelings of the people involved? The bridal sedan swayed as it slowly circled around the capital. Ban Han kept thinking that she could hear the cries of her family. Although she knew that this place was very far from the Ban family, and she couldn't hear her family's voices. Behind her bridal sedan, there was a long line of people carrying the dowry. These people were wearing bright red clothes, and all of them had joyful smiles on their faces. The snow hadn't melted, and 10 miles of red dowry. This wedding was enough to make all the women in the capital envious. It also let everyone know what a real 10 miles of red dowry was. Calligraphy, paintings, antiques, jewelry, satin ornaments, rice and wheat made of gold and silver, golden peanuts, jewel trees, and antiques that were rumored to have been lost. Did the Ban family empty their house? Shurjin was riding on the back of a horse. He was wearing a black robe, and his black hair was tied up with a golden crown. He looked very serious. The golden sunlight shone on his body. He was like a statue standing still in the snow, waiting for the arrival of the bright red. It was getting closer and closer. The sound of swona, drums, and flute. Every sound was announcing its joy and joy. Shurjin's unmoving eyes finally trembled. He turned his head and looked at the other end of the street. Red clothes, white horse, and a handsome face. Shurjin had to admit that Xianxia was an extremely outstanding man. His existence made all the nobles behind him pale in comparison. Shurjin's eyelids trembled slightly. His gaze fell on the big red sedan chair behind Xianxia. This was a specially made sedan chair. The top of the sedan chair was inlaid with precious stones. Golden bells hung from the 8 corners of the sedan chair. Every time the sedan chair shook, it would make a pleasant sound. When one got closer, one could smell a faint fragrance. It was said that in ancient times, when immortals came to the mortal world to marry their wives, they used this kind of sedan chair. Since then, people often said that immortals' concubines sat in 8 treasure sedan chairs. However, no one had ever seen an immortal. There were not many people who were willing to use 8 treasure sedan chairs to marry their wives. How many people in the world were willing to spend so many things just to marry a woman? However, Xianxia did it. He gave Ban Han all the glory he could give. He was like a young man chasing after his goddess. He took out all the good things he had, just for the goddess to take a look at him. Shurjin thought, if he could marry Princess Fuel, would he be willing to make such a sedan chair for her? He couldn't. The Shur family wouldn't allow him to be so extravagant and high-profile. They also wouldn't allow their daughter-in-law to be so spoiled when she married into the family. He couldn't give Ban Han such glory, nor could he give Xianxia such care. This was because he still had the entire Shur family on his shoulders. As long as he was alive, he couldn't let go of the Shur family. This was his life. He patted the horse beneath him and prepared to turn around and leave. At this moment, the curtain of the sedan chair was blown by the wind. He saw the woman behind the sedan chair window. She sat lazily with one hand propping up her cheek. The red veil covering her head swayed gently, like a soft hand gently squeezing his heart. It was extremely painful, extremely sore. He clutched his chest, and there was a sweet taste in his throat. He actually spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Young master. The Shur family's guards looked at the blood on the ground in horror. Their faces were pale. Shurjin expressionlessly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He said lightly, "Don't make a fuss." Yes. The guard was frightened, but he didn't dare to say more. He had been with the eldest young master for many years. He vaguely sensed that the eldest young master had feelings for Princess Fuel. However, the eldest young master had never mentioned it. The Shur family also didn't have any intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Ban family. Therefore, he didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't expect that Princess Fuel's marriage would make the eldest young master so sad. Shurjin wiped the last bit of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. "Don't follow me. I'll walk around." "Young master, my words don't matter?" This subordinate doesn't dare. Shurjin rode his horse aimlessly out of the city. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had reached the top of a hill. From here, he could see the main gate of Whitehead Garden. The winter sun didn't bring much warmth. The cold wind blew on Shurjin's face. It was as cold as needles. He jumped off his horse and watched the bridal sedan enter the gate of the temporary imperial residence. He watched the endless procession of dowries being carried into the gate of the temporary imperial residence bit by bit. However, there was no end to it. He took a deep breath and took one last look at the temporary imperial residence. Then, he led his horse down the hill. At the bottom of the hill, he met an acquaintance. Second young master Xia. He looked indifferent. Lord Shur. Xianxia didn't expect to meet Shurjin in this place. He was stunned for a moment and then bowed to Shurjin. Shurjin nodded to him coldly. He got on his horse and prepared to leave. Why is Lord Shur here? Xianxia looked at the procession of dowries that was less than 7 or 8 feet away from him. He suddenly said, "Is he here to enjoy the scenery?" "Sure." Jean sneered, "Why is second young master Xia here?" Xianxia looked at the procession of dowries and lowered his head slightly. "Of course I'm here to enjoy the scenery." Sure, Jean sneered. He whipped his horse and the horse galloped away. Xianxia didn't care about his departure. He just watched quietly, as if the scene in front of him had nothing to do with him. It was as if there was a beautiful scenery in front of him. The Yan family. Yanjun was reading a book by the window. When the joyous music came from outside the street into the courtyard, he was reading, "Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strive unceasingly. Earth moves gently, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue." When he was interrupted by the joyous music, he put down the book in his hand and said to the servant beside him, "It's almost the new year. Which family is preparing to get married?" The servant shook his head. "Young master, I don't know." Yanjun smiled and said, "Since you don't know, then forget it. The servant lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. You can leave. I don't like to be served by others when I'm reading. Yes. Yanjin smiled bitterly. The servant didn't know, but he knew clearly in his heart. The 28th day of the 12th lunar month was the wedding day of Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel. He hid in this courtyard just to pretend that he didn't know anything. Could he really pretend that he didn't know anything? Princess. A Mrs. Fulbright handed one end of the red silk to Ban Han. Ban Han walked out of the bridal sedan chair and stood in front of it without moving. Hua hua. Xianxia held her hand. Come with me. Ban Han bent her fingers and let Xianxia hold her hand. She couldn't see anything. If someone helped her walk, at least she didn't have to fall. Xia's parents had passed away, so when it was time to pay respects to the parents, they should only pay respects to their memorial tablets. However, the guests present found that there was a personal seal placed between the two memorial tablets. Ordinary people didn't recognize it, but people in high positions recognized it. It was the emperor's personal seal. When a son got married, it was a matter of course to pay respects to the parents. What did the emperor mean by placing his personal seal in the middle of the memorial tablets? Yan Hui, who had originally thought that it was absurd that Xianxia was the emperor's illegitimate child, suddenly felt that perhaps the most absurd guess was the final truth after seeing the seal. Xianxia was actually of royal blood. In the Great Moon Palace, Emperor Yunqing said, Wang De, is it time to pay respects to the parents now? Wang De smiled and said, Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Emperor Yunqing immediately felt relieved. As long as Xianxia and little Xianxia paid respects to his seal, his bad luck would disappear without a trace and his illness would disappear. He had already asked the eunuchs and palace maids around him. The most useful method among the people was to ward off bad luck. Thinking that he was about to get rid of his illness, Emperor Yunqing smiled and fell asleep. In Baisho Garden, Ban Han and Xianxia knelt down together. First, kneel to the heavens and earth, pay respects. Second, kneel in front of your parents. www. Ban Han subconsciously turned around, but the thick veil blocked her view. All she could see was a patch of dark red. There was a medium length of red silk between her and Xianxia. She could hear the laughter around her, but she could not see anything. This made her a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, a hand held her hand. This hand was warm and dry, like firewood in winter. It warmed Ban Han's heart. She pursed her lips and slowly knelt down. When she got up, this hand held her waist. Husband and wife, bow to each other. The hand on her waist slowly loosened. Ban Han turned around and slowly bowed in front of her. Her movements were very slow. The noise around her also quieted down. She even heard the sound of her hairpins knocking against each other. Send her to the bridal chamber. According to the rules, at this time, Mrs. Fulbright should accompany the bride into the bridal chamber. The groom should stay outside to entertain the guests. He could only return to the room when night fell to take the veil off the bride's head and drink the wine. However, Xianxia bowed to the guests present. Before the guests could react, he reached out and held Ban Han's wrist. Together with Mrs. Fulbright, he helped the bride into the chamber. The guests were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Some said that Xianxia felt sorry for the bride, and some joked that the groom was impatient. However, no matter what the joke was, it was a fact that no one stopped the groom. What do you mean by feeling sorry for the bride? This is what it means to feel sorry for the bride. Marquis Rong is so considerate. Maybe he is worried that the bride will be afraid to go alone? When the women saw this, they were envious and jealous. When they thought about their men, they felt that they were full of problems. There were not many things that they liked about them. Be careful of the steps. Xianxia helped Ban Han into the chamber. This palace was very luxurious. The chamber was inlaid with a piece of suet white jade. This piece of jade was carved with lifelike peonies. It was rich and beautiful. However, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to care about this piece of jade. All his attention was on Ban Han. Marquis, you. The two Mrs. Fulbright looked at Xianxia and felt a little awkward. If they chased the groom out, it would seem like they were meddling in other people's business. However, if they did not chase him out, it would be against the rules. I'll go out later. Xianxia helped Ban Han to the bedside. She was worried that the peanuts, longan, candies, and other things under the quilt would annoy her, so she shook the things and swept them aside. Sit. As soon as Ban Han sat down, Xianxia took off her shoes and carried her to the bed. She put a soft pillow behind her back and covered Ban Han with the red quilt. It's cold at night. Sit here for a while. I'll come back after I toast you. Marquis. Mrs. Fulbright looked at Xianxia, who covered the bride's lower body tightly. Both of them were dumbfounded. What kind of rule was this? How could the bride take off her shoes and go to bed before the groom? There were many unwritten customs in the wedding ceremony. For example, the bride could not step on the groom's shoes. If she did, it meant that she was a shrew. In addition, the groom could not let the bride lie on the bed first. Otherwise, the bride would be on top of the groom for the rest of his life. The groom could only be submissive in front of the bride for the rest of his life. It's okay to lie on the bed for a while. It's winter. How can you stand sitting? Xianxia made sure that she covered the quilt tightly to prevent the cold from entering the quilt. Then, she took a hand warmer from the servant girl and put it in Ban Han's hand. The people guarding the door are all servants you brought. If it's inconvenient, ask them to come in and serve you. Don't make yourself suffer. Ban Han reached out and grabbed his wrist. Don't drink too much later. Okay. Xianxia smiled. I won't keep you waiting. Ban Han's bright red lips curved upwards. She did not say anything. Xianxia looked at her hand that was stained with red powder. He gently squeezed it before getting up and walking out. Ban Han listened until the sound of footsteps disappeared. Then, she leaned against the soft pillow and closed her eyes and fell asleep. She was woken up early in the morning. Now, she was very sleepy. She could only rest like this. When the two Mrs. Fulbright saw this, they could only quietly leave. The two of them looked at the servant girls guarding outside and turned to go to the side hall. In order to match the occasion, the two Mrs. Fulbright wore purple dresses. One of them had the word Fu embroidered on her dress, and the other had the word Show embroidered on her dress. They had been Mrs. Fulbright for other newlyweds before, but they had never seen anyone get married like this. Marquis Qing'an doesn't have any elders in the family. It's normal that you don't know some rules. Mrs. Fulbright in purple said. These old rules are true if you believe them. If you don't believe them, then they are nothing. Don't take it to heart. Mrs. Fulbright in purple smiled and said, We are just Mrs. Fulbright. As for the matters between husband and wife, it has nothing to do with us. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They actually decided to forget about this matter. When the guests saw Xianxia come out, they all surrounded her. Some of them toasted her, some of them congratulated her. They looked like they would not stop until they got Xianxia drunk. It was a pity that the guests beside Xianxia were too strong. Many of the toasts were blocked by them. In the end, Xianxia did not get drunk, but the guests were all drunk. After some of the scholars got drunk, they recited a few sentences of poetry. It was unknown whether they were congratulating the newlyweds or reminiscing about their own emotions. In any case, these guests ate to their heart's content in this palace where the emperor once lived. Marquis Rong, to have married such a beautiful woman, this official wishes you and the bride to be in love until you grow old and have many children. Lu Banshan raised his wine glass and walked to Xianxia. He smiled and said, This official will drink first as a toast. Marquis, please. Thank you. Xia's cheeks were a little red. He drank the wine in one gulp. Lord Lu, please sit down. Lu Banshan poured Xia a full cup of wine before returning to his seat. Lord Lu, a colleague next to him, looked at Lu Banshan with some envy. You actually have a friendship with Marquis Rong. These people already felt honored to be able to attend this banquet. How could they let the bridegroom drink with them? Because of the assassination case of the Duke of Jingting, this Lu had a relationship with Marquis Rong. Lu Banshan smiled modestly. This Lu didn't expect that Marquis Rong would give this Lu face. Oh. The people at the same table suddenly understood. How could they forget this matter? This case dragged Marquis down, causing his status in the imperial court to plummet. He was no longer as glorious as he used to be. How could they forget this matter? It's a pity that the girl from the Sher family, who could be considered a beauty, committed such a serious crime because of jealousy, a young-looking official said regretfully. She's a beauty, but her heart isn't calm. Lu Banshan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the young official. Today is the big day of Princess Fuel and Marquis Rong. Let's not talk about this unlucky thing. Yes, yes. Everyone agreed and hurriedly changed the topic. Who didn't know that the girl from the Sher family was interested in Marquis Rong? Unfortunately, Marquis Rong was one of the main judges of the assassination case. In the end, the girl from the Sher family was sentenced to be sent to Shizhou. Shizhou was 1 or 2,000 kilometers away from the capital. How could a delicate girl live in such a place? If Marquis Rong had some feelings for the girl from the Sher family, the girl from the Sher family wouldn't have been sent to Shizhou even if she was convicted. Unfortunately, the goddess had a heart, but the prince had no dreams. Marquis Rong didn't care about the girl from the Sher family, who was both talented and beautiful, but the beautiful Princess Fuel. Everyone present was a man. In the past, they loved to praise Miss Sher, but whenever Princess Fuel was present, their eyes would always wander to Princess Fuel. They didn't dare to let others know about this kind of ridiculous idea. They had to put on a serious face to let others know that they didn't like beautiful girls. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. I'll leave first. Xianxia raised his wine cup and said to everyone, I'll drink this cup of wine first. Xianxia drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. After repeatedly apologizing to the guests, he hurriedly left for the inner hall. Some guests were clamoring to go to the bridal chamber, but they were stopped by a few young masters and were not allowed to go. The servants carried lanterns to illuminate the road ahead. Xianxia walked on the white marble bridge in a hurry. The servants behind him had to jog all the way to catch up with him. It's snowing? Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked up at the dark sky. At this time, snowflakes were falling. Some fell on the bridge, and some fell into the pond under the bridge, making a rustling sound. Thinking that Ban Han was still waiting for him in the room, he quickened his steps. At the door of the hall, Xianxia ignored the servant girls who bowed to him. He hurriedly pushed the door open and saw Ban Han lying on the bed. He strode forward and gently called out to Ban Han, Hua Hua, are you asleep? Hua Hua. In her sleep, Ban Han heard someone call her. She wanted to sit up but found that her neck was so sore that it didn't feel like it was hers. She sucked in a cold breath. Quick, someone come. What's wrong? Xiao's expression changed. He reached out to help her. Don't touch me. Ban Han grabbed his hand. Her voice started to tremble, my neck hurts. Wearing such a heavy phoenix coronet and sleeping on her back, it would be strange if her neck didn't hurt. This phoenix coronet was very gorgeous. It was inlaid with gems, gold thread, and pearls. Any one of these pearls would be enough to feed an ordinary family for several years. It could be seen how precious this phoenix coronet was. The Ban family didn't ask for the best, but the most expensive, so they prepared the best accessories for Ban Han. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't conform to the rules, they would have even inlaid the phoenix coronet with gold thread, jade, and pearls. But this was a custom that only the empress could wear, so they changed it and replaced it with pearls in some places. Xiao didn't think that he would receive such an answer. He helped Ban Han to sit up and reached out to take off the veil on Ban Han's head. He took off the hairpin that held the phoenix coronet in place and carefully took off the phoenix coronet. When he held the phoenix coronet in his hands, he realized how heavy it was. I'll help you rub it. Xiao reached out to massage Ban Han's shoulders and neck. He couldn't help but laugh. Do you feel better? If you want to laugh, then laugh. Ban Han turned her face. Anyway, this is the only time I can wear the phoenix coronet. I won't suffer like this again. I won't laugh at you. Xiao smiled softly. You've worked hard. Ban Han smelled the faint smell of alcohol on his body. She frowned and sniffed. Seeing that she didn't seem to like the smell on his body, Xiao took off his outer robe and rinsed his mouth with tea. The tea was a bit cold, but he didn't care. It's better now. Xiao sat back down beside Ban Han. He massaged her neck with one hand and held Ban Han's hand with the other, can you still smell the alcohol? His tone was very gentle, and there was a faint fragrance of tea in his breath. Ban Han smiled and shook her head, it's fine now. The two madams Fulbright hurried over from the side hall. They saw that the bride's veil had been taken off, the phoenix coronet had been taken off, and the groom had even taken off his outer robe. They froze for a moment, then walked over and said, Marquis, Princess, it's time for you to drink the wedding wine. The two personally poured the wine and handed it to the two people. They smiled and said, I wish that the two of you will live together until your hair turns white. Gold fills your bed, jade fills your hall, and grandchildren surround your knees. I wish you both happiness and longevity. Thank you. Xianxia took the wine cup, intertwined his wrist with Ban Han's, and drank the somewhat cold wine. The wine was very light. Perhaps it was to cater to the bride's taste, and there was a faint sweet fragrance. Ban Han swallowed the wine. She saw that Xia's cheeks were red, as if he had put on rouge. Her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that the candlelight around her was hazy, and the wine had gone to her head. She actually had a dry mouth and an impulse to touch his face. But there were other people around her, so Ban Han resisted. She turned her head and looked at the two Mrs. Fulbright. She thought that if there were no outsiders around, she would definitely reach out and touch Xia's cheeks, collarbones, Adam's apple, and lower abdomen. Such a beautiful face, it would definitely feel good to touch. Thank you, madams. I hope that you too will have good wishes. Xia sent the two Mrs. Fulbright to the door, and let the servant girls take them out to eat wine. The room suddenly quieted down. Ban Han's fine black hair was tied into a complicated and gorgeous bun. After removing the gorgeous phoenix coronet, there were only a few gold hairpins and red jade hairpins on her head. Under the candlelight, she was so beautiful that Xia couldn't take his eyes off her. Hua hua. Xia's voice was a little dry. He picked up the wine cup on the table and wanted to take a sip. He thought that Ban Han might not like the taste, so he poured a cup of herbal tea and drank it. Only then did he feel the heat in his heart disappear a little. As he swallowed, his Adam's apple also trembled. Ban Han's gaze fell on his Adam's apple. She suddenly stood up and reached out to touch his throat. It was a little smooth, a little tender, like touching tender tofu. Ban Han's gaze swept over Xia's neatly dressed inner robe. She wanted to imitate the bullies in the novels, push Xia down on the bed, pull open his clothes, and then touch his chest, back, and collarbones. Various images of her pushing Xia down on the bed appeared in her mind, but she was still standing properly. Her gaze penetrated his robe and fell on every part of his body. Hua hua, Xia's body trembled even more. He reached out to hold her hand, don't look at me with those eyes. Ban Han smiled innocently, what kind of eyes did I look at you with? You want to eat me? Xia leaned closer to Ban Han. His hot breath was like the most magical medicine, making Ban Han's ears and neck numb. You want to eat me from there? Here? Xia pointed to his lips. Here? He pointed to his neck. Or. He took off his inner robe, revealing his red underwear. He pulled open the lapel, revealing his sexy collarbones, or here? Ban Han threw herself on the bed and sat on Xia's waist. She reached out to take the red jade hairpin in her hair, letting her hair fall down. Her red lips were like fire, and she said, I want to eat all of them. Beauty, just do it. Devil, Xia felt that at this moment, even if he were to die in the hands of this woman, he would gladly endure it and would not resist at all. Marquis. Duzhou's anxious voice came from outside the door, Marquis, something happened. Ban Han looked regretfully at Xia's half-exposed chest. She helped him tidy up his underwear, turned to the door, and opened it slightly, what's the matter? The bride's makeup was very heavy. Ordinary people would look stiff and rigid with this kind of makeup, but Ban Han was different. The brighter and heavier the makeup, the brighter and brighter she was. When Duzhou saw Ban Han, he was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said, I just received news that Prince Ning and the Xia Dalong had a quarrel. Prince Ning was so angry that he stabbed the Xia Dalong. The Xia family went to the Jingting Gongfu for medical treatment, but it was said that the two doctors followed the princess madam to the temporary imperial residence as her dowry. Now the Xie family is begging for medical treatment. The strange thing was, why did the Princess Fuel open the door? Where was their marquis? Can't Prince Ning have a moment of peace? Ban Han said angrily, if he's so capable, why didn't he stab himself to death? Du Jiu thought that it was probably because Prince Ning wasn't stupid enough to stab himself. Hua Hua, don't be angry, Xianxia put on a robe and walked to Ban Han's side. When he saw Du Jiu bowing, he said, doesn't the Xie family know that today is Hua Hua's and my big day? Are there no other doctors in the capital who insist on coming to Baisho Garden to ask for medical treatment? Du Jiu could hear the displeasure in Marquis's voice, and hurriedly said, Marquis, this subordinate also thought so. Who knew that the Count of Zhongping would come crying and begging for medical treatment? Other people can't make this decision. Now there are many guests in the garden. If we don't do anything, this subordinate is worried that other people will gossip. No, if they like to gossip, then let them, Ban Han snorted, if they disturb other people's happy day, then they'll be struck by lightning. Have someone bring the 2 doctors over. Ban Han's tone was cold, but he didn't refuse the Xie family's request, but these 2 doctors are respected by the Ban family. No matter if they can be saved or not, we can't let these 2 doctors suffer. Guard Du, arrange for a few more people to go with them, so that the Xie family won't go crazy and let our own people suffer. Yes. Du Jiu accepted the order and left. After walking a few steps, he remembered that he hadn't listened to Marquis. When he turned around, he only saw Marquis talking to the princess with his head lowered. He instantly felt that he was overthinking things. Marquis didn't even look at him. He walked out of the main hall and saw the haggard Count of Zhongping. He cupped his hands and said, Count of Zhongping, please wait for a moment. I'll go get the 2 doctors. Thank you, Senior Du. The Count of Zhongping's heart trembled. In his panic, he actually bowed to Du Jiu. The Count of Zhongping was the superior, and Du Jiu was the subordinate. Du Jiu didn't dare to accept this bow. He hurriedly moved away and said, Count of Zhongping, you don't have to thank me. This is what my family's madam wants. I'm just following orders. Du Jiu said the words, my family's madam, loudly and forcefully, with a bit of pride. The Count of Zhongping's old face was a bit red. The madam Du Jiu spoke of was almost his daughter-in-law. It's a pity, it's a pity that my husband's heart is like iron, and he missed the beauty. Ban Han washed off the makeup on his face and said to Xianxia, this Prince Ning has liked to make things difficult for me since childhood. I don't know how much hatred I had with him in my previous life. Xianxia asked the servant girls to leave and pulled Ban Han to sit down on the bed. He used to bully you? He wanted to bully me, but do I have the temper to let him bully me? Ban Han stuffed his feet into the quilt and yawned while hugging the quilt. Although he wasn't likable when he was a child, he wasn't as annoying as he is now. Xianxia saw Ban Han's sleepy appearance and lowered her head. People always change. Oh. Ban Han lay down on the quilt. Some people become better and better, while some people become more and more annoying. Are you sleepy? Xiao's eyes swept over Ban Han's neck and reached out to gently touch Ban Han's earlobe. Ban Han struggled to open her eyes. Is there something else? Xiao also lay down. Yes, there is something. With another person squeezing under the quilt, Ban Han's sleepiness suddenly flew away. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiao, like a proud cat examining a human who had invaded its territory. However, perhaps because this human was too good-looking, the proud cat finally relaxed. What's the matter? Today is our wedding night. Before Xiao finished speaking, Ban Han suddenly sat up, full of energy. Is the injury on your back healed? Do you want to see it? Yes. Ban Han nodded, and her hand had already reached out to Xiao's chest. Xia took her hand and pressed it against his chest. His voice was hoarse as he said, there's no hurry. We have a whole night to slowly look at it, slowly touch it, and slowly taste it. Ban Han's fingertips trembled, and suddenly felt that the palm under her hand was frighteningly hot, like a cluster of flames that was stained with oil, burning more and more vigorously. It's snowing outside, it's very cold. His warm lips kissed the tender tip of her ear, and the tip of her ear instantly turned into a blooming red flower, so bright that it seemed as if water would drip out. Snowflakes fluttered in the air and fell into the open-air hot spring in the side palace. The hazy mist rose and blended with the snowflakes, seeming both cold and hot. In the end, the snowflakes turned into water, but the temperature of the hot spring did not decrease. Hua Hua, are you okay? I'm fine, do you want to do it again? The snowflakes lingered, boiled, and melted in the hot spring. The rising mist was like a paradise on earth, making it impossible to tell what day it was and what year it would be tomorrow. The big red wedding candles carved with dragons and phoenixes burned all night. When the sky was bright, the pair of red candles burned out, leaving behind fiery oil on the candlesticks, proving the passage of the night. Rui pushed open the window and saw the snowy world outside, and couldn't help but put on a lined jacket for herself. Miss Rui, a servant girl wearing a lotus skirt, walked to the window and bowed to Rui. Marquis and Madame are about to wake up, we should go serve them. Rui looked at the time and smiled at the servant girl. Thank you. No need to be so polite. The group of servants came to the door, and seeing that there was no movement in the room, they all turned to look at Rui. Rui was the commandery princess's servant, so she must know the commandery princess's habits and taboos. Rui ignored the gazes of these people, and just stood quietly outside the door, waiting for her master's summons. When Xianxia woke up, the sky was already bright. He rarely woke up so late, and rarely slept so deeply. He turned to look at the woman beside him, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was too warm in the bed, so warm that he didn't want to go out, and just wanted to lie there until the end of time. You're awake? Ban Han opened his eyes, and saw Xia's handsome face, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Chirp. She kissed him on the corner of his mouth, and her rosy face looked somewhat satisfied. Xia felt that he had been bewitched. Moving. He wanted to kiss her all over, he wanted to eat her up, but he was afraid that if he moved too hard, she would feel pain. Her soft and delicious lips, after he touched her, he didn't want to let go. He was the most thirsty traveler in the desert, she was his oasis. He wanted to drown in this oasis, never to wake up again. Phew, Ban Han panted with a red face, touching her lips. What are you doing so early in the morning? It's not early in the morning, Xia took her into his arms, it's already morning. But I'm sleepy. Ban Han smelled a clean and pleasant smell on Xia's body. This smell was hard to describe, but Ban Han liked it very much. She lay on Xia's chest, sticking out the tip of her tongue to gently lick his neck. Seeing him swallow uncontrollably, she couldn't help but laugh. Hua Hua, Xia put his hand on her back. Do you know what it means to add oil to a raging fire? Benny blinked and said with a smile, I should get up. Every minute of sex is worth 1,000 gold, why get up? Xia turned around, pressing Ban Han under his body. Lian Li Ji, now you and I are Lian Li Ji, naturally we should do some things that Lian Li Ji should do. Ban Han put her right hand on Xia's chest, laughing softly. What is Lian Li Ji's business? Naturally, the hot water was changed again and again. The servant girls outside the hall didn't dare to make a sound, until it was already past midnight. There was a sound coming from inside the hall. The servant girls hurriedly brought in toiletries. Until they entered the inner room, they took off their shoes, stepping on the soft carpet in front of the two masters. Rui and the other servant girls entered together. She saw Junju standing by the bed. Marquis was helping her fasten her belt. The intimate atmosphere between the two made her feel embarrassed to continue watching. Princess. Rui stepped forward and bowed before retreating to the side. Ban Han nodded at her and began to wash his face with warm water. After washing, he applied some facial lotion on his face. When he turned around and saw Xia looking at him, he asked, What are you looking at? You look pretty. Xia took the small porcelain bottle in her hand. What's this? It smells light and fragrant. It's just flower dew for women. Xia rubbed some on her fingertips and touched his forehead. How do you feel? The flower dew was a little cold and moist. Xia returned the bottle to Banyu. Whatever you like, just let the servants prepare it. You don't have to worry. Okay, Ban Han handed the flower dew to a maidservant and smeared a lot of things on his face and hands. Then he turned to Xia and asked, Do you feel bored? Xia smiled and shook her head. I'm glad you like it. How could there be so many women in the world who were born young? They just carefully took care of themselves and made their skin look flawless. However, Ban Han didn't intend to mention these topics to Xia. Even if he did, the other party might not be interested. After the servant girls combed Ban Han's hair, Xianxia volunteered to draw her eyebrows. Seeing his eagerness, Ban Han's heart softened and he let him try. However, it turned out that people who knew how to draw were not necessarily good at drawing eyebrows. Ban Han saw his willowy eyebrows turn into crooked wavy eyebrows. He wiped his eyebrows with a handkerchief in disgust. He said to Xianxia, "This is my face, not a canvas. Sorry, it's my first time drawing this. My hands don't listen to me." Xianxia saw that he wiped his eyebrows too hard. He reached out and took the handkerchief from her hand and gently wiped it for her. "You draw, I'll watch." A newly married man was interested in everything. Women's hairpins, women's skincare products, and even women's undergarments. He also stole a few glances. It was as if he had opened up a whole new world. Every scenery in this world made him feel new and strange. When he was young, he thought that if he married a wife who cried in front of the mirror and recited poems to the moon, marriage would not be as interesting as not being married. Perhaps his mother made him have a fear of women, so he avoided women for many years. It was just that others didn't see it. But Huahua was different. She was always happy in front of the mirror. She enjoyed the state of looking in the mirror and the beauty of life. He liked to see the way she drew her eyebrows, liked to see the way she picked out clothes, and imagined the way she wore beautiful clothes and jewelry that made other women pale in comparison. As long as he thought of these images, he became happy. "In a few days, we'll go back to the Marquis Fu to live," Xianxia lowered his head and said in Ban Han's ear. "There are many beautiful jewelry in the Marquis Fu. You can wear whatever you like." "Many?" Ban Han looked at Xianxia with some surprise. "Why do you have so many women's jewelry?" "Many were left behind by the ancestors of the Rong family." Xianxia did not tell Ban Han that he had bought some of them. He wanted to wear these beautiful hairpins on the women he loved. But at that time, he didn't know who these things could be used on. "Okay." Ban Han finished his makeup and tidied his red palace dress. He turned to Xianxia and asked, "Do I look good?" Xianxia nodded. "Better than anyone else. An honest man is always likable." Ban Han hooked his finger at Xianxia. Xianxia faced Ban Han and lowered his head. A warm and soft kiss was left on his cheek, even leaving behind a faint lip print. "This is my reward for you." Xianxia looked at his face in the mirror and laughed. The servant girls next to him blushed and lowered their heads. They only felt that the scene in front of them made their cheeks hot. They were too embarrassed to continue watching. The husband and wife ate lunch and then sat in the carriage to go to the palace to thank the emperor. The carriage arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate. When the guards at the gate saw the insignia on the carriage, they respectfully retreated to the side. The carriage passed through the Vermilion Bird Gate and passed through a long palace corridor before stopping. "Marquis, madam, the Great Moon Palace is ahead." If they went any further, the carriage would not be allowed to pass. Xianxia lifted the curtain and walked out of the carriage. He turned around and supported Ban Han, who followed behind him. "Be careful." It was snowing now. Even if there were people coming to clean every day, it did not take long for the snow to accumulate. Ban Han supported his hand and walked down. Xianxia adjusted her cloak and took the umbrella from the eunuch to cover their heads. Ban Han held Xia's arm. She stepped on the soft snowflakes and immediately left a deep footprint in the snow. "Don't step there. When the snow melts, your feet will be cold." Xianxia noticed that she deliberately stepped on the footprint and whispered in her ear. "Don't be naughty." "Who's being naughty?" Ban Han pinched his waist. Xia's hand holding the umbrella shook and a few snowflakes floated on Ban Han's cheek. "Hiss." Ban Han gasped and put her cold fingers on Xia's neck. Seeing Xia's neck shrink from the cold, she suddenly laughed. "Are you cold?" Xia grabbed her hand and blew hot air on it. "Are you feeling better now?" "And this one?" Ban Han put her right hand to Xia's mouth. Xia blew hot air on her right hand. Ban Han was amused by his obedient behavior. "Greetings, Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel." Ban Han turned around and saw Shijin with a group of imperial guards behind him. She pulled her hand out of Xia's and stood side by side with Xia. Lord Shi Jin's eyes swept over the beautiful couple. Are you two here to meet His Majesty? Yes. Xianxia nodded and said to Shi Jin, it's windy and snowy today. Lord Shi, you've worked hard. It's my duty. Shi Jin saluted Xianxia. Please come this way. After Ban Han and Xianxia walked away, a guard behind Shi Jin whispered, I used to think that Marquis Qingyan and Princess Fuel were not suitable for each other. But after seeing them today, I feel that they are perfect together. If someone else were to stand next to them, it would feel wrong. What do you mean? Another guard said. Didn't you just want to say that they are both good-looking and pleasing to the eye when they stand together? That's right. Shi Jin listened to their whispered conversation and said with a sullen face, we work deep in the palace. We can't talk about other people casually. Yes. The two guards' expressions changed and they didn't dare to say more. When Xianxia and Ban Han arrived at the Great Moon Palace, they saw that the palace maids and eunuchs in the Great Moon Palace were all happy. It seemed that they had encountered something good. When these palace maids saw Ban Han and Xianxia, their smiles became even wider. A female official stepped forward and said, Marquis and Princess Fuel, His Majesty has been looking forward to seeing you too. Please come with me. Ban Han was even more confused. But when she walked into the inner hall and saw Emperor Yunqing, who could walk a few steps, she immediately understood why the palace maids were so happy. Your Majesty. Ban Han ran up to Emperor Yunqing and even forgot to salute. She looked at Emperor Yunqing with a happy face. How are you? I can manage to walk a few steps. Emperor Yunqing was in a very good mood. In order to prove that his body was getting better, he pushed away the eunuchs supporting him and walked a few steps in front of Ban Han. That's great. Ban Han clapped her hands. Your Majesty, it seems that you will recover in a few days. These words touched Emperor Yunqing's heart. He looked kindly at Ban Han and Xianxia. Yesterday was your big day. Although I couldn't be there in person, I treat you the same way I treat my children. Sit down and talk. The Emperor of Yunqing found Ban Yu and Xianxia pleasing no matter how he looked at them. He wished he could immediately take them as his own children. If he could recover his health, so what if he adopted a son or a daughter? When he woke up this morning, he felt that his body was much better. Not only did he have more energy, but he also had more strength in his legs. The imperial physician came to check his pulse and said that he was recovering well. He knew very well that this was all because of Xianxia and Ban Han's marriage. Otherwise, why would his body start to improve after these two young people got married? Emperor Yunqing looked at the two of them as if he was looking at a precious golden doll. So when the two of them bowed, Emperor Yunqing rewarded them with a lot of things. These things were very precious. Even when Prince Ning and consort Prince Ning came to bow on the second day of their marriage, His Majesty wasn't this generous. Xianxia, Ban Han whispered in Xia's ear, don't you think that His Majesty is a bit strange? In the past, Emperor Yunqing was good to her, but there was a limit. At least, he didn't overstep the rules. Recently, Emperor Yunqing's actions had been very strange. Not only had he bestowed the summer palace to them, but he had also given them so many wedding gifts. If word of these gifts got out, many people would probably say that Xianxia was the emperor's illegitimate child. Xianxia whispered in Ban Han's ear, this has nothing to do with us. Ban Han looked at Xianxia and nodded, saying, I believe you. Since Xianxia said it had nothing to do with them, then it had nothing to do with them. In any case, the emperor was willing to give them these things. She didn't steal them. Hearing these three words, Xianxia paused slightly and held Ban Han's hand tightly. Empress, Marquis Qingyan and Princess Fuel ask for an audience. Quickly let them in. When the empress heard that Ban Han and his wife had arrived, she hurriedly asked the palace servants to welcome them in. Princess Kong Ning, who was sitting on the lower seat, looked at the empress awkwardly. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should stay or leave. Ever since the Prince Hui Mansion incident, she had been raised by the empress. Although she still had the title of princess, she lived under someone else's roof in the palace. Even the palace maids and eunuchs didn't treat her with respect. But she knew what her father had done, so she didn't even dare to complain. Now that she heard that Ban Han and Marquis Qingyan had come, she felt very ashamed and angry. She didn't want them to see her awkward situation at all. Empress, this subject missed you. A woman wearing a red palace dress quickly walked in. Although her hair was tied up in a woman's bun, her movements still carried a sense of naivety. Kong Ning looked at Ban Han and swallowed her unfinished words. She glanced outside the hall and saw the man with a gentle smile. She looked away in a panic and hurriedly lowered her head. This subject greets the Empress. Xianxia walked into the hall and saw that Ban Han was already sitting next to the Empress and talking. He smiled and glanced at Ban Han, then went forward to bow to the Empress. No need to be so polite. The Empress saw the two younger generations exchange amorous glances and knew that they had a very good relationship. Are you used to living in Baisho Garden? Thank you for your concern, Empress. Everything is fine. This child, you've always been like this since you were young. Everything is fine. The Empress turned to look at Ban Han. I'll ask Hua Hua. Ban Han thought for a moment. Everything is fine, but the garden is too big. I haven't had time to finish touring the garden. The Empress was amused by Ban Han's words. She was about to make fun of Ban Han when she saw a little eunuch scramble in. Empress, it's not good. Prince Ning and Consort Prince Ning are fighting. What did you say? The Empress suddenly stood up from the chair. Because she stood up so quickly, she almost fell back into the chair. Fortunately, Ban Han quickly caught her. The Empress hurriedly said, didn't you tell Prince Ning to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors? Why is he arguing with Wang Fei? Thinking that Delang of the Xia family was still half dead, the Empress felt sorry for Consort Prince Ning. Now that there was news of the husband and wife fighting, she felt tired inside. The Empress hurriedly walked out. Ban Han hesitated and then followed. Turning her head, she saw Kong Ning sitting in the corner. She nodded to her and then quickly walked out. Kong Ning opened her mouth, but she only saw the corner of a robe quickly disappearing. Farewell, Junju. Xianxia raised a fist in a salute to her and then followed Ban Han out. Kong Ning sat dazedly in the empty hall. She suddenly remembered that just a year ago, she still had romantic feelings for this man. But not long after she entered the palace, her heart was as still as water. She was raised in the palace. In the future, there were only two paths she could take. One was to pray for the imperial family. She would go to a Taoist temple and never marry. The other was to be given the title of princess and marry into a foreign family for peace. No matter what the outcome was, it wasn't something she could choose. So everything in the past was like a dream. When Father Wang and Mother Wang were alive, she felt dissatisfied everywhere. Now that Father Wang was gone and she was raised in the palace, she finally understood the fickleness of human nature. Compared to her current life, her previous life was like a dream. Prince Ning held a saber in his hand, while Princess Ning held a sword in her hand. The two of them stood opposite each other, separated by a parterre. Although they didn't fight, the words that came out of their mouths were not pleasant to hear. What is your Xia family? If it wasn't for your family coveting the position of Wang Fei, how could you have married me? Jiang Luo, you're not human. Xia Wanyu was so angry that her entire body trembled. If you weren't a prince, do you think anyone would take a second look at you? What are you? You can't even compare to half of the crown prince. Whore, Prince Ning raised his knife and wanted to charge forward, but several palace servants grabbed his leg. Wang Yi, you can't do this, a blue-robed Taijian cried, that is your Wang Fei, if His Majesty finds out, scram. Prince Ning didn't listen to their pleas. In the entire Great Yi dynasty, which Wang Yi would marry a Wang Fei that would raise a knife and an arrow against him? Only Ben Wang is unlucky to be forced to marry such a woman. Today, I will not forgive her. Of course the one you want to marry isn't me, Xia Wanyu smiled coldly. It's a pity that the woman you want to marry is in Shizhou. If you have the skills, go to Shizhou and share her hardships. Shut your mouth. If you have the skills, then kill me. Otherwise, don't expect me to shut up. Xia Wanyu really wanted to kill Jiang Luo with one blow. If it wasn't for him, how could her big brother's life and death be uncertain? How could he be asking for medical help? This was an animal without a heart. He could massacre the victims, and he could raise his knife against her big brother. In the future, he could also raise his knife against the other members of the Xia family. Xia Wanyu regretted it. If she could choose again, she definitely wouldn't marry Jiang Luo. It was good to marry anyone. At least that person wouldn't harm her big brother or want to kill him. The Empress has arrived. Hearing the Taijin's report, Jiang Luo turned his head and saw the Empress entourage walking in their direction. Why aren't you putting down your weapons? When the Empress saw the two's stance, she was so angry that her voice trembled. This is the Imperial Palace, not a stage troupe. Why aren't you putting down your weapons? Jiang Luo calmly threw the knife to the guard behind him and bowed to the Empress. Xiaohuanyu's eyes were red. She raised her sword and looked at the Empress. Imperial Mother, in the past, it was you and His Majesty who wanted the Xia family to marry into the Imperial family. What does our Xia family owe Jiang Luo that he wants to kill my big brother? That's my big brother, his brother-in-law. Xiaohuanyu shouted these words. Her voice trembled with resentment and sorrow. That's my big brother, my biological big brother. The Empress' heart trembled, but her face was expressionless. Consort Prince Ning, we will investigate the Xia family's case, but don't be stupid. Put down your sword. If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have married into the Imperial family. Xiaohuanyu's hand loosened and the sword fell to the ground. Her face was covered in tears. Jiang Luo, you will get your retribution. Jiang Luo looked at her impatiently and didn't say anything. Xiaohuanyu looked at the sword on the ground and wiped away the tears on her face. She suddenly bent down to pick up the sword and was about to cut her own neck. Ding! The sword fell to the ground. Xiaohuanyu turned her head and saw Ban Han 2 steps away from her. She dazedly touched her numb elbow. She didn't know how the sword in her hand fell to the ground. If I were you, I wouldn't cut my own neck with this sword. Ban Han picked up the sword and found that it was not only sharpened, but also very sharp. He threw the sword to a nearby eunuch and said to Xiaohuanyu, if you don't die and leave a scar on your neck, that would be ugly. You don't need to care about my business. Xiaohuanyu bit her lip and retorted to Ban Han. Who wants to care about you? I'm just afraid that your blood will splatter too high and scare the Empress and other people, Ban Han mercilessly retorted. In any case, if you die, Jiang Luo, that scum, will marry another Wang Fei. The only one who will suffer will be your Xia family. Ban Han. Jiang Luo saw Ban Han's hair was tied up in a woman's bun and disliked her even more. What do you want to do? Even if I want to do something, I won't do it to you, Ban Han sneered. Rather than arguing with me, why don't you think about how to apologize to the Empress? You. Jiang Luo wanted to curse, but before he could speak, he felt a chill run down his back. Turning his head, he saw Xianxia standing a few steps away from him with a half smile on her face. He didn't know if she was happy or angry. Your Highness Prince Ning, Xianxia walked 2 steps towards him. It is disrespectful to use weapons in the palace. Since your Highness is the regent, you should understand the rules of the White House. Shut up, Jiang Luo sneered. Xianxia, if you have time to care about my business, why don't you go home and sleep on a warm kong with your wife and take care of your body? Prince Ning. The Empress finally couldn't stand this absurd son of hers. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang Luo's face. If you keep talking nonsense, even I can't save you. The Emperor's temper was terrible right now. If this matter reached the Emperor's ears, her second son would lose half a layer of skin even if he didn't die. She knew better than anyone how much the Emperor valued Xianxia, so she didn't want her sons to offend Xianxia more than anyone else. Many thanks to your Highness Prince Ning for worrying about my husband's health. Ban Han walked to Xia's side and took Xia's hand. He smiled and said, then let's go home and sleep on a warm kong. Finishing, she turned and curtsied to the Empress. Nyang Nyang, this subject's wife will leave. Hua Hua. The Empress sighed, you can go. Xia bowed to the Empress, turned and took Ban Han's hand and gradually walked away. Damn it. Jiang Luo looked at Xia's back and cursed in a low voice. Slap, another heavy slap landed on his face. Nyang Nyang. The palace maid beside the Empress saw that her expression was not right and hurriedly reached out to support her. You have to take care of your body. Take care of yourself. The Empress looked at Jiang Luo. A moment later, she said bitterly, Luoer, you have disappointed Ben Gong to the core. Muhu, Jiang Luo, who had been slapped twice, seemed to wake up. He knelt in front of the Empress. Muhu, Aken, your personality has been absurd since you were young. I thought that you were still young and didn't understand. Even if something happened, the crown prince would take care of it for you. Right now, the crown prince is under house arrest in the Eastern Palace for His Majesty. You are still so immature in your work. Do you want Ben Gong to die? These days, His Majesty had been neither warm nor cold to her. They had been husband and wife for decades, but now they had come to this point. It wasn't that the Empress didn't feel pain, but she didn't show it in front of her two sons. Although His Majesty didn't care about the illegitimate sons, this didn't mean that her two sons could do whatever they wanted. It's my fault, the Empress said tearfully, it's all my fault. If she hadn't been worried that her two sons would fight over power, so she deliberately allowed her younger son to have no right to fight for the throne, things wouldn't have turned out like this. She looked at her second son kneeling in front of her and said to Xia Wanyu standing to the side, Consort Prince Ning, come with Ben Gong. Xia Wanyu walked past Prince Ning and followed beside the Empress, but he didn't reach out to help her. The Empress smiled bitterly in her heart. Consort Prince Ning's temper was too big. In the past, she had been the crown princess, but she had been bullied by Consort Prince Hui. She had endured this for many years. It wasn't until the death of the previous emperor that she straightened her back. At that time, she could endure even more than Consort Prince Ning. But in the end, this matter was her son's fault. She couldn't say any words of reproach. Nyang Yang, Princess Fuel is too arrogant, said the female official beside the Empress in a small voice. His Highness Prince Ning is a prince. His Majesty and Nyang Yang will decide who is right and who is wrong. What right does she have to say such things? Huahua and Luo have never gotten along since they were young. When they were young, the two of them would bicker. Luo often bullied Huahua because she was older. So, even now, the two of them still don't get along. Speaking of this, the Empress sighed in her heart. She did like this girl from the Ban family, but her mouth was a bit unforgiving. It was fine to pamper such a young lady as a junior, but it would be inappropriate to marry her as a daughter-in-law. I think she's just taking advantage of the fact that the Princess Royal family is indebted to His Majesty. Shut up. The Empress's face darkened. Is it something you can talk about? This servant knows her mistake. Xia Wanyu, who was following behind, raised her head to look at the Empress. The Empress's expression was not very good, but although she was dissatisfied with the female official's words, she did not truly punish her. Seeing this, Xia Wanyu couldn't help but sneer. The people in the palace were all like this. They were so fake that it was disgusting. Even if the Empress kept saying how much she liked Ban Han, how much could she really like her? Her liking definitely couldn't compare to His Majesty's. Thinking of what Ban Han had just said to her, Xia Wanyu's feelings were very complicated. She didn't think that at this time, Ban Han still dared to say that Jiang Luo was scum in front of Jiang Luo and the Empress. Did Ban Han really think that the Empress wouldn't be dissatisfied with her? Or, she didn't care how the Empress thought of her. Ban Han and Rong Xia walked along the high palace walls. Ban Han pointed at a garden and said, when I was young, I played here. Jiang Luo pushed me from behind and I fell into the grass. And then? Then I kicked Jiang Luo hard. After I kicked him, I cried and rubbed the grass on my body. When His Majesty and the Empress found out, they punished Jiang Luo to kneel for 2 hours. They also rewarded me with many things. Ban Han looked away. Her eyes were slightly indifferent. That was the first time I understood that crying was useful. From then on, Jiang Luo often made trouble for me. But if he touched me, I would cry. Not only did I cry, I also let everyone know that he bullied me. Ban Han's eyelids drooped to hide her emotions. Once, His Majesty asked me if Jiang Luo had anything better than the crown prince. Rong Xia suddenly remembered that 9 years ago, His Majesty had also asked her. At that time, she was only 15 years old. She had said that she liked the crown prince more, so she didn't know much about the second prince. I said that I didn't like the second prince and only liked to play with the crown prince. In my eyes, the second prince couldn't compare to the crown prince in any way. Ban Han held Rong Xia's hand. Each step was slow and casual. Because there was someone holding her hand, she didn't have to worry about falling. After His Majesty heard this, not only was he not angry at me, he even praised me for my straightforward personality. Perhaps when His Majesty was young, He also hoped that someone would say that they only liked the crown prince and didn't want to play with the second prince. But at that time, no one had said it so straightforwardly. Her words made him feel satisfied. What a coincidence. Xianxia smiled. His Majesty also asked me that in the past. Then what did you say? I said that I didn't know the second prince well. Hee hee. Ban Han covered her mouth and laughed. That's a good answer. The two left the palace and saw that the streets were filled with red lanterns and crowded with people. Ban Han said, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve." Xianxia saw that Ban Han's expression was a bit lonely. She asked the driver to stop the carriage and hurriedly jumped off. "This is for you." Xianxia returned to the carriage with a beautiful red lantern in her hand. The lantern had a large Fu character written on it and a pair of magpies on the other side. Magpies reporting spring was a good sign. Isn't this just for children? Ban Han took the lantern. Although she said that she didn't like it, she couldn't help but poke the magpies on the lantern. Yes. Xianxia kissed her gently on the cheek and said in a small voice, "In my heart, you are my most precious daughter. I treat you like a pearl and treasure. I can't bear to let you suffer any grievances." "Humph," Ban Han whispered to him, "I don't believe you." But this didn't mean that she didn't like to hear it. A handsome man who was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting was saying sweet words with a gentle face. How could she not be moved? Xianxia pulled her into his arms and whispered, "You will believe it." The carriage slowly moved forward, leaving deep wheel marks on the snow. In this noisy world, the warmth in the carriage was like early spring in the snow. It was too beautiful to be real. The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, the third day of Ban Han's marriage. It was supposed to be the day of the married daughter's return home. But according to custom, the married daughter's New Year's Eve couldn't go back to her mother's home. When Ban Han woke up, the snow outside hadn't stopped. She put on her clothes and washed herself. Facing the servant girl who was holding a basin, she asked, "Where is your marquis?" "Madam, marquis just went out." Ban Han threw the handkerchief back into the basin. She got up and walked to the bronze mirror. It was so cold, why did Xianxia go out so early in the morning? "Junju, what kind of hairstyle do you want to wear today?" Yuju and Rui walked behind Ban Han. The two saw that the Junju's expression was a bit lonely, so they were careful when they asked. "Anything." Ban Han wasn't interested, "Just do as you like." "How can it be anything?" Xianxia strode in, his cloak still stained with snow. "Today is a good day to go back home. I don't want my in-laws to think that I don't treat you well." He put a wooden box on the dressing table. "Take a look at the things inside. See if there's anything you like." Ban Han didn't look at the wooden box. She looked at Xianxia with surprise. "You said you're going back to my home today?" When Xianxia heard the words "my home," he knew that in Ban Han's heart, there was only one home, and that was Jingting Gongfu. He smiled, "Of course we should go back today. The summer palace is so big. What's the point of just the two of us staying here? When we go back to your in-laws' place, not only will there be more people, but you'll also be happy." Xianxia, Ban Han reached out and hugged Xia's waist. "You're so good. I like you a bit." "Only a bit? Then, a bit more?" Wang Chu walked out of the study and said to the manservant standing guard outside, "I have something to discuss with Marquis. Go and inform him." "Sir Wang," the manservant looked at Wang Chu in surprise. "Marquis accompanied the princess back to her parents' home. You didn't know? What did you say?" Wang Chu frowned. "Today is New Year's Eve." The manservant nodded. "Today is Madame's day to go back to her parents' home." Marquis was worried that Madame wouldn't be able to find any jewelry to her liking. Early in the morning, he sent Gardu back to the Marquis Fu to retrieve a large box of jewelry for Madame to choose from. They'd been gone for almost half an hour now. This little one thought that Sir Wang already knew about this. Wang Chu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but recently, Marquis didn't seem willing to see him. There were many things that he wasn't willing to discuss with him. Could it be that he had done something to displease Marquis? Was he using this opportunity to beat him up? He walked out of the study absent-mindedly. He saw the servants of the main courtyard moving out boxes. These boxes even had the Ban family's insignia. It was clear that the Marquis Foreign had brought these items from her parents' home. "Where are you moving these to?" "Sir Wang," the manservant moving the boxes bowed to Wang Chu. "Marquis said that Madame isn't used to living in the temporary imperial residence here. Therefore, Madame is moving these things to the Marquis Fu and will return to the Marquis Fu in a few days." Wang Chu frowned when he heard this. For Marquis, living in the temporary imperial residence that was bestowed by the emperor was definitely better than living in the Marquis Fu. But just because the Princess Fuel wasn't used to living in the temporary imperial residence, she wanted to move out of the temporary imperial residence, what not used to living here. She clearly wanted to be closer to her parents' home. As a married woman, she didn't want to take good care of her husband. What was she doing thinking about her parents' home every day? She even tempted Marquis to accompany her to her parents' home to celebrate the new year. If this was spread out, what would people say? Would they say that Marquis was henpecked, or that Marquis was afraid of the Ban family's power and couldn't raise his head? In the carriage, Ban Han was lying on Rong Xia's knees, resting with her eyes closed. Rong Xia was telling her the story of the Jianghu heroine's battle with the Nian beast. What happened afterwards? After Ban Han heard that the heroine saved the Nian beast, she couldn't help but raise her head and ask, "The Nian beast turned into a human. Should I give myself to her, or should I bite the hand that feeds me and kill the heroine?" Rong Xia pointed at her lips and said, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." In order to hear the rest of the story, Ban Han didn't hesitate to sacrifice her body. Rong Xia was immediately satisfied. He continued to tell the story while observing Ban Han's expression. He didn't decide the direction of the story based on Ban Han's expression. "Marquis," the coachman outside gently knocked on the window of the carriage and said, "Have we arrived at the Duke's mansion?" Ban Han's face lit up. She lifted the curtain and jumped out. Rong Xia behind her looked at her empty palms and smiled helplessly. In the Jingting Gongfu, Ban Huai and Ban Heng were lying on the table. The father and son looked at each other and sighed. "It's the new year, why are you sighing?" Yin Clan came in wearing a purple dress. Seeing the father and son like this, she couldn't help but say, "You look so unlucky." "Mother," Ban Heng sat up straight and said, "Today is the third day of my sister's marriage. According to the rules, this is the day to return home. Maybe Marquis Qingyan will send my sister back." "Don't think about it," Yin Clan's face darkened. "Although there are no elders in the Rong family, there is no reason for a son-in-law to accompany his daughter back to her parents' home for the new year. You, Marquis, Madame, heir." A steward ran in with a happy face, "The princess and the son-in-law are back." "What did you say?" Yin Clan was overjoyed. "Are you sure?" "It's true. They are almost at the second gate." "I'll go and see." Ban Heng jumped up from the stool and ran out of the door in the blink of an eye. Ban Huai looked at Yin Clan in disbelief. They are back?" Yin Clan wiped the corners of her eyes and hurriedly walked out. Ban Huai hurriedly followed, as if his daughter would fly away if he was late. "Sister! Sister!" Ban Han was near the lotus pond when she heard Ban Heng's voice. She stood on her tiptoes and saw Ban Heng jumping and waving at her from behind the rockery. "Little brother Heng," Ban Yu immediately showed a bright smile on his face and waved his hand at Ban Heng. Ban Heng turned around and ran over. He stumbled and fell to the ground, but he quickly got up and ran to Ban Han. "Sister!" Ban Heng circled around Ban Han a few times. He saw that the jewelry on her head didn't seem to be from the Ban family. He turned to Rong Xia and saluted, "Brother-in-law." "Brother Heng." Rong Xia smiled and returned the salute. "Why didn't you be more careful?" Ban Han patted Ban Heng's robe that was stained with snow. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Ban Heng patted his hands that were stained with snow. He turned around and wanted to lift Ban Han's skirt, but Rong Xia had already grabbed it. He had no choice but to walk side by side with Ban Han. "Sister, father and mother are waiting for you in the main courtyard. They made your favorite dishes. You must eat more later." "Okay." Ban Han nodded. She thought for a while and said, "Add a bowl of sour bamboo shoot soup. Your brother-in-law likes it." Ban Heng nodded, "Okay." He turned to look at Rong Xia. Rong Xia smiled gently at him. When they walked into the main courtyard, the Yin clan and Ban Huai were already waiting at the door. After seeing Ban Han, Ban Hui didn't wait for Ban Han to salute him. He went forward and asked if Ban Han ate well, slept well, and if the servants were satisfactory. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Xianxia went forward and saluted the two. It's snowing outside. Let's talk inside. The Ying clan's eyes were red, but she still smiled. She nodded at Xianxia. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. There were still red lanterns and red silk hanging in the courtyard, just like the day Ban Han got married. Xianxia walked into the room and sat next to Ban Heng. He looked at Ban Han, who was talking to his father-in-law, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The Ying clan saw his expression and felt relieved. Son-in-law, please have some tea. Thank you, mother-in-law. Xianxia drank tea and chatted with the Ban family. As they chatted, they mentioned the future arrangements. You mean moving out of the summer palace? The Ying clan thought for a moment. You're very thoughtful. Although the summer palace was given to you by His Majesty, it's not appropriate for you to live there for a long time. At least, it's not appropriate now. Son-in-law, that's what I mean. Xianxia smiled at Ban Han. Ban Han also turned and smiled at him. Huahua also supports my decision. The Ying clan heard this and smiled. Huahua is a child. She's muddle-headed when it comes to important matters. If you have a decision, you should tell her clearly. Don't let her do everything. Huahua is very good. Xianxia immediately retorted. She's not muddle-headed. The Ying clan didn't expect that the first time her son-in-law rebutted her was because she criticized her daughter. She was stunned at first, then smiled. You haven't spent much time with her. You'll know in the future. I can't understand some people even if I spend 100 years with them. But Huahua is different. Xianxia slowly shook his head. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. I just need to look at her and I know she's the best woman in the world. Ban Hui took his daughter's hand. He saw that her hairpins and jewelry were all priceless and her clothes were also in the style that his daughter liked. He whispered, after marrying into the Rong family, don't let yourself suffer. Wear whatever you want. Eat whatever you want. I think Xianxia is also a good man. So when you eat, think of him. This is the way for a husband and wife to get along with each other. His words seemed a bit childish, but they were reasonable. When a person had another person in his or her heart, even if he or she ate something delicious or saw something interesting, he or she would want to share it with the person he or she loved. This had nothing to do with the value of the food, but with the intention. Everything about him is good, but his style of dressing is not like mine, Ban Han said. His clothes are too plain. So when he put on the red groom's robe, he was so handsome that she couldn't help but want to eat him. Thinking about the magnificent scene of the red groom with white skin, it was delicious. Scholars pay attention to the word elegant when they wear clothes, Ban Hui advised. You have to be more tolerant. You can't have conflicts with him on these things. Don't worry, father, Ban Han laughed. I'm not such a petty person. At most, she would ask the embroiderer to make a few more clothes of different colors and find a way to let Xianxia change into them. The lunch was very sumptuous. The Ban family not only prepared the food that Ban Tai liked to eat, but also prepared a bunch of rumored dishes that Xianxia liked, or those dishes that were highly recommended by scholars. Although Xianxia didn't really like these dishes, his heart was softened by the Ban family's kindness. We don't know what you like, Ban Hui and Xianxia clinked glasses, and the father-son-in-law took a small sip. In the future, when you and Huahua come over again, send someone to inform us. Tell us what you want to eat, and we'll ask the kitchen to prepare it. There aren't many people in the family, and we don't care about the rules outside. We should eat happily. Thank you, father-in-law. Xianxia knew that Ban Hui wasn't being polite, so he agreed. After a harmonious and happy lunch, Xianxia and Ban Han walked to the Ban family's two elders and knelt down in front of them. What are you doing? Ban Hui wanted to help Xianxia up, but he had been a playboy for decades. How could he help a young man like Xianxia up? Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xianxia kowtowed to the two elders, and said in a serious tone, this son-in-law's parents and elder brother passed away early. Other than this son-in-law, I don't have any other family members. Now that I'm the son-in-law of the Ban family, Huahua's parents are my parents. This is something that this son-in-law must do. After he finished speaking, he raised the teacup in front of Ban Hui. You child. Ban Hui took the teacup, tilted his head back, and gulped down the entire cup of tea. Then he took out a stack of banknotes and stuffed them all into Xia's hands. I didn't prepare a red envelope, so I hope you don't mind. Ban Hui secretly glanced at the banknotes. The banknote on the top had a denomination of 500 taels. This stack of banknotes was at least 3,000 to 5,000 taels. Between him and Xia, who was the real son of the Ban family? Thank you, father-in-law. Xia didn't refuse and stuffed all the banknotes into his clothes. Mother-in-law, please have some tea. The Ying clan didn't expect that Xia would kneel down and kowtow to her like a real son or grandchild. She took the tea from Xia and drank it all. Then she took out 2 red envelopes and placed them in Xia's hands. This was originally prepared for Ban Han and Ban Heng, but since her son-in-law was so likable, she gave him the red envelopes first. Where's mine? Ban Han knelt on the cushion and watched his parents give the banknotes and red envelopes to Xia. Only his hands were still empty. He curled his lips and said, as parents, you can't be so biased. You've been receiving New Year's money for more than 10 years. The Ying clan reached out to support Xia. This year, I'll give it to Junpo first. Later, I'll give it to you and your brother. Ban Han and Ban Heng, were they both picked up from the streets? Xia helped Ban Han up and gave the banknotes and red envelopes to Ban Han. What's mine is yours. Ban Han patted his chest. Good boy. Ban Heng, haha, in this family, he's the only one who isn't his biological son. After coming to the Ban family, Xia realized that New Year's Eve could be spent like this. They didn't have to spend time accepting the servants' kowtows, nor did they have to kneel and listen to the elders' admonishments. The family sat together, ate fruits and snacks, and watched the performances of the musicians, singers, storytellers, and dancers. They didn't have to pay attention to the rules of seniority. They could joke around without restraint. It wasn't a big deal even if their children went over their parents' heads and rewarded the dancers. When night came, fireworks lit up the entire capital. Ban Han looked at his parents' kind faces under the fireworks and reluctantly looked away. Let's go. Today, Xia accompanied her to the Duke of Jingting to celebrate New Year's Eve. She didn't want him to stay with the Ban family for another night. Fortunately, there was no curfew tonight, so it didn't matter if they went out later. Where are we going? Xia took her hand and smiled. We have to stay up for the New Year together. Ban Han's fingertips trembled. We'll stay in your courtyard tonight, Xia said with a smile. When I married you, I didn't even have time to see what your courtyard looked like. Ban Han raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Okay. The flowers bloomed, illuminating Xia's face. Ban Han blinked and bent his fingers, allowing Xia to wrap his hand around hers. Duke, His Majesty has rewarded the dishes and the character fu. Quickly bring them to the ancestors. This is His Majesty's kindness. We can't waste it. Ban Hui looked at the 2 cold dishes and spoke without hesitation. This is. The Ying clan looked at the 2 fu characters. The handwriting of the 2 characters was different. One looked like His Majesty's handwriting, the other was the Crown Prince's. The Crown Prince's handwriting? Wasn't the Crown Prince under house arrest in the Eastern Palace? Xia picked up one of the fu characters and looked at it. It really is the Crown Prince's handwriting. The Crown Prince was released? Ban Han felt that the Crown Prince was more reliable. I'm not sure. Xia smiled. It should be so. It's New Year's Eve. His Majesty won't keep the Crown Prince locked up. His Majesty couldn't stand Prince Ning anymore. Commandery Princess, son-in-law, please come this way. The servant girl with a lantern led the way. Xia held Ban Han's hand, walked around the winding corridors, and arrived at Ban Han's courtyard. The courtyard was exquisitely built. Even though it was covered in snow, one could still see that the owner of the house had spent a lot of effort in designing this courtyard. The servant girl pushed open the door. The room was very clean, and the red gauze curtain was embroidered with pomegranate and other auspicious patterns. Ban Han turned to look at the servant girl behind him. Leave a few people to serve. The rest can leave. Yes. The servant girls lit the candles in the room, bowed to Ban Han and Xianxia, and then left. It's my first time entering a woman's boudoir. Xianxia walked to the bed and found a small lattice at the head of the bed. He pulled it open and saw some snacks inside. He turned to Ban Han and said, "It's very interesting. When I go back, I'll ask them to make it like this." "It's okay. It's a mandarin duck bed that I used as my dowry. There's a lattice at the top." Ban Han washed off the makeup on his face and changed into a comfortable nightgown. "Wash up and go to sleep." Xianxia saw that she was soaking her feet, so he went over and squeezed his feet into the same big basin. "Don't squeeze with me." Ban Han stepped on his feet. "We don't lack water. Save water." Xianxia said righteously. "It's so cold. It's not easy for the servants to run around." "Son-in-law, there's still warm water on the stove in the side room." A little servant girl said honestly. "It's no trouble. It's okay. I can squeeze with your commandery princess." Xiao was exposed, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he used his toes to gently scratch Ban Han's feet. Ban Han couldn't help but step on his feet again. After soaking his feet, Xiao carried Ban Han to the bed. The bed had already been warmed up by the hot water. Benji curled up in the quilt and yawned. "It's already past midnight. Let's sleep." Xiao took her into his arms. Seeing that she was really sleepy, he kissed her gently between her eyebrows. "Have a good dream." Ban Han snuggled against his chest, listened to his heartbeat, and fell asleep. Even if you're as beautiful as a celestial fairy, you can't force your feelings. Let me go, and let yourself go. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me letting you go? The woman in red rode on the horse's back, her chin slightly raised proudly. She looked at him as if she was looking at an unrelated passerby. "If you want to scram, then scram. Don't talk about your feelings in front of me. Back then, I was willing to marry you, Xiaolin, but I saw that you had some good looks. I won't stop you from eloping with someone else today, but I hope the two of you won't regret it. Many thanks for the princess's magnanimity. I won't regret it." Pfft, the woman on the horse laughed, her eyes full of ridicule. "I've seen many men like you in novels." She tossed a small bundle to the woman standing beside him. "This is my gift to you as a token of my gratitude. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what kind of person this man is." In the faint light of dawn, her face was rosy and her lips were smiling. Her pair of bright eyes were full of coldness. Second young master, eldest young master has a fever again. The doctor said the situation is not good. You should go take a look." Xiaqilan opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was not yet bright. He heard the servant's anxious voice and hurriedly put on a cloak. He didn't even have time to put on his outer robe before opening the door and walking out. "How is eldest brother?" "He ate some porridge last night, so he's still in good spirits." Who knew he would get hot now? The manservant carried a lantern and trudged through the snow. The sky had not yet brightened, and the servants in the manor were all asleep, so no one came to shovel the snow away. "Where are the doctors?" "Several Tai and the doctors invited from outside are all here." The servant ran back and forth a few times. He was panting when he spoke. "They said the situation is not good." Xiaqilan's expression changed, and his steps quickened. Walking into his eldest brother's courtyard, he heard his mother's cries and his father's angry scolding. "We spent a lot of money to hire you. Is this how you repay us? You call yourselves divine doctors. Why can't you even cure my son?" "Father." Xiaqilan was worried that his father would be too sad and speak impulsively without thinking of the consequences. If they offended these doctors, it would not be good for his eldest brother. Now, his eldest brother still needed their treatment. They couldn't afford to offend these people. Count of Zhongping, the two doctors stood out. One of them said coldly, "Even though the two of us are not skilled, we are still doctors raised by Princess Fuel. We are not people of the Count of Zhongping. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog." The two of us may not even be as good as dogs in the Count's eyes, but only the Princess Fuel has the right to scold us, not the Count. The Count came to visit on the day of the Imperial daughter's wedding. The Imperial daughter was soft-hearted and let the two of us come to treat your son. But that doesn't mean that the two of us will be scolded by you, the other doctor added. Since the Count of Zhongping doesn't like our medical skills, then we will take our leave now. Two doctors, please stay. Xianxia walked in front of the two and bowed to them. My father was anxious and offended you with his words. Please forgive him. Apologies, Xiao Gongzi. The two of us brothers are not good-natured people. The Count of Zhongping scolding us is the same as not caring about our imperial daughter. As the saying goes, if the monarch is humiliated, the officials will die. If the master is humiliated, the servants will be ashamed. Xiao Gongzi, no need to say more. Goodbye. After the two doctors finished speaking, they didn't care about Xiaqilan's crying and begging. Xiaqilan stared at the backs of the two in a daze. He couldn't say a word. The members of the Ban family had always been like this. If they spoke nicely, they would give some face. But if someone slapped them in the face, they would trample that person's face to the ground. Even the servants were very protective of their masters. They had the style of a military family. Father, Xiaqilan walked in front of the Count of Zhongping. How is eldest brother? The Count of Zhongping shook his head with a face full of vicissitudes. After a while, he said, Qilin, what father regrets the most in this life is letting your younger sister marry Prince Ning. It has tied our family to Prince Ning's boat. Xiaqilan looked at Xia Zhongjin, who was lying on the bed and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He suddenly said, then our family will get off his boat. The Count of Zhongping's expression changed greatly. His lips trembled and his entire body curled up in the chair. The dusk was heavy and there was no vitality. It was a dreamless night. When Rong Xiao woke up, the sky was already bright. He saw that Ban Han was still sleeping and carefully pulled out his arm. After putting on his outer robe, he quietly walked to the outer room and let the maidservants help him wash up. Ban Hing came in and saw Rong Xiao neatly dressed and sitting on a chair in the outer room. He lowered his voice and asked, Brother-in-law, is my older sister still sleeping? Rong Xiao nodded. He got up and walked to the door. Brother Heng, can you take me for a walk in the courtyard? Ban Heng nodded. It's still snowing outside. After breakfast, I'll take you around. Thank you. Ban Heng scratched the back of his hand uncomfortably. You don't have to be so polite with me. Our family doesn't care about these things. You'll understand when you get along with us. Rules are for others to see. In private, you can do whatever you want. Rong Xiao laughed. No wonder Hua Hua is so cute. Ban Han shook his shoulders. What kind of eyes did he have to think that his older sister was cute? It was true that he praised his older sister's beauty, but to say that she was cute, this was probably the legendary beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Anyway, as her younger brother, he couldn't say such untrue words. He always felt that his conscience couldn't get over this hurdle. When it was time for breakfast, Ban Han still hadn't gotten up. The Ying clan was a little embarrassed. Son-in-law, I've let you see a joke. Mother-in-law, it's a blessing to be able to sleep, Rong Xia said to the Ying clan. There's no harm in letting Hua Hua sleep a little longer. The Ying clan laughed dryly and didn't say anything more. If Rong Xia was just being polite, she could take the opportunity to scold Ban Han. However, looking at Rong Xia's expression, she really didn't think that Hua Hua was sleeping in. If this continued, how lazy would that girl be? After breakfast, Ban Heng took Rong Xia to stroll around the Ban family's courtyard. These small courtyards are all empty. Our family doesn't have many women, so these small courtyards are not used. Therefore, 2 of the courtyards have been turned into a study and an orchard, and the other courtyards have been locked. Ban Heng took Rong Xia into the orchard. There were orange trees planted inside, and a few oranges were scattered on the branches. These oranges didn't grow very well, but they were pleasing to look at because of their red color. No one picked these fruits, so most of them were ripe and fell to the ground. Even if the remaining ones were hanging on the branches, upon closer inspection, these fruits weren't very good. They were withered and lacked vitality. Grandmother's Princess Fu has an orchard. Supposedly, grandfather liked it. Later, after our family moved into the Marquis Fu, We also made a garden like this according to the Princess Fu. Unfortunately, grandmother rarely comes to this garden. Banheng plucked an orange from the branch and peeled off the skin. The orange meat didn't have much moisture left and had become dry and white. I originally wanted to give it to you to try, but it seems that it can't be eaten. Banheng regretfully threw the orange into the snow. He turned his head and said, "My sister is about to wake up. Let's go back." Rongxia looked at the orange grove. "Does Huahua like this grove? She used to take me to the grove to play. She even caught summer cicadas to scare me." Banheng took Rongxia out of the orchard with a smile on his face. "My sister's personality is a bit straightforward. She doesn't know how to be gentle and roundabout, but her heart is very good." Banheng changed the topic to Ban Han in a few sentences. His main idea was, although my sister has many shortcomings, she is a good girl. He didn't mention that Rongxia should treat his sister well, but the meaning of every sentence was that he didn't want Rongxia to disappoint Ban Han. "I really envy you." Rongxia thought back to her childhood, but couldn't find anything particularly interesting. The only memory she had was when she was 11 years old. He secretly took a 5 or 6-year-old child to play on the frozen ice. Later, his mother found his robe wet and was so angry that she ignored him for several days. Later, he learned that the frozen ice was very dangerous. Fortunately, nothing happened that day. Otherwise, he and the child would have drowned in the water. He still remembered that the child found a wooden board and sat on the ice, asking him to pull her along. He didn't agree. He didn't remember what the child looked like, but he clearly remembered the way the child pouted. His mother never allowed him to do this because it was not elegant enough. Banheng waved his hand. "What's there to envy?" Rongxia smiled. "It's good to have someone to accompany me when I grow up." "Don't you have an elder brother? How can there be no one to accompany you?" After saying this, Banheng realized that he had said something wrong. The eldest son of the Rong family had died of illness a few years ago. If he brought up the past, wouldn't it be like stabbing a knife into Rongxia's sad heart? "I'm sorry." Banheng felt that he had said something wrong. "It doesn't matter," Rongxia shook his head, "it's all in the past. There's nothing that can't be mentioned." He and his eldest brother didn't have a very good relationship. Although they were brothers, because of the Rong family's tradition, they were not close. They respected and loved each other more than they were intimate. Their words and deeds couldn't be separated from the word rules. "It's snowing so heavily. What are you doing here?" Ban Han stood in the corridor with a hand warmer and waved to the two. "Come here." Banheng ran to Banheng. "Sister, you're finally up." Ban Han's cheeks were flushed after getting up. "I slept too well last night, so I got up late." "Are you cold?" Rongxia touched her face. It was soft and smooth. He couldn't help but touch it again. "My hands are cold." "Hold this." Ban Han stuffed the hand warmer into Rongxia's hand and covered her face with both hands. "Don't touch it." "What if my face is squashed?" Rongxia squeezed her hand and put the hand warmer back in her hand. Okay, I won't touch it." "Your Highness," Rui hurried over, "the 2 doctors you borrowed from the Count of Zhongping's residence have come back. They want to see you." "The eldest son of the Xie family doesn't need a doctor?" Ban Han raised her eyebrows. "Let them see me in the front hall." Xie Chengjin was stabbed. "It's only been a few days, but he doesn't need a doctor. Could it be that he's gone?" Ban Han came to the front hall. After listening to the 2 doctors, she nodded and said, "You did the right thing. The 2 of you have been wronged. Please go to the backyard and rest. Your Highness is too serious." The Xie family was rude. "There's no reason to blame your Highness," the 2 doctors said. "We'll leave first." After the 2 doctors left, Ban Han snorted. "The Xie family really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. In the future, no matter who in the family is dead or alive, even if they kneel on the ground and kowtow to me, I won't lend them a doctor." "Okay, we won't lend them." Rongxia nodded on the side. Outside Whitehead Garden, Xie Chengjin, who had come to apologize, stood outside the door for a moment. A servant in green came out and bowed to him. "Young Master Xia, unfortunately, our family's Marquis and Madam are not in the garden." "Not here? Did they go back to Marquis Qing'an's residence?" Xie Chengjin patted the snow on his shoulder and exhaled a breath of hot air. The servant shook his head. Yesterday was the day Madame came back. Yesterday, our family's marquis and Madame went to Jingting Gongfu. They haven't come back yet. Jingting Gongfu? Xie Chengjin thought he heard wrong. You said they went back yesterday? Yes, the servant said with a smile. If you want to see the two masters, I'm afraid you'll have to go to Madame's family's Jingting Gongfu. Thank you. I don't dare. Xie Chengjin mounted the horse and took the large cloak from the servant and tied it. Xianxia accompanied Ban Han to Jingting Gongfu on New Year's Eve. He didn't expect this at all. Young master, are we going to Jingting Gongfu? The manservant leading the horse looked at Xie Zhongjin. In fact, he didn't really want to go to Jingting Duke's mansion, because not only did the masters of the two families not see eye to eye with each other, even the servants didn't like each other. No need, Xie Chengjin slowly shook his head. Today is the first day of the new year. It's not good to disturb them. Just leave our gifts and invitations here. Yes. Xie Chengjin was a little absent-minded. He didn't expect that Xia would go to this extent for Ban Han. Celebrating the new year at a woman's family's home, and even staying at his in-laws' home on the first day of the new year. What was the difference between this and a son-in-law? Xia and Ban Han stayed at the Ban family's home until the third day of the new year. Then, they packed their bags and returned to the summer palace. Oh right, Ban Han leaned on the table and looked at Xia with his head tilted. Are we going to burn incense for your parents-in-law? Xia gave him a cup of water mixed with honey. You can go whenever you want. Ban Han saw that his expression was distant, as if he didn't have deep feelings for his parents, so he didn't mention it again. 3 days later, the snow stopped. Xia took her to a room in the backyard, where the memorial tablets of the two elders and the eldest son of the Rong family were placed. Xia gave Ban Han the lit incense and said, "It's cold. We don't need to go to the tombs to pray. Let's pray here." This room was a little cold and cheerless. The room was empty. Other than the two memorial tablets, there were no other decorations. Behind the memorial tablets, there were two paintings, a man on the left and a woman on the right. They were probably Xia's parents. Ban Han didn't know what to say to the cold memorial tablets. She took the incense and bowed 3 times. After pouring the incense into the incense burner, she lifted her skirt and prepared to kneel when Xia pulled her back. No need, the ground is cold. Xia looked expressionlessly at the memorial tablets. Let's just leave it like this. Oh, Ban Han took his hand and gently pulled. Are you in a bad mood? It's fine, I'm fine. Xia reached out and touched her forehead, showing a gentle smile. Don't smile if you don't want to. Ban Han dragged him out. Come, let's walk around the garden. This summer palace was theirs, but she hadn't appreciated it yet. Wang Yi is drunk and can't get up now. Xia Wanyu stood by the bed and looked at the man sleeping soundly on the bed. She turned and saw the palace servants in the room looking at her in terror. She couldn't help but laugh coldly. Did these people think that she would use this chance to kill Jiang Luo? She turned around and left the room expressionlessly. She and Jiang Luo were husband and wife in name, but they didn't have any feelings of being husband and wife. In the beginning, she had thought that after marrying Jiang Luo, she would be able to suppress Ban Han and make her bow her head. She hadn't thought that she had married a fire pit. She returned to her room and took out a very normal-looking box of face cream from the dressing table. The scent of this box of face cream was fragrant, like the scent of osmanthus blooming in August. Wang Fei, a palace maid, came forward. Do you want to wash? No need. Xia Wanyu put the box of face cream that was a third used back on the dressing table and said sarcastically, have someone serve Wang Yi well. I heard that people who are drunk sometimes choke to death in their sleep. The palace maid's shoulders trembled in fear and she didn't dare to speak. Seeing the palace maid so frightened, Xia Wanyu laughed coldly. What, you are all afraid of my words? The palace servants all fell silent. Describing Wang Fei and Wang Yi as like strangers was already a polite way of saying it. It would be more appropriate to say that they were enemies whom they frequently meet. Wang Yi had caused Wang Fei's elder brother's life to be in danger. How could this kind of hatred be resolved? In their opinion, His Highness had indeed gone too far. Xie Dalong was his brother-in-law. What kind of deep hatred did the two of them have that he had to use a knife to vent it? Leave. Xia Wanyu's smile slowly disappeared. I want to be alone. Yes. The room became silent again. Xia Wanyu took out a slip of paper from a hairpin. There was a short sentence written on it. Break Ning near the Eastern Palace. She grimaced. In the future, even if Prince Ning ascended the throne, with Prince Ning's attitude towards her, the Xia family would not have a good end. But if the Eastern Palace ascended the throne, what good end would she, Prince Ning's consort, have? She was in a dilemma. She had fallen into such a predicament. What other way was there for her to break Prince Ning and ensure that she would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future? On the 7th day of the first month, the court reopened. The officials attended court for the first time in the new year. When they saw that the second prince and the crown prince were standing in the hall, they knew that the Eastern Palace had been lifted. The crown prince's personality was slightly weak, but at least he could be called benevolent. Prince Ning's tyrannical nature made people tremble in fear. In reality, Prince Ning was even more shocked than the officials. Before the crown prince appeared, he did not know that the Eastern Palace had been lifted. He looked at the crown prince, who was standing to his left, and bowed to the crown prince with a solemn expression. Imperial father had secretly released the crown prince behind his back. What did he want to do? His Majesty has decreed that His Highness the Crown Prince's health has recovered. He can help us with our worries. When the crown prince was placed under house arrest, his excuse was that he was not feeling well. Now that he was well, he would naturally continue to govern the country. As for Prince Ning, he would obediently continue to be his Prince Ning. On the 9th day of the first month, Emperor Yunqing granted Prince Ning a mansion and told him that he would move in a month. After the officials learned of this imperial edict, they finally calmed down. It seemed that the crown prince would inherit the country. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Jiang Luo smashed everything in the room. The crown prince was only born a few years before me. Why should the country belong to him? Your Highness, please calm down. A eunuch brought a cup of tea to Prince Ning. The situation is not hopeless yet. You must not panic. Jiang Luo took the teacup and drank a few mouthfuls of tea. After the tea entered his stomach, he felt that his mind was much clearer. I schemed to make the crown prince make such a big mistake. Imperial father only locked him up for a few months. What chance does this prince have? The eunuch took the half-empty teacup and smiled. Your Highness, the crown prince only has the support of a few civil officials. He does not have any military power. Do you mean this prince has it? Jiang Luo sat down on a chair and said impatiently, but that Xianxia has a lot of weight among the civil officials. He also likes the crown prince. If I don't get rid of him, I will not be at ease. But the assassination attempt last time, I won't touch him. I will touch his woman. Jiang Luo sneered, everyone has a weakness. If something happens to Ban Han in his house, I want to see if the Ban family will forgive him. You mean to say that you will send someone to assassinate Princess Fuel? The eunuch's eyes flashed and he quickly lowered his head. Princess Fuel died in an assassination attempt. Why would the Ban family hate Marquis Qing'an? This servant is stupid and does not understand this reasoning. You are a castrated goods. Of course you don't understand, Prince Ning snorted, the Ban family is the most unreasonable. It is normal for them to vent their anger on others. As long as something happens to Ban Han, we don't need to deal with Xianxia. With the Ban family, Xianxia will not be able to take care of himself. Your Highness's plan is good. This servant is too stupid. What did you say? Xia Wanyu turned to look at the eunuch in front of him. Prince Ning wants to kill Ban Han? Yes. Has he gone crazy? Xia Wanyu squeezed the handkerchief in his hand and took a few deep breaths. You go out. I need to think about it. The eunuch silently retreated. Xia Wanyu hated Ban Han very much. Sometimes he wanted her to die. But Crown Prince. Xianxia walked into the study and put down the food box in her hands. This is the soup I had someone make. Have a sip. If you like it, then use it. Just put it here. The Crown Prince took an unopened memorial and put it on top of the memorial he was reading. You've worked hard. Xianxia noticed that he was on guard against her and felt a bit bitter. After putting down the food box, she bowed to the Crown Prince. Rest well. Don't overwork your body. She opened the food box and took out the soup. She put it in front of the crown prince. "I'll watch you drink." "No need." The crown prince looked up at her. "I'll drink it after reading this memorial. You can go rest." The faint smell of the meat soup lingered in the room. The crown princess took a step back. "This concubine will leave." N. The crown prince lowered his head and didn't look at her. Xianxia slowly walked to the door and looked back at the crown prince. The crown prince still didn't look at her. Only the forgotten bowl of soup was emitting steam. She didn't know when it would cool down. After the crown prince regained control of the country, he dismissed the officials who had replaced Xianxia and Yao Peiji. Then, he personally went to the Yao family to invite Yao Peiji back to the court. He was very courteous. After Yao Peiji returned to the court, everyone was guessing when Marquis Qing'an would return. What no one expected was that when the crown prince personally visited Marquis Qing'an actually refused the crown prince's request. Everyone thought about it again. Marquis Qing'an was a scholar with a temper. After he entered the court, he had done a lot for the court. In the end, Prince Ning dismissed him without giving him any face. He had just gotten married and had a beautiful woman in his arms. How could he be willing to return? Moreover, he might be of royal blood. After being humiliated like this, it would be strange if he could swallow it. The officials in the crown prince's faction were very angry. This Marquis Qing'an really didn't know how to appreciate favors. The crown prince had personally invited him as the crown prince, but he actually didn't give him face. Could it be that the crown prince had to beg him? Crown Prince, a sixth-rank minor official belonging to the Eastern Palace, said indignantly, "Xianxia is not the only talented person in the world. Your status is noble, how can you condescend to invite him again? Talented people are common, but rare." The crown prince spread his arms and allowed a serving girl to straighten his robes. He was very disapproving of the words of this minor official. "With Rongjin's help, I am like a tiger that has grown wings. But, since ancient times, there have been saints who have visited us many times for the sake of talents. Although I dare not compare myself to them, for the sake of the 100 years of foundation of the great cause, how difficult is it for me to make a few more trips? The crown prince is righteous. We were short-sighted." The crown prince smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he was righteous. It was just that right now, the court was a mess. The people were angry, and the corrupt officials were like vermin that destroyed the foundation. The officials in the court were like a plate of loose sand, dragging each other down. It was not easy to manage. Although Xianxia was young, he had great prestige in the court. Even when he had been punished by Fu Huang and almost everyone in the world thought that he had been abandoned, there were still some officials who spoke up for him in the court. It could be seen how influential he was. He didn't expect Xianxia to do much for him, but he had to put on an attitude of using Xianxia to appease the hearts of the scholars in the world. "Has the carriage been hitched?" After changing his clothes, the crown prince asked the attendant beside him, "I heard that Marquis Qing'an moved back to the Marquis Fu yesterday?" "Replying to your highness, Marquis Qing'an has indeed moved to the Marquis Qing'an Fu. This seems to be something he would do. However, rumor has it that because Princess Fuel likes to play in the capital, Marquis was worried that it would be inconvenient for her to come and go, so he moved back to the Marquis Fu." Hearing this, the crown prince laughed out loud. "That girl Hua Hua, even if she gets married, she won't let herself suffer. Princess Fuel is so beautiful, how could Marquis Qing'an bear to let her suffer?" The attendant knew that the crown prince liked the Jingting Gongfu family, so he only chose to say nice things. This little one also heard that Marquis Qing'an accompanied Princess Fuel back to Jingting Gongfu to spend New Year's Eve. Many people in the capital are envious of Princess Fuel. Hearing this, the crown prince's impression of Xianxia became even better. In his opinion, if a man was willing to spend so much effort on his partner, his heart must be gentle. Thinking of Xianxia, who had been married to him for many years, the crown prince sighed softly, his expression somewhat lonely. Marquis Qing'an's mansion was now in a busy state because Ban Han's dowry was too much. One storeroom was not enough, so the storeroom had to be reorganized. There were countless gold, silver, and jade articles. The housekeeper in charge of the registration was sweating profusely. Their family's marquis had married a god of wealth. Looking at the housekeeper, who was from the Ban family's dowry, who was calm, the housekeeper took a deep breath and told the servants to be more careful when moving things. Everything has been packed? Xianxia came over and saw many boxes in the courtyard. He turned to look at the housekeeper. Madam gave this matter to you because she trusts you. Don't let her down. Yes. Before Ban Han married into the Rong family, the housekeeper was worried that Princess Fuel would let the people she brought over take away his power in the mansion. But he didn't expect that Madam not only didn't have such a plan, but also let him and her dowry be responsible for the storeroom. This made him feel relieved and moved at the same time. Madam didn't treat their family's marquis as an outsider. Marquis, the gold, silver, and jade articles have been organized, but these antique calligraphy and paintings. When the housekeeper saw the names of these antique calligraphy and paintings, he almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, or that the Ban family was playing with him. He didn't dare to tell other servants about this matter, for fear of making a big deal out of it. What's wrong with the calligraphy and paintings? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Is it because the servants are careless and broke them? The housekeeper shook his head again and again. He didn't dare to let people break them. If these things were real, any one of them would be priceless. Not to mention breaking them, he didn't even dare to touch them. Words couldn't describe the shock in his heart. He could only hand the list to Xianxia. The calligraphy of a calligraphy master from 1,000 years ago, the painting of an emperor from 2 dynasties ago, the only copy of a famous disciple's work, the painting of an empress from 2 dynasties ago, a pile of calligraphy and painting of a famous scholar, or handwritten copies that were already out of print. These things were hard to find. How could the Ban family have so many of them? Did they move all of their calligraphy and painting books to the Hofu? Xianxia took the list. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. He lowered his voice and said, "Who else knows about this?" The Rong family was a big family that had been around for hundreds of years. They had a lot of good things, some books, calligraphy, and paintings, but they were definitely not as surprising as the things on this list. Originally, the Ban family's dowry list didn't have these things, so he didn't know that his beloved wife married him with such a big family. The books that Huahua had given him had already surprised him. He didn't think that the Ban family had so many good things that scholars dreamed of. Other than this subordinate, only the servants that Madam sent to take care of the storehouse know. You did a good job. Xianxia put away the list. Keep everything safe. Don't let the news leak. This subordinate understands. Xianxia took the list to the inner courtyard to find Ban Han. She was lying on the white marble bridge feeding the fish. Because the weather was still cold, she was dressed in furry clothes. From a distance, she looked like a beautiful lazy fox. Huahua, Xianxia walked to her side, took the cloak from the servant girl, and put it on her. I just saw your dowry. I'll go to mother-in-law and mother-in-law's house to be a live-in son-in-law. Ban Han was amused by his words. He raised his hand and waved, letting the servant beside him leave, and then said, "Are you scared by those treasures?" No, Xianxia shook her head. I'm scared by those books. These are the things that our family's ancestors didn't want when they accompanied the great ancestor to conquer the world. Ban Han sighed. It's said that at that time, the world was in chaos and the people had no way to make a living. Every time our ancestor conquered a city with the Lord, he would share some of the rich people's things with the other brothers. In order to avoid conflicts between the brothers because of the treasures, the great ancestor had everyone draw lots together. Our Ban family's ancestor had bad luck. Every time he drew a piece of trash that others didn't want. Later, the great ancestor couldn't bear it. After he became the emperor, he rewarded our ancestor with a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry. Our family's first-generation savings came from that. The first emperor of the Day dynasty was also a country bumpkin who didn't know much. It was said that when he first started conquering the world, he couldn't even recognize all the words. Who would believe that such a person could become the emperor? When she heard the words trash, even someone as calm as Xianxia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows a few times. But thinking about the chaotic world of that time, these antiques and paintings might not be as valuable as a basket of rice. When people couldn't even fill their stomachs, for ordinary people, what was the use of these calligraphy and paintings? My family thought that you might like these calligraphy and paintings, so they asked me to bring them over. Ban Han lowered his eyelids, not looking at Xianxia, but looking down at the koi in the water. when Brother Heng has a child, we'll give him half of it. These few years, it's enough for you to copy everything that needs to be copied. Let's go. A white hand stretched out in front of Ban Han. Where are we going? Ban Han looked up at Xianxia. His face was full of smiles, which made Ban Han's heart soften. I'll take you to see my storeroom. Ban Han blinked and put her hand in Xia's palm. Xianxia pulled her up, and the two were like children, taking each other to see their treasures. The Rong family's storeroom was very large. Ban Han saw Xianxia open several doors before entering the storeroom. Xianxia didn't even look at the dozens of red lacquered boxes outside, and directly took Ban Han inside. In the middle room, there were many antiques and calligraphy and paintings. Ban Han wasn't interested in these things, and after a glance, he put away his curiosity. The innermost room was also very large, with rows of neatly arranged shelves with large and small exquisite boxes. There were mahogany, sandalwood, agarwood, and even gold-rimmed phoebe. She then opened an agarwood box, which was full of jade pendants. It was so casual that it looked like a pile of pebbles. She opened the nearest large mahogany box, which contained a set of golden head ornaments. The peony petals on the ornaments were as thin as cicadas' wings. How could gold ornaments be made so exquisitely? She then opened the other boxes. There were pearl robes, jade pillows, red jade accessories, and all kinds of priceless jewelry. They were so beautiful that Ban Han couldn't take her eyes off them. Xianxia. Ban Han carefully took out a phoenix wing hairpin. This hairpin was so beautiful that she even forgot to breathe. Your ancestor wasn't a tomb raider, right? Their Ban family could be considered as a prominent family, and they had a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry. But this kind of jewelry was hard to find even with money. Their family didn't have a whole storeroom full of them. Of course not. Xianxia laughed out loud, and put the phoenix hairpin in Ban Han's hand in her hair. Rong family's ancestor was the prime minister of the previous dynasty, and one of them married a princess of the previous dynasty. You definitely didn't remember the score when you were a child. The young masters and noble ladies of the great clans would know the genealogy of the great clans. Which clan's ancestors had done great things and which clan's ancestors were glorious. Most of them would be able to say a few words about it. During their daily interactions, they would also flatter each other. Their Rong family was a prominent family for 2 or 3 dynasties. Many people in the capital knew about their ancestors' glorious deeds. Those relationships were too complicated, so I only remembered a few families that had a good relationship with our family. Ban Han took a hand mirror inlaid with jewelry from the shelf and looked at her hair. She happily looked at Xianxia. This hairpin is really beautiful. Xianxia put the bunch of keys into Ban Jin's hands. All the jewelry here is yours. You can take whatever you like and wear it. Everything is fine. All? The keys in Ban Han's hand made clinking sounds. She looked at Xianxia in disbelief. This was something passed down from the ancestors of the Rong family. He dared to let her wear it casually. Xia's eyes swept across the room. She nodded and smiled. Yes, these jewelry have been in this room for many years. I have to ask Hua to take them out for some fresh air. Ban Jin's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. All right. She liked these beautiful things the most. Seeing Ban Han's happy appearance, Xianxia felt that the missing part of her childhood heart was finally filled. Her whole heart was filled to the brim, and her whole heart was warm. Is this bracelet beautiful? Benny picked an exotic bracelet with intricate jewels on it. He had to wear it on one hand and on the other hand on his wrist. Ban Han's arm was tender and white, as if water would come out from it with a light touch. It's very beautiful. Xianxia breathed heavily and licked Ban Han's arm lightly. But this arm is even more beautiful. Stop it. I haven't washed my hands yet. I don't mind. But I do. Xianxia carried Ban Han horizontally and strode out of the warehouse with a smile. His confidants who were guarding outside all lowered their heads and did not dare to look. What are you doing? Go and lock the door. Dujio coughed to call back the minds of his subordinates. There was always such a person in the world. No matter how much you touched her, you would feel that every part of her was charming. He wanted to kiss her from her hair to the soles of her feet. He wanted to hold her tightly in his arms and never let her go. He could never bear to see her suffer. If she frowned, he would try his best to make her happy. If she smiled, he would feel that the sky was blue and his heart was warm. He would even be willing to die for her. Xianxia felt that he loved the woman beneath him. Every part of her body made him reluctant to move his lips away. How could there be such a charming woman in the world? How could he be so fascinated by her? He could not understand, nor did he want to understand. Her body was as soft as the clouds, and her lips were as sweet as honey. In front of her, he was an irrational believer who wanted to give up everything for her. He only hoped that her eyes would always look at him, that she would always love him, and that she would never look away. The warm tip of his tongue slid across her collarbone, but what it locked was his heart. Half an hour later, Banyu came out of the bathtub and changed into a new set of clothes. Her entire body was like a juicy peach, causing the maidservants to blush and their hearts to beat like thunder. Even they themselves did not know why their hearts did not listen to them. Rui, Banhan lazily rested her chin on one hand, a hint of charm in her eyes. "Help me dress." "Yes." After her hair was combed, she took out the phoenix hairpin that Xianxia had personally put on her hair. "Use this." Rui took the hairpin and gasped in shock at the exquisite craftsmanship. "Princess, this hairpin is so beautiful. I chose it because it is beautiful." Banhan drew a gorgeous flower between her eyebrows. "Otherwise, why would I wear it?" When Rui was tidying up Banyu's clothes, she saw a faint red mark on Banyu's neck. She blushed and said, "Junju was right. That was close." She almost couldn't help but touch Banyu's neck. What happened to her? Banhan had just finished dressing when she heard a servant say that the crown prince had come to visit. "Where is Marquis?" Xianxia had gone out an hour ago. Now that the crown prince had come, she did not know if Xianxia was here. "Someone was looking for Marquis just now." "Marquis just left the residence." "I will be there immediately." Banti put on a bright red cloak and turned to walk out of the hall. The servants who were waiting on him hurriedly followed. "Crown Prince, this subordinate has asked the servants of the Marquis Fu. Marquis Qingyan is not in the Fu right now." The Crown Prince's personal attendant walked in with a slightly displeased expression. "It does not matter if Junpa is not here. I will just treat it as visiting my cousin." The Crown Prince smiled warmly, not showing any displeasure on his face. "Does Crown Prince Gij miss me?" The Crown Prince turned and saw Banhan walk in with a smile on her face. Behind her was a large group of servants, just like before she got married. After he was put under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, he could not receive much news from the outside. However, the Ban family still sent him things from time to time. Although it was just some seasonal fruits and vegetables, he was very touched by their kindness. It was difficult to send charcoal in snowy weather. How many people in the great undertaking sent him things because he was the crown prince? Only the Ban family, whether he was in power or in dire straits, treated him the same as before. This was probably the reason why Fu Huang liked the Ban family. "Hua Hua," the crown prince stood and smiled, "How have you been?" "Crown Prince Gij." Ban Han walked in and bowed to the crown prince. She looked him up and down and then shook her head. "You have lost weight." The crown prince smiled bitterly. "My appetite has not been good recently." "Ai." Ban Han sighed and invited the crown prince to sit. "Crown Prince Gij, if you have any problems, you could have just called me into the palace. Why did you have to come here personally?" "I did not come to see you. I came to find Marquis Qingyan." The crown prince knew that Ban Han was a straightforward person, so he did not beat around the bush. "Is cousin's husband here?" "He just went out." Ban Han summoned a servant. "Send some clever people to find Marquis. Tell him that the crown prince is here to visit. Tell him to come back quickly." "Cousin, there is no need to do this," the crown prince hurriedly said. "Cousin's husband is not here. I can speak with you for a while. There is no need to call cousin's husband back. If it was anyone else, I would be too lazy to call them." Ban Han laughed softly. "You are his cousin. An important guest is visiting. There is no reason for cousin's husband not to be present. Seeing that you are very accustomed to life in the Marquis Fu, I am relieved." Seeing that Ban Han spoke with confidence, the crown prince's smile became more sincere. "I was originally worried that you would not get along well with Marquis Qingyan. It seems that I was worried for nothing." He had regrets in his heart. When Huahua got married, he was still locked up in the Eastern Palace. He wanted to personally send his blessings, but he could not. How could I have worried for nothing? You are my backer. If he bullies me, you will help me vent, Ban Han said confidently. When the time comes, you will not help him or me, right? Of course I will help you. The two cousins chatted about daily life. The Eastern Palace official sitting on the side was secretly anxious. The Crown Prince and Princess Fuel had such a good relationship. Why didn't he use the Princess Fuel? When the time came, he could have the Princess Fuel whisper something to Marquis Qing'an. Wouldn't the matter be settled? An hour later, Xiao returned. As soon as he entered, he apologized to the Crown Prince. Junpe, no need to be so courteous. The Crown Prince reached out to support him and did not let him finish the bow. It was my presumptuous visit that disturbed you. Many thanks to your highness for your tolerance. Xiao sat down next to Ban Han and gave Ban Han a gentle smile. Ban Han hooked his finger and then stood, saying, Gij Crown Prince, you chat. I will have the servants prepare dinner. After Ban Han left, the smile on Xiao's face faded slightly. Your highness, if you have come for the matter of the court, please forgive this official for not being able to agree. Junpe, your highness, Xiao stood and bowed to the Crown Prince. This official and the Junju have just gotten married. It is the time for us to cultivate our feelings. I cannot bear to be separated from her. The Crown Prince was silent. He could not care about anything else, but he had to care about his cousin. After a moment, he spoke again. I know it is difficult for you to return to the court now, but Day needs you. Day's people need you. He stood and bowed deeply to Xiao. As for my cousin, I will personally apologize to her. I beg Marquis to help me. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Eastern Palace official looked at the Crown Prince in shock. How could the Crown Prince of a country bow to a court official? Xiao stood and returned the bow to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, this official has something to remind you. The Crown Prince stood and looked at Xiao with a gentle expression. Marquis, please speak. His Majesty's body is weak. Prince Ning is like a tiger watching its prey. Even if you have the heart, there are many things in the court that you cannot do. The Crown Prince was stunned. It was not that he did not know, he just pretended not to know. The people around him did not dare to mention this matter to him. How could I not know? The Crown Prince smiled bitterly. I just want to have a clear conscience. Xiao did not speak. The Crown Prince was a good person, but he was not a good emperor. If he was the Crown Prince, he would control Prince Ning at this time and take the opportunity to seize power in the court. He would take away the emperor's power and turn these unfavorable conditions into favorable conditions. But the Crown Prince was too filial, too loyal, and too gentle. How could such a person control the affairs of the court? It was just wishful thinking. If the Crown Prince has the heart, why not first allocate funds to the disaster-stricken areas and exempt them from taxes for 2 years to appease the people? Xiao looked at the Crown Prince with a sharp gaze. Of course, the better way is to punish Prince Ning and let the people see the sincerity of the court. But he is still my younger brother, the Crown Prince said with difficulty. If I punish him, Father Emperor and Mother Empress will be sad. Xiao's expression became even more indifferent. Since the Crown Prince is aware of all this, why did you ask this official to return to the court? A pile of mud that could not be helped up to a wall, yet he had to help it up. He was not an immortal. Even if he was an immortal, he would not want to get his hands dirty with mud and add to his troubles. What he wanted was not a rotten wall. The steward said that the farm sent a batch of fresh vegetables. It is worth your collection. Ban Han walked into the room and found that the atmosphere was not right. The Crown Prince's subordinates were angry but didn't dare to act out. The Crown Prince's expression was lonely and forced to smile. Only Xiao's expression was normal as she sat elegantly and drank tea. She walked to Xiao's side and sat down. She pretended not to notice the conflict between Xiao and these people. Taizi Gij, we haven't sat together and talked in a long time. Today, stay and eat with us. This lowly official is Xianxia Fu. Oh, so it is Darren from Xianxia Fu. Ban Han covered her mouth and laughed softly. She touched the phoenix hairpin in her hair and said carelessly, seeing Darren's expression, I always think of the mamas in the palace who teach the rules. In the past, there was a pampered concubine's mamas who were very picky about me. I was stubborn and argued with this Xianxia. I haven't seen this Xianxia in these years and don't know how she is now. The crown prince's subordinate's expression was not good. He suppressed his discontent. This Xianxia is? I think she is called Song Guipin or Song Jiaoi. Ban Han put her hand on the hand warmer and raised an eyebrow. It has been a long time. I almost forgot her name. Song Jiaoi. The crown prince's subordinate's expression changed. He remembered clearly that 5 years ago, the favored Song Jiaoi had offended a noble person and was disliked by the emperor. From then on, there was no such person in the palace. Princess Fuel mentioned this Xianxia because his expression was not good and it affected her mood. Was the noble person that Song Jiaoi had offended the Princess Fuel when she was the head of the village? On such a cold day, the crown prince's subordinate felt as though a piece of ice had slid down his throat. It was so cold his teeth couldn't help but chatter. He turned his head to look at the crown prince. Seeing that the crown prince did not show any dissatisfaction towards Princess Fuel, he restrained his expression. This Princess Fuel was not someone he could offend. If he got whipped, it would be for nothing. The dinner was very sumptuous. Every dish looked, smelled, and tasted good. The Rong family was a big family that had been passed down for 2 or 3 generations. The Ban family had always been gluttonous, so the ancestors of the 2 families had accumulated a lot of recipes. Now that the descendants of the 2 families had gotten married, there were even more dishes on the table. The crown prince and Xianxia had eaten at the same table several times. In the past, when he came, the Rong family's food was elegant and healthy, but today was different from the past. He glanced at Ban Han, who was sitting beside Xianxia, and immediately understood. The crown prince's subordinate sat below. Looking at the table full of dishes, he felt his heart ache. This Princess Fuel was too extravagant. She actually used such exquisite food. Unfortunately, Xianxia was an elegant young master who was like the moon. Because he was addicted to women, he allowed her to be so particular about him. What a pity. But the taste of these dishes was really good. He couldn't help but eat more than usual. After dinner, after washing his hands and rinsing his mouth, the crown prince said to Xianxia, I know that today's matter is somewhat difficult, but I hope that Marquis can understand my difficulties. Your Highness, since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have been difficult to achieve, Xianxia said with a sullen face, this official thinks that you understand this principle. The crown prince sighed silently, although I understand, in the end, I can't bear it. Xianxia chuckled. This chuckle was somewhat sarcastic. Since the crown prince has said so, then forgive this official for being unable to do anything. The crown prince only felt a burning pain on his face. He turned his head to look at Ban Han. She lowered her head and played with the jade bracelet on her wrist. She didn't seem to be interested in the content of their conversation. The crown prince's subordinate couldn't bear to see the crown prince in such a difficult situation. He said, Your Highness, it's getting late. You should return to the palace. The crown prince suddenly came back to his senses. He said to Xianxia and Ban Han, Biaomei, cousin-in-law, I should return. Goodbye. Xianxia and Ban Han sent the crown prince to the gate of the Rong family. After the crown prince boarded the carriage, the husband and wife turned to return to the main courtyard. Why did the crown prince come to find you? He wants me to return to the court. Ban Han frowned. Right now the court is in chaos and there are many factions. Last time you were inexplicably punished by the emperor. This kind of mess, who wants to get involved? Moreover. She paused, moreover, Prince Ning doesn't look like he's cut out to be the emperor. Let them cause trouble, don't worry about it. I thought that Hua would ask me to help the crown prince. Xianxia looked at Ban Han with some surprise, so that's what you thought. What I thought is useless. Ban Han shook her head. Grandfather and grandmother once told me that everything under the heavens will decline after reaching its peak, and will be reborn after reaching its peak. Now that the court is like this, even if you go there, you won't be able to change much. I hope you'll be safe. In a few years, when the new emperor ascends the throne, she won't be involved in the turmoil of the confiscation of the family. Grandfather and grandmother are right, Xianxia smiled, reborn after reaching its peak, there will always be a turning point in this world. The next morning, Ban Han received an invitation from the Eastern Palace. The Crown Princess invited the noblewomen to the Eastern Palace for tea. Ban Han's status was noble, so she was naturally invited. She held the invitation and looked it over several times. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that this invitation was written by the Crown Princess herself. Although she didn't have much skill in calligraphy, she still recognized the Crown Princess' personal seal at the bottom of the invitation. Princess, the Crown Princess has never had a good relationship with us. How about we don't go? Rui looked worriedly at the invitation in Ban Han's hand. This servant is worried that she will deliberately make things difficult for you. How can we not go? Ban Han threw the invitation back on the table. This is the first invitation I've received since I got married. Not only do I want to go in style. As for the Crown Princess, she won't dare to do anything to me. With Xianxia's current situation, she wouldn't do anything to make her unhappy unless there was something wrong with her head. Moreover, she already knew that Cultivation wasn't the mastermind behind the assassination of her father, so she was willing to give face to the Crown Princess, or rather, give face to the Crown Prince. In any case, she had a restless personality. Even now, she still didn't know who the real murderer was. However, this matter involved the struggle of the court, so it wasn't something she could easily investigate. But she wasn't satisfied. She felt that if she didn't find out the truth of this matter, her heart wouldn't be at ease. Who knew where the mastermind was hiding, and whether or not they would scheme against the Ban family again? She vaguely sensed that the Emperor Yunqing was behind this matter, so she was so timid. His Majesty wanted to use the assassination of her father to suppress the Shi family. The truth wasn't important to him. He even wanted the Ban family to believe that it was the truth. Your Highness, Your Highness? Ban Han came back to her senses and looked at Rui. Take out the hazy palace dress. I'll wear it to the palace tomorrow. Won't it look a bit too gorgeous? Rui had seen the palace robe made of mist. It was said that the Marquis had ordered people to start making it before the princess married. It was completed 2 days ago. The whole robe was as beautiful as a fairy's robe, without any flaws. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that someone as elegant as Marquis would prepare such gorgeous clothes for the princess. She had thought that with Marquis' personality, he would prefer the princess to wear simple and elegant clothes, and not those gorgeous clothes that people couldn't look away from. Gorgeous is good. Ban Han looked at her face in the mirror, seeing them want to scold me, want to be jealous of me, but have to endure. I feel very good. Rui heard this and laughed in a small voice. You still remember the gossip they said? I'm not a saint. Of course I remember when others say things about me. Ban Han put lipstick on her lips and then pressed them together. Women don't live so generously. That's forgiving others and wronging themselves. Rui nodded and said, the princess is right. No matter what their princess said, it was always right. In the palace, Prince Ning's residence. Wang Fei, a palace maid, raised a mirror in front of Xiaowanyu. Do you think this is okay? Xiaowanyu nodded. The rouge perfectly covered her slightly pale face, and the lipstick made her lips look red and shiny. Makeup was probably the most miraculous thing in the world. It could bury all of a woman's tiredness and emotions. Other than herself, no one knew what she was thinking. It's almost time, isn't it? She blinked, making her eyes look even more spirited. Yes. Then let's go. The early spring was slightly cold. Xiaowanyu wore a fox fur cloak. Along the way, many palace maids and Taijian bowed to her. She couldn't feel any emotion from these scenes that she had enjoyed in the past. She was just a pitiful person with a higher status than these palace maids and Taijian. She received these people's bows. What was there to be proud of? Just as she reached the gates of the Eastern Palace, she heard voices not far behind her. It was very lively. She stopped and turned to look behind her. Ban Han was surrounded by several palace maids and Taijian who were fawning over her. Some praised her for her good complexion, some praised her beautiful clothes. She was happy to hear them and rewarded them with a handful of golden sunflower seeds. Seeing this person standing in front of her, she couldn't help but take a few more looks. Xiaowanyu, noticing the heavy makeup on Xiaowanyu's face, Ban Han didn't continue forward. Their gazes met in the air. What shocked Ban Han was that Xiao Wanyu actually nodded to her and then turned to enter the eastern palace gates. When did Xiao Wanyu become so easy to get along with? Ban Han felt like she was completely shocked. The palace maids and Tai Jian who had received Ban Han last time were even more attentive. After welcoming Ban Han into the eastern palace, they bowed deeply and then hurriedly retreated. Madame Marquis Qingyan hasn't arrived yet? The countess looked around and said to the womenfolk next to her, I'm anxious to see this new bride. What Madame Marquis Qingyan? The womenfolk's voice was a bit thin, and when she laughed, it sounded like she was mocking. Princess Fuel's title is higher than Marquis Qingyan's. We should call her Prince Consort Marquis Qingyan instead. When it came to addressing people, it had always been a matter of inferiority. However, Marquis Qingyan and Princess Fuel were a bit awkward. If they called Marquis Qing and Prince Consort, Marquis Qingyan's title wasn't low. Although he hadn't returned to the imperial court yet, he was still the minister of appointments. Moreover, he might be the illegitimate son of the current emperor. If they called Princess Fuel Marquis, it was also inappropriate. According to the ranking, Princess Fuel was 2 ranks higher than Marquis Qingyan. Princess Fuel was marrying Marquis Qingyan. She was marrying below her status. Madams, sisters, you can call me whatever you want. Ban Han walked in with a smile. You can call me whatever you like. Marquis, and I don't care about these things. The womenfolk turned around and saw Ban Han, who was as gorgeous as the celestial concubine in the murals, walk in. They were first stunned by the gorgeous palace clothes on Ban Han, but then they realized that Princess Fuel was marrying Marquis Qingyan, a handsome gentleman, and lived so extravagantly. Wasn't she afraid that Marquis Qingyan would dislike her? They were already surprised that Marquis Qingyan was willing to marry Princess Fuel, but Princess Fuel didn't care about Marquis Qingyan's opinion. She was too arrogant. She didn't want to live a good life. Even if Marquis Qingyan was a rare gentleman, how long could he tolerate her? This subject's wife greets the crown princess. I came a bit late. Crown princess, please forgive me. Ban Han walked in front of the crown princess and bowed to her. We're family, there's no need to be so courteous. Please have a seat. The crown princess smiled and invited Ban Han to sit. I have nothing to do in the palace, so I wanted to invite you all to come and talk, drink some tea, and watch a play. She handed a play booklet to Ban Han. Princess, take a look and see what you want to hear. Ban Han casually picked a lively play and then returned the booklet to the crown princess. The crown princess saw that she didn't embarrass her and felt relieved. She was afraid that Ban Han was still thinking about the matter with her second sister and deliberately made her feel embarrassed. After a while, the empress sent someone to deliver some fruits and pastries. She said that she wasn't feeling well and couldn't join in the fun. She told everyone to have fun. The empress' actions gave the crown princess enough face. The womenfolk all praised the empress for caring for the crown prince and caring for the crown princess. The crown princess was so amused that she smiled and even ate 2 of the pastries that she didn't like. After drinking too much tea, the womenfolk were going to go to the back to change. When Ban Han went to the back, she found that Xiao Wanyu had followed her. As a Wang Fei, Xiao Wanyu only brought 1 palace maid with her. This palace maid was one that Xiao Wanyu served in her boudoir. Ban Han, Xiao Wanyu passed by Ban Han and suddenly pushed her. What's wrong with you? Do you know how to walk? What are you doing? Rui reached out to support Ban Han and glared at Xiao Wanyu. Wang Fei, please have some dignity. Xiao Wanyu glanced at Ban Han. She snorted and turned to leave. She. Rui cursed angrily, she has a brain problem. Ban Han raised her head to look in the direction that Xiao Wanyu left. She turned her head to look around and found that there were 2 inconspicuous Taijian standing by the fake mountain in the distance. It's fine. Ban Han took Rui into the inner hall and opened a piece of paper in her hand. Rui looked in shock at the piece of paper in Ban Han's hand. She quickly looked around and then nonchalantly opened a window to the side as though she just wanted to get some air. However, her body happened to block Ban Han's view. Prince Ning has murderous intent. Be careful. Ban Han looked at the words on the piece of paper. Then she tore the piece of paper into pieces and put it into a sachet that she carried with her. She didn't have a good relationship with Xiao Wanyu. Why did Xiaowanyu warn her? Was it because Jiang Luo hurt her older brother, or was it because Jiang Luo didn't treat her well? Didn't Xiaowanyu think about the consequences if she presented this piece of paper to the emperor? She walked in front of the bronze mirror and touched the phoenix hairpin in her hair. She said to Rui, "Let's go back." Yes. Rui didn't ask what was written on the piece of paper, but she knew that there must be something important in it. Otherwise, the imperial princess wouldn't have so carefully torn it into pieces. When she returned to the main hall, Ban Han saw that Xiaowanyu had already returned to her seat. When she came in, Xiaowanyu didn't even look at her. However, when the crown princess saw her come in, she smiled at her. Madame sure didn't like Ban Han from the bottom of her heart. When Ban Han brought people to the prime minister's residence and forced them to take her younger sister to the Supreme Court, the crown princess had always remembered this. What was even more ironic was that the man that her younger sister liked had been taken by Ban Han. Ban Han had been married to Xianxia for half a month, but her complexion was rosy and she was in high spirits. It was obvious that her life after the marriage was very good. That was why Ban Han was so reckless. Also, the palace dress she was wearing was made from a rare mist-forged material. People who didn't know would think that the Ban family was willing to part with her dowry. Only she knew that this dress wasn't prepared by the Ban family for Ban Han. She remembered very clearly that there were very few mist-forged materials in the industry. Even if there were, they could only be used to make a cloak or handkerchief. It was too extravagant to use it to make a dress. Moreover, it was very difficult to buy such a good material even if one wanted to be extravagant. It was said that mist-forged materials were very complicated. Even if the cloth was left for too long, it wouldn't lose its color. Even if it was left for 100 years, it would still be as beautiful as the clouds. However, the weaver who knew this craft had already passed away. She didn't have any descendants or disciples, so the craft was lost. Therefore, even if a family wanted to use mist-forged materials to make a dress, they couldn't. She heard people say that when the emperor ascended the throne, he specially rewarded Marquis Qing'an with a bolt of mist-forged material. However, because Madame Marquis Qing'an's Lin clan didn't like gorgeous things, this mist-forged material never appeared in the Marquis Qing'an Fu again. She didn't expect that after 20 years, this mist-forged material would be used on Ban Han. Marquis Qing'an was very generous to Ban Han. During lunch, a foreign finally couldn't hold back and said to Ban Han, "Junju, the palace dress you're wearing is very beautiful. I don't know what material it is made of, and which embroiderer did it." "I'm not too sure," Ban Han smiled helplessly. "When I was choosing clothes to wear, I didn't care what material it was made of, or what embroidery it was made of. When I saw that it was beautiful, I wore it." The foreign laughed dryly and said, "This dress really complements Junju's beauty." Ban Han smiled and accepted this compliment. The other Furins couldn't help but look at the palace dress Ban Han was wearing. It really was beautiful. She was beautiful and her clothes were beautiful. She was so beautiful that the other women didn't even dare to be jealous. "Junju's extravagance is a bit too much," a young woman said. A young female said, "The Marquis of Qing'an is frugal. If you do this, how will others view the Marquis?" Ban Han raised an eyebrow and looked at the woman who spoke. Instead of getting angry, she smiled and said, "This foreign is very interesting. How my Juanma is viewed is a matter between husband and wife. Why do you need to worry about it? Also, this palace dress was originally made for me by Marquis. He had someone make it for me, so I wore it. What does this have to do with outsiders?" After the foreign heard this, her face flushed red. After a while, she said in a small voice, "I misunderstood. Junju doesn't need to be so aggressive. You, an unrelated outsider, have the right to control what I wear. You still think I'm aggressive?" Ban Han sneered, "Which family's woman is this? She doesn't even know this little bit of etiquette. She doesn't look young anymore. She doesn't even know that we shouldn't discuss other people's private matters." "Princess Fuel, this is the wife of the Imperial College's chancellor. Her family name is Yang." A foreign who wanted to curry favor with Ban Han said in a small voice, "She has an older sister." "Yang?" Ban Han thought carefully and then shook her head, saying, "I don't remember." In detail, Marquis Qing'an's mansion originally had some relationship with her family. The foreign smile was a bit strange. This older sister of the Imperial College's chancellor's wife was originally the wife of Marquis Qing'an's older brother. After your older brother died of illness, Madame Yang aborted the fetus in her belly and returned to her family to remarry. Ban Han raised an eyebrow and said in a light tone, so that's how it is. Rongxia's older brother died of illness. Madame Yang aborted the fetus and remarried. From the perspective of human nature, it wasn't a big mistake. But from the perspective of human nature, it was too heartless. Her husband had just died, and his body hadn't even turned cold yet, but she hastily aborted the fetus and returned to her family to remarry. As a woman, she didn't want to comment on this matter. She just didn't like Madame Yang Jr. commenting on her private matters. She glanced at Madame Yang Jr. and saw that she was so flustered that she didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. She didn't even have the mood to speak. She was so timid, but she still had to worry about Rongxia's reputation. Should she thank this foreign for her concern for her husband? With this interlude, Ban Han righteously stood up and bid farewell to the crown princess. The crown princess knew her temperament. If she kept her, she didn't know what kind of trouble she would cause. So, she had to let the palace maids by her side personally send her out. After Ban Han left, the crown princess looked at Madame Yang Jr. with an ugly expression. Then, she said carelessly, as women, it's enough for us to live our own lives. If we criticize others, it's not very likable. Everyone present knew that the crown princess was talking about Madame Yang Jr., but they pretended not to understand and went forward to agree. Now that the crown prince had been restored, it was unknown when His Majesty's health would recover. Seeing that the dynasty was about to belong to the crown prince, who would dare to offend the crown princess, Madame Yang Jr. sat awkwardly on the side. After leaving the palace, she hid in the carriage and cried. She felt that she had lost a lot of face today. Not only was she ridiculed by Princess Fuel, but she was also disliked by the crown princess. She didn't understand. The crown princess clearly didn't have a good relationship with the Ban family. Why did she speak up for Ban Han? Shouldn't she want to embarrass Ban Han? When Ban Han returned to the Marquis Fu, Rongxia was already waiting for her in the room. Hua Hua is so beautiful today. Rongxia stood up and took her hand. Was today's gathering interesting? What could be interesting? Ban Han sat in front of the mirror and took off her hairpins and other things. It was nothing more than comparing husbands and children. Comparing husbands, which of them can compare to me? Comparing children, I don't have children, so I can't talk to them. Am I that good? The smile on Rongxia's face became more obvious. In my eyes, you are the best husband. Ban Han turned her head to look at Rongxia. She pulled on his collar and made him bend down. Then she kissed him on the cheek. Good boy. Amused by her actions of coaxing a child, Rongxia helped Ban Han take out the hairpins in her hair. If it's not interesting, we won't go next time. How can we not go? Ban Han smiled. If we don't go, how can I listen to all kinds of gossip? Oh right, Ban Han told Rongxia about the note that Xia Wanyu gave her. She frowned and said, last time, Jiang Luo failed to assassinate you. The emperor saved him, but he still hasn't given up. How much hatred do you have for him to want to kill you? Ban Han didn't understand Jiang Luo's actions. If he wanted to fight for power, was there no other way besides assassination? Couldn't he use his brain? Hatred? Rongxia's thumb slid across Ban Han's cheek, her eyes calm. Prince Ning has a tyrannical nature and does things according to his heart. If I don't do what he wants, he will have a grudge against me. Rongxia smiled. I'm just worried for the people of Day. What will happen in the future? Ban Han sighed. After a long silence, he said, is Xia Wanyu trying to be friendly with us, or is she trying to be friendly with the crown prince? Rongxia reached out a finger and gently pressed down on her furrowed brows. No matter what she wants to do, it's not worth worrying about her right now. Ban Han squeezed his finger and laughed lightly. I know. You have to be careful. Okay. Ever since the last assassination attempt, Rongxia had arranged for many guards to be stationed in the main courtyard. The entire Marquis Fu had been thoroughly searched. After failing once, he didn't want to make the same mistake a second time. At the end of the first month, Prince Ning's family finally moved out of the palace. The Wang Fu had been prepared a long time ago. Although Prince Ning wasn't happy, after moving into his new home, he had to pretend to be happy. He set up a banquet and invited people to the fu as guests. What made Jiang Luo the most angry was that the Ban family and Xianxia had found an excuse to send gifts but didn't come. This was equivalent to telling all the nobles in the capital that the Marquis Qing'an Fu and the Ban family didn't have a good relationship with him. If it was just these two families, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, there were several families that claimed to be ill and respectfully sent people to send gifts. However, they didn't even send a junior. Most of these people had a good relationship with Xianxia. In other words, they had always admired Xianxia. After listening to the servant's report, Jiang Luo flipped the gift box that the family had sent to the ground. The jade guanyin that was worth nearly 1,000 taels was smashed to pieces. When Prince Ning's attendant saw that it was the jade guanyin that had been smashed, his expression changed in fright. Today was the day that the prince moved. Smashing the jade guanyin was too inauspicious. He wanted to reach out to pick up the jade shards on the ground, but Prince Ning kicked him away. Prince Ning stepped on Yu Guanin's head, his eyes full of haze. A bunch of unappreciative dogs. Xia Wanyu stood at the door and watched as Prince Ning lost control of his emotions. She chuckled and turned to leave. Wang Fei, the palace maid, accompanied her back to the room. The note she gave to Princess Fuel. Would it make Princess Fuel think that Prince Ning wanted to assassinate Marquis Qing'an? That's her own business. Xia Wanyu's smile was a little gloomy. I've already given her a favor. If she's not careful, she can't blame me. Although she didn't hate Ban Han, she didn't like him either. Her life had been so rough right now. If someone else was having fun, she was very willing to watch. Without many important people, Jiang Luo's housewarming banquet seemed a little cold and cheerless. From the beginning to the end of the banquet, his expression wasn't very good. In the middle of the banquet, there was a servant girl who didn't serve him well and he kicked her in front of everyone. In the end, the servant girl had to be carried away by other people. When the people next to him saw Prince Ning disregard human life like that, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This banquet wasn't a happy one and the guests weren't satisfied. When everyone got up to leave, they felt a little rushed. Lord Liu, an official, called out to Liu Banshan and asked in a small voice, I heard that the Supreme Court recently took on a somewhat difficult case? The tricky part of this case was that the defendant was Prince Ning's housekeeper. Prince Ning had made up his mind that if the Supreme Court touched his housekeeper, it would be a loss of face for him. Therefore, he didn't allow the Supreme Court to take him away. The housekeeper had killed 3 people, but Prince Ning didn't allow the Supreme Court to take him away because of his face. This really caused people to criticize him. Liu Banshan sighed and shook his head. He didn't want to say more. The official patted his shoulder in understanding. It's fine for us, but I pity the people of the world. He was well aware of the situation, but there was nothing he could do. This was the current situation of the imperial court. 10 days later, in the Great Moon Palace, Emperor Yunqing was in particularly good spirits. Recently, not only could he gradually walk a few steps, he even ate more than usual. He liked Xianxia and Ban Han more and more. He always felt that his current good condition was brought about by these two people. How many people have been impeaching Prince Ning recently? He looked at the crown prince standing below him and drank a mouthful of nourishing tea. Seeing that the crown prince still wanted to say something, he frowned and said, Crown Prince, although you are Prince Ning's older brother, you are also the future emperor of the imperial court. What are you afraid to say? The crown prince knelt down and said, Imperial father, you may live for thousands of years. This son is willing to be the crown prince for a lifetime. The hall quieted down. The crown prince knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head. The only sound he could hear was his own rapid breathing. No emperor can live for thousands of years. I am the same. Emperor Yunqing's expression was unfathomable. Stand up and reply. The crown prince stood up and looked at his imperial father's aged face and gray hair. He remembered the scene of his imperial father holding his hand and teaching him how to write stroke by stroke more than 10 years ago. He couldn't bear to let these things affect his imperial father's mood. The things that his second brother did were indeed too much. You still haven't thought of how to cover up for your second brother? Emperor Yunqing threw a memorial in his hand into the crown prince's arms. It hasn't even been 10 days since your second brother moved to Prince Ning's residence and 3 servants fell to their deaths. If you still want to cover up for him, are you going to wait until he kills everyone? Imperial father, please calm down. This son has already comforted my second brother. The crown prince saw that Emperor Yunqing was so angry that his face turned white. He stepped forward and gently patted Emperor Yunqing's back. If you have something to say it slowly. Don't hurt your body. Humph. Emperor Yunqing sneered. He sent troops to suppress the disaster victims. Is it effective? He didn't care about the lives of some lowly commoners, but he cared a lot about his son's lack of brains. As a person of high status, he should have the basic ability to make decisions. If he couldn't even do this, how could he accomplish great things? The crown prince's expression immediately darkened. This son has already thought of a way to appease the disaster victims. There won't be too much trouble. Zhen understands. Emperor Yunqing waved his hand. You are dismissed. Father, my second brother is still young. Please give him a few more chances, Crown Prince. Emperor Yunqing interrupted the Crown Prince. When Zhen was 15 years old, Zhen already knew how to become an emperor and how to govern a country. As an emperor, you can favor some people based on your preferences. But if you cross this bottom line, then you are an incapable ruler. Zhen doesn't expect you to become a wise ruler. At least, don't cause a disaster because you favor your own people and end up with a bad reputation. Emperor Yunqing waved his hand. You are dismissed and think about it. Yes. The crown prince walked out of the Great Moon Palace with a pale face. On the way, he met Xia Wanyu, who came to pay respects to the empress. Your Highness. Xia Wanyu saw that the crown prince's expression wasn't good and knew that he had been reprimanded by his father. Sister-in-law. The crown prince glanced at Xia Wanyu and then looked away. He didn't offend her at all. Xia Wanyu thought that the crown prince was actually a very good man. It was just that his personality was too gentle. She curtsied. Your Highness, sister-in-law has something to tell you. What? I've discovered that Prince Ning's mood is becoming more and more abnormal. I'm worried that there's something wrong with his body. Xia Wanyu lowered her head to look at her toes. But our family's Wang Yi doesn't like to talk to me about his matters. If I try to persuade him to see a Tai, he won't agree. You mean to say that my second brother's personality is becoming worse because of his poor health? The crown prince's eyes lit up as though he had found an excuse for Jiang Luo's mistake. Perhaps. Xia Wanyu felt some sympathy for the crown prince. He still didn't know that it wasn't a coincidence that he had been put under house arrest by the emperor because of his unclear relationship with the imperial concubines. Rather, it was Jiang Luo's plan. He was still defending Jiang Luo, but he didn't know that Jiang Luo saw him as a thorn in his side. He wouldn't be satisfied until he got rid of him. These two brothers were very interesting. They clearly had the same father and mother, but their personalities were completely different. Many thanks to Daimei for telling me. The crown prince thought. I will discuss this matter with Muhu. Thank you for your trouble, crown prince. Xia Wanyu's face instantly showed gratitude. If you and Muhu can persuade him, he will definitely listen to you. The crown prince grimaced. He was afraid that his second brother wouldn't want to listen to him. That's right. Has the crown prince explained the misunderstanding that occurred in the palace? Xia Wanyu pretended to say carelessly. I believe that the crown prince wouldn't do such a thing. It's not worth it to have a misunderstanding with the emperor over such a small matter. Hearing Xia Wanyu mention the matter of that day, the crown prince's smile finally disappeared. After being put under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, he had thought countless times about what had happened that day. Why had he been in the same room as Muhu's imperial concubines and been discovered by Muhu? Everything seemed to be a misunderstanding caused by coincidence. But how could it be so coincidental? He had suspected that he had been schemed against by the Shu princes. But they weren't valued by Muhu and didn't have any real power. What good would it do for them to scheme against him? If your highness wants to investigate the truth, you can ask my Wang Yi. Xia Wanyu smiled freely. Wang Yi has a Taijian who has a good relationship with one of the palace maids of that imperial concubine. Why don't you have this Taijian help you ask? Maybe he will be able to explain what happened. You say that the Taijian by Erdi's side has a good relationship with the palace maid of this imperial concubine? Yes. Xiaowanyu looked in puzzlement at the crown prince. What is it? Nothing. The crown prince's expression became even uglier. Daimai, please do as you wish. I will leave first. Your Highness, Crown Prince, take care. Xiaowanyu smiled as he watched the crown prince's retreating figure. His eyes were filled with pleasure. Her Dage had been tormented by pain until he was a bag of bones. Why would Prince Ning need an older brother who was always considerate of him? After doing something immoral, he still wanted to take all the benefits. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Since she couldn't divorce him after marrying this kind of man, she would rather be a widow than see him live in glory for the rest of his life. She didn't want to see him sit on the throne of the world. The second day of the second month was the Great Yi dynasty's farming day. On this day, the emperor would personally take the empress to the fields to sow the seeds and pray to the heavens for good weather and a bountiful harvest. But this year was different. The emperor couldn't move, so only the crown prince could represent the emperor. Other than the crown prince, the imperial family, the nobles, and important members of the court all had to accompany the emperor. They carried hoes and dug a few times. The womenfolk held seeds and scattered them a few times. Before Ban Han was married, she didn't have to participate in these activities. But now that she was married, she represented a woman who could support her family. She also had a high birth, so she had to appear for this farming day. Wearing a short cotton-padded garment, her hair wrapped in a floral cloth and secured with 2 wooden hairpins. The rest of her jewelry was removed. Ban Han looked in the mirror and couldn't help but think, in 3 or 4 years, if she lost her title, she would probably dress like this. Junju is really a natural beauty. Even such simple clothing cannot hide your beauty. Rui helped Banju wash away the cardamom on her nails. After making sure that there was nothing else on her Junju that could be nitpicked, she said, Junju has a different kind of beauty when dressed like this. Rui, do you know what I like about you the most? Ban Han patted the dull coarse clothing on her body. I like that you have a sweet mouth. On the side, Yuzhu heard this and smiled, saying, Junju, newbie also has a sweet mouth. You have to dote on me more. Dote on you little beauties. Ban Han grabbed the 2's hands and teased, I don't know which 2 stinky men will marry my 2 little beauties in the future. Junju, newbie doesn't want stinky men. Newbie just wants to stay by your side and serve you. Outside the door, Xianxia, one of the stinky men, looked at his foreign with a complicated expression. He felt like a wife who had found her husband cheating on her and couldn't find a reason to vent his jealousy. Hua, Xianxia knocked on the door and interrupted Ban Han's play with the servant girls. We should prepare to leave. Ban Han turned her head and found Xianxia was wearing grey coarse clothing. His hair was tied with a cloth string. The only thing that didn't match this set of clothing was his white face and that tender neck. She couldn't help but feel her eyes heat up. If Xianxia was really a normal person and appeared in front of her like this, she really might not be able to resist keeping him in captivity. She got up and walked to Xia's side and took his hand, then let's go. Xia looked at Rui, Yuzhu, and the other servant girls with a faint smile. Hua has such a good relationship with them. Don't worry, beauty, the person I love the most will always be you. Xia looked at Ban Han with burning eyes. If this sentence is changed to I love you the most forever, it would be even better. Ben Tun blinked his eyes and put on his signature innocent face. You won't say it? Xia reached out and touched her face, then I will say it. Say what? I will only love you forever. Ban Han's footsteps paused. She turned to look at Xia and looked into his bottomless eyes. Some people's eyes were the most enchanting existence. Ban Han felt that what she was looking at was not a pair of eyes, but a dazzling and vast starry sky. The scenery inside was too beautiful and too hazy. She couldn't understand all of the scenery inside. Moving her eyes away, Ban Han smiled. Her long eyelashes were as beautiful as the morning mist. Xia held her hand tightly and led her into the carriage. Xia, Ban Han lifted the curtain and looked at the bustling capital outside. Look outside. Xia leaned closer to Ban Han and looked at the scenery outside the carriage window. But other than the passers-by and the wine shops, there was nothing special outside. Is it beautiful? Xianxia turned to look at Ban Han. Her expression was very calm. For a moment, he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. After thinking about it, he asked honestly, what's beautiful? The bustling capital is beautiful. The carriage they were in was very luxurious, so it attracted the attention of the passers-by. Ban Han saw envy and jealousy on their faces, but more than that, they were in awe. Because they knew that even if they were poor for a lifetime, they would not live such a beautiful life. Xianxia stretched out his hand and interlocked his fingers with Ban Han's. I will let you see the prosperity of a lifetime. Believe me. Ban Han's eyelids trembled. She slowly turned to look at Xianxia. A lifetime? Yes, a lifetime, a lifetime. Xianxia looked at her with a smile. You like the prosperity of the capital. Then we will try our best to keep it, okay? Ban Han did not answer. She looked at Xia's delicate and perfect chin and suddenly asked, do you like to wear black clothes? Xia stared into Ban Han's eyes. After a while, he said, do you like me to wear black clothes? I prefer you to wear half of your clothes, or wear nothing at all. Ban Han smiled ambiguously. Hua hua, Xia took a few deep breaths to suppress the impatience in his heart. If you keep talking like this, I will probably lose my status in front of the emperor today. His Majesty will not come today. Ban Han kissed his chin and pushed him away with a smile. You are a gentleman. Don't do anything impolite. Xia smiled bitterly. With such a seductress by his side, how could he be a gentleman? Marquis, Yu Tian is here. Xia lifted the curtain and walked down, then turned to help Ban Han. Ban Han stood on the high stool and was half a head taller than him. She looked down at him like a proud peacock. I promise you. Xia was stunned, then showed a bright smile. Qing'an. Yao Peiji saw Marquis Qing'an's carriage stop and was about to go forward to greet them. Who would have thought that he would see Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel looking at each other affectionately and smiling? As an old man, he was too embarrassed to go forward and disturb them. He touched his face and turned around, pretending that he did not see anything. Minister Yao, Lu Banshan came over and saluted him. What are you doing standing here? Yao Peiji coughed and returned Lu Banshan's salute. This old man is just looking around, looking around. Lu Banshan saw that there was something wrong with his expression, so he looked around and saw Marquis Qing'an helping Princess Fuel jump down from the stool. Marquis Qing'an looked very careful, as if he was holding a treasure. After Princess Fuel jumped down from the carriage, he did not know what she said, but Marquis Qing'an's smile did not fade. Lu Banshan and Yao Peiji stood in the corner for nearly half an hour before Xia discovered their presence. He held Ban Han's hand and walked to the two people. After greeting each other, Xia asked, where is your wife's? My wife is not feeling well, so I let her rest in the mansion. Yao Peiji turned to look at Lu Banshan. Your wife should be here, right? Lu Banshan knew that Marquis Qing'an was worried that Princess Fuel would be bored by herself and wanted to find someone to accompany her. So he said, my wife will be here soon, please wait a moment. Ban Han saw a smiling and slightly plump woman not far away walking towards them. She looked at Lu Banshan's thin figure. These two were actually husband and wife. This was somewhat interesting. Madame Lu was a very kind person. Her status was not very high, but in front of Ban Han, she would not be too eager to please her. The women and men were separated. Madame Lu took Ban Han to the place where the women were waiting for the arrival of the emperor, and then quietly explained to her what they had to do during the farming festival. Although this Madame Lu was very considerate and did not flatter at all, after interacting with her for a while, she could feel that this Madame Lu was overly respectful to her, or perhaps she valued her too much. Although Lu Banshan was only a junior official of the Supreme Court and his rank was not as high as hers or Xia's, Madame Lu did not need to be so respectful. After waiting for about half an hour, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess finally arrived. When they came down from the Crown Prince's luxurious carriage, they were dressed as farmers. The Crown Princess was also carrying a rattan basket in her hand. There was a ceremonial official on the side reminding the Crown Prince what he needed to do and what he needed to be careful of. The other courtiers and madams stood respectfully. When the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess began to move, the courtiers and madams followed suit and tried to look busy. Stepping on the soft soil, Ban Han found that the soil had all been turned over. There was not a single weed, nor a single stone larger than the size of a thumb. This piece of land was so clean that it did not look like normal soil. The land around the Ban family holiday manor belonged to the Ban family. When she had nothing to do, she often played with her father and brother, so she had seen many scenes of farmers doing farm work. The soil was not as soft as this, and it was impossible for there to be no weeds. Stones and dry branches were common. It seemed like these were all things to coax people. Ban Han threw the seeds in her hand into the hole she had dug. She threw 3 or 4 seeds into each hole. Whether they lived or died, it was up to fate. Her hands and feet were even faster. In a short while, she had spilled a row of seeds. When she turned her head, she saw that the other madams had already been left far behind her. She looked at the seeds in the bamboo basket at her waist and turned her head to the young eunuch beside her. Did I do it a bit too fast? It seemed like she did not fit in with the group, even though she did not fit in with the group. Xianxia's quick hands and feet are a good thing. The young eunuch laughed dryly. It was originally a casual matter. Even if these nobles only threw 1 or 2 seeds to plant, there would be people below to fill in the rest. They would also ensure that the crops in the field would grow better than anyone else's. He did not think that Princess Fuel would be so quick. The way she threw the seeds was also somewhat interesting. He was a lowly eunuch, so he did not dare to interrupt Princess Fuel's mood. He could only obediently follow behind her. Ban Han stood up straight and looked around. She saw that in the distance, Xianxia was loosening the soil. Even though she felt that the soil was so soft that it seemed like it had been loosened countless times. Junju, Lu Foran walked to her side. Are you tired? If you are tired, come and rest for a while. Next to the field, there was already a shed for resting. From the outside, it did not look like much, but inside, there were tables, chairs, mats, fruits, and snacks. Ban Han washed her hands and entered the shed. When the other noblewomen saw her, they all stood to welcome her. Ban Han raised her hand and said, "No need to be so courteous. Sit down. Junju is really amazing. You did so much work." A foreign flattered, "This concubine is really envious." "There is nothing to be envious of," Ban Han said, "I come from a family of generals. It is not strange that I am stronger than you." When the others heard this, they all praised the Ban family's ancestors. They praised how great they were, how they followed their ancestors to conquer the world, how they protected the country. The palace maids came in to serve tea. The palace maid who was serving tea to Ban Han's hand trembled. The tea accidentally spilled over the rim of the cup and onto the table. "Junju, please forgive me. Junju, please forgive me." Ban Jin saw that this palace maid was only 13 or 14 years old. The childishness on her face had not faded, and her eyes were filled with fear. She looked like a frightened little white rabbit. Ban Jin looked a little pitiful, so he handed her a handkerchief. "It's fine. Be careful not to burn yourself." "Thank you, Junju." The palace maid held the handkerchief but did not wipe the back of her hand. Instead, she poured out the tea that was originally in the cup and filled the cup with water. "Junju, please drink slowly. This servant will leave." The little palace maid tightly held the handkerchief. She used her sleeve to wipe the water on the table and hurriedly left. Ban Han raised the teacup and took a sip. Then, she put it down. Madame Lu sat to the right of Ban Han. She whispered in Ban Han's ear, "The tea here isn't very good. Because the queen once said that as the children of the emperor and the phoenix, they cannot indulge in pleasure. Therefore, the tea in the imperial fields is bitter and astringent. At most, it can be used to quench thirst." Ban Han saw that even though the other noblewomen looked troubled, they all held their cups and took a few sips to show their determination to share the hardships of the common people. "This tea." Ban Han picked up the teacup and sniffed it lightly. "Is it damp?" "Damp?" Madame Lu laughed. "The tea isn't good, but the servants don't dare to take out damp tea." Ban Han examined the cup of yellow tea in her hand. She forced herself to take a small sip and then put down the teacup. But the taste was really disgusting. Ban Han took the handkerchief that Rui handed her and spat the tea on the handkerchief. At this time, the crown princess came in. The womenfolk all stood up to welcome her. The crown princess' face was covered in sweat. She said to everyone, "Everyone, please sit." No need to be so courteous. She drank a few sips of tea without any reluctance on her face. It wasn't clear if she was really thirsty or if she was good at acting. But from her words and actions, she was a qualified crown princess. The womenfolk sat down again. The crown princess smiled at Ban Han. Princess Fuel, this is your first time here. Are you used to it? Thank you, crown princess, for your concern. Ban Han felt that her throat was hot. She shook her head and said, everything is fine. The crown princess saw that the tea in the teacup in front of her was barely touched. She knew that this princess, who had been spoiled since childhood, couldn't endure any hardship. But now that the crown prince wanted to win over Marquis Qing'an, she had to cover for her. I saw that you scattered a row of seeds by yourself. Be careful, don't tire yourself out. If she didn't drink the tea, then she didn't drink it. In any case, there were no scribes among the womenfolk. It wouldn't hurt to drink a few sips of water. It's almost noon. The crown princess wiped her face with a handkerchief. Her cheeks were a little red from all the hard work. Let's prepare for lunch. They had already tasted the coarse tea, so naturally, lunch would not be too sumptuous. Half a bowl of coarse rice and a few dishes of boiled wild vegetables that did not contain any meat. As picky as Ban Han, she ate a mouthful of bitter and fishy wild vegetables and became more worried about her life in a few years. The lives of ordinary people were not easy. These things tasted so bad that they might not even be able to eat their fill. Thinking about how Jiang Luo had sent troops to suppress the disaster victims and caused countless casualties, Ban Han didn't know why, but he felt extremely disgusted and almost vomited. Princess Fuel, this meal really doesn't taste good. But if the common people can eat it, and the crown princess can eat it, you should at least eat some. A womenfolk sitting opposite of Ban Han seemed to be comforting her, but in reality, she was deliberately finding fault. You only ate one meal, but some people will eat for a lifetime. Ban Han glanced at this person. This person seemed to be her mother's half-sister. She was married to a fourth-ranked county magistrate and could barely participate in this kind of activity. But because of her low status, she didn't have the right to speak here. Ban Han was a first-ranked county princess personally bestowed by the emperor. Her rank was the same as her father, Ban Huai. She didn't care about the thoughts of this small Yin clan. She sneered and used the method she used to kill countless enemies, ignoring the law. A fourth-ranked madam was not tactful enough to criticize a first-ranked county princess and was even ignored. This kind of embarrassment couldn't be described with words. Madame Lu opened her mouth and said, this madam is sitting below, but she knows how much Princess Fuel ate. It seems that you haven't learned enough manners. One shouldn't speak while eating, and one shouldn't look at the honored ones for no reason. This was the most basic rule. Madame Lu's words were just short of saying that this small Yin clan had no manners. A few madams laughed out loud. They were all noble madams with face. These dishes were indeed difficult for them to swallow. Now, a person who they didn't know dared to point fingers at the princess. He really thought he was someone important. The small Yin clan was embarrassed and angry after being ridiculed like this. She angrily said, Madame Lu, although my status is low, I am still Princess Fuel's elder. It's not wrong for me to say a few words. When Ban Han heard that this small Yin clan dared to claim kinship with his family, his face immediately darkened. He said, who do you think you are? How dare you claim kinship with our family? If you don't want shame, then get out of here. Many people knew about the grudges between the Duke of Jingting and her family. Over the years, the Duke of Jingting had never returned to her family. However, because of the disgusting things that the Yin clan had done, and because the Duke of Jingting had the support of her husband's family, no one dared to say that she was unfilial. At most, they would laugh behind her back at the Yin clan for not treating their eldest daughter well. As a result, she couldn't rely on anyone. Ban Han had embarrassed this small Yin clan. She wanted to say something else, but the crown princess, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, this madam is not feeling well. Immediately arrange for someone to send her out. Crown princess. The small Yin clan looked at the crown princess in surprise. The crown princess slowly wiped her mouth. No need to say anything else. You can leave. The small Yin clan's body was on the verge of collapsing. She turned around and was escorted out by two female officials. These years, the Yin family didn't have a good life. Because Jingting Duke and the nobles he was on good terms with purposely made things difficult for them, the younger generation of the Yin family had a hard time moving forward in the court. This was especially true for the children of the second wives. Their lives were actually not as good as the children of concubines. She had been unwilling to accept this and had cursed. However, the Ban family was favored by the imperial family. What could the Yin clan do? The Yin clan had tried to reconcile with the Ban family, but her eldest sister didn't give them any face. She didn't even let the Yin clan enter the door. Princess Fuel's complexion doesn't look good. Are you not feeling well? After the crown princess drove away the small Yin clan, she turned around and saw Ban Han's pale face and black lips. She hurriedly said, "I'll ask the imperial physician to come in and take a look." "No need." Ban Han shook her head. She paused and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. "Princess." Madame Lu couldn't keep the smile on her face. She panicked and supported Ban Han. "What's wrong?" Ban Han wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. The back of her hand was covered in blood. She clutched her burning chest and felt very unwilling. She didn't wear any makeup today. She didn't have any beautiful clothes or hairpins. She couldn't die in such a simple way. If she died, she should wear the most beautiful clothes, the most beautiful makeup, and the most beautiful jewelry that all women in the world would envy. Only then would her life not be in vain. She couldn't accept this, she didn't want to die. Quickly summon the imperial physician. Summon all the imperial physicians. The crown princess's voice was trembling. She was in charge of the refreshments for the womenfolk. If something happened to Princess Fuel, she wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she had 100 mouths. Immediately arrange for the imperial guards to guard this place. No one is allowed to leave. Investigate all the palace maids and eunuchs. The crown princess gritted her teeth. There were so many womenfolk here. It would be better if something happened to any one of them than to Ban Han. We can't let go of any suspicious person. The other womenfolk were also frightened. Normally, they would at most bicker and make a few sarcastic remarks. Most of them weren't ruthless enough to poison someone. Now, seeing Princess Fuel's sallow complexion and spitting out blood, the timid people couldn't help but scream. The crown prince was eating with the courtiers. When he heard the screams from the womenfolk and the movement of the imperial guards, he hurriedly called for the eunuch next to him, "Quickly go and see what happened to the crown princess." The crown princess had a steady personality. If it wasn't a major event, she wouldn't easily mobilize the imperial guards. Report. A eunuch next to the crown princess ran in panic. He didn't have time to see the people in the room before he knelt down heavily. "Your Highness, Princess Fuel has been poisoned." "What did you say?" Xianxia suddenly stood up. The small table in front of him was overturned, and the food splashed to the ground. "Princess Fuel has been poisoned. The imperial physicians have all been transferred to." Xianxia only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He pushed aside the officials who wanted to comfort him and strode out. The remaining officials looked at each other in dismay. After the shock, they felt a lingering fear. Poison was mixed into the food and tea. If this person wanted their lives, how could they still be alive? Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's subordinate saw the Crown Prince walk out and wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince didn't pay any attention to him. "Deputy Commander Shi, something big has happened." Commander Yang walked in front of Shi. "Princess Fuel is in trouble. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess have ordered us to immediately guard the imperial fields and not let anyone leave." "Who did you say is in trouble?" Shi hand tightened around his saber. He bit his cheeks tightly. "Who?" Commander Yang was a little flustered by Shi strange reaction. "It's Madame Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel." Shi silently bowed to Commander Yang and turned to walk in the direction of the womenfolk. Commander Yang saw this and hurriedly called out to him, "Shi, where are you going?" Shi ignored him and continued to walk forward without looking back. "Hey!" Commander Yang sensed that something was wrong with Shi. Princess Fuel was poisoned. Why was Shurjin so agitated? Shurjin hadn't walked far when he saw Xianxia in the distance. This elegant man was running without a care for his image, just like a homeless dog. He stopped and watched as Xianxia fell on the ground. Xianxia patted the ground and continued to run forward. He didn't care about the dust on his body, nor did he care about his loose hair. He just ran in a hurry without any hesitation. Deputy Commander Shur? Commander Yang caught up with him. What's wrong? I'm fine. Shurjin withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Commander Yang. I'll arrange for the Imperial Guards to surround this area. Commander Yang looked at Shurjin's stiff back and then looked in the direction of the womenfolk. He frowned thoughtfully. Xianxia rushed into the womenfolk's room and saw Ban Han lying on a makeshift bed. The imperial physician was feeding her a bowl of black medicine. After a few mouthfuls of the medicine, Ban Han vomited. Not only did she vomit out the medicine that was fed with difficulty, but she also vomited out a large amount of blood. Marquis Qing'an. The crown princess saw Xianxia come in and wanted to comfort Xianxia. However, Xianxia raised her head and looked at her. The crown princess felt as if there was an endless chill running from the bottom of her feet to her chest. She couldn't help but shiver and didn't dare to speak again. Hua hua. Xianxia walked to Ban Han's side and reached out to hold her hand. However, her fingers were cold. Xianxia couldn't help but reach out to touch the tip of Ban Han's nose. After confirming that she was breathing, he trembled and pressed Ban Han's hands to her chest. He looked at the imperial physician with red eyes. How is the princess? Marquis, I'm trying to induce vomiting. After the poison is vomited out, perhaps. The imperial physician wanted to say that there was still hope, but when he saw Marquis Qing'an's red eyes, he swallowed the rest of his words. Continue. What? I said continue to induce vomiting. Xiao's eyes were misty, but the imperial physician didn't dare to look closely. He just held the bowl of medicine and fed it to Princess Fuel. However, an unconscious person couldn't swallow. If she was an ordinary person, he could feed her with a funnel. However, this was the princess that His Majesty valued. If he dared to do so, he would be expelled from the imperial hospital tomorrow. I'll do it. Xiao snatched the bowl from the imperial physician's hand and held Ban Han in his arms. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of the strange medicine. Then, he lowered his head and fed it to Ban Han. The surrounding women looked away in embarrassment, but they couldn't help but steal a few glances. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls. The unconscious Ban Han frowned and spat out a few mouthfuls of dark brown medicine. Then, she spat out mouthfuls of blood. At first, the blood was dark red, but it gradually became normal. Xiao looked at the blood in the basin. His hands trembled more and more, and he almost couldn't hold the bowl. Marquis, it's done. The imperial physician observed the color of the blood. The poison in the princess's abdomen has been almost completely removed. This official sees that although the poison is very strong, the amount that the princess was poisoned with should be very small. That is why there is a chance to save her. The crown prince turned to look at the other imperial physicians. What poison did the princess get poisoned with, have you found it? Your Highness the Crown Prince, this official found a small amount of wormwood on the snow in the teacup that Princess Fuel used. Wormwood on the snow? The Crown Prince thought the name was beautiful. What medicine is this? It also has a common name called aconite. It is a medicine used to treat bruises. But if taken orally, it is highly toxic. Princess Fuel only took a small amount, so there shouldn't be any danger. What the imperial physician didn't understand the most was that the person who poisoned the princess was too difficult to understand. If they wanted to kill her, why did they only put a small amount of poison? Aconite was poisonous, but if the amount was small and it was vomited out in time, there wouldn't be any danger to her life. I remember, Lu Foran suddenly said, just now, a palace maid was pouring tea for the princess and accidentally spilled the tea. The princess also rewarded the palace maid with a handkerchief. The palace maid poured the tea and refilled the princess's tea. In other words, the original cup of tea was highly toxic. But the palace maid had poured the original tea and refilled it with new tea, so the amount of poison was much smaller. If someone wanted to kill, the poison must have been refined. Just one sip was enough to kill. Even if the princess was picky, she would still take a sip out of courtesy. Just one sip was enough to take her life. The only accident was that the palace maid refilled the princess's tea. Was this a coincidence, or did the palace maid regret at the last moment and save the Princess Fuel's life? Bring that palace maid in. The crown prince looked at Xianxia, who was holding Ban Han. If he didn't give the Ban family and Xianxia an explanation, he would be too embarrassed to see them in the future. As early as when Ban Han died, the crown princess ordered that these palace maids and eunuchs be strictly guarded. Even if they wanted to kill themselves, they wouldn't have the chance. Now that the crown prince wanted to see someone, the palace maid was quickly brought in. What is your name? The crown prince saw that the palace maid was still young and had a childish air. Why did you poison Princess Fuel? This servant is called Xiaoyu, the palace maid kowtowed to Ban Han, who was lying on the hard bed. This servant knows that it is a crime punishable by death. This servant is willing to accept the punishment. Who instigated you? The crown princess pressed. How great of a grudge do you, a palace maid, have against the commandery princess that you want her dead? The palace maid shook her head. The princess is a good person. The crown princess sneered. Since you say that she is a good person, why did you poison her? The palace maid still shook her head. This servant is sorry for Princess Fuel. This servant is willing to repay her kindness in the next life. After that, she stood up and rushed to an imperial guard who pulled out a sword. Dujio quickly stopped her. Do you think that you can just die? The crown princess coldly looked at the palace maid. Your family, your fellow villagers, they may be implicated because of this matter. If this crown princess was you, I would say who is the mastermind behind this. At least I won't implicate the poor innocent people. The palace maid's shoulders trembled slightly. She carefully looked at the crown prince and the crown princess. This servant has nothing to say. In that case, drag her out, Your Highness. Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth. His eyes were red, as if he had cried, but also as if he had calmed down after a rage. Let this servant say a few words to her. Marquis Qing'an, please. The crown prince did not dare to look at Xianxia. He always felt that he had wronged Xianxia and Chuang girl, so he was very guilty. I know that you have important people who are being threatened, so you don't dare to say who is the mastermind behind this. Xianxia looked at the palace maid who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. There was no trace of warmth in his eyes, but I suspect that you are not only targeting Princess Fuel. You also want to murder the crown prince and the crown princess. Since you dare to do such a thing, you must have the courage to bear the consequences. Marquis. The palace maid hurriedly said, this matter is done by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. Marquis, please show mercy. Xianxia sneered, if I show mercy to you, who will suffer for Huahua today? The palace maid kowtowed heavily. This servant is willing to pay with my life. I don't care about your life. Xianxia turned to look at Ban Han on the couch. Her face was pale and lifeless. Her red lips were also deathly pale. His heart was burning with anger, but his mind was so calm that it surprised himself. He only hated that he did not do well enough. He did not protect Huahua and let her suffer so much. She almost lost her life. The crown princess saw the endless murderous intent in Xiao's eyes. Clearly, this matter had nothing to do with her, but she was unspeakably afraid. Crown Prince. The crown princess turned to look at the crown prince. She wanted the crown prince to say something to break the current stalemate, but the crown prince only shook his head slightly. He planned to give the initiative to Xianxia. He turned to look at the other women and had them all leave. I don't have any relatives. Xianxia grasped Ban Han's hand. His tone was calm. Huahua is the only person by my side. You hurt her, don't talk to me about begging for mercy. It doesn't matter if you had no choice, or if you were forced, it has nothing to do with me. I only want the lives of your 9 generations. Dujio, Xianxia called for the guards, immediately investigate who this palace maid is close to, and what relatives she has in her family. If there are any suspicious people, arrest them all. This official suspects that she is colluding with the rebels and is plotting against the imperial family. Yes. Marquis have mercy, Marquis have mercy. The young palace maid kowtowed repeatedly to Xianxia. Bang bang bang. she cowed out again and again. Soon, blood seeped out of her forehead. The crown prince couldn't bear it. He turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw the way Xianxia looked at Ban Han, he didn't speak. He had never seen Xianxia look at anyone like that. He even felt that if Huahua died today, Xianxia would go crazy. Stop kowtowing. Don't disturb Huahua's rest. Xianxia used a handkerchief to carefully wipe the blood from Ban Han's lips. If you want to kowtow to death here, then do it outside. No matter if you live or die, you won't be lonely down there. This official will send your friends and relatives to accompany you. Was Marquis Qingyan crazy? The crown princess looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Was this something that a gentleman could say? Was Ban Han really that important? So important that he had abandoned his principles of being right, his reputation, his elegance, and even his last shred of dignity. He would use such methods on a mere palace maid? The crown princess didn't doubt Marquis Qingyan's words. She didn't know why, but she felt that if this palace maid didn't tell the truth, Marquis Qingyan would really implicate her friends and relatives. Tears of a beauty, a hero's mound. Marquis Qingyan was a man in the end. No man could escape the temptation of beauty. He had been bewitched by Ban Han and had even abandoned his sense of self. This was also why the crown princess didn't like Ban Han in the beginning. She didn't hate women who were more beautiful than her. There were so many beauties in the capital. If she wanted to be jealous, how could she be jealous? But Ban Han was different. Her beauty was too charming, too seductive. This kind of woman, even if she wasn't an enchantress who could bring disaster to the country, she was still a woman who couldn't stay put. She didn't like women who couldn't stay put, including the crown prince's biological sister, Princess Annal. She didn't like her very much. In her opinion, Ban Han and Princess Annal were the same. They lived without a care in the world and weren't content with their wives. Marquis Qingyan's deep affection for Ban Han was like the sun on a rainy day. It was strange and incomprehensible. There were many good women in the world. There were also many beautiful and talented women. What kind of demon had Marquis Qingyan been bewitched by such a woman? Marquis Qingyan, the crown princess couldn't help but say, what's the use of forcing her like this? It's better to send someone down and slowly investigate. See who she's been in contact with. The truth will come to light. I can't wait. Xianxia looked coldly at the crown princess. Huahua is my wife. The crown princess doesn't understand this official's feelings for her. This official has no complaints. I only hope that the crown princess won't obstruct this official's decision. The crown princess's expression didn't look too good. Marquis Qingyan, what do you mean by this? What feelings? Love in the world was nothing more than benefits. Was Xianxia mocking her and the crown prince for not having a good relationship? Or did he mean something else? Xianxia ignored the crown princess. He wrapped a thin quilt around Ban Han, picked her up by the waist, and turned to walk out. Marquis Qingyan, the crown prince stood up and called out to Xianxia, where are you taking this girl? Huahua likes a softer bed. I'm taking her back to the residence to rest. Xianxia nodded slightly to the crown prince. Please forgive this official for not being able to bow to you. The crown prince shook his head and sighed. I'll go and ask the imperial physician to come to your residence. Thank you, crown prince. The crown prince said, this girl is my cousin. Seeing her like this makes me feel bad. You don't have to thank me. The crown princess looked a little lonely. She was insulted by Marquis. Not only did the crown prince not help her regain her dignity, but he was also worried about a distant cousin. When did the relationship between her and the crown prince become so cold? She remembered that when she first married into the crown prince's residence, the crown prince treated her very well. Was it because she couldn't give birth to a legitimate son for him? Xianxia walked out of the room with Ban Han in his arms. He raised his head and looked at Jin, who was standing guard outside. The cold wind blew, blowing Xia's loose hair. It was said that a few hundred years ago, there was a scholar who was unrestrained. He wore a loose robe and his long hair was untidy. However, because of his outstanding talent, he was praised as a famous scholar and even received the title of Guangxing. But how good could a man with disheveled hair be? Jin had always been well-behaved since he was young. He couldn't even understand why someone's unruly behavior was praiseworthy. Although he and Xianxia had different standpoints, he couldn't help but admit that Xianxia was a rare character in the capital. After seeing his current sorry state, Shurjin didn't feel any joy in his misfortune. Instead, he felt complicated and indescribable inside. He didn't want him to treat Princess Fuel badly, but he also wanted him to love Princess Fuel until their hair turned white. Shurjin glanced at the person in Rongxia's arms and raised his hand, indicating for his subordinates to let Rongxia leave. Rongxia nodded to him and boarded a carriage that was hurriedly parked outside. Marquee in, Shurjin walked to the side of the carriage. "How is Princess Fuel?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord Shur. My wife's life is not in danger." Rongxia lifted the curtain and said with an indifferent expression, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Shurjin took 2 steps back and watched the carriage with the emblem of Marquee Qing'an leave. He turned his head and saw that the servant girl who had been brought in was being escorted out. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess followed her out. Their expressions weren't very good. "Your Highness," Shurjin walked to the Crown Prince. "Is this palace maid the culprit who poisoned Princess Fuel?" "Although she is the culprit, there is someone else behind the scenes," the Crown Princess continued. "Has Marquee Qing'an already left?" "He left in a hurry just now." The Crown Princess pursed her lips and turned to look at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's face was full of worry. She reached out to pull the Crown Prince's arm. "Your Highness, should we send some medicinal herbs that Princess Fuel needs?" "Thank you, Crown Princess." The Crown Prince nodded at her and turned to go to where the courtiers were. The Crown Princess stared at the Crown Prince's back in a daze. A long time ago, the Crown Prince liked to call her by her maiden name. At that time, she always advised the Crown Prince that it was against the rules. If other people heard it, they would definitely laugh at him. Now that the Crown Prince no longer called her by her maiden name, she suddenly felt disappointed. It must be because Marquee Qing'an was Ban Han's nickname that she was so worried. The Crown Princess laughed at herself. She was different from Ban Han. Why should she compare herself with her? Crown Princess. Shurjin looked at her worriedly. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." The Crown Princess shook her head. "I'm just a little tired." Shurjin saw that she didn't want to say more, so he saluted her and left. Fire, a raging fire. Ban Han felt as if she was propped up on a pile of firewood. The fire was so big that half the sky was red. She opened her dry lips, but all she saw was the dark sky. Not long after, snow began to fall from the sky. The snow became heavier and heavier. She was so cold that she had nowhere to hide. Was she not going to be burned to death by the fire or frozen to death by the snow? She looked down at her clothes. They were made of coarse hemp and had no sense of beauty. She touched her hair. Her hair was scattered and dry. It was no better than a chicken coop. No, she couldn't die like this. The snow had already sunk into her calves. Every step she took was extremely difficult. She took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the Jingting Gongfu. After a few steps, the road in front of her changed. One side was fire, and the other side was snow. She stopped and felt despair in her heart. But as soon as she looked down and saw the clothes on her body, she regained her courage. Step by step, she moved forward with difficulty. At the end of the road were countless tombs. There were no weeds on the tombs, nor were there any tombstones. Each one stood there coldly, making people's hair stand on end. Ban Han stopped. She suddenly remembered the dream she had. The souls that had died under the suppressing army's blade. Some of them were real bandits, but most of them were victims of the disaster who had been forced to a dead end. She closed her eyes and wanted to walk through this place. She heard the cries of children, the wails of women, and the roars of men. She bit her cheeks. She didn't dare to look back, nor did she dare to respond to the people who were calling her name. Grandfather had told her that if someone called her in the cemetery, she must not look back or respond. Hua hua. A tall and sturdy old man wearing a green robe stood in front of her with a smile. "What are you doing here? Come back with me." Grandfather, Ban Han looked at the old man in front of her in a daze. She wanted to call out to him. No, that's not right. Before her grandfather passed away, he was tortured by his illness. He was so thin that he didn't even look human anymore. However, he held on day after day for her grandmother. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he took her hand and asked her to accompany her grandmother. Grandmother, Ban Han's tears finally fell. She was sorry for grandfather. She didn't stay with grandmother and didn't protect grandmother. Hua hua. Rongxia rushed to the bedside. He saw that the fever hadn't subsided. Ban Han's face was red from the fever. He quickly grabbed her hand and asked loudly, Hua hua, where are you feeling unwell, Hua hua? Marquis Qing'an. An imperial physician who had finished performing acupuncture saw Rongxia and couldn't help but say, Marquis Qing'an, Princess is in a coma right now. She can't hear your voice. How is Princess now? Rongxia gripped Ban Han's hand tightly. The burning temperature made his heart uneasy. Didn't you say before that the amount of poison wasn't large and that there wouldn't be any danger to her life? Logically speaking, that should be the case. But Princess vomited so much blood and started to have a high fever. This situation is dangerous. The imperial physician saw that Marquis Qing'an's face was dark and didn't speak. He carefully said, Don't worry, we will do our best to treat her. Rongxia nodded silently, Thank you for your trouble. He turned his head and wiped away the tears on Ban Han's face. The imperial physician saw his soulless appearance and helplessly shook his head. He was about to speak when a manservant rushed in. Ho, Marquis, the Duke of Jingting, Madam of the Duke of Jingting, and Xianxia have arrived. The manservant gasped for breath and bowed to Rongxia. The Duke of Jingting couldn't wait to report and has already rushed over. I know. As soon as Rongxia finished speaking, Ban Huai's voice sounded. How's Hua Hua? Who schemed against her? Who were the imperial physicians that were invited? The Ban family rushed in. The imperial physician discovered that other than the 3 members of the Ban family, there were also some people from the Ban family's side branches. These people all looked fierce. If they didn't mention Princess Fuel's nickname, the imperial physician would have thought that the Ban family was here to cause trouble. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Rongxia bowed to the 2 elders. But the 2 elders of the Ban family weren't in the mood to wait for him to bow. The Ying clan walked to the bedside and touched Ban Han's hot forehead. Did you catch the culprit? Rongxia bowed and said, I will personally investigate this case. The Ying clan nodded and used a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat on Ban Han's forehead. With you in charge, we can rest assured. Rongxia bowed deeply to the Ying clan and didn't say anything else. If I knew that something like this would happen, I would have gone to the imperial fields. Ban Huai was both regretful and angry. Which little bastard made my daughter suffer so much? I will kill him. The imperial physician couldn't help but think that the Duke of Jingting was indeed a descendant of a general. His cursing words were very direct. Once we find out who is behind this, we will not let him off. Ban Huai gritted his teeth. He walked behind the Ying clan and looked at his sister, who was in extreme pain. He turned to the imperial physician. What kind of poison is in my sister? Aconite. What? Ban Huai's legs went soft. How could it be such a vicious poison? His sister, don't worry, the princess is not seriously poisoned. As long as she survives the fever, she will be fine. Ban Huai's heart was still in pain. When had his sister ever suffered like this? What do you mean by as long as she survives? She was poisoned. She wasn't hungry or thirsty. But who had such a deep hatred for her sister that they wanted her life no matter what? Prince Ning's consort Xia Wanyu, the crown princess, Sure, the second son of the Xia family, Xia Qilin, or Xinyu, who had been whipped by his sister, not mentioning the first 3, even if Xinyu hated his sister, did he have the ability to arrange for someone to cause trouble during the farming festival? If he really had the ability, how could he have been stripped of his scholarly honors and lost his official position? Ban Huai knew that his brain was limited, so he raised his doubts. It can't be Xinyu, Ying clan said with certainty. He went back to his hometown, Dongzhou. I was wondering why I hadn't seen him. So after he was stripped of his scholarly honors, he went back to his hometown. Ban Huai looked at Rongxia. Brother-in-law, please find the culprit behind this. I will, Rongxia said with a heavy expression. I won't let Hua Hua suffer in vain. The news that Ban Han had been poisoned quickly reached Emperor Yunqing. When he heard the news, he almost couldn't believe his ears. How could poison be brought into the imperial fields? This time, he had arranged for the crown prince to replace him in the farming festival. He had specially ordered the Ministry of Rites to prepare the imperial standards. Every food and every item had been carefully inspected. It was almost impossible to sneak in. Unless the palace maids and eunuchs serving in the imperial fields had already been bribed, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. Commander Yang had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't say it directly. He only said, "This official will investigate as soon as possible." Unexpectedly, Emperor Yunqing suddenly said, "Do you think it was Prince Ning or Prince Ning's consort?" Commander Yang froze for a moment. "This official doesn't know." "You don't know, or you don't dare to say it?" Emperor Yunqing had Wang to help him to the imperial table, grind. "Prince Ning is impulsive by nature. This is Emperor's fault for spoiling him. Now that he's old, he's still impulsive. This emperor is very sad. Today, I will strip Prince Luo of his title of prince and demote him to Junwang. I hope he will repent, Commander." Yang only saw these few words on the imperial edict and felt cold sweat run down his back. Was His Majesty going to strip Prince Ning of his title? After Emperor Yunqing finished writing the imperial edict, he put down the brush and sighed. He restrained himself, but in the end, he didn't have someone send this imperial edict to Prince Ning's manor. However, that night, Emperor Yunqing began to have nightmares again. In his dreams, he was torn apart by his old friends and almost fell into an endless abyss with them. In the dungeon, the palace maid Xiaoyu sat in a corner with her shoulders curled up. Not far away, a gray mouse ran past and picked up a dry yellow steamed bun that had fallen at some point. It turned its head and burrowed into the withered grass that emitted a musty smell. Xiaoyu tried to hide behind the mouse, but there was nowhere to hide except for the thick and cold wall behind her. "Come out." A prison guard walked to her old door and said in a cold and emotionless voice, "Marquis Qing'an wants to ask you something." "Hurry up." Xiaoyu walked out of the cell door timidly. Her feet were shackled, so she couldn't walk too fast. Her long shadow fell on the mottled wall, making her think of the ghost stories she had heard when she was young. As she walked through the long passageway, she saw that the prisoners were either expressionless or crazy. When she reached the brightest place, Xiaoyu saw Marquis Qing'an sitting on a wooden chair. He was wearing a dark brocade robe, his face was pale, and there were faint bruises around his eyes. "Marquis, the prisoner has been brought here." Xiaoyu saw that the other party had finally raised his head to look at her, but his eyes were emotionless. It was so cold that she couldn't help but kneel down. "Stand up and answer me." Rongxia's tone was unexpectedly calm. She stole a glance at Rongxia. The other party's expression was also very calm, as if the coldness she felt just now was an illusion. She stood up shakily. The guilt in her heart made her too embarrassed to raise her head. In the end, she was only a palace maid of 13 or 14 years old. Her heart wasn't firm enough. "I don't understand. The first cup of tea was poisoned by you. Why did you give up at the last moment?" Rongxia asked very casually, as if he just wanted to ask a very simple question. Newbie's older brother is a servant in the palace, and has received grace from Junju. Originally, he was just a rough eunuch, but because of Junju's words and a hand warmer, his life in the palace became better, Xiaoyu said as she couldn't stop the tears from falling. He often told Newbie how good Junju is. "Newbie can't get over the hurdle in my heart." Prince Ning had used the lives of her family to threaten her, and she had no choice but to obey. But she didn't think that Princess Fuel was such a good person. She spilled the tea, but not only did she not blame her, she even gave her a handkerchief to tell her to be careful. She couldn't just watch such a good person die from poison. Even she didn't think that she would give up such a good opportunity and throw away the cup of tea in a daze. Maybe it was because she didn't want to bite the hand that fed her, or maybe it was because Princess Fuel's smile was too beautiful that she lost her mind. No matter what the reason was, at least the moment she threw away the tea, her heart was incomparably relaxed. "I already had people take control of your family. If you are willing to hand over the mastermind behind the scenes, I will have people protect them. If you are not willing to speak," Rongxiao lowered his eyelids, "I can only have your family go with you." "Are you serious? My family was really found by you?" Xiaoyu looked at Rongxia with surprise. "You are not lying to me?" Rongxia said expressionlessly, "You choose." "Newbie will speak." Xiaoyu kowtowed to Rongxia. "Newbie will speak." Newbie is, Marquis Qingyan. Jiang Luo strode in and glanced at Xiaoyu. Marquis Qingyan is really fierce. Your wife is unconscious at home, but you have the leisure to interrogate an insignificant palace maid. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyu. You are a bit tender and delicious. Xiaoyu was so scared that her face turned white. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Luo. Don't pay attention to unrelated people. Rongxia ignored Jiang Luo. He didn't even stand up to salute Jiang Luo. He only looked at Xiaoyu. This is your last chance. Yes, yes. Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo was staring at her with a vicious gaze. Her whole body trembled. She closed her eyes and said, the one who ordered Newbie was His Highness Prince Ning. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. When has Ben Wang ever seen you? Jiang Luo sneered, you are just a palace maid that can't be seen in public. Your appearance isn't beautiful enough, and your figure isn't graceful enough. Even if Ben Wang was blind, he wouldn't notice you. Marquis Qingyan, this palace maid slandered the imperial family. She should be beheaded. Jiang Luo suddenly shouted, come, take away this palace maid who is speaking nonsense and ruining Ben Wang's reputation. Prince Ning. Rongxia turned to look at Prince Ning's personal guards. His eyes were cold. This is the capital's dungeon. If Wang Yi wants to take someone away from here, you must at least get a warrant from the Supreme Court and the capital governor. What are the Supreme Court and the capital governor? If Ben Wang wants to take someone away, who dares to stop me? Rongxia put his hands behind his back and slowly said, is Wang Yi impatient to silence someone? Silence what? Jiang Luo made a hand gesture for his personal guards to immediately take the person away. Marquis Qingyan, it's better to be more careful with your words. Wei Chen feels that Wang Yi should be more careful. Rongxia raised his right hand. There hadn't been many people in the dungeon, but many guards suddenly came out. There were people from the Supreme Court and people from the capital governor. Today, with Wei Chen here, no one can take her away. Marquis Qingyan, you want to offend your superior? Wei Chen is only loyal to His Majesty. Rongxia looked at Prince Ning with a smile that wasn't a smile. It's too early for His Highness Prince Ning to order Wei Chen around. Jiang Luo's face was so dark it almost squeezed out ink. He gritted his teeth and said, Rongxia, don't be so shameless. The only response he got was Rongxia's mocking laugh. Under Jiang Luo's anger, the two sides finally met. However, it was clear that both sides were very restrained and didn't dare to kill anyone. Therefore, the weapons in their hands made them timid. Prince Ning's personal guards didn't want to make a big deal out of it. In the end, they might be charged with rebellion or some other serious crime. The capital governor and the people from the Supreme Court were worried about Prince Ning's status and didn't dare to use their weapons. Seeing this scene, Jiang Luo's anger increased. Without thinking, he reached out to grab the palace maid kneeling on the ground. However, before he could bend down, he was stopped by Rongxia. Prince Ning, do you want to rebel? This is the dungeon. Even if you are a prince, you can't trespass. Get lost. Jiang Luo wanted to push Rongxia away, but Rongxia didn't back down at all. He immediately scolded, Rongxia, you're just a bastard raised by my maternal grandfather. Don't try to act like a gentleman in front of this prince. This prince doesn't want to see it. Bang! Suddenly, the door behind them was knocked open. A group of young people holding wooden sticks rushed in. Prince Ning and Rongxia's people didn't have time to react. They saw this group of young people grab Prince Ning's personal guards and beat them. They didn't hit anywhere else but the calves and buttocks. For a moment, there were endless howls. Everyone was stunned by this group of young people with unknown identities. The people from the Supreme Court were originally a bit nervous. However, when they saw that this group of young people was clearly targeting Prince Ning's personal guards, they immediately relaxed. Whose manservants were these? How could they be so bold? After beating up all of Prince Ning's personal guards, these young people didn't hesitate. They picked up the thick wooden sticks and hurriedly left. If it weren't for the fact that Prince Ning's personal guards were lying on the ground and howling in pain, they would have thought that it was all an illusion. I think. An official from the Supreme Court stammered, shouldn't we call a doctor first? What did these people think the dungeon of the Supreme Court was? They came and went as they pleased. Also, the young people dressed as manservants just now had strong arms and heavy footsteps. They were obviously martial artists. If the Supreme Court didn't have a spy, how could they leave in such a hurry and leave unscathed? Thinking of this, he glanced at Marquis Qingyan, who was standing quietly to the side, and wisely chose to remain silent. In the end, Prince Ning wasn't able to take the palace maids away. For hours after he returned to Prince Ning's Fu, he received an imperial edict from the palace. Fu Huang had stripped him of his title and demoted him from Qinhuang to Junwang. As the second legitimate son of the emperor, he was demoted to Junwang. How could he establish himself in Jing City in the future? Thinking of the mocking gazes of others, especially the high and mighty crown prince, Jiang Luo felt like his head was about to explode. The bedding in the room was smashed to the ground and the servants who served him were all dragged away to be beaten. But this wasn't enough. Jiang Luo felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. He couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. He had to find an outlet to calm himself down. He noticed a trembling servant girl in the corner. He pulled her onto the bed and couldn't hold back the violent emotions in his heart. Wang Fei. The steward of Prince Ning's Fu walked in front of Xia Wanyu. A servant girl tripped and fell to her death in Wang Ye's courtyard. Right now, we need a new servant to serve him. Tripped and fell to her death? Xia Wanyu felt like he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Is there a cliff or a hidden weapon in the Wang Fu that can cause someone to fall to their death? The steward lowered his head and didn't dare to answer. Fine, Xia Wanyu smiled coldly, I know. You can take care of the matters in the Wang Fu. There's no need to report to me. The steward laughed dryly and retreated. Wang Yi and Wang Fei's relationship wasn't good. As servants, they suffered the most. Neither of them were easy to worry about, but they couldn't offend either of them. What could they do? They could only smooth things over and hope that their days would be better. Thinking about the miserable servant girl, the steward shuddered. Wang Ye's personality was becoming more and more violent as though he was a different person. In the past, Wang Ye's personality was impulsive, but it was just that he was simple-minded and didn't care much about his actions. The present Wang Yi was more like a violent madman. In his eyes, no one was worth mentioning. Wang Yi, a Taijian poured a cup of tea for Prince Ning and comforted him in a small voice, don't be angry. Even though you have been demoted a bit, you are on good terms with the commander of the infantry yamen. This is something that the crown prince can't compare to. The commander of the infantry yamen didn't sound domineering, but in reality, half of the military forces in Jing were under their control. The imperial guards were close to protect His Majesty, but their numbers were limited. Jiang Luo suddenly turned to look at the Taijian. Tell me, is Rongxia my Fu Wang's illegitimate child? Wang Yi, you are making things difficult for Nubi. When will Nubi be able to see His Majesty and Marquis Qingyan? The Taijian's voice was slightly sharp. This made Jiang Luo frown unhappily. But Nubi hasn't seen it, but His Majesty is very good to Prince Ning. No wonder some people in Jing are jealous and spread rumors. In this prince's opinion, this isn't a rumor. If it was a rumor, why would Fu Huang demote him for Rongxia and not investigate the identity of the servants that suddenly appeared in the Supreme Court? Since they are so heartless, then don't blame this prince for being unjust. Since ancient times, how many emperors had their hands stained with blood for the throne? His eldest brother was cowardly and Fu Huang's movements were inconvenient. Why couldn't he be the master of this world? Ban Han was still in a dream. She walked for a long time before she finally saw the two words Jing in front of a city gate. Her heavy feet became light, so light that it seemed as if she could fly. But just as she was about to step through the gate, someone grabbed her hand. Ban Han suddenly turned around and saw a man dressed in black. He wore a dragon crown with 9 pearls on his head and a dragon subduing pendant on his waist. He had beautiful eyebrows, starry eyes, and a straight nose. It was a face that she was very familiar with. Worthy of your collection. She slept with him on the same bed and whispered to him. He was the man closest to her other than her father and brother. Rongxia, the capital disappeared behind her, and the horrible cemetery disappeared without a trace. The whole world was white, and there was only her and Rongxia in black. Hua Hua. Rongxia heard Ban Han call his name in her coma. He rushed to the bed and grabbed her hand. Hua Hua. Ban Han slowly opened her eyes and stared at the man in front of her. Rong Xia? It's me. Rong Xia saw that her expression was not right and thought that she had just woken up and was not feeling well. He turned around and said, "Someone, quickly find the imperial physician." He wore a light-colored brocade robe and did not wear a jade pendant. He looked a little haggard and did not look like the dignified Rong Xia she saw just now. "Don't be afraid. The imperial physician said that there is not much problem with your body. You just need to rest for a while." Rong Xia touched her forehead. "How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "I'm thirsty." Ban Han opened her mouth and found that her voice was rough and unpleasant. She opened her eyes in horror. What was going on? "Don't worry. The imperial physician said that you hurt your throat. You will be fine after a few days of rest." Rong Xia kissed her forehead. A maid had already brought warm soup. Ban Han felt weak all over. Her head was dizzy and painful, as if something was pulling at something in her brain. Rong Xia fed Ban Han a few spoonfuls of soup and took the bowl away. Ban Han stared at Rong Xia in disbelief. How long had she been lying in bed? Rong Xia didn't even give her food. Being stared at by her aggrieved eyes, he felt distressed and helpless. "The imperial physician said that you can't eat too much when you just woke up. Your stomach is weak now, so you can't eat too much at once. I'll feed you in half an hour." Seeing Rong Xia's firm attitude, Ban Han knew that there was no room for discussion. She buried her face in the quilt and remained silent. The room was very quiet. If she was not sure that Rong Xia had not left, she would have thought that there was no one in the room. "Hua Hua, I'm so glad you're okay." After a long time, she heard Rong Xia say this. Sticking his head out of the quilt, Ban Han saw Rong Xia reveal an indescribably gentle smile. Her heart trembled slightly. She secretly dug at the sheets under the quilt and said, "I won't have an accident so easily." "N." Rong Xia quickly turned his head. After a while, he turned back. "I'm very happy." Ban Han saw that Rong Xia's eyes were watery, as if she had cried. "You." Ban Han coughed twice. Rong Xia brought her a cup of light salt water to rinse her mouth. She said in her unpleasant voice, "There are servants. Why do you have to do these things?" "It's okay." Rong Xia wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Only when he saw Hua Hua open her eyes and talk and drink water with his own eyes, could he feel at ease. He had calculated many things in his life. What he said, what he did, it was all calculated long ago. The only unexpected thing was that he married this woman in front of him. He wasn't a person who made things difficult for himself, and he wouldn't force himself to give up this accident. He rejoiced that he married her. On this road to glory, he wanted someone to enjoy the glory, benefits, and glory that he had earned. If he had everything in the world, but no one was happy or satisfied, then what was the meaning of all that he had done? Rong Xia. Ban Han had just woken up and wasn't in good spirits. Because of the dizziness, she was a bit sleepy. She said sleepily, "A few days ago, I had the clothing workshop make some new robes. After I recover, you can wear them for me." "Good." Rong Xia covered her with the quilt. "After you recover, I'll wear whatever you want me to wear. Even if you want me to show you without clothes, I'm willing." "Shameless." Ban Han muttered and then fell asleep. Rong Xia chuckled and stole a kiss on the corner of her lips. He got up and walked to the door. He said to the servant girls guarding outside, "Guard Junju well. I'll be back in a while." "Yes." The servant girls bowed with flushed faces. They didn't dare to look directly at Rong Xia's face. Even though they were standing outside, they still accidentally heard Marquis and Junju whispering in the room. Rong Xia left the main courtyard and said to the servant outside, "Go invite Sir Wang Chu to the study." "Yes." The servant quickly ran out. Du Jiu, who had just rushed over, saw this scene. His expression was grave. "Marquis, what did Wang Chu do?" He had followed Marquis for many years. The calmer Marquis was, the more it meant that he had made a decision. After Marquis and Princess Fuel set a wedding date, Marquis didn't trust Wang Chu as much as before. He rarely let Wang Chu into the study. Now that he suddenly wanted to see Wang Chu, Du Jiu didn't think it was a good thing. Xianxia didn't pay attention to him. He just turned around and walked towards the study. Dujio hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Marquis Estate in early spring was a bit cold. Wang Chu arrived outside the study. He looked at the half-open door and bowed. Subordinate Wang Chu requests an audience. The door was pulled open. The person who opened the door was Dujio. Wang Chu glanced at Dujio. Dujio expressionlessly walked to the side. Wang Chu's heart skipped a beat. He felt his palms turn cold. Marquis. He obediently walked to the center of the room and saluted Xianxia. Xianxia raised his eyes to look at him. After a long time, he stopped saluting. How long have you been by my side? Replying to Marquis, this subordinate was indebted to Marquis when he was at his lowest point. It's been 6 years. This subordinate is willing to sacrifice his life for Marquis. I have no regrets even if I die. Wang Chu's heart gradually calmed down. It's just that I don't know why Marquis hasn't been willing to put this subordinate in important positions recently. Xia's voice was cold without any warmth. Were you the one who intercepted the news from Prince Ning's estate? Ever since the assassination incident, he had increased the surveillance on Prince Ning's estate. This time, Prince Ning had ordered a palace made to poison Huahua. His actions weren't small, but he hadn't received any advance warning. This could only mean that there was something wrong with his subordinates. Wang Chu's expression changed greatly. He hesitated for a moment, then lifted his robe and knelt in front of Xianxia. Marquis, this subordinate knows that this subordinate's actions are unforgivable. However, before Marquis punishes this subordinate has something to say. For the sake of our many years of relationship as master and servant, please allow this subordinate to finish speaking. Since you know that you and master are master and servant, how dare you act so rashly? Dujio didn't think that this matter had something to do with Wang Chu. He couldn't help but scold him. How is this different from betraying your master? Everything I've done is for master's hegemony. Although Wang Chu was kneeling, his back was very straight. He didn't regret his choice. Princess Fuel isn't worthy to be the mistress of the household. Marquis has been bewitched by her beauty. Dujio. Xianxia closed his eyes. Take him away. Even if master wants my life, I have to say it. Wang Chu kowtowed to Xianxia. Banshur has the appearance of an enchantress that will destroy the country. Master, you can't be bewitched by her. You've put in so much effort for this decaying world. How can all your efforts be destroyed because of a woman? Xianxia opened his eyes. Wang Chu, do you know what kind of person I hate the most? I can't afford to have a subordinate who thinks he's infallible and makes decisions on his own. Xianxia lowered his eyelids. Seeing that you're my servant, I won't take your life. I'll even arrange for 2 people to serve you. Wang Chu's expression changed. He knew what his master could do when he was angry. Master, this subordinate only asks for death. Xianxia ignored him. 2 servants in ordinary clothes dragged him away. One day later, Marquis Qingyan's guest, Wang Chu, drank too much. The remaining candles in the room burned out and caused a fire. He didn't know how to escape. In the end, he was rescued, but his throat was smothered. His hands and feet were burned, and even his eyes weren't very good. However, Marquis Qingyan was kind. Not only did he not dislike him, he even specially arranged a small courtyard for him to recuperate. When the other guests in the Fu heard this, they couldn't help but sigh at Marquis Qingyan's kindness. He was prepared to take care of this useless guest for the rest of his life. Ban Han heard the news the next day. She drank a few spoonfuls of vegetable soup from Rui's hand. The guest you're talking about is Wang Chu? That's him. Rui was afraid that the commandery princess would be bored, so she told Ban Han about some outside matters. I heard from the servants of the Marquis Fu that this Sir Wang is highly valued by Marquis. He doesn't usually indulge in women and only likes to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. I didn't expect that he would cause such a big disaster. Ban Han coughed a few times and touched her itchy throat. It's probably bad luck. It's not bad luck. He is such a good master like Marquis, but this kind of thing happened. If it wasn't bad luck, how could he have encountered this kind of thing? Rui didn't dare to let Ban Han drink too much soup. After putting down the bowl, she said, Marquis went out before dawn today. It seems that he is investigating the poisoning case for Master. Speaking of this, Rui put in a few good words for Xianxia because she saw with her own eyes how good Marquis Qing'an was to her master. After you were unconscious, Marquis almost didn't rest. Although he didn't set fire, during the 2 days when you were unconscious, this servant felt that Marquis's eyes were like ice shards, piercing this servant's body. Xianxia smiled. Didn't you all think that he was a gentleman? How could his eyes be so scary? This servant can't answer this question. Rui laughed quietly. But this servant will make a bold guess. It's probably because Marquis cares too much about you. You're saying nice things again. Ban Han closed her eyes, her face calm and peaceful. I'm going to sleep for a while. Yes. Rui stood and helped Ban Han put down the muslin curtain, then quietly retreated to the outer room. Xianxia entered the palace, but he didn't see Emperor Yunqing, but the crown prince who was in charge of the country. Marquis, is there some misunderstanding? How could second brother do such a thing? After the crown prince read the palace maid Xiaoyu's testimony, he said in disbelief. This, sure, who was sitting next to the crown prince, didn't speak. In her opinion, Prince Ning could do anything. If he could send troops to suppress the innocent victims, what couldn't he do? Even if Prince Ning didn't do it, Prince Ning should take the blame. Father Emperor had 2 legitimate sons. As long as Prince Ning was completely suppressed, then no one would be able to threaten the crown prince's position. But she couldn't say this because she had been married to the crown prince for so many years. She knew that the crown prince was a soft-hearted person and was very tolerant of Prince Ning, his twin brother. If he knew what she was thinking, the crown prince would definitely be angry. Thinking of this, she glanced at Marquis Qing'an and hoped that Marquis Qing'an would be more resolute. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this official doesn't want to believe it even more than you do. This official thinks that even though Prince Ning and the princess occasionally don't get along, they are still cousins. Even if there is a huge conflict, it shouldn't be enough to kill each other. Seeing the crown prince's indecisive attitude, Xiao's tone didn't change. The princess is naive and delicate. This official doesn't understand. What kind of hatred does Prince Ning have for him to send a palace maid to poison her? The crown prince was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. On one side was his younger brother, and on the other was his favorite cousin. They were both his flesh and blood. He sighed repeatedly and didn't have the face to look at Xiao. Naive and delicate, the crown princess sneered. Marquis Qing'an had the nerve to say that. What part of Ban Han was naive and delicate? In her opinion, it was more appropriate to be arrogant and unruly. The crown prince put down the confession. How is the little girl now? Although her life is saved, her body needs to rest for a period of time. The imperial physician said that she can't have children for 2 years. Xiao lowered his eyelids. This official doesn't care about having children, but the princess's body has suffered so much. This official feels bad. I know, the crown prince sighed. The crown prince didn't believe Xiao's words that he didn't care about having children. He had been married to the crown princess for many years and only had a concubine-born daughter. Because of this, countless officials wanted him to take more concubines. Now, it didn't matter whether he had a legitimate son or not. At least he had a son, so more officials would support him. Thinking of this, the crown prince felt even more guilty. Marquis, let me think about it. I will definitely give you an explanation. Crown Prince, this official doesn't need you to give this official an explanation. This official only needs Prince Ning to give the princess an explanation. Xiao's attitude still didn't soften. If your highness can't do this, then this official can only ask for an audience with his majesty. Marquis, why do you have to? Crown Prince, the crown princess saw Marquis Qing'an's expression become colder and colder. She knew that if the crown prince continued to speak, he would only anger Marquis Qing'an. Thus, she opened her mouth to interrupt the crown prince. This matter has great implications. This concubine thinks that we should report this to his majesty. This is a matter between me and my second brother. You don't need to say more. The crown princess's expression changed slightly, but she still opened her mouth to speak again. Crown prince, you are the heir to the throne. Prince Ning is a king. Prince Ning's actions are no longer a private matter. This is a matter of great importance to the imperial court. A dignified prince had poisoned a princess. After his claws and teeth had been caught, Prince Ning actually wanted to go to the dungeon to rescue the princess. If he had succeeded in rescuing the princess and silencing her, then it would have been fine. However, not only did he fail to rescue the princess, he was also beaten up. This kind of shameful and humiliating action was something that normal people wouldn't do. If the crown prince still wanted to protect Prince Ning, then not only would he disappoint Marquis Qingyan, but he would also disappoint all of the court officials. As the heir to the throne, if he couldn't distinguish between public and private matters, how could the court officials be at ease? If she was a court official and not the crown princess, she would also be disappointed in this kind of heir to the throne. After being scolded by the crown princess, the crown prince's expression turned ugly, but he didn't say anything else. He returned the confession to Xianxia. Marquis, Xianxia glanced at the crown prince, who was in a daze, and put the confession back into his pocket. This official will take his leave. Marquis Rong, the crown prince saw Xianxia walk to the door and called out to him. Please leave some face for Prince Ning. Xianxia turned to look at the crown prince with a complex expression. Crown prince, what Prince Ning wants is the life of this one's wife. After saying this, he strode out of the Eastern Palace without looking back. His resolute attitude made it seem like he wouldn't look back again. The crown princess's heart chilled and she smiled bitterly. The crown prince had finally offended Marquis Qingyan. She stood up and looked at the confused crown prince. She quietly bowed to him and then left. He was a good man with a soft heart, while she was a woman who valued benefits. She couldn't understand the crown prince's kindness, just as the crown prince disliked her more and more. She didn't know who was wrong. Your Majesty, Wang De walked into the inner hall with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Marquis Qingyan requests an audience. Emperor Yunqing, who was leaning back on the imperial couch, opened his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss the palace maid who was massaging his legs. His voice was weak and lazy. Did he come because of the poisoning case? Wang De lowered his head even more. This servant doesn't know. Emperor Yunqing looked at his shriveled legs. Let him in. Wang De left the hall and bowed to Xianxia, who was waiting outside. Marquis, His Majesty invites you in. Xianxia walked in. Wang De bowed and followed him. After a few steps, he suddenly looked back. Shijin was patrolling outside the Great Moon Palace with the imperial guards. He stopped, turned around, and saluted Shijin. Shijin returned the salute. Deputy Commander, this Wang De has high standards and is quite respectful to the Marquis of Qingyan. A small team leader behind Shijin said half jokingly, half seriously, this is really rare. He almost said that Marquis Qingyan might be His Majesty's son. However, they were in the Great Moon Palace, so he didn't dare to say it. Shijin had never believed this rumor. He said directly, don't talk nonsense. If Xianxia was His Majesty's illegitimate son, how could the Empress let her family take care of him? In the world, which woman would sincerely take care of her husband's child with another woman? Junpo, I can understand how you feel, but the royal family can't make such an embarrassing thing happen. Emperor Yunqing looked at Xianxia. I'll compensate you and little Zhao. I'll also give you an explanation for second prince. However, this matter can't be blown out of proportion. Xianxia knelt in front of Emperor Yunqing. Your Majesty, the commandery princess almost lost her life because of this matter. I know. Emperor Yunqing threw the confession into the brazier. However, I can't give you and your wife justice. I understand. Xianxia kowtowed to Emperor Yunqing. He looked up at Emperor Yunqing's haggard and old face. I've made your Majesty worry. Please take care of your health. I understand. Emperor Yunqing nodded gently. You can leave. Xianxia stood up and left the room unhurriedly. Emperor Yunqing looked at the confession that had been burned to ashes. He said to Wang De, there are many young and promising scholars in the court. Only Xianxia is to my liking. Knowing what could be done, knowing what couldn't be done, and knowing when to stop. These actions seemed simple, but to actually do them, they were extremely difficult. Wang De looked at the brazier that only had ashes left. He smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. In Prince Ning's fu, Xia Wanyu played with the remaining half of the rouge in her hand. She handed the rouge to the palace maid behind her. I don't like this rouge anymore. Use it all tonight. The palace maid's hands trembled as she held the rouge box. Newbie doesn't think this box is very pretty, then burn it. Clean it up and end everything. Xia Wanyu stood and opened the window. She looked at the sun and the blue sky. I heard that Ban Han is awake? Yes, Wang Fei. Ha, Xia Wanyu laughed coldly. Scourges live for 1,000 years. She's lucky. She won't die like this. Fine, it has nothing to do with me. Xia Wanyu turned back to look at the rouge in the palace maid's hands. You can leave. The palace maid curtsied and hurriedly left. Outside the Deyi Imperial Palace, Rongxia rode on the street. When she passed by a stall that made sugar dough, she suddenly remembered that Ban Han liked these little things. She was resting in the Marquis Fu all day and couldn't go out. She must be very bored. Dujio, find some skilled craftsmen to bring to the Marquis Fu. Have them relieve Juanju's boredom. That afternoon, when Ban Han woke up, she found that there was a pile of all kinds of things on her table. She looked in puzzlement at Rongxia. You bought everything from the little shop? I didn't buy anything. I invited the owner of the shop. Rongxia smiled as she fed her vegetable broth. Right now, Ban Han could drink some broth with minced meat, but she still couldn't eat too much. In terms of food, Rongxia was very strict. No matter how much Ban Han whined, it was useless. Have them make whatever you like. I like to eat that noodle shop you took me to last time. In a few days, I'll have them make it for you. In a few days? 2 to 3 days. Ban Han said with a bitter face, then it'll take at least 40 to 60 hours. When you recover, I'll eat whatever you want with you. Be good. Rongxia fed Ban Han another mouthful of broth. He drank the rest in one gulp in front of Ban Han, causing Ban Han to punch him. You have the strength to punch me. It seems that I can eat some vegetable noodles tomorrow. Rongxia smiled and hugged Ban Han. Don't move too much. Otherwise, your head will hurt again. The imperial doctor said that after taking aconite, it was normal to feel dizzy and have a headache. According to the medical book, after someone mistakenly took this medicine, although his life was saved, he became crazy. Fortunately, Huahua spat out the medicine in time. Other than losing a lot of blood and being too weak to have children, there were no other effects. After comforting Ban Han, Rongxia received a secret letter. Master, should we report this to His Majesty? Rongxia threw the secret letter into the copper basin with a faint smile, lit the fire, and watched it burn little by little. Report what? He looked up at Dujio. I don't know anything. Dujio bent down. This subordinate also doesn't know anything. In early spring, it was as cold as winter. The sound of the wind outside the window woke Emperor Yunqing up. He looked at the shadows outside the window and called for someone. Come. The spacious hall was dead silent. He waited for a while, but no one came in. Come. Creak. He heard the sound of the door being blown open, but because his sight was blocked by the heavy curtains, he didn't know who came in. The wind blew through the door, and the curtains fluttered gently. Emperor Yunqing suddenly felt fear. He couldn't help but retreat to the back of the bed with the quilt. Who's outside? Pa, pa, pa. The footsteps were very dull. When the palace maids and eunuchs served at night, they all wore soft-soled shoes. It was impossible for them to make such a sound. Who was the person outside? Emperor Yunqing opened his eyes wide. He saw the last layer of curtains being lifted. The sharp blade in the other party's hand emitted a faint cold light. Prince Ning, Emperor Yunqing opened his mouth like a fish that had jumped out of the water. He was both terrified and helpless. Father, how could you forget that I am no longer a prince, but a prince? Jiang Luo placed his sword against Emperor Yunqing's neck. As a son, he led troops into the palace in an attempt to kill his father. This kind of thing would go down in history, but Jiang Luo did it without any psychological pressure. He even had a somewhat crazy smile on his face. You bastard, do you want to kill your father? Emperor Yunqing was so angry that he couldn't stop breathing. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his crazy son. Are you crazy? I've been crazy for a long time. When you favored the crown prince and gave him all the good things, I was already crazy. Jiang Luo's twisted smile turned into endless resentment. I and the crown prince are brothers of the same blood. When we were young, the crown prince always ranked first in all the good things you had. Have you ever thought that I am also your son? Emperor Yunqing looked at Jiang Luo like this and didn't dare to speak. When we were young, it was fine. Later, when the crown prince got married, you had him marry the virtuous Shi family. What about me? Jiang Luo roared with jealousy. The Xie family is not presentable. You told me to marry her, so even if I didn't want to, I still married her. But why did you have someone remove the Xie Dalong's position not long before I was about to get married? You can't wait for the world to know that your second son is just a joke and has no place in your heart. Emperor Yunqing didn't expect his second son to have so many complaints. These years, he deliberately only trained the crown prince and alienated the concubine-born sons. He wanted his other sons to give up the idea of fighting for the throne and avoid following in the footsteps of the previous emperor. He originally thought that this could avoid the tragedy that happened to him and his ancestors. Who knew that it would bring about such a big hidden danger? If you step down now, father won't pursue your responsibility. Won't pursue? Huh. Jiang Luo laughed sarcastically. Do you think I'm still the kid I was 10 years ago? Do you think I'll believe anything you say? He liked the trinkets that the neighboring countries offered as tribute. His imperial father had said that he would give it to him. In the end, because the crown prince had done his homework well and looked at the trinkets a few more times, the trinkets became the crown prince's. Later, when the crown prince found out that he liked it, he flaunted it and had someone send it over. He was so angry that he smashed it. As a result, he was reprimanded by his imperial father. There were too many things like this, so many that he didn't want to recall them again. Don't talk nonsense. I want you to write the abdication edict right now. Jiang Luo pressed his sword down, and a long blood-red wound appeared on Emperor Yunqing's neck. When Jiang Luo saw the wound, he didn't regret it at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. It's fine if you don't want to write it. In any case, the crown prince is in my hands. If I'm impatient, I'll have the crown prince go down and ask you to pave the way. When the time comes, you won't be lonely when you walk together. Jiang Luo, I'm your father. The crown prince is your older brother. Emperor Yunqing didn't dare to move. He could see that Jiang Luo wasn't lying. He really wanted them dead. With power, what's the use of father and older brother? Jiang Luo laughed coldly. When I was young, I looked up to you. When did you look up to me? Now, you're using these useless blood relations to talk nonsense with me. I don't like to hear it anymore. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Luo dragged Emperor Yunqing off the bed and had 2 eunuchs help him to the imperial desk. Right. Bastard. Emperor Yunqing was only wearing a thin layer of clothing. At this moment, he was shivering from the cold. He glanced at the 2 eunuchs. The 2 eunuchs knelt down in fright. Imperial father, what time is it now? You're still trying to show off your power to 2 eunuchs? Jiang Luo stuffed the imperial pen into Emperor Yunqing's hand. Hurry up and write. If you don't start writing in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I'll have someone cut off one of the crown prince's fingers. Jiang Luo, the imperial edict of abdication isn't just written by me. It needs the left and right prime ministers and the 6 ministers to be present at the same time. Finally, it has to be announced to the world. Emperor Yunqing looked at Jiang Luo. What's the use of having me write this now? Whether it's useful or not is up to me to decide. It's not up to you to decide. Jiang Luo saw that Emperor Yunqing wasn't willing to write and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. It seems that the crown prince has no place in your heart. What you love the most isn't the crown prince, but your throne. Emperor Yunqing angrily glared at Jiang Luo. Shut up. Right now, I'm the knife and you're the fish. Imperial father, you should be gentler to your son. Jiang Luo walked to the side of the dragon bed and took out a sachet from under the pillow. Princess Fuel's embroidery skills are worthy of imperial father's treasure? It's a good thing that Ban Han is your niece. Otherwise, your son would suspect that you have ulterior motives. You bastard, how can you say anything? Emperor Yunqing stared at the sachet in Jiang Luo's hand. His face was red with anger. However, he didn't dare to get up because two soldiers with swords stopped him. He knew that Jiang Luo could be so arrogant in the palace right now because he had the entire harem under his control. Where did Commander Yang and Shijing go? Emperor Yunqing couldn't believe that with these two people, Jiang Luo could silently control the entire harem. Commander Yang? Jiang Luo raised his eyebrows and the smile on his face became strange. You're talking about that lackey of yours. He's probably waiting for you on the road to the netherworld. As for Shijing, Jiang Luo sneered. He's not on duty tonight. How could you not know? Emperor Yunqing really didn't know. He looked at Jiang Luo as if he was looking at the biggest mistake of his life. Jiang Luo didn't care about his gaze at all. He saw that Emperor Yunqing didn't write anything, so he turned around and said, "Come, bring the things here." A guard in iron armor brought a tray. There was a black brocade handkerchief covering the tray. It was unknown what was inside. Jiang Luo opened the handkerchief in front of Emperor Yunqing. There were 3 bloody fingers lying inside. Emperor Yunqing was so disgusted that he almost vomited. He turned his head and didn't look, but Jiang Luo didn't want to let him go. This is the finger of your chief eunuch. If someone brings it here later, it won't be a eunuch's finger. Jiang Luo, what do you want to do? Didn't I tell you to write an edict for abdication? Jiang Luo sneered. Why do you have to ask? Emperor Yunqing's hand holding the brush trembled. Soon, the blank edict was stained with ink. Fu Huang, your hand shouldn't tremble. Jiang Luo took the blank imperial decree and put another one in front of him. Aken has a bad temper. If Fu Huang continues to tremble, Aken doesn't know what will happen. Emperor Yunqing raised his head to look at the palace door. It was pitch black outside. It was so quiet it was like a tomb. He wrote word by word. When he reached the word abdication, he suddenly stopped. Lao what does this world mean to you? Of course it's supreme power. Jiang Luo asked back. What else do you think it is? Emperor Yunqing couldn't write another word. Have you ever thought that you would regret it one day? Regret? Jiang Luo laughed ambiguously. Of course you had the secret agent poison Ban's son-in-law. Did you regret it? And that year, Xianxia. Why did he die at your hands? Emperor Yunqing's expression changed greatly. He asked in a hoarse voice, how do you know? Because when you ordered the elimination of Dening's son-in-law, I was hiding in the corner of the main hall. As for Xianxia, he raised his eyebrows. Isn't Xianxia your illegitimate son? Xianxia's cause of death is a mystery. His eldest son didn't get a title until he died. When it came to Xianxia, he didn't get a title. Didn't you want to leave the title to Xianxia? You keep saying that you like Ban Han. But if she knew that her grandfather was killed by you and the late emperor, do you think she would hate you? Jiang Luo put the purse in his hand to burn under the candlelight. I don't know if Princess Royal Dening would regret risking her life to save you if she knew the truth. Emperor Yunqing's face was deathly pale. He couldn't say a word. You call me a beast. In reality, I'm just learning from you. Watching the purse burn bit by bit, Jiang Luo laughed out loud. I'm a little beast. You're a big beast. The late emperor is an old beast. Our Jiang family's sons are all beasts. Was the affair between the crown prince and the consort part of your plan? What, you finally remembered to ask about this? Jiang Luo smiled as he looked at Emperor Yunqing, whose hair was disheveled and whose face was blue from the cold. Do you really not believe in the crown prince, or do you need to not believe in the crown prince? Although I don't like the crown prince's sissy personality, the way he does things is more humane than you. Jiang Luo smiled proudly. It's just that he's a bit stupid. Emperor Yunqing's face paled. Muddy tears flowed from his dim eyes. It seems that Fu Wang's mental state is not very good. I'll have someone come to help you wake up. A basin of water soaked in ice cubes was brought in. Jiang Luo pointed at Emperor Yunqing's bare feet. Come, help His Majesty soak his feet. Just after midnight, Emperor Yunqing's miserable cries came from the Great Moon Palace. In the Empress Palace, the Empress was sealed in by layers of guards. She couldn't send messages outside and didn't know what was happening outside. Although the soldiers guarding her didn't make things difficult for her, their attitudes were stubborn. No matter what she said, they wouldn't let her out. Nyang nyang. A palace maid supported the Empress, who was on the verge of collapse. Rest for a while. The Empress shook her head and walked tiredly to the window. She didn't know if she was waiting for reinforcements to arrive or waiting for the bad news that she didn't dare to hear. Time passed little by little. When the sun rose from the east and the main doors of the imperial court opened, the courtiers didn't see the regent crown prince or the recovered emperor. Instead, they saw Prince Ning dressed in a dragon robe. Prince Ning's dragon robe fit him perfectly. It was clearly tailor-made. No one knew how long it had taken to prepare it. Prince Ning, do you want to rebel? A rather stubborn courtier pointed at Prince Ning and scolded, hurry up and get off the dragon throne. Impudent. From today onwards, Zhen is the emperor of the great cause. Jiang Luo raised his chin. Come, take out retired emperor's imperial edict and read it aloud. Emperor, Jiang Luo is benevolent and righteous. He has the talent to govern the world. The courtiers listened to the imperial edict in a daze. His Majesty had just decreed Prince Ning's title. How could he let him inherit the throne? Some courtiers refused to accept this and wanted to enter the palace to request an audience with His Majesty. However, the palace was heavily guarded. As soon as they reached the palace gates, they were chased out by the guards. However, the more it was like this, the more everyone suspected that something had happened in the palace. Otherwise, why couldn't they even enter the palace gates? In the past, eunuchs would often leave the palace to handle matters. However, they were nowhere to be seen these days. It was as if the entire palace had quieted down. Prince Ning had taken control of the palace. Everyone thought of this, but they didn't dare to openly announce it. In the end, those who supported the crown prince couldn't help but stand up and question Prince Ning. When Prince Ning was a prince, he had a violent temper. Now that he was the emperor, he was even more hot-tempered. He immediately ordered for the officials who questioned him to be thrown into prison. For a moment, the court was in a state of panic. The entire capital was in a state of panic. On the 5th day of Prince Ning's ascension, he impatiently conferred the title of Empress Dowager to the Empress Dowager. He also bestowed upon a few of his favorite concubines. However, his official consort, Madame Xia, still hadn't received the title of Empress. She was awkwardly waiting in the palace. All of the officials who followed Jiang Luo received large amounts of rewards. Aside from these officials, no one else dared to make a sound. After the rewards were bestowed, Jiang Luo began to reprimand the imperial edict. The first person he wanted to reprimand was Xianxia. However, because Xia's status was too high among the scholars, Jiang Luo was stopped by his trusted aides. In the end, he could only settle for the next best thing. He issued 3 decrees to demote Ban Huai. The first decree was to demote Ban Huai to Marquis. The second decree was to demote Ban Huai to Count. The third decree was to directly demote Ban Huai's title. He also took back the residence that the imperial family had bestowed upon him and began to confiscate his property. The Ban family, which had flourished for hundreds of years in the Day dynasty, finally collapsed in an instant. However, because the Ban family did not oppress the people in the village, other than having their property confiscated, they were not recorded as criminals. However, this unforeseen event, in the eyes of others, was already a huge blow. Some people sympathized with the Ban family, while others sympathized with the Ban Han. After losing power, how could she raise her head in her husband's family? However, what no one expected was that on the day that the Ban family's property was confiscated, the Ban family's expression was calm, as if they were not surprised at all. As for the various elderly people who had been raised by the Ban family, they had already been given money by the Ban family and had been sent to other places. Recently, many people had their property confiscated. It was said that those who had offended Jiang Luo in the past few years would either have their property confiscated or be demoted again and again. These people cried to the heavens and cried bitterly. However, the Ban family's calm and indifferent reaction was like a clear spring among the victims. Perhaps because Jiang Luo was too unpopular, the Ban family's reaction attracted a lot of praise. There were even scholars who specially wrote 2 poems praising the Ban family for not being afraid of authority and how they coldly faced the evil forces. People who saw the poem all rubbed their hands and cheered. They had forgotten that the Ban family was once a part of the powerful. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Ban family was now the enemy of my enemy. After the Ban family's property was confiscated, they were taken away by the servants of the Marquis Qing'an residence. However, the Ban family did not want to implicate Xianxia, so they were unwilling to live in the Marquis Qing'an residence. In the end, Xianxia had no choice but to buy a large residence in the capital for the Ban family to live in for the time being. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xianxia looked at the residence and said with a bit of guilt, "I've wronged you. We're family, there's no need to be so polite." Ban Hui happily pulled out a few banknotes from his belt. He had specially asked someone to sew them in. The soldiers who confiscated the property did not make things too difficult for him, so he came out wearing clothes with banknotes sewn on them. He stuffed the banknotes into the hands of the Yin clan. "Madam, I'll leave these for you to take care of." The Yin clan did not hesitate to take the banknotes. She looked at Xianxia and said, "It's not convenient for us to go to the Marquis's residence right now. Please take care of Hua. Mother-in-law, please don't worry. This son-in-law will definitely take care of her." Xiao bowed. He did not neglect the Ban family even though they were in dire straits. Hua's health has improved a lot in the past few days. She can eat half a bowl of rice and some meat every time. This child has been picky since she was young. You must have spent a lot of effort coaxing her these days. Hua is very good. It doesn't take much effort to treat her well. Xiao smiled. Seeing him like this, Madame Yin's hanging heart finally relaxed. After settling the Ban family, Xiao hurried back home. Xiao did not know how to tell Ban Han that the Ban family's property had been confiscated. He was worried that her body, which had not yet recovered, would be affected by this matter again. "You're back?" Ban Han was wearing a thick brocade robe and sitting on the chaise lounge watching the folk artists perform. Seeing Xiao come in, she stretched out her hand to beckon him over. But her brocade robe was a bit loose. When she stretched out her hand, half of her arm was exposed. Xiao walked over and held her palm. After confirming that her hand was not cold, he said, "Did you secretly eat snacks today? Do I look like someone who can't control her mouth?" Ban Han proudly turned her face away. "I'm not a 2 or 3-year-old child." "Yes, I know you're a 17 or 18-year-old child." Xiao smiled and picked her up. The two of them went back to the bedroom. Xiao tucked her under the quilt. "What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll ask someone to make it for you. I don't have a good appetite today. Ask the kitchen to make something appetizing and refreshing." Ban Han looked at Xiao suspiciously. "Are you hiding something from me?" She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong. Hua. Xiao stroked her soft cheeks. "Something happened today. Don't be too excited when you hear it." "Oh?" Ban Han raised her eyebrows. "Did someone else take the throne, or did my father offend someone again?" Xiao, huh? Ban Han was even more confused. Did I really get it right? Otherwise, why didn't Xiao say anything? A few days ago, the retired emperor issued a decree for Prince Ning to ascend to the throne. Ban Han's hand that was holding the quilt paused. She looked at Xiao with wide eyes. "You mean Prince Ning?" Xiao nodded silently, but his expression was very calm. It was as if the person who ascended to the throne wasn't a prince that he had a grudge against, but a stranger who had nothing to do with him. "What about the crown prince?" "No one has seen the crown prince. Shi Chonghai has been removed from his position as prime minister and has been transferred to another place as a prefect. Shi Jin has also been sent to the border. Jiang Luo is crazy. Why would he let the Shi family, who supports the crown prince, leave at this time?" Even if Ban Han admitted that she didn't have any political awareness, she knew that she absolutely couldn't let the Shi family leave at this time. This was undoubtedly letting the tiger return to the mountain. Prince Ning probably thinks that this will humiliate the Shi family even more. But this will only humiliate his brain that isn't very bright to begin with. Is there anything else? Xiao was silent for a moment, Within 3 days after Prince Ning ascended to the throne, he issued 3 imperial edicts to denounce his father-in-law. Today, his Jingting Gongfu was confiscated, his family was confiscated. Ban Han looked at Xianxia in a daze, then suddenly nodded. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. She had always felt that the sequence of her dreams was chaotic and illogical. Only now did she understand that the Ban family's nobility was going to be stripped. However, the one who stripped them of their nobility wasn't the new emperor, but Jiang Luo, who had always been at odds with the Ban family. Hua Hua, don't be sad. As long as I'm here, I'll protect the Ban family. Xianxia saw that she was both smiling and crying. He was worried that she was too sad. Believe me, I won't let my father-in-law and mother-in-law suffer. I'm not sad. Ban Han looked at Xianxia and smiled. I believe you. Xianxia could see that Ban Han really wasn't sad. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and there was a brilliance in them that he couldn't understand. This kind of Hua Hua made him confused and addicted. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Hua Hua, if you have something to say, you have to tell me. Don't keep it in your heart. Then I want to eat goose feet today. Tell someone to make it. Okay. Xianxia immediately agreed. He turned and went out to order the servants waiting outside. Ban Han got up from the bed and walked to the wardrobe. She opened the door carved with 2 flowers and bent down to take out a wooden box from the bottom. Hua Hua, Xianxia walked to Ban Han and helped her put the wooden box on the table. What's inside? A set of clothes. Ban Han gently stroked the lid of the box. I asked someone to make a set of clothes for you. After saying that, she opened the lid of the box. Inside was a set of gorgeous black brocade robes. Clouds were embroidered on the brocade robes, and every stitch and line showed its low-key luxury. Xianxia did not expect that there was only a set of clothes in the box. It was a set of brocade clothes in a gold-rimmed Phoebe nonwood box. I don't know if I should let you try on this dress. Ban Han turned to look at Xianxia with a smile. Because you look good in light-colored clothes. Xianxia felt that Ban Han wanted to say more than that. But when I think about how I have never seen you wear black clothes, I feel a little regretful. Ban Han took the black brocade robe out of the box and handed it to Xianxia with a smile. Pass it to me. Okay. Xianxia took the brocade robe and turned to go behind the screen. Ban Han sat down at the table. She rested her chin on one hand and her eyes fell on the vase in the corner. She thought of the man who had given her a fox fur coat before she died. She had mixed feelings about the new emperor in her dream. On one hand, she was grateful that he was willing to take care of her family. On the other hand, she resented him for stripping the Ban family of their titles. Her ending should have been that after Xinyu broke off the engagement, she would not be able to find a suitable husband. In the end, she would be stripped of her title and die under an unknown arrow. But when she woke up from her dream, reality was drifting further and further away from her dream. She gradually stopped paying attention to that dream. Whether she was happy or sad, she had walked through this world and enjoyed glory and wealth. If she ended up with an early death, that was her fate. As long as her family was safe, she had nothing to resent. After an unknown amount of time, Ban Han heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw a nobleman dressed in black leisurely walking towards her. He wore a white jade crown, fine white jade, a white neck, and a perfect chin that was almost unreal. He was exactly the same as the man in her dream. Ban Han suddenly laughed. The sound of her laughter echoed out of the room. The servant girl outside thought that the madam had gone crazy because of the Ban family's mishap. Hua Hua, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at a poem. What poem? Flowers planted with the intention do not bloom, but willows unintentionally grow. Did I read it wrong? No. Xianxia sat down beside her. I just don't understand why you thought of this poem. Probably because I think you look better in black than light. Really? Xianxia looked down at her clothes. Since Hua Hua likes it, then I'll wear it for you every day. That won't do. Ban Han shook her head. I don't want other women to take advantage of you and let them see your beauty. Then I'll wear it at home? Okay. Ban Han nodded with a smile. She reached out and touched Xia's white jade crown. Suddenly, she said, Xianxia. Xianxia held her other hand in his palm and played with it. I'll only ask you this question once. Are you hiding something from me? Xianxia didn't expect Ban Han to suddenly ask this question. He looked at Ban Han and suddenly fell silent. And he didn't want to involve Ban Han in this matter. He even deliberately hid it from her and found a way out for her. If it failed, he would let Ban Han put righteousness before family. Besides, Huahua had part of the Jiang family's bloodline, so she could still live a good life. Therefore, he deliberately avoided the Ban family's power and connections, and didn't let the Ban family get involved in his private affairs. He was very secretive and didn't even reveal any ambition. He didn't understand how Huahua guessed this matter. Or maybe she didn't want to ask about this matter, or was he thinking too much and Huahua didn't want to ask about it? The room became quiet. Ban Han took 2 exquisite teacups, poured a cup of tea, and put it in Xia's hand. He smiled and said, think about it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Huahua, what do you want to know? Xia took the heavy cup of tea with a bitter smile and drank half of it. Just say whatever you want. Think about what you're hiding from me, and tell me. Ban Han raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. You don't have to go to court now, and I don't have anything to do. You can talk slowly, and I can listen slowly. Xia wanted to put down the teacup with a bitter smile, but Ban Han stopped him. Don't put down the teacup. I'm afraid you'll be thirsty if you talk too much later. Hearing this, Xia put the teacup back. Well, you listen slowly, and I'll talk slowly. When I was young, my mother didn't like me. Because after I was born, my mother began to gain weight. She tried many methods, but she couldn't get back to her previous appearance. Xia's tone was flat. She had no reaction to her mother's resentment. But fortunately, I was good-looking since I was young. My mother gradually treated me better, but she was a little strict with me. She also felt that I was not as good as my elder brother. What kind of nonsense is that? You didn't choose to be born or not. Even if she wants to blame someone, she should blame herself or your father. Why? Should she blame you when you don't know anything? Ban Han exploded when he heard the beginning of the story. Can you be reasonable? After scolding her, Ban Han remembered that this was her dead mother-in-law. Her behavior seemed very unfilial. However, Xia was not angry. Seeing that Ban Han's face was red with anger, he smiled and said, don't be angry. It's been so many years. Ban Han, who grew up being doted on by her grandfather, grandmother, and parents, couldn't imagine what kind of atmosphere Xia lived in when she was young. She took a deep breath and finally suppressed the urge to scold. Later, my father's career wasn't very smooth. He didn't spend as much time with my mother as before. My mother suspected that my father had a mistress. She often told me how much she sacrificed because of my birth. Xia's face showed a mocking smile. Later, she died. Outside, it was said that she died of illness. Said? Yes, it's all rumors. Xia lowered his eyelids and said coldly, she died of poison. At that time, I was young and didn't know what kind of poison she was poisoned with. It wasn't until last year that I found out that she died of love bean poisoning. It was the love bean that my father gave her. Ban Han felt a chill in her heart. Xia's mother died of suicide or murder, who killed her, jealous of her woman or? Xia's father, the Ban family's atmosphere was very harmonious. Although Ban Han didn't experience all kinds of fights in the family, she heard from some of her sisters that the main wife humiliated the concubines. The concubines whispered in the men's ears, deliberately provoked the main wife. All kinds of grievances accumulated together and could be written into a popular story. Now that she heard Xia say these, her first thought was those family secrets that she heard before. Xia saw her strange expression and knew that she had misunderstood. She continued, my father and my mother had a very good relationship. My father didn't have any concubines, not even a tongfang. After my mother passed away, my father wrote poems and lyrics all day long to mourn my mother. Until the day he died of illness, he repeatedly emphasized that he wanted to be buried with my mother. Born at different times, died in the same grave. It was obviously a very touching love story, but Ban Han didn't feel much after hearing it. Probably people's hearts were biased. She cared more about Xia's life after losing his parents than the love story of his parents. However, in fact, my father didn't die of normal causes. Like my mother, he died of acacia bean poisoning. Xia took a sip of cold tea. But I think that he probably didn't want to live. Even if he wasn't poisoned, he couldn't have held on for many years. Later, my eldest brother also fell ill. He became thinner and thinner day by day. Before he died, he didn't receive the imperial edict to inherit the title. Sister-in-law went back to her parents' home during the mourning period and accidentally miscarried. Xia's eyes fell on the vase in the corner. In the end, I was the only one left in the big Rong family. Now I have you. Xia's lips curled up. This became a home again, not a gorgeous but empty mansion. Ban Han turned her head and said, "Let's not talk about it." She felt sad just listening to it, not to mention Xia who had experienced these things. "I've been hiding these things in my heart, and I can't tell anyone." Xia held her hand. "Hua, can you sit with me for a while?" Ban Han pursed her lips and nodded. Xia chuckled and said, "You don't have to be sad. These experiences may not be very lucky, but at least I was lucky to meet you. At this time, you still don't forget to say nice things." "I don't say nice things, I only tell the truth." "Are you going to talk about other things?" "If you don't, I'm going to sleep." Xia took her into his arms. "I'll continue." "Don't go." After my eldest brother died of illness, I found out that some of the medicines he took were very harmful to the body. They seemed to help people refresh themselves, but in fact, they couldn't be used easily. Xia smiled bitterly. At that time, I was only in my teens. Even if I found something suspicious, I didn't dare to tell anyone because I didn't know who I could trust. I found more and more things. In the end, I found out where the mastermind behind the scenes came from. Xia smiled sarcastically. It was His Majesty. He looked down at Ban Han, thinking that she would be shocked or defend Emperor Yunqing. Unexpectedly, she just listened quietly and didn't have any intention of defending Emperor Yunqing. His Majesty repeatedly showed kindness to me and made me the leader of the secret agents. Xia's beautiful starry eyes were full of mockery. The whole country praised me as a gentleman, but they didn't know that I was doing the secret agent's work. This kind of shocking news would normally shock anyone who heard it. Ban Han was indeed shocked, but she was shocked by something else. "Your swordsmanship is like a toy. It's okay to use it to scare people, but how can you be the leader of the secret agents? The leader of the secret agents is not the leader of the killers. Why must I be good at kung fu?" Xia shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Can't it be because I'm smarter?" "That's possible." Ban Han nodded. "You're smarter than me. Go on." "I'm listening." "The more I worked as a secret agent, the more I felt that the whole country was like an empty shell full of holes. It was hopeless." Xia shook his head and smiled. "At that time, I thought it would be good to support a prince who had the courage to be the emperor." Ban Han thought of Emperor Yunqing's sons and said with a complicated tone, "Did you find him?" "Xia, I thought you wouldn't ask me this question." Ban Han, "Hua, I'm not a gentleman." "I'm an ambitious man," Xia said. "The places where you and brother hang buried treasures were both related to me." Benny swallowed his saliva. "You buried things there too?" Xia laughed. "Yes, I buried some ironware." "Isn't ironware a bit euphemistic?" Ban Han thought carefully. Before, she didn't feel that there was anything strange about her coincidental encounter with Xia. Now that Xia explained it clearly, she felt that something was wrong. The first time was early in the morning, and the second time it was almost dark. Who would go to the wilderness at this time? Thinking of this, she felt a chill on the back of her neck. Xia didn't kill her to silence her. She was too polite. "You didn't kill us to silence us. Brother Hang and I are really lucky. If it were someone else, I might have to choose this outcome. But you're different. Because I'm especially beautiful?" Xia nodded silently. He was stunned when she turned around, but that wasn't the real reason why he kept them alive. It was because he was sure that the siblings didn't find out his secret, and they didn't have the brains to find out. He didn't tell Huahua about this idea. He was worried that he would sleep in the study tonight. You have good taste. Ban Han patted Rongxia's shoulder and continued to maintain her silence. Huahua, Rongxia looked at Ban Han. I don't want to implicate you, and I don't want to implicate the Ban family. If I fail, pretend that you don't know about this. I've already arranged everything else. I won't let you be implicated. What implicating? Ban Han said angrily. You're my man. If I say that what you did has nothing to do with me, will people believe me? If the crown prince ascends the throne, he will definitely believe me. The crown prince is cowardly. How can he be the ruler of a country? Ban Han said angrily. Besides, we don't even know if the crown prince is dead or alive. You're thinking too far ahead. You don't blame me? Rongxia felt that Huahua gave him a new feeling every day. What I want is this world. Isn't that good? If you become the emperor, I'll be the empress. Ban Han looked calm. Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. The emperor, I'm not an idiot. Ban Han looked a little disappointed. Although grandmother never told me about what happened to the Ban family and some old grudges, I have some guesses in my heart. I just didn't dare to believe it. Emperor Yunqing could even poison his childhood companion. What was wrong with him harming her grandfather? On the day of grandmother's accident, I went to the Grand Royal residence to visit. She gave me something. Grandmother gave you something. What was it? The tiger seal of the three armies. What did you say? Ban Han looked at Rongxia in shock. Didn't you lose the tiger seal a long time ago? It's just that His Majesty didn't announce it to the public. So such an important thing had always been in grandmother's hands? Why did grandmother give it to Rongxia? If she knew Rongxia's thoughts and still gave the tiger seal to Rongxia, did it mean that she had a grudge against the Jiang dynasty? Ban Han's feelings towards Emperor Yunqing were very complicated. He was grateful that Emperor Yunqing took care of him, but he also hated that Emperor Yunqing was cold-blooded and heartless, burning the bridge after crossing it. Her grandfather had been very good to her since she was young. Every memory related to him was a happy one. She couldn't bring herself to harm Emperor Yunqing with her own hands, but she couldn't pretend that her grandfather didn't suffer. Rongxia. Ban Han looked at Rongxia steadily. You will succeed. The Jiang dynasty would eventually usher in a new era. When a dynasty reached its peak, it would inevitably decline. The replacement of a new dynasty was something that had long been destined. Rongxia thought that his confession would lead to a storm, but he didn't expect that it would only be a gentle breeze and a drizzle. This huge difference made him understand what it meant by happiness comes too suddenly. That. Ban Han looked at Rongxia with some embarrassment. Can you let me see what the tiger seal looks like? I'm very curious. The tiger seal was made of gold. It looked very majestic, but it also looked a little cute. Ban Han looked at it over and over again. The tiger seal sounds very powerful, but it's actually not very useful. When you mobilize troops, the general has to be willing to listen to you. This tiger seal can be very useful sometimes, and sometimes it's just a mascot. The most difficult thing to control is people's hearts. I know that it's impossible to mobilize troops with just a tiger seal. Rongxia saw Ban Han throw the tiger seal around like it was a small toy. But sometimes it's also useful. Don't tell me these things that require thinking. Ban Han returned the tiger seal to Rongxia. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. She stood up and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Rongxia thought for a long time and nodded affirmatively. Good boy. Ban Han patted his head. You should have been like this from the beginning. After Prince Ning ascended the throne, he named the country Fengning. It was a good meaning of harvest and tranquility. However, the days in the Day dynasty weren't peaceful. Riots broke out everywhere. The officials in the court changed again and again. Prince Ning listened to the slanderous words of petty people and often lost his temper. He didn't give any face to the court officials. Any official who had a relationship with the crown prince didn't have a good ending. Not only that, there were often palace maids who were abused to death. Soon, the Fengning emperor's tyrannical behavior spread throughout the Day dynasty. Rumors about the Fingning Emperor's improper way of obtaining the throne and putting his father and brother under house arrest spread like wildfire on the internet. Even the people in the more remote provinces and counties could vividly describe how the Fingning Emperor usurped the throne, how he didn't care about meat and vegetables, and how he committed atrocities in the palace. The people's hearts were a strange thing. Most of the people resigned themselves to adversity and didn't dare to have any rebellious thoughts. But when the higher-ups did things that crossed their bottom line, they would wildly resist. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would overthrow the higher-ups that they hated. Just as the Fingning Emperor was furious at the court because of the rioters, the people in Xianxia rebelled. And it wasn't the people who rebelled. It was the local officials and the people who rebelled. Only then did everyone remember that the Zhao family had been demoted to other provinces and counties by the Fingning Emperor. The governor of Xianxia was the legitimate son of the main branch of the Zhao family. No wonder he rebelled. Xianxia took up the banner of cleaning up the emperor. Dongzhou, Shizhou, and other large provinces and counties all responded. The court's army retreated in defeat. Jiang Luo, who was always absurd, couldn't sit still. He sent a few trusted aides who were all defeated by the rebel army. In the end, a small portion of the Dai dynasty's territory fell into the rebel army's hands. The officials were helpless. Jiang Luo complained endlessly. Only now did he regret that he had demoted the only officials in the court who could fight to the border. Now, there was no one available. Your Majesty, the young eunuch who had been serving Jiang Luo said, this servant actually has a good candidate to recommend, but I'm afraid your Majesty will be dissatisfied when you hear this person's name. Who? Jiang Luo was already desperately seeking treatment. When he heard the little eunuch beside him giving him an idea, he hurriedly asked, these useless things. Usually, each of them is eloquent, but when it comes to critical times, none of them are useful. Marquis Qing and Rong Junpo. Him? Jiang Luo frowned. He's a scholar. Can he go to the battlefield? Although he's not good at it, his wife was born in a family of generals, the eunuch said. Rong Xia has always been indebted to your Majesty's maternal grandfather's family. He is also Marquis of the Dai dynasty. At this critical time, even if he doesn't want to stand out, he has to shed blood for the Dai dynasty. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if he accidentally dies on the battlefield, it will also solve a big problem in your Majesty's heart. This is a win-win situation. What you said makes sense. Jiang Luo suddenly understood. He originally wanted Marquis Qing'an to die, but he couldn't find any evidence against him. Now that he died on the battlefield, sacrificing his life for the country, who could say anything? You're right. Come, draft the imperial edict. That's right. Rong Xia and Ban Han will lead their troops out of the city. The place where the Ban family lives will be heavily guarded. Don't let them leave the city. Yes. Before this imperial edict was issued, Rong Xia had already ordered people to move the Ban family out of the capital. The Ban family that stayed in the city didn't go out much, so no one suspected their identity. When the soldiers of the Yamen guarded the courtyard where the Ban family lived, Ban Hui and Ban Heng opened half the door and cursed for a long time. They let people see the bad temper of the Ban family. While the Ban family was being controlled, Fingning Emperor's imperial edict was sent to Marquis Qing'an's residence. As Fingning Emperor expected, after hearing that the Ban family was being protected, Marquis Qing'an and his wife's expressions changed. In the end, they obediently accepted the imperial edict. The next morning, they left the city with their personal attendants and the expeditionary army that was only 50,000 people, but was called 200,000. Fingning Emperor hated Rong Xia, so when Rong Xia left the city, he didn't even send Rong Xia off. Instead, he casually sent an inconspicuous official to send him off. His actions made even more courtiers bitterly disappointed, including some of the officials who originally followed him. After leaving the borders of the capital, the expeditionary army headed south without daring to delay. Along the way, there were soldiers who disturbed the people and even damaged the crops. Rong Xia ordered these soldiers to be punished, but they weren't satisfied. In the end, they realized that they couldn't beat Rong Xia in archery, and they couldn't beat Ban Han in marksmanship. In the end, they all became obedient. General, the rebel army is in front of us. The vanguard rode his horse to Rong Xia's side. "General, please give us your orders. Soldiers, you must be tired from the journey. Let's set up camp and conserve our energy." "Yes." The vanguard was delighted. They were indeed tired from the journey. If they went to set up camp now, how could they be a match for the rebel army? However, their food was limited, so they couldn't delay for too long. If they ran out of food, they would definitely be defeated. After setting up camp, Xianxia and Ban Han lived in the same tent. The other soldiers were already used to it, so they didn't find it strange. During the journey, they had already been impressed by Princess Fuel's ability. Although she was a woman, many men couldn't compare to her. It was a pity that she wasn't a man, otherwise the Ban family would have a successor. However, when they thought about how the Ban family was being held hostage in the capital by the emperor, the soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. It was the emperor who was heartless and caused chaos in the world. In the end, he forced a woman to go to war and used her family as a hostage. This was something that even the uneducated people couldn't stand. It was a pity that Marquis Qing'an and Princess Fuel were newlyweds, but they encountered such a troublesome situation. Looking at the general's attitude, it seems that he doesn't want to face the rebel army. An old general shook his head. Even if he had 1,000 things on his mind, he couldn't speak at this time. "Who wants to face the rebel army?" A young general in silver armor said angrily. "We are soldiers to protect the country's borders and resist foreign enemies, not to point our weapons at our own people and innocent people." The other generals didn't say anything. Their hearts were also heavy because everyone knew that the rebel army was forced to rebel because they had no other choice. However, these soldiers knew that they didn't do anything wrong, but they had to face them on the battlefield. Who would be happy? Motherf *Ker, I might as well rebel too. The general in silver armor cursed. "I feel wrong to work for such a muddle-headed emperor." The young general in silver armor was from a military family. Although it wasn't as prominent as the Ban family, it had been passed down for several generations. He had only been in the army for a few years, and he didn't expect that his first time on the battlefield wouldn't be to kill foreign enemies, but to kill his own people. This made him feel very wronged. "Don't talk nonsense," the old general said. "If other people hear you, don't you want to die?" Ka. Someone had stepped on a dead branch. The generals turned around and saw Princess Fuel standing not too far away. She was wearing a golden soft armor. "Greetings, Princess." The generals' expressions changed and they all stood up to salute her. Ban Han was accompanying the army and had the title of Right General. It was clear that the current emperor was determined to drag the Ban family down with him. Some courtiers stood up to oppose Ban Han going on the battlefield. They said that there was no precedent for a woman to be a general in the great cause. However, Fengming Emperor refuted this with the reason that there had been women generals in history. If women in history could do it, then why couldn't Princess Fuel do it? Didn't she have any responsibility to the great cause? Didn't she have any loyalty to the great cause? As a princess of the imperial court, she didn't even have this awareness. The meaning of these words was that if Ban Han didn't want to go on the battlefield, then it meant that she had no loyalty to the great cause. Everyone knew that Fengming Emperor's words were sophistry, but no one dared to speak up for Princess Fuel. This was because those with a backbone couldn't stand in the imperial court anymore. Those who remained were fence-sitters or spineless people. It didn't matter if she followed the rules or not. The world was already in chaos, so what did it matter if a woman went on the battlefield? End of chapter 119. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.